Prologue. Blood makes you related. Loyalty makes you family. Chris Diaz. Present day. Ethan. Chicago, Illinois. Monday, November 3rd.
Papa!
She yelled, dressed in a red peacoat with a red beret on her head. Her curls bounced as she ran down the stairs. My aunts, my uncles, even Wyatt cleared out of her way as she came towards me like a bullet. In a blink of an eye, I lost sight of her, and in the same second my knees buckled. I had to take a step back to brace myself from falling over. It was only then that I got a good look at her. I stared down. She stared back up at me. One of her eyes was the exact shade of green as mine, the other brown, and it made my heart ache and race. So many emotions rushed through me at once that I couldn't truly process the magnitude of what was happening.
Ethan, meet your daughter, Giovanni Sienna Orsini Callahan,
Fiorello said as he got up from the table to walk over to me.
Her mother and I just call her Gigi, though.
The little one held on to my legs, happily grinning as she spoke in Italian.
Mamma alla fine disse che potevo venire, ma il nonno disse che doveva cavalcare l'edera perché era velenosa.
Mommy finally said I could come, but Grandpapa said he had to get rid of the ivy because it was poisonous. Everyone, including myself, looked to Fiorello as he grinned like an old fat cat in a dairy farm.
You threw me under the bus, Gigi.
Fiorello laughed as he bent over to speak to her. Still holding onto my pant leg, she turned to him with a confused expression, rubbing her eyes.
Won't that kill you, being under a bus?
Definitely his kid,
Uncle Neil whispered to Uncle Declan. I felt all of their eyes on us. My uncles, aunts, brother, cousins, and my Nana, who looked torn 3 times over between tears, pain, and joy. It was only when Gigi yawned did it seem like my brain began to work again. Bending down to her height, I tapped her cheeks, and she focused her gaze on me. She smiled at me. "Are you hungry?" I asked her. She shook her head, no, her curly hair bouncing from side to side.
I had big meatballs and cheese sticks.
"Your favorite?" I asked, taking her into my arms. She nodded and wrapped her arms around my neck.
Mama says I'm a meathead.
What do you say back? I prompted as I moved towards the stairs.
I am because she's one too.
She yawned, resting her head on me. It was clear from how much she was rubbing her eyes that she was fighting off sleep, and I couldn't have much-needed conversations with anyone until she was out of the way. And what does she say? Gigi's grip on me became tighter. She was so small I held on to her with ease.
Mama says I'm right, and then we eat meatballs together.
Her voice and breathing were getting softer as we got on the elevator. Meatballs and no pasta.
Sometimes,
she whispered. And just like that, she was out. The few maids that were in the hall once the elevator stopped on the right floor stared at the both of us in shock, but said nothing. What could they even say? Their stares were brief as I walked past them without a glance. Entering my room, I laid her on the center of my bed, taking off her jacket, shoes, and hat, and placed them on the bedside table. I couldn't help but realize that for as long as I live, November 3rd will be scorched in my mind as the day I realized I had much to learn before I could ever hope to be the man I thought I was. November 3rd was the day I killed the governor, the mayor, the police commissioner, and the fire chief. The day my brother was released from the hospital. The day we both realized my parents, both of them were still alive. And the day I became a parent in the eyes of the world. One day. That's all it took for life to flip on its head.
Can you tell me a story?
Gigi whispered softly in Italian, rubbing her eyes as she sat up from under the blankets I just put on her. Parents, really did that? Story time? I don't know a story. Sleep. Aren't you tired? I said back to her in Italian, and the look of disappointment and hurt on her face made me pause.
Papa, are you mad at me?
This little child, is my child. My daughter. Welcome home, sweetheart. No, I am not mad at you, I said, placing my hand on her cheek. I am Ethan Antonio Giovanni Callahan, first son of the former head of the Irish mob, Liam Alec Callahan, and former head of the Italian Mafia, Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan. I am the Cana Canerta, the leader of the pack of the Irish mob. I am the Don of the Italian Mafia. I am one of the richest, most powerful, and dangerous men on this goddamn planet. I have the president's personal cell phone number. He took orders from me. No one or thing was beyond my knowledge or reach. So how would I have a 4-year-old daughter and not know about it?
Do you not know a story, Papa?
She tilted her head sideways to look at me, obviously getting a second wind. Yeah, I replied. I don't know any stories.
I do.
She grinned, sitting up and pushing the blanket down.
Once upon a time.
Aren't you tired? I tried to remind her. I knew she was tired because just a second ago she was asleep in my arms.
One story, please.
She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes like she was praying with all her heart. The irony. Bedtime stories were meant to help kids go to sleep, and yet she was determined to tell me one. Okay, tell me the story. I smiled, tucking her in a bit more and giving her my full attention.
Once upon a time.
She started again, speaking gently. I suppose copying whoever told her the story to begin with.
There were 4 kingdoms, Sicily, Naples, Calabria, Puglia, and they fought all the time. They fought over food, land, and water. If it could be used by people, they fought over it. At first, each kingdom only wanted to protect themselves from all the bad people in the world trying to steal their stuff. The kings of the 4 kingdoms tried to protect them on their own. They made small armies, but those men needed to take care of their families too before they could take care of others. So the 4 kings told their people if they wished to use their armies, they would protect them from the bad people who were attacking them. All the people loved their kings and wanted to be safe, so they gave their money.
This is a child's bedtime story, I thought, eyebrows raised, as I watched her tell it to me seriously.
They called the king's men the Mafia. It was a word that meant acting as a protector against the arrogance of the powerful. The people in Sicily would proudly proclaim I mafiosi della Vicaria. That means
Heroes of the Reformatory, I whispered in sheer astonishment, not believing what I was hearing. She grinned wide, sitting up more, if that was possible.
Yeah, Papa. You know this story? Did your mama tell it to you too?
I knew because it wasn't just a story. It was history. From her question, I understood that her mother told her this. Her mother had made her bedtime story the history of Italian mafias. What kind of woman would do that? One insane enough to have my child. My mother did tell it to me, but not as a bedtime story. It was an actual lesson. It was so long ago I'd almost forgotten. And yet listening to her tell it, I could remember as clear as day my mother doing what I was doing now.
I mafiosi della Vicaria.
She threw her fist out and then giggled to herself some more.
The Mafia caught the bad guys and protected their people. Everybody was happy. The Four Kingdoms stopped fighting. Because of that, the people of the Four Kingdoms thought they could stop paying, but the kings wouldn't let them. The people turned on their kings because they were mad. Then the kings stopped protecting all the people who didn't pay, so the wars started again. Brothers fought brothers, sisters hurt sisters, and the Four Kingdoms sought to take over each other again. It was worse than ever before, and to be in the Mafia was bad now. Now everybody hated them. Even the kings were sent to sleep, and so new kings had to come, but people couldn't tell who the real king was because the fake kings started to turn up. All through the land there was chaos, and people didn't know what to do. Isn't that sad, Papa?
Very, I answered, both amused and amazed at the fact that the history of the Italian Mafia was now a children's story. One she seemed to really enjoy telling. Her eyes were wide, and her smile permanently stuck on her small little oval face.
I think so too.
She leaned in, as if she were going to tell me a secret.
It's okay, because one day the head of the Giovanni family, Giovanni, had enough. He wanted all the fighting to stop. He wasn't part of any of the Four Kingdoms. He was from Bossa, but grew up in Basilicata, and there he was surrounded by all four kingdoms. So he and all the people there would get hurt from all sides. Giovanni joined the Calabria, and after 15 years working for bad king after bad king, he took over the Calabria. He had become a king.
A Don? But king was close. She went on as if she wasn't the one who needed to sleep. But strangely enough, I wanted her awake. I wanted to know how much of this story she knew. She took a deep breath and rubbed her nose, laying back on the pillows.
It took another 6 years for him to take over the kingdom of Puglia, and another 3 to take over Naples. Giovanni. He was king of 3 of the 4 kingdoms, and he dreamed of uniting them all into one. But he got sick, and before he went to sleep he left this mission to his son, Ignazio Giovanni. But his son couldn't make his daddy's dream come true, and he got sick and went to sleep too, and left it to his son, Francesco Giovanni. But he went to sleep after a long war, leaving the only one Giovanni left, Orlando, Francesco's younger brother. No one believed Orlando could do it, and everyone was scared because the 3 kingdoms tried to break away from them. Orlando was scared, and alone he went to the church where all his family lay sleeping, got down on his knees and asked for strength. He threw his hands up in the air and said, "Oh God, make my hands strong as iron so I can pull all of Italy together."
She yawned so wide I could see down her throat. Her eyes were heavy, and she was fighting with all her might to keep them open. Sitting up, I lifted the blanket back over her. "That's enough for now."
"That's all I know."
She yawned again, rolling onto her side, rubbing her eyes.
"Mama hasn't finished telling me the story yet. She tells me a new part every time she comes back. But I want to know now. You know the story, right, Daddy? Does Orlando become king of them all?"
I smiled. I couldn't help it. I didn't know what it was I was feeling, but reaching over I brushed the side of her face. I laughed as I said, "That's a spoiler, Giovanna."
"A spoiler?"
she muttered, her eyes already closed.
"What's that?"
There was no point answering, because she was already fast asleep. Watching her sleep was like magic. Nothing exciting or amazing or even out of the ordinary was happening, and yet it was like magic. I was curious. How could she fall asleep so easily, so simply? She had no clue where she was, except for the fact that she wasn't where she grew up. And yet, she slept. Turning, I heard the door open as my grandmother entered, holding a small object.
"She's asleep,"
she whispered softly, closing the door behind her. Nodding, I got up from Giovanna's bedside. "What is that?" I asked softly, pointing to the object in her hands.
"It's a humidifier,"
she smiled, lifting it to me.
"When you were young, you get stuffy noses in the winter. I figured since she was also coming from Italy, she'd need some time getting adjusted to the drier air here. I increased the temperature for your room, too."
"I didn't think about that," I admitted as I took the device from her.
"I'd be stunned if you did."
She patted my arm and walked around me toward Giovanna, who was breathing deeply. "How close or far do I put this?" I asked, not exactly sure what the directions were. She grinned and pointed to the bedside table on the opposite side of the bed Giovanna was sleeping on. Nodding again, I walked over as she said. I didn't say anything but turned on the machine and watched as she lifted Giovanna's arms out from under the covers and tucked her in tighter.
"It's magical, isn't it? Seeing yourself in another living being. Knowing they trust and love you unconditionally, even though you've done nothing to deserve it."
She smiled, brushing Giovanna's cheek with her fingers, which looked so much older next to my daughter's smooth skin. That was it. My Uncle Declan did the test the moment she came here. By the time she first hugged me, he had already confirmed everything. Everyone, especially my grandmother and uncles, cared about the reputation of this family. There was no way they'd even let them both stay in the house if they were not 1,000% sure. So they were sure. And so was I.
"Ethan."
"Yes?"
"Breathe."
My grandmother smiled, and the look she gave me was like she could read my crumbled thoughts. I listened. I took a breath.
"Good. Now that she's asleep, you can go talk to that. To Fiorello. I'd rather not see him more than I must. I'll stay with her for the night, so she isn't alone."
She looked away from me. Her head hung low. Her anger, her pain, was clear and deep. "Thank you," I said, walking to the door.
"Ethan, you already have all the makings of a good father."
I glanced back at them on my bed. I could only think of the irony. She hated Fiorello with a passion I'd never seen her hate anyone. Yet she looked at Giovanna as if she were her own daughter. What if it's a ruse, and she plans to hurt Giovanna to get back at Fiorello? The thought came to my mind so quickly it stunned me. I was doubting my grandmother now? The list of people I trusted was small, and my grandmother was always on it. Even now, knowing that she most likely knew my own parents were alive, I still trusted her. So where the fuck did that thought come from? Evelyn was in pain, and hearing why, I could understand her rage at Fiorello. Normally, whoever caused my family pain would die, without question. But this was different. Fiorello was loyal to my grandfather. He did what he did because my grandfather told him to, and I couldn't hold him at fault for that. And even if I wanted to, I couldn't, because he was now family. His great-granddaughter was my daughter. For my grandmother, this must have been like a second twist of fate. Her son married the daughter of the man who ordered her death, as well as the death of said son. Then her grandson as a child with the granddaughter of the man who physically obeyed the order. In the words of my brother, this family is fucked up. As the door closed behind me, I noticed Wyatt in the hall, standing on crutches because he was the most moronic and stubborn doctor in the world. He was just released from the hospital this morning. His dark brown hair was a curly, dirty mess on his head. He had bags forming under his brown-green eyes, and his damn shirt and trousers were rumpled. All signs that he needed rest. But would he take it? No. "You have a kid," he snapped at me. "Thank you for restating the obvious. Again?" I muttered, walking down the hall. "Did you know you had a kid and just didn't tell us? Tell me the truth, because this doesn't make any fucking sense. There is no way you, of all people, could have a child and not know. You hid her away to protect her?" he questioned, keeping up with my pace, and if he didn't look so pitiful already, I'd kick his ass. "No, I did not." I wanted to ask him if I looked like our parents, who hid in the shadows to protect us. But knowing him, he'd comment that I actually looked like my father. "Wow," he whispered like a child. He'd get along with Giovanna, I could see it already. "Her mother, who is she?" Sighing, I got on the elevator, and he followed. "Good question." "How do you not know? You're different from me." "Thank God," I muttered. "Meaning," he went on, speaking much louder despite the fact that we were right next to each other, "that you don't just sleep around with women. You're careful. You've always needed to know everything about them before they can even get in front of you, let alone in your bed. For years you have lectured me half to sleep with making sure I don't get trapped or caught up by a woman. You were worse than Dad. Who's her family? What does she do? What does she study? Have you made it clear she's nothing but a toy? You had one of my girlfriends killed for mouthing off about our family, and you don't know who the hell the mother of your fucking daughter is?" "Breathe, Ethan. He's right. He does not have tact, but he's right." When the doors opened, I stepped out and paused, waiting for him to step out beside me. When he did, I faced him. "Wyatt, over the last few weeks you must have realized this, but I will say it now so we don't have to have this conversation every time something happens. I am not God. I do not know everything. I cannot stop everything, and I even make mistakes. 99.9% of the time, you are right. I am vigilant about the women around me, and I often lecture you, as you call it, because I am your older brother. I look after you. I try to make sure you don't fall, and in the process, sometimes I do, and it makes me look like a hypocrite. I understand that, but that doesn't mean what I did to and for you was wrong. If I could go back, I'd give you all the same lectures, and this time much more severely. I'd never want you to wake one day and realize you have a child who you have failed. But if you would like to make jokes, or laugh, or call me a hypocrite, I'll give you this moment to do so." He cracked his jaw to the side and looked annoyed. Shaking his head, he said, "I hate it when you take the high road, you know that?" If only he knew I never really took the high road at all. "Now that this is settled, go rest." "Don't start acting like my father now," he said. "I'm not resting for shit. I feel like if I blink, I'm going to miss another grand revelation." "Yeah, my fist in your face." "Fine. Do whatever you please." I waved him off, walking to the dining room where a bruised and battered Grayson and... "You. I didn't hire you." I pointed at the blonde-haired, lanky boy man standing on the opposite side of Grayson, whose large form loomed in front of the door. "Oh, right." Wyatt spoke up behind me. "Ethan, this is... Mannix Ward, a.k.a. Monk." I said his name, and even he seemed surprised. Looking to my brother, I said, "Didn't ask for introduction. I know my people." I said I did not hire him, so why is he standing as a guard in my house? "Well?" I asked, looking to the stick man. He opened his mouth to speak, but Wyatt spoke up instead. "I hired him," he stated, looking over to Grayson. As you can see from Grayson's face, we had a little falling out. Is there a problem? Was there a problem? Yes. Me. I had forgotten I'd left him on his own while I'd spent time resting, and since he'd been away for a few years, he didn't know my system for promoting guards. Monk was new. He hadn't done any work on the streets. He hadn't proven his loyalty yet. Fine. I can work with this. Grayson straightened under my scrutiny. Make sure he knows the rules, or else we'll have a falling out. And if that happens, be assured you'll never come back to work. I said to him. Yes, sir. He nodded, moving to open the door. Everyone out, I said once I was inside the dining room where both my uncles were sitting across from Fiorello, who seemed to be really enjoying his cup of coffee. Mr. Orsini and I will be speaking privately. Once they left, he looked to me and grinned. So, you're the bastard that knocked up my granddaughter. I know who my father is, thank you, I said as I walked to my seat at the head of the table. Just like I know you aren't the one who killed Ivy. Because I killed Ivy. Part 1. The Past.
1. Now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Winston Churchill. Calliope, age 7. Chicago, Illinois, July 28th. Everything sparkled. It was like the movies.
Your coat, miss.
The butler asked me with a smile. I took it off, giving it to him.
Thank you, miss.
Another butler who was tall and stood proudly, but didn't smile, looked us all over.
I'm Mr. O'Phelan. Please, follow me.
I walked on the left of my sisters. They were arguing about something stupid again. I wanted to tell them to shut up, but Daddy told me not to act up or else I wouldn't be allowed to come to a party again. The hallway we walked down was made of all marble. The floors were so shiny I could see my face in them. But I really liked the art on the walls. It was like a museum. I wanted to stay and look more because it was so pretty, but we got to the backyard and it was so big. The green grass went on so far I couldn't even see a fence. They even had lights and balloons on the trees all the way in the back. There were so many kids, some of them trying to go up the rock climbing wall and others played in the water park. Calliope? Calliope! Huh? I looked to my mom and she pointed to the side of me. Go put your gifts down. I looked over, but I couldn't see the table. There were so many presents, it looked like they ate the table and were becoming a mountain. I looked down at the 2 small boxes in my hand. I walked over and a man dressed in black appeared in front of me.
Gifts?
He asked, looking to my hands. I nodded and lifted them to him. He took them from my hands and I turned to walk away, but before I did, another man waved a wand over the packages. One of them snickered and then bent down, and I saw a gun on his hip as he just dropped him on the grass. When he looked back to me, I looked away quickly, running back to my mom. Everything was so rich, even the people. All the moms were covered in jewels, and the dads had their best clothes on. I looked at them, and then my parents. They looked nice, too. They had their best clothes on, too, but it wasn't the same. They didn't look the same. Why? And why was no one coming to talk to them? I thought people knew us, right? I watched my parents, and they only spoke to each other. They smiled and laughed together. Seeing them made me smile. They don't have that. I grinned, looking over at the other parents. None of them looked as happy as my parents. How sad. They sparkled, but they didn't have love. So it was all right. Mommy, I tugged on her dress softly. "What?" She stopped because the doors to the backyard opened again and everyone stopped talking. They walked out, all of them dressed in white. I didn't really know Donatella, but everyone talked about her in my school. She skipped out happily, holding on to her dad's hand with a crown of daisies on her head. Her dad kissed her on the cheek, making her laugh and letting go. Her dad was handsome, and he had the same green eyes as her. Donna ran over to a brown-skinned girl with pretty curly hair. They went to the large sweets and tea table. "Stay here, Calliope," my mom told me. I nodded, but I couldn't look away from the woman with the dark brown wavy hair and brown eyes. The moment she came out, everyone rushed to say hello to her. She wore long white pants, matched with a flowing white shirt, and she had diamonds all around her neck and hands. Next to her was Ethan. I couldn't really see him. Too many people were close by. He was saying hi to everyone with her. She placed her hand on his hair, brushing it gently. I bent my head to the side to see, but there were so many stupid tall people. "Move!"
"Ethan!"
I looked over and saw it was his dad, calling him. He moved from his mother over to where his dad was talking to some men. His dad put his hand on his shoulder when he came over. I could finally see him. He looked like his dad. He had green eyes and messy brown hair. His face smooth and kind. A few other girls were giggling and looking at him from Donatella's cake table.
"They've already started grooming him, it seems,"
my dad whispered to my mom, shaking his head as he held on to his glass.
"Isn't this supposed to be a party for their twins?"
my mom asked, with the same frown on her lips.
"What did I tell you? The Callahans' business and pleasure are always one and the same. This is a birthday party for their twins, but this is also another introduction for their first son. They want people to see the difference."
"The difference?" my mom asked, and I wanted to know too. He nodded.
"Look around. All the other kids, even their own, are enjoying this wonderland they've created, but their first son isn't a part of it. He's standing beside his parents. They are saying he isn't a child. He's the next leader. All of this will be his."
"No matter what they do, he'll still be a child," my mother muttered in reply.
"I can't even imagine how scared he must be. How much they have already put him through. He's supposed to be playing, and instead he's surrounded by old greedy and selfish men. Why in these modern times are they still holding themselves to this type of life? How much money could one family need? Aren't they satisfied?" "Better question is, can they be satisfied?"
my father scoffed. He took a drink and shook his head.
"And the answer is no. They are addicted to it. The power, watching all these morons bow their head to them over and over again as if they were royalty."
Royalty? That was it. His parents were king and queen. That's why everything sparkled and everyone wanted to be next to them. That meant Donatella was a princess, and their sons, Wyatt and Ethan, were princes. What am I? I looked back then, and when I did, Ethan was staring at me. His green eyes looked almost directly through me, and before I could look away, he did. Observing other people around his yard, he looked kind of bored.
"It's time to kiss the ring. My brothers would be spinning in their grave,"
my dad muttered as he finished his glass. My mom rubbed her arms. "As long as you aren't in the grave, too, it's fine. Let them spin." He smiled at her and nodded.
"Come on."
My mom looked at me and extended her hand. Taking it, I walked with them across the grass, and my heart beat faster and faster until we were finally there.
"Mr. and Mrs. Affini."
Ethan's mother smiled at us as Ethan's father shook my dad's hand before shaking hers, and then my mom.
"Thank you so much for coming."
"Thank you so much for the invitation. Our girls are really enjoying the sugar high they're getting," my mom replied, nodding to my sisters who were eating with the other girls.
"Not all of them, it seems,"
His dad looked at me with a smile on his face.
"Hello, little lady."
I stepped behind my mom, and he laughed at me.
"Sorry, she's a little shy,"
my dad said, putting his hand on my shoulder. I looked over to Ethan, and when I did, the look in his eyes was different. He wasn't just looking around like before. Instead, he looked mad at me? No. He looked at me like I was disgusting. What did I do?
"This is our eldest son, Ethan."
His mom introduced him, and he focused on my smile. Smiling politely, he extended his hand.
"Hello. Thank you for coming." "Well, aren't you a handsome young man?"
my mom complimented, taking his hand.
"Yes, he gets it from me."
His dad chuckled, and his mom rolled her eyes.
"Excuse him. He'll take credit for anything,"
she replied. His dad only winked at them. I watched them all talk without me, and I saw it. They, his parents, looked like my parents. Happy. I didn't understand. My parents told me to never be jealous of people because they had stuff we didn't, because they weren't really happy. But they were. They had everything and were happy.
"Please enjoy the party. Excuse us."
His parents walked arm in arm to their other son, who was standing victorious on top of the rock-climbing wall. He even did a weird dance, making Ethan shake his head and smile. "Your smile is nice." I didn't mean to say that out loud, and I didn't even say it loudly, but he heard me, and his eyes were on me again. He walked past us, and maybe if I wasn't so focused on him, I wouldn't have heard him. But I did. As he brushed past me, he said,
"I don't want a compliment from you, ugly mouse."
I stared wide-eyed as he left, my fist balled. I really wanted to hit him. Stupid dumbhead. "Mom, can we go?" She pinched my arm hard. I kept my head down and kept quiet again.
"Can we?"
Dad asked on a sigh.
"Just a few more minutes. We can't leave after just saying hello to them."
I frowned, looking around. "Can I go to the bathroom?" Afraid she'd pinch me again, I broke out of her grasp and scooted farther away. "Wait!"
"Come back quickly and don't go wandering, Calliope," my dad said, giving my mom a look.
She didn't say anything to me, just set a hard glare on me. She'd be mad later. I turned and kept walking, passing the rock-climbing wall, when I heard some of the ladies talking amongst themselves.
"Who are the Affinies?"
"Nobodies who started a small fashion house, but I hear it's doing well."
"You know the Callahans. They want even the smallest fish to be in their pond."
"Oh my, look at her dress. Are you sure they work in fashion?"
They laughed, and I wasn't sure what to do. They just kept laughing at my mom. My mom wasn't the best mommy in the world, but she was still my mommy. I looked around, but I couldn't find anything, except a maid preparing paint for Donna's art table. "Do you need help?" I asked her, already lifting the tray. "No, it's all right. I have it." I pouted, holding on to the tray. "Please? Everyone knows Donna, and I want to say happy birthday, but I don't think I can just walk over there. So many people are around." I watched as her gaze swept from the table to me, a small smile on her face. "Okay, but be careful." "Thank you." I waited for her to get the rest of her stuff, but she was going too slow. Finally, she started toward the table, and I followed, slowly drifting further and further away from her and closer to the ladies. 1, 2.
"Don't even try it."
I heard a soft voice over me. I looked up to see Ethan's mom. Staring at me with piercing brown eyes, she bent down and tried to take the tray from my hands, but I didn't want to let go. She whispered so only I could hear her.
"I don't know exactly what they said to make you angry, but I can guess it was about your mother. It's what women like to do. I applaud you for trying to defend her, but this is my children's party.
I will not let you make a scene on their day because you are upset.
They laughed at her, I whispered back angrily. They laughed at my mom.
So, I don't care about your mother.
They called us nobodies. It's a big party and just a little bit of paint. It's not like anyone would care. A few minutes and everyone will go back to having fun.
The corner of her lips turned up. Look at you, the quick thinker. You're right. It is a big party, and it is just a little paint. But you see, it's not what I want. I want nothing out of the ordinary for my children today. Nothing. And because it is my house, my party, my goddamn paint, what I say goes.
I blinked back tears. She made me so mad.
No, you don't even get to cry because that is also a distraction from my children. So hold those tears in your eyes until you get home, and then you are free to do whatever you please.
I blinked and let go of the tray, and she gave it back to the maid, but not before giving her a scary look. Everyone around you is pretending, I whispered, and her focus returned to me quickly. They don't really like you. She chuckled.
I know, little one. That's what grown-ups do. They play pretend, they lie, and they cheat. Do you know why?
I shook my head. Why did they do that? Why was my mom pretending to be so nice?
Because they are afraid of each other.
She smiled.
Do you know they're getting scared of you right now?
Scared of me? I looked around, and all the adults were looking at us. Why?
Because you're talking to me. I'm the scariest and most important person here. They want to know what we're talking about. What makes you so important that I would take my time to speak with you? They don't have to like me, but whenever they see me, they have to pretend to. Meanwhile, I'm free to do whatever I want.
You're like a queen, I whispered. She laughed and nodded.
Sure, I'll take that.
Then I'll become a queen too.
There is only one queen of this kingdom, little one, and her last name will always be Callahan.
I'll be that then. Her eyebrows rose and she stood.
I doubt it. My son can't marry someone so weak she'd cry because someone made fun of her mother.
I'm not crying, though, I said, wishing I was taller so I could stand eye level with her. She looked me over and shook her head again.
You're weak, like your father. It's a shame, because you Orsini's used to be great.
Orsini's? Calliope! Mom appeared at my side. I don't know what took her so long. She put her arms around me and looked to Ethan's mom. Is everything okay?
Of course. I was just asking Calliope here if I missed something. She doesn't look like she's having any fun at all, and I really wanted all the kids to have something they could enjoy here. She was giving me advice for next year.
She said simply. My mom searched my face.
Really, Calliope, there's so much to do.
I nodded, thinking of something quickly. Paintball!
See, I suggested that, but my husband said that you would hurt each other or end up shooting at your parents.
She turned to her husband, who looked back, confused.
Next year, we are having paintball.
Yes! Their other son, Wyatt, threw his fist in the air and his dad smacked his head. Ouch, Dad!
Can you believe these kids? I haven't even finished paying for this bloody party yet, and they're getting excited for next year.
He grumbled as she walked back to him. A few of the men around him laughed.
Ungrateful little brats.
Once Ethan's mom left me, the crowd focused their attention elsewhere, except for Ethan, who caught my eye again but looked away quickly. When I glanced back, he was talking with his brother.
Was that all she asked you, Calliope?
My mom asked me. Her voice was soft, but she seemed angry. No, she was scared. I could see it in her eyes. She was terrified. I'd never seen that before. She held my arms too tightly, and it hurt. My dad joined us with my sisters in tow, and they were frowning, upset that I was making us leave. Yeah, that's all she asked. I lied.
She nodded, and we all started to walk out, but I glanced back to them. The family in white. Ethan's mom wrapped her arms around him and messed his hair. He tried to get away, but she just held on tighter, giving him a big kiss. When he broke away, he wiped his face before going to his brother. It was then that his mom looked at me with a big smile on her face. Melody waved her hands at me, and it made me cold. It felt kind of like she was teasing me. The last thing I saw before the doors closed was her husband wrap his arms around her waist. Just like that, the fairy tale was over. Ethan, age 9. Chicago, Illinois. July 28th. It didn't make sense. My mom made an excuse for talking to the girl who was hiding behind her parents this whole time, and it didn't make sense. She had gray eyes and dark brown hair, plus these small black dots on her face, under one of her eyes and the other by her mouth. There was even one on her neck. She reminded me of a mouse, the way she just moved by people's feet. She didn't really do anything, so why was my mom talking to her? And lying. Donna had asked for painting and a table filled with cakes and candy. Wyatt said he wanted to either have rock climbing or a pool party because one of his friends had already had a paintball party. That's why we didn't have one for their birthday. That's how I knew it was a lie. Plus, my mom wouldn't care to ask why just one kid wasn't having fun. Definitely not if one of those kids wasn't one of us. I just didn't understand why. Was that girl important? She didn't look it. So what did my mom have to say to a mouse? Why did the mouse look like she was about to cry? I couldn't stop thinking about it. As I watched her family go into the house, Wyatt and Donna were already cutting their cake. So I crossed the grass, walking back into the house myself. "Alan!" I waved to one of the guards as he brought the gifts in.
"What can I do for you, little man?"
He grinned, putting the stuff down. I frowned. I really hated that name. "My name is Ethan, and you can go over there and tell Mr. and Mrs. Affini my parents want them to wait for their goodie bags before they leave."
"What?"
He looked over my head at them as they were getting their things back from the butler.
"Your parents said that?"
"Yes, go and tell them and get the stuff." "Please." I didn't want my dad to give me another lecture for being rude.
"Okay."
He glanced back out at the courtyard, nodding to tell the other guards to pause. I waited as he walked over to them. The moment he told them, the taller girls, the mouse's sisters, started to beg. The whole family had brown hair. However, her dad's was lighter brown than her mom's. Her sisters had that light brown hair, and the mouse and her mom had dark brown. They all looked so boring and plain in their clothes, as if they were background people in movies. Just there. Sometimes spoken to or about, but once they were gone, you forgot they were ever there. Mr. Affini nodded, and all of them waited. While they did, the mouse started to do what she did outside. Just looking around. Her eyes were different from everyone else's in her family. They were gray instead of brown. Finally, she looked to me, and I waved for her to come over. She gave me a confused look, her eyebrows coming together. When she looked over her shoulder, I wondered why on earth I wanted to ask her anything. I should just wait and ask my mom, but that'd take too long, and she might not answer. She pointed to herself. "Yes," I mouthed, nodding my head at her. She moved to ask her mom, and I just turned to walk away. Never mind, she was hopeless. "Mommy, I still need to use the bathroom." I heard her complain and stopped in my tracks. "Hold it." "I can't." "The bathroom is down the hall and to the left," I spoke, walking forward. "Thank you, Ethan." Her mom smiled at me and then tapped her on the back. "Hurry up, Calliope." She frowned and looked around. "There are 2 halls? This place is so big, how do you not get lost? Calliope." "I'll show you," I said.
"Vina, go with your sister. Her dad said to one of her sisters, who just frowned, crossing her arms.
I don't need to go.
He gave her a look, and she kept quiet.
I'll come too.
The other sister said, Great. This was dumb. Why did I do this?
Ethan, these are our two other daughters. Avina, a year older than you. Then there is Belarose. She's the same age as you.
Their mom said. Hello, I'm Ethan. You can follow me, I offered, turning and walking toward the hall. I walked quickly so I could get away from them all. When I made the left turn, I pointed to the door. There it is.
Hurry up, Callie.
Avina huffed. She had birthmarks like small black dots on her face. There was one over her lip and under her lip and another right under her right eye.
Avina, look, they have sparklers.
Calliope gasped, pointing out the window.
Your parents are so cool, Ethan.
Her other sister, Belarose, who had cut her hair short right under her chin, gasped before running to the window.
Avina, look, they're giving out the bags. Why do we have to go?
Dad said he had to go somewhere tonight,
the oldest one explained before knocking Calliope on the head.
Hurry up and go.
I'm going,
she yelled and stepped back. She looked at her sisters as they practically pressed their faces against the windows before glaring at me wide-eyed, waving for me to follow her into the bathroom. I did. She shut the door and locked it fast, turning back to me, but again her eyes darted all around.
Wow, this is just your bathroom?
Yes, and I don't think I should be in here with you.
This is the only place we can talk, though. You called me over.
She interrupted before putting her ear to the floor.
Don't worry about Avina and Rosie. They'll forget me fast. I'll just tell them you left while they were watching.
Don't you need to use the bathroom? You told your mom you still... Wait, is that why you were away from your parents before? She was quiet for a quick second, staring at me before shaking her head.
No, yes, but I lied.
What?
No, I didn't need to use the bathroom. Yes, I told my mom I needed to go, but I lied. I really just wanted to see your house.
Oh, she was answering my questions before.
Is that why you called me?
She frowned and crossed her arms.
I thought you wanted to say sorry for calling me a mouse.
She heard that? Why would I say sorry? You were acting like a mouse, hiding behind your parents.
I wasn't hiding.
What were you doing? She opened her mouth to speak before shutting it hard, glaring at me.
I don't have to answer you.
If you didn't want to answer, you shouldn't tell me to come into the bathroom with you. Before she could speak again, I asked, What did my mom say to you? And don't lie, I know it really wasn't about paintball. Why was she talking to you for so long?
I'll answer only if you tell me why you want to know.
What? I frowned. I want to know because I want to know.
That's the only reason?
She questioned, coming closer to me and staring me down, her face bunched together like she ate something funny. I made my eyes wide and stared back at her. Yes, that's the only reason. She laughed and pulled back.
You must really love your mom.
What? And I was kind of mad I kept saying that. It made me sound dumb. Why would you say that?
Well, you stood next to your mom before your dad. You only went to your father when she pet you on the head. That's a sign, right? She pets your head, and it means you can escape the grown-ups or whoever you're talking to, right?
She was too curious, and I didn't know what to say. How did she know that? My mom and I came up with that for parties.
Now you came to find out what me and your mom were talking about. That's why I think you really love your mom, because you didn't like that she was talking to me.
I never said that.
You didn't look happy when she was talking to me.
Moving to a small couch in the corner, she took off her shoes and sat down cross-legged. Sometimes people think I don't look happy. It's just my face, I replied.
That's a lie.
She frowned.
I lie a lot, so I can tell.
Did you just call yourself a liar? You do know that's a bad thing, right? She shook her head.
No, grown-ups lie all the time. Lying is only telling a story. If the story is bad, no one believes it. If it's good, then people believe it. I think your parents are good liars, too.
She was right. "Are you faking being a mouse?" I asked her. She bent over and picked up her shoe to throw it at me. "Don't!"
"Stop calling me a mouse."
"I didn't call you one this time," I snapped back, and she paused.
"Oh, well, stop using the word mouse."
She muttered, dropping her shoe back on the floor. "I don't have to listen to you," I told her. "So that's what you were doing? You were pretending to be quiet so you could watch everyone else?"
"Maybe, but isn't that what you were doing?"
She was right. Again. That was weird. I never really met girls that were right twice. She was smart. "I am mostly quiet," I told her.
I thought everyone here would be much more fun to talk to."
She sighed and reached over, picking up one of the magazines to flip through.
"It's easy being quiet. No one asks you for anything and they forget you're there. And once they forget, you can listen to what people really think."
"And that way you can hear the truth," I said, moving over and taking a seat next to her on the couch. "People can't forget I'm here, though."
"Because you're supposed to take over your family business."
She looked at me with questioning eyes. I stared back, and she just waited. "You don't talk like a kid."
"Neither do you."
She shrugged and looked back at the pictures. "You're not going to ask why I don't talk like a kid?"
"I already know. It's because you're not supposed to be a kid. You're supposed to follow after your parents,"
she said, turning the page and not looking at me. "You know you still haven't told me what you and my mom were talking about, right?" I reminded her.
"I know that too."
She flipped the page. Now I knew why Wyatt was mad at me. I did this all the time to him, didn't I?
"Callie, what are you doing? Hurry up!"
One of her sisters said on the other side of the door. She stuck her tongue out at the door before getting off the couch.
"Hold on!"
she yelled, putting her shoes back on. She walked to the toilet and brushed her hair behind her ears. Right behind them, she had 2 small black dots. More birthmarks? She took the paper and, unrolling as much of it as she could, shoved it into the toilet. "What are you doing?"
"Flooding it."
"That made sense. Not. Why are you flooding the bathroom in my house?"
"So my sisters don't come in and you can hide. We'll run away so we don't get in trouble."
She was just tossing more and more tissue into the toilet. She even got a few paper towels and tossed them in.
"Thanks for leaving me with all the work."
"Why should I help you mess up my house?" She held out a paper towel towards me.
"You and me are in the bathroom together. My sisters will tell my dad, and my dad will get very mad, and then it will make a big mess, and your mom told me she didn't want anything to take away from her precious Princess Donna and Prince Wyatt."
I wanted to laugh when she said Donna and Wyatt's name, but I got off the couch, taking the paper towel and putting it in with hers. When it was all finished, I pushed down the handle and watched as the toilet tried to take all that paper down, but it got clogged.
"Finally, Callie, come on! Did you poo?"
Her sister yelled from the door. I looked to her, hoping she'd be embarrassed, but she just focused on the toilet.
"Okay, do it again."
She reached over and held my hand, flushing it once more. This made the water come up right to the rim. "Move back," I said, pulling her behind me before I pulled the handle one more time. We both jumped back when the water started to overflow.
"Callie, I'm coming!"
She yelled at them and looked back at me, pointing towards behind the door.
"Go hide."
"It's my house. I don't have to hide," is what I wanted to tell her, but again, she was right. For the plan to work, they couldn't see me. So I moved, and so did she. She stood right in front of me, my back to the wall, and smacked her face a few times. She looked at me, her eyes almost bugging out of her head and a big frown on her face, before asking,
"Do I look scared?"
The act she was going to do when she opened the door. "No, bite your lips more and hang your head." She complied, and I nodded. "Okay, now open." She reached for the handle, but before unlocking it, she faced me one more time and said,
"I told your mom I was going to marry you, but she called me weak and she said it like she meant it, so I'm going to get stronger. Next time we meet, you're going to call me an elephant."
I put my hand over my mouth, trying not to laugh.
Mary? Elephant? What? I couldn't ask because she already had the door open. She held it open just wide enough to show the bathroom and just narrow enough to hide me.
Callie, what did you do? I didn't mean to.
She sniffled and I rolled my eyes. I didn't tell her she needed to add tears.
We need to tell someone.
Her eldest sister, Avina, I think, said.
Please, Avina, don't.
Yup, it was her older sister. Her voice was deeper.
Callie, guys, it's not a big deal.
Her middle sister, Bella Rose, replied.
They're rich. Someone will come and fix it. Let's just go.
Rosie?
She's right, Avina. This place is huge. They have other bathrooms and they have maids. Let's just go.
She rushed out of the bathroom and closed the door behind her. I turned my ear towards the door, waiting to hear, and it only took a second before I heard her shout,
I can't believe we're leaving already.
I opened the door slightly.
Callie, stop yelling. Sorry.
She grumbled. I stepped out of the bathroom and found her standing at the turn. Her sister's already further down the hall. She blinked and gave me a little smile. Her way of saying goodbye, I guess, before running down the hall. I stepped over to the window to look over the yard. It was easy to find my parents. I just had to find one of them, and the other was close by. Yep, I thought when I saw my dad place his arms around my mother's waist. She pretended to pull away, but he held on tighter, and, like always, she let him hold her. Calliope Afeni, I whispered to myself. But in my mind, I said her name as Calliope Callahan, just to see how it sounded. It didn't sound weird.
2. I will find my way to you in the next life, and every life after that. Mia Hollow. Ethan, age 23. Bogota, Colombia. Saturday, June 23rd. The Nacional burned down 3 of our fields last night and seized 2 tons. Tobias muttered, laying the newspapers out in front of me. And President Rojas hasn't taken a victory photo yet? I'm shocked. I sipped my coffee. I'm sure there will be a press conference and handshakes this morning and photos in the paper before lunch is even over. He gazed around the restaurant, stepping away from my table to inspect the street outside. You have a 7-acre villa staffed with 2 different chefs who gladly cook for you any type of eggs you want, yet you insist on this random hole in the wall. I prefer not to delude myself into thinking I'm safe. I didn't buy the damn villa to hide within it. A man who leads from behind a fortress doesn't live long and has no one's respect. I needed them to see me, even if they were just rumors. Sorry, Mommy. Off limits. No veas. Go back down. Abajo. The guards at the top of the stairs point down past whoever was there. Just as I moved to grab the newspaper, I heard her voice.
First of all, I am not your mommy. Secondly, your pronunciation is terrible. No vayas. Abajo.
She pronounced it slowly for him like he was an idiot, causing more than a few of the other guards to grin. Whatever. Get your ass back down. This place is reserved for now. He sneered at her, and I noticed his eyes glaze over a little despite his effort to be annoyed. She sighed heavily.
I'm sure you're not the brains of the operation up here, are you? Cara verga.
He stepped up. What did you just call me? Is there a problem here? Tobias boomed, and the previously inattentive guards stiffened and drew their guns as the mystery woman approached. Taking in the scene around her, she pulled on the badge attached to her yellow V-neck shirt, displaying her identification.
I'm the cook, unless you all came here not to eat. In that case, I'll make sure Maria Paula charges you by the minute.
Tobias looked back at me, and I nodded my assent. He stepped out of the way, allowing me to see her clearly, and it didn't take a genius to see why they were all looking at her as if they were animals. Their eyes roamed the curves of her body, And she didn't discourage it with the ripped jean shorts she wore that exposed her toned legs and hugged the curve of her ass. Her crop top also showcased her smooth stomach. Her dark brown hair was tied in a messy bun.
"Boss man, can you hurry up and get to my face so I can take your order?"
she requested, pen and notepad in hand. At that, I looked at her face to find two gray eyes staring back at me with irritation, despite the fact that she had the fakest smile directed at me. "Where is Maria Paula?"
"Sorry, sir, that's not on the menu. Would you like me to recommend something, or do you need more time?"
she asked politely, though nothing in her demeanor seemed to convey the same message. I do not like repeating my questions.
"Who does?"
she said blankly.
"I assure you, a waitress who spent all night cleaning this damn place believing she'd have the weekend off, only to be called back at the crack of dawn to make breakfast for a kingpin, a cartel, the Mafia, a rich, selfish American, or whatever you are, also does not like repeating her questions. She also doesn't like being asked questions not related to making breakfast, because that could end her life. And, oh yeah, she doesn't like the men pig staring at her ass behind her. But what can she do except happily take your order?"
Again she offered her fake smile. "She could wear longer, looser shorts if she doesn't like the attention," I replied, thoroughly amused at how annoyed she was.
"She could?"
She nodded to me as if I was being an idiot.
"However, she doesn't want to forsake her love of wearing whatever the fuck she wants to wear because of pigs. Besides, it's their balls that are in pain, not mine. So, third time, your order, please."
"At this point, I don't think I trust you to boil water for me," I said, and she inhaled slowly, obviously trying to calm herself. When she exhaled, she pulled out the chair across from me and took a seat. "Excuse you?"
"The shop doesn't open for another 2 hours. So I'm going to rest here until you muster up the trust in your order, or you leave,"
she challenged.
"Oh, right. You must have important business to talk about with your goons. Don't mind me. I won't listen to a thing. Kick my foot if you need me."
She reached into her apron around her waist, pulling out her smartphone. She put her earbuds in, and whatever the hell she was listening to was so damn loud the earbuds were almost pointless. She sat there, completely ignoring me and smiling. A real smile at whatever the hell she was watching. I looked over to the men, and when I did, they all looked away. Well, this was new. Lifting the newspaper, I read quietly. I'm not sure how much time passed, but before I realized it, I'd finished the paper, and Tobias was next to me. "Boss, it's time." I rose from my chair and realized she was sleeping, using her arm as a pillow. Placing a few bills on the table, I lifted my chin, silently ordering them to leave. Sunday, June 24th. She stomped up the stairs this time, dressed in a white lace skirt and floral strapless blouse. My men gave her a wide berth as she came to my table.
"It is the day of rest, the Lord's Day. We are closed."
"You really have no fear for your life, do you?"
"We all die Sunday, don't we?"
She deflected, reaching into her bag and pulling out the money I left on the table for her.
"And this? Don't do this. This is how men like you confuse women."
"Excuse me?" Sighing, she took a seat across from me.
"Rich, powerful, and dangerous man walks into a small restaurant. Beautiful waitress."
"That's you?" I questioned.
"Did you see any other waitress?"
She pursed her lips, waving her hands, gesturing around the diner.
"No, you don't. Why? Because most of them got caught up with men like you."
"Men like me? Rich, powerful, and dangerous men?" She nodded and went on.
"You go to restaurants, flashing your money and fancy cars? You hit on the hottest waitress? You all really do love a woman that has to attend to you. I think it might be the whole waiting on your every damn desire that gets you going. You come often, leave large tips, say nice things. The beautiful waitress thinks she's found her knight in shining armor. Next thing you know, she's either drugged out, pimped out, or just out. Dead. Sometimes just lying on the corner of the street.
Interesting. You also think very highly of yourself.
Abso-fucking-lutely,
she sang proudly.
If I don't think highly of myself, why the hell would anyone else? Don't you think highly of yourself?
My eyebrows rose at the question. Do we look like we're on the same level? She looked around the diner, and then out the window and said,
We are on the same level, in the same building, at the same table, at the same time. What makes you think I'm not on your level? I'm beautiful?
You've called yourself beautiful 3 times now.
Proverbs chapter 8, verse 7. For my mouth will utter truth, and wickedness is an abomination to my lips.
She shot back quickly.
I am beautiful, I am intelligent, hardworking, and passionate in everything I do. Are you? What makes me different than you? Money. How do you know I don't have all that I need already? Is it your gun squad? I can say with almost certainty I'm a much better shot than they are, and I do it in hears.
She put the money on the table, sliding it over to me.
I don't need a knight in shining armor. I don't want a knight in shining armor. I save myself. Always have, always will.
Perfectly acceptable, I responded, lifting the money off the table. I would never have even put the money down had you not said, and I quote, I'll make sure Maria Paula charges you by the minute. I was paying per your request, not because I have any interest in you. You're a dime a dozen in these parts. I'm ready to make my order now. I sneered, handing her the menu. She glared at me, rising from her seat.
Brilliant. Give it to me tomorrow, when we are open. If you're very hungry, since I'm a dime a dozen in these parts, I'm sure someone else would love your company. Who, I'm not sure, but everybody has somebody. Peace be with you.
She made a sign of the cross over me before turning on her heels and marching back down the stairs. I turned to Tobias, who was biting back a smile. Is something funny? Not at all. I didn't think so. Why the hell did she bother me and amuse me so much? Monday, June 25th. When I arrived at the restaurant, the whole place smelled sweet. Walking up the stairs, I saw her behind the counter, a bandana over her hair and clear gloves on her hands rolling out dough. She didn't look up at us as we arrived, and it didn't seem to be out of spite, but because she was focused. Moving from the dough, she dusted her hands on her apron, grabbed mitts for her hands, and took the meat from the oven. Tossing the meat to the side, she pulled out 2 cleavers, spinning them in her hands. In a swift motion, she speared the meat from the bone. A real smile appeared on her lips as she hacked the meat into small pieces. Sitting in my seat, in the corner chair, I pretended not to notice or care, completely unaffected. But I was annoyed that something else had occupied her attention, and yet strangely amused she had so much fun hacking up meat. It was then her voice came back to mind.
I'm passionate about everything I do. Are you?
Easy for her to say. She didn't have a complicated life. She woke up every day, cooked and cleaned, and went back home happily. Tobias and I spoke quietly, and I was about to start writing out new plans when a plate of empanadas and a bowl of something I didn't recognize was placed in front of me. I looked up at her, and she shrugged, saying,
You didn't order it, so it's on the house. We don't want to cheat you out of your millions. It's empanadas and a bowl of arroz atayaro.
I stared at it again, not really sure what she was getting at.
Seriously?
She questioned. Taking the spoon off the tray, she took a scoopful of the arroz atayaro and ate.
It's not poisoned.
I didn't think it was. However, for her to think that made me wonder. Exactly how many men like me do you meet?
This is a very personal question. Are we close enough to have this conversation?
She shot back, and I wasn't sure what face I made, but she laughed, taking the seat across from me again.
Men like you? I don't think there are very many men like you. If you are talking about what I think you're talking about, I'd say I've had a few unfortunate encounters. It's one of the downsides to being so damn gorgeous.
That told me nothing, and I'm sure that was the point. And yet you still walk around town and go about all by yourself, Cordelia. You seem like you enjoy flirting with danger. Her lips turned up.
You've been spying on me? No, I doubt it was you personally. That's beneath a man such as yourself. Well, what did your spy find out?
With her elbows on the table, she rested her head in her palms. Most people would be annoyed if they found out they were being spied on, I said, taking the spoon from her hand and sampling a bite of the food myself, partly hoping it tasted horrible so I could make fun of her. It didn't. The fact that I wanted it to was annoying. It meant I was childish.
Good, isn't it? What can I say? I'm magic.
She winked at me, and if an award could be given in vanity, she'd win in spades. Cordelia Munoz, you live in a run-down one-bedroom apartment uptown. You spend most of your time volunteering at St. Catherine of Siena Elementary School down on the east side. You go to Mass twice a week, Wednesdays and Sundays, and stay afterward to make sandwiches for the homeless as well as clean. When you aren't being a saint, you enjoy going to the movies or taking photos in the city square.
Does it sound boring to you?
She smiled, like she knew something I didn't. Exponentially so, I replied, breaking the empanada in half and taking a bite. It was even sweeter than the rice bowl.
But?
She took the other half from my hand and ate it. I looked to her skeptically. She only nodded.
You sounded like you wanted to say that, but were overwhelmed by the slice of heaven I put between your lips and forgot. So I'm moving the conversation forward. The life of Cordelia Munoz is exponentially boring to you, but...
There it was. That twinge of annoyance and amusement again. I pushed it to the side. I wonder why someone who lives like an angel enjoys sitting with a man who is the very opposite of that.
First of all, did I say I was enjoying this? Don't put words in my mouth. Secondly,
she leaned in and whispered,
maybe I'm a fallen angel trying to find my way to the light, and you keep distracting me.
She laughed at her own little joke and took another bite, licking her lips. I also found out a few cartel members have tried to claim you.
Rape me,
she clarified, licking her thumb.
We're big boys and girls. Let's not sugarcoat our words.
I wasn't trying to. I just didn't know it was that severe. My spies apparently didn't share that distinction.
You have shitty spies. Don't they know the devil is in the details?
She asked, reaching for my spoon again. Is this for me or for you? I questioned. She giggled and looked like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
I'm just making sure you have no doubt in your mind that this food is safe to eat.
Why, thank you for your concern, I replied, pulling the spoon back. But I think I can manage.
Fine. Enjoy.
She frowned and leaned back.
Anyway, I'm not saying you can or would, but there is no reason for you to get involved with those animals.
Is it even possible for me to do so? If I wanted to. For some strange reason, all of the men seem to either be missing or end up in a hospital with some tragic condition. I finished, taking another bite.
Even fallen angels have guardian angels,
she said softly and deeply in a tone of voice that sounded both sinister and sexy. She crossed her arms, and the look in her eye got darker.
It seems like the life of Cordelia Munoz is getting more interesting to you now. Is she a serial killer? Angel by day feeding the homeless and helping the needy, and then a devil by night, murdering gangsters and thugs. She pulls them in with her tight clothes, then feeds them. Who knows, maybe even sleeps with them, and wham! They don't know what hit them. Take care, bossman. You could be her next victim.
The corner of her lip twitched up as she looked at me, and I couldn't help it. I laughed, shaking my head at her.
What? You don't think I'm capable of it?
She said, amused with herself. No, I do. For some strange reason, I believe you're very capable of that. I reached for the glass of water. I just don't think you'd be stupid enough to let them all trace back to you. Which makes me also think that Cordelia Munoz may be fake.
Fake? That's hurtful. Have you ever thought that maybe no one has ever put all the links together like you? So maybe you're just smarter than the average man, and I didn't account for that. Oops.
Possible. But still, I don't believe those are you. Maybe one of them. Two at most. But not all of them.
Is it me who's flirting with danger, or you?
She asked, resting her cheek on her palm again. We both are. However, and this part she needed to understand, you're the one at greater risk.
You really want to fight with me, don't you?
I want to do a lot of things to you, I admitted. Again she leaned in closer, licking her pink lips before saying,
You aren't the only one. So why should I make you a priority?
Because you already have? Or do you wake up 2 hours before opening every day just for anyone? I asked, brushing a strand of hair back from her face. She hung her head and chuckled softly to herself.
You're right. I'm attracted to you. Danger and all. But I'm a very jealous, conniving, possessive, and unforgiving person.
So?
So, I need one day.
She sat back in the chair.
Where your attention is on me and only me. So I can fuck you out of my system and not feel like the poor girl you jilted afterward.
Only one day, I clarified.
One full day.
She rubbed her foot against my thigh, her toes brushing against my cock.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Then my villa is...
No,
she interrupted me.
Do you want to fuck me up and down your private villa and escort me out afterwards? No, thank you. Find a hotel that is up to your standards and book for the day. That way, whoever wakes up first can leave. Unless you're scared you're not going to be safe and I'm leading you into a trap.
Rising from the chair, her gray eyes boldly roamed over my body. I wanted to know what made her think and act like this. A car will pick you up at midnight tomorrow night. I do hope the good Lord forgives me for stealing you from Wednesday Mass.
That's why he's the good Lord. He forgives everything.
She retorted, standing up and moving closer, her lips directly over mine and neither of us looking away. She grinned, and instead of kissing my lips, she bit my ear and whispered,
Make sure to get a room with a good view. I've always wanted to be fucked up against glass.
Pulling away, she gave me a wink before walking back towards the kitchen, leaving me standing there hard as nails. Wednesday, June 27th. She stepped into the suite in an off-the-shoulder white dress, which hugged every inch and curve of her body. Her hair was in soft waves, and I noticed the only jewelry she had on was a small cross resting over her breasts. She didn't bother wearing much makeup, and I could clearly see the small birthmarks scattered across her chest. How anyone could look so divine and sinful at the same time was a wonder of the world.
Hello, boss,
she whispered, apparently dropping the man now. Seems we were getting close, but I needed to be closer. Reaching up and cupping the side of her face, I brushed my thumb over her lips and she closed her beautiful eyes. Tell me now what you won't do, because when I start I don't know if I'll be able to stop. She kissed my thumb, raising her gaze to mine, her eyes full of lust. Fuck me as if I'm your own personal whore. But don't you dare treat me like one when we're finished. If you leave money, I'll find you and hurt you. Am I clear? Crystal. Brilliant. You can begin. She took a step back, stepping out of her heels and tossing her purse to the side. Slowly she pulled down the zipper of her dress, the fabric swishing and skimming her curves as it fell and pulled at her feet. She was naked before me, and she was stunning. All smooth skin and generous curves, her full breasts tipped with pink nipples straining from my touch. Ah! She moaned as my thumbs grazed over them. If a simple touch could affect her like that, I needed to see what else I could do. Oh! She bit her lip as I pinched the sensitive skin. I pulled on one taut nipple, watching her breast bounce as I let go. Kissing the side of her face, I made my way down her neck as I reached between her thighs, finding her slick and hot for me. I spread her pussy lips and slid my middle finger into her. Her mouth dropped open, her whole body going limp in my arms. You're gonna have to stay strong because there is so much I need to punish you for. Punish? She gasped, clenching her thighs around my hand as she ground down on my finger. All those times you raised your voice to me. You argued with me, even in front of my men. I kissed her full lips, pulling away as she began to soften. She glared at me. Save that look, too. I haven't even begun to torture you yet. Pulling my finger from her heat, I held it to her mouth. Taste yourself. She parted her lips, sliding my finger into her mouth and sucking, licking up and down, until I pulled away, my breath quickening. She noticed and grinned devilishly. If I'm going to be tortured, you're going to be tortured with me. I couldn't take it anymore. Placing my hands on each side of her neck, I angled her jaw and crushed my lips to hers, my tongue commanding as it entered her mouth. She was too fucking good to be true. But I couldn't question it. I didn't want to question it. I just needed to be with her.
Calliope, age 21. Bogota, Colombia. Thursday, June 28th.
Trágicas noticias esta mañana cuando las personas despiertan a la noticia de la muerte del presidente Rojas.
Tragic news this morning as people wake up to the news of the death of President Rojas. Slamming my hand on the alarm, I tried to get back to sleep. My whole body ached, and I didn't have the strength to lift myself out of bed. However, as soon as the words on the radio replayed in my mind, I snapped up, planting my feet on the floor. I already knew from the weight of the bed, but I glanced over my shoulder anyway at the rumpled sheets behind me. He was gone. I rose from the bed, stretching, when the door opened and a young maid stared at me wide-eyed, her eyes traveling down my naked body, her face turning red. But she snapped out of it quickly, saying, "Lo siento, señorita." "It's fine. You can clean while I take a shower," I replied in Spanish. Grabbing my phone, I walked into the bathroom, mindlessly scrolling before looking at my reflection. Mary, mother of... Is he a fucking vampire? From my neck to my thighs, I was covered in deep red love bites and marks. Turning around, I did my best not to laugh at the one on my ass. Why did he mark me so much if he wasn't going to stay? Then again, why would he stay? I took a quick shower, rinsing my hair before stepping out wrapped in a fluffy towel. When I got back to the room, the maid was gone, but my clothes made it from the living room to the bed. Lying next to my dress was a small card, which read in Spanish, "Women, if you need help, call and we will come. He does not own you." I fought back a laugh as I dressed, hoping my coat would cover the marks on my chest. Before I stepped out of the room, I glanced back, grinning to myself. That was fun. In the ensuite, the maid looked up as I made my way out of the room.
I lifted the card, asking if she left it, knowing she could be the only one. She nodded frantically, waving her hands for me to get out of the suite as fast as I could. Part of me wanted to tell her I wasn't a victim. I was just fucked so good and so hard it felt like too much pleasure on just one person. But I didn't want to stifle her mission, so I just smiled and nodded to her before leaving.
3. Though I walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil, for I am the evilest motherfucker in the valley. Alex Garland. Ethan, age 23, Bogota, Colombia. Friday, June 29th. I sat at the dining table, watching the screen as they grabbed her right off the corner in broad daylight. When she stepped out of her house, they grabbed her arms, lifted her legs, and threw her into the van. Switching to the feed inside the van, I glanced over my shoulder to see Tobias, watching the feed with a frown on his lips, before he shifted his gaze to me. "Did she do something?" he asked me. "She did." I motioned for him to hand over the information he had for me. "So you knew she was trying to play you from the beginning?" He went on, placing photos as well as bags of cocaine on the table in front of me. "But you slept with her anyway." I didn't answer him, instead flipping through the pictures quickly and tossing them to the side. Taking my steak knife, I cut open each of the 4 bags in front of me, pouring a bit from each one. Slowly, I cut them into lines before lifting my lens, looking at each one carefully. "Where did these 2 come from?" I questioned, tapping my fingers on the 2 whitest bags in front of me. "It's from the Roja cartel. Their emblem is the open-mouthed gorilla. Their current leader is Miguel Munha." He handed me a photo of a short but muscular man, tanned skin and with curly hair. "Is something wrong?" "Don't even try it, bitch!" I glanced up at the tablet to see one of the men hit the side of her face with the butt of his rifle. Her head whipped to the side, and she stilled a moment before sitting up again, licking the blood from her lips. "What happened?" the driver asked. "She was trying to cut the hand ties," the other replied, reaching behind her and pulling out a small razor blade. "Where the fuck did she even pull this from? You try anything else and we'll kill you here. Do you hear me?" the driver roared. She didn't reply. "Do you have anything else on you, or should I search you?" the other questioned. Still, she didn't speak. "Are they bringing her here?" Tobias queried, leaning in to see if they were, in fact, on the road to our safe house. "Search her!" the driver said. I glanced back down at the cocaine, and then the picture of Roja, before tossing the knife down and rising from the chair, taking my phone with me. "Everyone is already headed to Chicago, correct?" I moved towards the kitchen. "Yes, the jet should be leaving in the next hour." Tobias was still looking at the screen. "She's very calm. Which cartel does she work for?" "Have you noticed that you've been asking more questions than I have been asking you?" I observed, tapping out a text before pouring myself a glass of water. He finally tore his eyes from the screen and looked my way. "I noticed that when I was about 13. "And when will you notice that I am not fucking Google and stop bloody questioning me?" I finished my water before walking back to him. His eyebrows rose, and I dropped the glass in my hand, letting it shatter on the ground beside me. "Clean it up." He stood still for a second, before bending down to pick up the shards of glass. "We are not children anymore, Tobias. We are not equals. You and I are not friends. We are not co-workers. You work for me. You serve me. You are at my feet, and you are there happily. Aren't you happy, Tobias?" He inhaled and looked up at me. "Over the moon, boss." "You should be. There is a long list of people who want to be at my feet and not under them. If you forget your place, if you forget who asks the questions, you're going to end up like that glass. One moment needed, relied on, and the next minute shattered, useless trash. It will happen so fast you will not even have a chance to beg forgiveness. This is your first and last warning. Am I clear?" "Yes, boss." "Good." I walked back to the table. I just messaged the pilot. The jet is waiting for you. Take the Benz and head over there. You'll be heading back to Chicago with everyone else. I'll let you know what I need you to do when you land. Do you need anything else? Are you about to ask me another question? I challenged, rubbing the cocaine between my fingers. No, sir. I gave you directions. Why are you still here? Leaving now, sir. He stepped out the first door and got in the elevator. I switched the camera feed, watching him go. When he got to the first garage, I noticed he kept the glass in his handkerchief. He took the Benz and drove out so quickly the car skidded. I'm going to have to kill you one day, aren't I, Toby? I muttered to myself. I could feel it. His growing resentment, his ambition for more. Ambition could be good, until that ambition butted heads with his loyalty and became treachery. It doesn't help that Donatella is screwing him. Actually, that's the reason why he was becoming worse. He grew up so close to us he could have been family. And with Donna now sleeping with him, he might actually mistake that for being family. He's not good enough for her. Donna had to know that, right? She had to see he was not good enough. He couldn't give her everything she needed. Love makes us all fools. It blinds us. It leaves us powerless and vulnerable. It is a drug with the sweetest of all highs and withdrawals so harsh, so painful and so cruel it can kill. I recommend it to everyone. That's how Donna described love in one of her books. So maybe she was in deep with him. I'd either have to force her eyes open or hope Tobias changed for the better of us all. Beep. Beep. I looked back to the video feed and saw the van pull into the garage. The man filed out of the vehicle and dragged her from the rear. Turning, I crossed the living room and stepped into the back room. The lights turned on, and I watched as they threw her into the graffitied room, the ground covered with dirt. They pulled the blindfold from her eyes, and she blinked for a few seconds, taking in her surroundings. Her gray eyes finally landed on the guards, 3 of whom had masks on. They stood straighter as a 4th fat man with a gray mustache and greased back hair came forward. "Get her a chair at least, you fucking moron!" he yelled, but looked over to her with a smile. "Forgive them. They don't get lady company often. They're animals. They didn't hurt you, did they?"
"Perfect gentleman,"
she replied, her face emotionless as they brought her a chair. Please sit, my dear," he said to her before sitting himself. "I'm Gaston, but my friends call me Goss."
"Are we friends?"
"I hope we can be. You see, a little birdie told me they saw you, how do I say, being friendly with Mr. Callahan." Her face bunched up, and she tilted her head to the side thoughtfully.
"Who?"
"You don't know Ethan Callahan?" She shook her head.
"Sorry, I don't have any friends by that name."
He sighed and clenched his fist before pulling out a phone. "This is a picture of you and him seated together at Maria Paula's restaurant." She leaned in and then sat back.
"Oh, he's a customer."
"Did you sleep with all your customers? Because this is a picture of you both heading into a hotel, isn't it?" Again she made the same face and shook her head.
"I don't remember."
"You don't remember?" She trembled, and tears started to build in her eyes.
"I really don't remember. I think I was drugged. You can ask the maid. I woke up and he was gone."
"And you didn't go to the police?"
"I didn't want any trouble."
She shook her head, the tears spilling over.
"Please, I don't know anything. Please let me go. Please."
"Boys, help the pretty lady regain her memory."
"No, please!"
she screamed and sobbed, clasping her hands together as she fell on her knees.
"I beg of you."
Gus raised his hand to stop the guards, reaching over to grab her red face by the chin. At least tell me what he said while he was in the restaurant. What was he looking at? Why is he here? Tell me something, you stupid little whore. She sniffed and nodded.
I heard one thing.
What?
While he was eating, he said...
She sobbed, trying to catch her breath. He said what?
Go fuck yourself, you sack of dog shit!
She hollered, and before I could blink, she stabbed him between his neck and shoulders. Kill her! He gasped out, reaching up to his neck as blood gushed out while she took the ties off her feet and rose from the dirt. I looked to the guards, wondering why none of them fired or even moved to stop her, only to see them on their knees, gasping and wheezing for air. It was so bad they were trying to take off their masks, but they didn't have the strength. When did she do this? How?
Oh!
She wiped her eyes before the zip ties fell off her wrist.
I haven't forced myself to cry like that in a bit. It took me much longer than usual. Anyway, hold on, Gus. I have some people I need to repay.
She rolled her shoulders and strolled over to the three men, picking up one of their rifles.
Mr. Driver, when you punched me in the stomach before throwing me into that van...
She pointed the gun at his stomach.
It hurt, but not as badly as this will.
She fired. He yelped like some kind of wounded animal before falling over. He held his stomach, and when he did, she shot his hands. Then his knees. Then right into his groin.
Don't worry. I forgive you now,
she said and looked to the others, who stared at her in horror.
Mr. Kidnapper number 2.
She called like a teacher in class, stepping to him as he hunched on his hands and knees. She threw her leg over his body and sat down on his back, tapping the top of his head with a knife pulled from his very own pocket.
You called me a bitch. This is a female dog, but somehow I'm on top. You must have been mistaken.
Please!
You won't make that mistake again.
She slit his throat open, before rising and his body collapsed.
And Mr. Kidnapper number 3, now where do you think you're going?
He was trying to crawl. Trying being the key word because he only made it an inch towards the gun he dropped before she picked it up.
You use the back of this to hit me. Sir, it doesn't work that way. Let me show you how to use a gun properly.
She put the gun in his mouth and fired, blood splattering on her. I opened the door to the room and she whirled at the sound, her gun already leveled at me. The rage in her eyes was enough to set the devil running.
Gus, you went to so much trouble, and Ethan Callahan was here the whole time. I guess we have nothing to talk about anymore.
Gus turned to me looking for mercy, his hand raised for help. She shot at it. His hand ripped apart, but she didn't stop there. She fired off a few more rounds. He was long dead. She was just being vindictive now. She looked at the rifle.
Guns are never very satisfying. I feel like it takes all the credit for my hard work, and they're just messy. But today, I'm a fan.
She focused on me, a storm raging in her gray eyes.
So, Mr. Callahan, give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you.
Did you get this strong just to marry me, Cordelia? Or should I say, Calliope? I approached carefully and stood in front of her. I almost didn't remember you. You hid your birthmarks well, but you forgot the one behind your ear. Millions of people have them, but in the exact same place, on the same ear. I'd only seen that on you when we were children.
Ethan. Dear, foolish, cute Ethan.
She exhaled as if she was trying not to laugh, shaking her head. Her accent fell away. Her voice became softer and much more serious.
I didn't forget anything.
Congrats on finding the clue. But sadly, marrying you is not a good enough reason for this. So, I have to shoot you now.
Don't! I tried to speak, but she'd already pulled the trigger. And all I saw was darkness.
Calliope, age 21, Bogota, Colombia, Saturday, June 30th. I was pissed. It had been well over 8 hours now, but I was still pissed, and this motherfucker was still asleep. To make matters worse, he's handsome when he sleeps, and since he wasn't awake, I could do nothing but stare at his stupid handsomeness. He groaned, his head tossing side to side as he tried to get comfortable on his pillow. Oh, suck it up. With all that cocaine I put in your system, you shouldn't be feeling a damn thing. The moment I said that, his eyes snapped open. His breathing quickened as he sat up on the couch, checking his arms.
You did what?
He had the nerve to snap at me. I spared your life and stitched up your forehead, I said, lifting the glass of water and ibuprofen for him. You're welcome.
The cocaine?
He hissed through his teeth, which only made him grimace. Exactly where you left it. I nodded to the table behind him. I only said I doped you up because I'm enjoying the panic on your face. Makes me feel a little better.
The bullet you shot at my head didn't do it for you?
He winced, reaching up to feel the gauze by his hairline. Nope. I shook my head. That was an angel kiss.
Last time I checked, the devil was an angel too.
He muttered. He tried to stand, but I extended my leg, kicking him back down. He stared at my bare foot before looking back up to me.
You're still pissed?
Didn't I make that clear already? I sneered, breathing out of my nose. You had me kidnapped, Ethan.
I did?
Why? He stared at me blankly.
Do I have to answer that question?
I lifted the gun and pointed it at him. Do you want to know what happens when you don't? Hint, I pull the trigger. Again.
I remember you being much more rational when we were kids.
Yes, well, my body hadn't started shedding the inner lining of my uterus every month when we were kids either. Things change, Ethan, I replied, pulling back the hammer of the gun. Would you like to answer my question now, or would you prefer to test me some more?
So you knew it was a test?
He asked, completely unbothered by my earlier words. He was on very thin ice, and he didn't seem to realize that. I knew I wanted donuts. Instead, I was thrown into a van, pistol-whipped, and called a bitch and a whore, all because you... I waved my hand, waiting for him to add on to my statement.
Because I knew who you really were.
I was not satisfied with that answer.
The last time I saw you, you told me you were going to get stronger, so you could come back and marry me. Fast forward 14 years and I run into you while you are pretending to be a cook in Colombia, one that's pretending she didn't know me.
If you recognized who I was, Ethan, the correct course of action was to let me know.
Isn't that what I did?
Bang! I fired at the couch right beside his body. He glanced down at the bullet hole beside him, then back to me.
Is the lining of your uterus shedding now?
Bang! I shot at the other side. He sighed deeply.
This couch was a gift, Calliope.
Bang! Can't mean that much to you if it's in a shitty safe house in Colombia now, can it? I disputed. He held my gaze, not saying another word. Apologize to me.
You were the one who didn't tell me the truth when we first...
I pressed the gun to his forehead. Apologize to me, Ethan, or else you and I are not going to get past this. And no, I'm not going to kill you, but I will hurt you. I have no problem with hurting you, just like you don't seem to have any problem with hurting me. So we can both fight and hurt each other, or we can be rational. Your choice. Choose. He stood and stared me down before speaking again.
I do not apologize. It's not in my nature.
In a blink, he pinned my wrist, twisting it and firing the gun in my hand into the wall. The bullet shattered the vase and mirror before embedding itself in the wall. I pivoted, using the force of the movement to elbow him in the jaw. He let go of my wrist, gripping my shoulders and pinning me down in the couch. I drove my knee up into his crotch. Ugh! He grit his teeth and put his hand around my neck. Pulling my legs up from under him, I wrapped them around his waist and twisted to the side, his grip on my neck tightening.
I apologize.
I released my legs, and he let go of my throat. When he moved back, I got up and slapped him across the face as hard as I could. His head snapped to the side and paused there for a second before shifting to scowl at me. You apologized for the kidnapping. That slap was for this stupid test you just had to do right now. I glared back.
What test?
Do I look stupid to you? He just shrugged and leaned on the arm of the couch, which meant maybe I did. Maybe in his eyes, everyone did, because in his mind he was the smartest person in the room. Until now. Since we met, you've been testing me. I passed the body and face test, even among your men, but that's not enough for you. Next, you test if I can hold a conversation, if I can pique your interest mentally, not just sexually. I passed. Then you noticed my birthmarks and you knew who I was, which is why you allowed me to make the demands for the hotel. You didn't say anything because you at least wanted to fuck me first. Pass that test, which brought us here. I whispered, leaning into him. Step by step, you're checking off things on your list, thinking you're in control. But the truth is, Ethan, I didn't fall into your trap. You fell into mine. His eyebrows raised.
If you have to tell me, then I haven't. You merely think so?
Why are you in Colombia, Ethan? I interrupted, taking a seat on the opposite side of the couch.
I don't have to tell you.
You're here because I brought you here. I ran my hands through my hair. I want wine. This feels like a wine conversation.
You brought me here.
He frowned, apparently not understanding. Rolling my neck, I nodded. That's what I said.
Care to elaborate?
I grinned. Can your ego handle it? He didn't respond. He just waited, sitting like a marble statue, his green eyes never looking away from mine. There's been an uptick in violence lately. Members of cartels are turning on each other. Struggles for what they think is power happen every time one of their leaders die. It's very bloody, and in the end, because they are morons, they get caught.
What does that have to do with me?
His face was blank, void of emotions. I guess I'll have to explain more clearly, seeing as how you wish to play dumb. I really dislike talking so much. I feel rude. I joked, but he didn't flinch. Not funny? Sorry, I forgot you're in boss mode, a.k.a. Cana Canerta mode. You won't talk about business with those who are not family, correct? He didn't speak. He just watched me. Very well, I'll speak, and I'll tell, but I'll do it my way. For some reason, I truly enjoyed having his attention. Once upon a time, I grinned when his eyebrow twitched in annoyance. His mask slipped there, but I let it go. There was a small Italian girl by the name of Calliope who was born in a beautiful but violent place called Chicago, a kingdom ruled by the great Callahan family for generations. Or so she was told. You see, Calliope didn't get out much as a child. Her parents were very harsh to her. Some would even say cruel. But Calliope managed and was the best daughter she could be. One day, as a reward for all her efforts, she got to go to the Callahan castle. She even met the queen. She wanted to be just like her. She wanted to live like her, and the queen told her there was only one way: to be the wife of the Cana Canerta. Then she saw the young prince, and to remind her she was so low beneath him, he called her a mouse. Can you believe it? A mouse, a rodent, a creature that feeds on scraps and trash. That's what he called her, And it hurt her feelings, but she forgave him because she knew she wouldn't stay a mouse for long. She decided then and there she'd marry that mean little prince and make him realize how wrong he was. But she had to get stronger, prettier, smarter. She did all of that, always checking in on that family, that prince. From afar, he seemed to get colder and colder, and when he became king, getting into that castle seemed all but impossible. Not to be deterred, Calliope decided if she couldn't get in, she'd bring him out. It wasn't easy. Anyone can cause terror, but chaos requires delicacy and patience. After all, you can't just kill anyone. You have to kill the right ones. A few cartel bosses here and a few politicians there, until no one can trust anyone and people are stabbing even their own mothers in the back, thinking they're the ones who reported their stashes. How does this get the king out of the castle? When there is chaos, there needs to be order, and who better to bring order than the king? Especially when the idiots who are stabbing each other are hurting his bottom line.
The drug busts. That has been happening because of you?
His voice was barely a whisper. I knew the only thing holding him back from killing me wasn't the fact that he knew me from childhood, but because he wanted to know the truth. Me? I said in mock horror, but gave myself away by grinning and leaning closer into him. It was almost too easy, Ethan. Watching them turn on each other, on their own family after all that talk about loyalty. There was this one man. He cried when he found out his wife sold him out. Like, legitimately cried. Huh. I bit back a small laugh. Sorry, that wasn't funny. It was a really sad moment for their family. People say blood is thicker than water. I say put money in the water, and blood means nothing anymore.
In 1 year, you pushed all the drug cartels in Colombia to blood wars, just so you could get to me.
What can I say? I grinned. I'm a romantic. The look on his face, the blank and cold stare he was trying so hard to keep on his face, was cute.
I've lost hundreds of millions of dollars.
He sneered.
Do you think I am amused? Impressed?
That reminds me, I went on, ignoring his comment and adjusting the ring on my finger. The only way to get to you was to get a job as a waitress. Obviously, I chose a restaurant you secretly own. It's not a secret anymore because, well, Maria Paula. She actually held up much longer than I thought she would. I was very impressed by her. You should leave flowers at her grave.
Are you insane? Truly?
He questioned. I rested my elbow and head against the couch and looked him over. I seem insane to you, of all people.
Very.
Good. Isn't that one of the prerequisites of this family?
You think after all you've done, I'd just get down on one knee and give you a ring?
Oh, if only. If it was going to be that easy, I would have just knocked on his front door. Between your pride, trust issues, and my plot to bring you here, I know you mostly see me as a threat, and only believe half the things I'm saying.
If you knew that all along, wasn't this just one big waste of my goddamn time?
He questioned. I was doing my very best not to smack him. He was still playing dumb with me. No, because here I am, sitting right across from you as you've given me your undivided attention. So, it seems like my trap worked out perfectly well.
Except for the fact that now you might not leave here with your life.
You threaten me to scare me, but in reality, all you're doing is telling me you don't want to kill me. If he truly wanted me dead, he wouldn't have listened. He wouldn't still be listening.
You seem to know a lot about things you shouldn't know about. Who should I thank for that?
Translation. The only possible way I could have this conversation is if there was a mole. I hope that is a rhetorical question. If not, why in the world would I kill an ally of mine? I frowned, trying to think. That's just stupid. The whole point of this conversation is to tell you I am not stupid.
I thought this whole conversation was you telling me you want my attention.
Actually, I want you to marry me, but we can take it slow if you prefer. I shrugged. It's not like I had issues with time. His nostrils flared.
I do not see that reasoning, and I like you less than I did a day ago.
Look again. Maybe it'll come to you.
I do not like desperate women.
My eyes narrowed, and he offered me a small smile, as if he was pleased with his little dig, which was why he kept trying to hurt me.
Do you know how many women want to be my wife? How many people trip over themselves to stand beside me? Do you think just because I'm listening to you that I give a shit about you? Do you think it's because I fucked you? Or was it because we once met as children? How pitiful must you be to plan all of this for nothing? How much of a nothing are you in your own world that you come desperately seeking my attention, only to be nothing here too?
His green eyes raged with disgust and amusement. I said nothing and rose from the couch, grabbing the keys off the table and handing them to him. I took care of the bodies already. I made breakfast for myself, but there is some left over, and with that I say goodbye, Mr. Callahan. If you'd like to kill me, please do it personally and stop unnecessarily endangering the lives of your employees. Loyal people are hard to find. I picked up my heels, and he was silent. Bang! I paused, staring at the bullet hole in the wall in front of me.
Were you not taught manners?
He asked from behind me.
You've cost me a lot of money and time, and I believe it's quite rude of you to leave without cleaning up the mess you made. If you can't pay me back, a limb will do.
I turned back, meeting his gaze, before extending my hand to him. If you want a limb, come and take it, motherfucker. He rose to his feet, annoyance clear on his face, as he placed the gun at the side of my skull.
You obviously do not understand who the fuck I am.
His face bunched up as he fought back a cough. The gun dropped from his hand. No, Ethan, I whispered coldly as he took a step back, holding his breath. I took off my ring and lifted the lock, dumping powder into the pitcher of water. It's you who doesn't understand, so let me reintroduce myself. I am Calliope Serafina Orsini, your future wife. Be sure to drink the whole thing. I'll see myself out. We'll talk tomorrow. I already added my number to your phone. Taming a Callahan man was so much fucking work.
4. It's dangerous to meet a woman who fully understands you. It usually ends with marriage. Oscar Wilde. Ethan, age 23. Bogota, Colombia. Sunday, June 31st. Killer. The next time I saw her, I was going to fucking rip her crazy head from her crazy shoulders. The fucking poison she had used on me still had me feeling fucking weak. The fucking bitch poisoned me. She fucking shot me, too. Oh, I groaned as I rubbed my temple. I was so annoyed I didn't even know where the fuck to start. I spent the last few hours feeling like shit. All I wanted to do was sleep for another bloody week. I should kill her first. Ring. Ring. What? I snapped into the phone. Sorry to bother you, boss. Not sorry enough, apparently. What is it? I asked him. I was just notified about the fire. The fire? What the fuck are you talking about, Tobias? I sat up in the bed. A fire in Chicago? No, in Colombia. Are you seeing the news? There were 3 fires, all of them on the coca fields. We've lost a lot, boss. He explained as I turned on the television to see the wildfire that was now raging. Firefighters battled in the background. The banner on the screen reporting that 40 were already dead. This wasn't an accident, was it? Do you need us down there? If I needed you, Tobias, I would have called you. I hung up on him, breathing in slowly as I clenched onto the phone. Gritting my teeth, I said her name like I was conjuring the fucking devil. Calliope. Ripping the sheets off, I searched my phone and saw the word wife in my contact list. You psycho bitch, I muttered before connecting the damn call.
Ethan!
Do you think this is a game? I snapped, not even wanting to hear her voice.
I'm sorry, boss. I don't know what you're referencing.
I bit the inside of my cheek before continuing. Enough with this shit. Let's meet, Calliope.
I'm heading to Mass. You're free to join. You know the church already.
She hung up and I tossed the phone to the side. Church or not, you will die today. What the fuck was wrong with that goddamn woman?
Calliope. I was on my knees when I felt someone sit beside me. I knew it was him, but I didn't rush to sit up, moving to the next section on my rosary. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee.
But is the Lord with you?
He asked from behind me, and I felt the gun at the side of my head. Sighing, I got up and sat back on the pew, putting the rosary back on my hand and glancing over to him. He was dressed in all black, his hair a bit wet from the rain outside, true murderous intent in his eyes. Are you upset about something?
Many things,
he replied, moving the gun from my head.
Do you think I'm a man you play these games with?
My eyebrows rose at that. Games? No. War? Yes.
Are you stupid or delusional?
He sneered.
You think just because you burn a few fields you can stand toe-to-toe with me, with my family? My little sister could rip you apart blindfolded.
He said little sister like she was 12 and not the same age as me. Pushing that away, I focused on the first part of his statement. Burn a few fields. What are you talking about? His eyes narrowed.
Don't play dumb. I know you. Cordelia.
I looked to Father Santos as he came back into the church dressed in his blacks. From the corner of my eye, I observed Ethan, putting the gun away. Smiling, I got up and took his hands. Hello, Father. How are you?
As good as I was when I saw you an hour ago, and an hour before that. You've been to every Mass today. Is something the matter, child?
He asked me, concerned. He glanced over to Ethan and then gave me a look, squeezing my hand. I squeezed back and smiled, telling him I was fine. Father, this is a friend of mine, Ethan. Ethan stood up and took his hand.
Father?
Father Santos looked him over and relaxed a bit when he didn't see any visible tattoos and heard his accent.
Welcome, Ethan. How do you know our Cordelia? Childhood friends.
He replied, and his attention shifted to me.
She used to hate church, though.
Making up stories, are we?
Jew?
Father Santos asked, shocked. I giggled softly and nodded. Jace, he always loves telling people that part, and not how he brought me to church.
Really?
He smiled, truly happy and no longer worried. Jace, when we were children, we were playing in the woods, and he fell and broke his leg. I was so scared, and I didn't know the way back home. But he wasn't moving or waking up. I had to get help, but I didn't know the way. I held on to my rosary, praying for help, and all of a sudden I saw a woman walking back to the camp. I followed her and found our parents and got back to him. When I went to look for the woman, no one else saw her. From then on, I truly believed Mother Mary helped me then, though Ethan here. When I faced him, he was doing his best not to glare, but I frowned. He thinks it was the adrenaline. I keep telling him to come to Mass, but he's not very big on church. Father nodded, completely enraptured.
Sometimes the miracles we are shown are meant to bolster our own faith so that we may be a light to others. Just your presence here brings him to church, and that's a beautiful thing."
He gave his attention to Ethan, who was completely over this conversation.
"I know it may seem a bit out there for you, but I hope you open your heart and see the blessings that have been set out for you. The fact that you are here is proof that the Lord is trying to use you for great and beautiful things." "Thank you, Father,"
Ethan said to him, and then added,
"I'll try, and I'll come back to talk to you for sure. However, my aunt told me to come get Cordelia. I think she's worried she's planning on joining the convent."
He laughed and nodded.
"Well, if you're serious, Cordelia, you and I should talk later. But even non's rest. Go home before you end up staying for Monday morning Mass, too. Goodbye."
"Yes, sir. Have a good day." I took my purse and linked hands with Ethan, following him back out the door. When we got to the doors, I could see the downpour outside. I hope all this rain helps those fires. His jaw tensed, giving me a little thrill. I leaned in closely. If I was here, how the hell could I cause a fire 2 hours away?
"You make it seem like it's hard to pay off a priest,"
he muttered. "There are cameras in the church." I lifted my phone to show him. "Let's pray no one saw you pull a gun on me. That was sloppy on your part, don't you think?" He didn't reply, just kept watching me. I stepped out into the rain, shivering as the water hit my skin and drenched my clothes. I was making my way to my car when... bang! I jumped and turned back to see him pointing a gun at me.
"I'll kill the priest and burn down the church after I kill you,"
he growled. "Sloppy. You'll never know how your fields were found, how they were burned, or who burned them. Not knowing would drive me crazy, but maybe that's just me. Hold on." I brushed my wet hair behind my ears and straightened my blouse a bit. "Okay, go ahead now. I'm ready. Wait, one last thing. Check your phone." He just stared. "I promise you won't think I'm as rude," I answered. He didn't move. "Ethan, this rain is cold. Either kill me or read the damn news so I can move." Eyeing me warily, he slipped his phone from his pocket. He holstered his gun, allowing me to climb the steps towards him. "Does it say 12 corrupt cops burned down cocaine fields to hide their involvement in the illegal drug trade, and over 12 tons of cocaine with the U.S. market value estimated to be around $432 million is missing?"
"It does."
His jaw was set and he stalked towards me.
"But it's not missing, is it?"
"I'm sure someone is missing it. Just not me." He pulled the trigger. I looked down at my stomach, then back to Ethan. Reaching down, I pulled out the needle and held it up between us. "You have a strange way of saying thank you."
"I don't say thank you at all. The poison you used, I was able to get it too,"
he replied. As I closed my eyes and collapsed into his arms, the last thing I heard was,
"Payback is a bitch, isn't it?" Ethan. She was not just no one. It was impossible for her to do everything she did if she was just a crazy woman. That was the only reason she was alive. Why does it feel like I'm trying to convince myself that was the only reason? "I know you're awake," I stated as she stirred in the bed. Her head tossed a bit before her eyes snapped open. Slowly she sat up, rubbing her temples. When she moved her legs and noticed the shackles, she heaved out a breath, then gave me her attention.
"If you want to tie me up and strap me down, Ethan, all you have to do is ask."
She settled back on the pillows.
What are we about to fight about now?
You shot and poisoned me for one, you crazy—
You had me kidnapped, motherfucker. Were you expecting me to be sweet?
She shot back.
I matched what you dished out. You wanted to be underhanded and crazy, and I gave it back to you. Next time, just ask me out for a fucking coffee.
Why am I not killing her? How many people work for you? I asked, remembering my job. How the hell did I forget that? The smile on her face grew wider.
Do you think I'm in the cartel? A rival family or something?
How do you have a mole in the Columbia Police?
If I did, don't you think your mole in the Columbia Police would have told you about another mole? Or do you have shitty moles, too?
She questioned, resting her chin on her palms now that she was laying on her stomach facing me. Where are the drugs? She smirked.
That's an important question. 12 tons is a lot. But to be fair, I doubt it was stolen from you all at one time. They must have been taking it bit by bit for a while. Does that upset you?
For every question I asked, she asked one in return, and she so obviously did it as an affront to me. I stared at her, and she stared back.
Should I torture her? Should I pretend to be kind? Should I just kill her?
She whispered softly, still looking at me.
You're juggling those options right now, aren't you?
She bothers me.
It bothers you that I know what you're thinking, doesn't it?
She giggled. She bothers me a lot. Are you going to answer my questions? I asked, ignoring her other statements.
Yes, but in my own time, not yours.
She looked completely at ease, amused even. Why don't you fear me? I hadn't meant to ask that, but it just came out.
Aw, that's cute,
she replied and shook her head.
You look truly confused. You're normally cold and sexy, but I like this look too.
Killer.
To answer your question,
she smiled.
People only fear what they do not understand. I understand you.
You don't know me.
I know your brokenness.
She tilted her head to the side as she looked me over.
It looks exactly like mine. Parents do the most damage, don't they?
I reached into my jacket and pulled out a vial and syringe. Instead of panicking, she came closer and offered her arm to me. I met her gaze, her gray eyes on mine, wide, clear, innocent, and calm. I said nothing as I stuck the needle into her arm. She didn't flinch or look away as I injected the antidote into her. It's cocaine, I lied. A smile spread across her face as she leaned closer.
I'll live.
Because you're determined to be my wife? I slowly pulled the needle from her arm.
No, because I'm determined to live a long life and die of natural causes, no matter what.
She fell back onto the bed. Then marrying me should not be your plan.
Why can't I marry you and have a long life?
She snuggled into the fluffy pillows.
I've made it this far, haven't I?
You're chained to the bed against your will, I reminded her. She tried not to laugh.
Do you really think I don't know how to pick a lock? I'm here because I'm fine with being here. When I'm ready to go, I'll make sure you know.
I've already searched you.
How well?
She asked with a dangerous grin on her face.
You're calmer today. I prefer you this way. Plus, you brought me back to your side again. If you thought I was a threat, wouldn't you have just killed me already? You keep hesitating. You keep coming back to me.
You are a threat. I simply want answers.
The desire for answers is the same as having an interest in something. I'm sure you're smart enough to piece together what I've done after you kill me. You don't need me for work-related answers. You are interested in me personally.
She reached up and touched the side of my face.
You're cute when you're clueless about your own emotions.
I grabbed her wrist, halting her motion. My emotions are not your concern. Do you think I can't see what you are? You're a manipulative, megalomaniacal social climber with no shame and a twisted set of morals.
And so?
She nodded innocently.
You're all of those same things, aren't you?
I don't need to climb. I'm already at the top, I stated coldly.
True. Is it as lonely as they say at the top?
I get on fine.
Liar.
Disappointment was etched across her face. Excuse me?
How the hell can you be getting on fine?
She pushed back.
You have everything, and when you have everything already, all you can do is go downhill from there. How afraid are you of failing? You must be afraid of not living up to the legacy your parents dropped in your lap, but also of not being able to surpass them. You have so much to protect, and no one protects you. Your brother's rebelling, wanting to leave the family, and your sister, bless her heart, cares mostly about herself. Your cousins are still children. Your uncles are treating you like a child. On top of that, the Italians and Irish are tired of your fucking family. And if I'm hearing the whispers of other families that want to crush yours, I'm damn sure you are too. You must be all things: father, brother, mother, cousin, grandson, shield, weapon, leader of the pack, ruthless, and ingenious. There is no room for mistakes. When you succeed, you get scorn from everyone. When you fail, they circle like vultures. You don't feel it now, but you know in the back of your mind you see it coming. The moment when you can't carry it all.
Enough! I snapped at her. She shook her head, no.
You are not fine. No matter how twisted your morals are in comparison to the world, it is not possible for you to simply be fine. Even those who were dead inside still know they aren't fine.
You know a lot about my family. A little too much, actually.
I'm a Chicago-born Italian. Of course I know your family. I still hear about them, even if I'm not there.
Speaking on that, you haven't been to Chicago in a long time. In fact, growing up, I only saw you that once.
Your grandfather killed my uncles. Of course.
No, I saw your father. I cut in before she could talk her way out of this, but you were never around. I thought you left to get tougher, but I have a feeling that isn't your whole story. I meant to unnerve her, as she had tried to do to me, but instead, she smiled.
Yesterday, you said I was nothing. Today, you want to know my life story. By tomorrow, there may very well be a ring on my finger. Side note, the flashier and more expensive the ring, the better. Also, are you going to feed me anytime soon?
I didn't understand how she was so bright. She didn't seem like the type of person who had any real darkness in her soul, and yet her actions and words said otherwise. How was she two things at once? Innocent and vicious. It didn't make sense. She didn't make sense. I want to kill you, I said to her.
The fact that you haven't means you like me, Ethan, even if you don't want to admit it.
She laughed.
You're able to ascertain all that about me because you're exactly the same. Well, without looking innocent. You just look as dangerous as you are, but my point is the same. You and I are alike, and that must be jarring for you. But I've known that since we were kids. So I'm used to it now. I've come to acknowledge my brokenness. I don't try piecing myself together as if I'm normal. Instead, I make a mosaic with the broken pieces of myself.
That's very cheesy.
But it makes sense, and that's all that matters.
She giggled and nodded, glancing around.
Seriously, I'm fucking hungry. Can you chain me to the kitchen instead?
Do not trust her. She's dangerous. This is a trap. All those things went through my mind. And yet, I didn't know what it was about her that shook my resolve like this. Thinking about it only made me more confused, and despite my efforts to ignore how her skirt rose and her blouse shifted down each time she moved on the bed, I noticed how soft her skin looked, and how she smelled like rosewater. "Strip," I told her. I didn't want to think or talk anymore. I was just going to do what I fucking wanted. Without another word, she reached up and pulled off her blouse, throwing it to the side. After that went her bra, her pink nipples hard. She wriggled out of her skirt and underwear and pushed them down her long legs to the chain at her ankle. Rising from the chair, I walked to the bed, and when I came closer, she laid back as I got on top of her. I pulled off my belt and undid my pants. My cock, despite my best efforts to stay calm, was erect and aching for her, and she spread her legs for me. Grabbing her thighs, I dragged her closer to me. Neither of us broke eye contact as I slowly entered her already wet pussy. It was only when I was fully seated did her lips part, allowing a satisfied breath to escape. I started slow, getting used to her tightness around me, but soon I lost all control, ramming into her over and over. Her breasts bounced for me, and I bent to kiss them. Neither of us spoke, not wanting to ruin it. All I could hear were her breaths mingling with mine. Just as quickly as it started, we both came undone. Covered in sweat, I rested on top of her, her limbs wrapped around me. I listened to her heart race in her chest. "Are you still hungry?" I asked softly, as her hands moved through my hair.
"This will only take 5 minutes. I can make it,"
she teased, grinning back at me. She was dangerous, and most likely insane, which was probably why I liked her and couldn't kill her. Yet, this could very well be a mistake. But if she was going to be my downfall, part of me wanted to see how she'd do it. Which also proved how insane I was, too. 5. She has the laugh of an angel and the smile of the devil. She's a wicked, wild, and reckless thing. Jordan Sarah Weatherhead. Ethan, age 23. Bogota, Colombia. Monday, July 1st. What am I doing? I didn't understand. I really didn't. Why was I naked in bed with her? Why?
"How many women have you brought here to fuck?"
She softly ran her fingers over my chest. "I've lost count," I lied, staring at the ceiling when her face blocked my view. Her long brown hair fell around us. Her gray gaze was on my face as she looked me over as if she were reading a book.
"Liar,"
she murmured before kissing my lips gently, neither of us closing our eyes or looking away. "You're right," I muttered back. "I've brought back 5. Her eyebrow raised before her gaze narrowed. She grazed her lips over mine again, and just before we kissed, she whispered,
"Liar."
"What's my tell?" I questioned, wondering how she knew. She slid her naked body over mine, and I could hear the chain rattle at her ankle.
"You're Ethan Callahan."
"How is that a tell?"
"It's not. It's just you."
She rested her head over my heart, and her soft round breast pressed against my chest.
"In order to manipulate people, you need to understand people. To understand people, you need to watch people. Everyone is like a walking novel to me."
"Even me?" Again she nodded. "And what is the story of Ethan Callahan? What makes you think you can guess my thoughts?" She took a deep breath.
"Your parents' story. Do you know family would talk about it all the time? The Italian queen who married the Irish prince?"
My father would not have been pleased knowing he was referred to as a prince while my mother was a queen.
"Oh, well, it's the truth."
She snickered.
Your mother was already running the Italian Mafia before she married your father, and your father took over afterwards.
Are you going to give me a history lesson on my own family? I questioned, not sure where she was going with this.
You led me down that. Never mind.
She went on.
My point is, everyone talked about the great love your parents had, how they were just electric around each other, to the point that you'd feel uncomfortable being around them. I didn't understand at first, but then I met them, and even as a child, I recognized that everyone else felt so fake in comparison to them, even my own parents. I think that's why so many people outside of Chicago and the families couldn't believe the rumors. Two people who genuinely loved each other, who were so faithful to each other, couldn't be so cruel and ruthless.
I thought you were getting to a point. I didn't want to think of my parents, now of all times.
You grew up with that.
I froze. She lifted her head to look at me again, but I didn't meet her gaze.
For most people, that type of love is something you only read about. But you grew up witnessing them love each other like that. You watched your father stay faithful to her even after her death. You know true love exists. You know soulmates exist. For you to know that and not want it for yourself, it's not possible.
That's where you're wrong, I muttered, glancing over at the alarm clock as it read 2:00 a.m., wishing she'd go to sleep. Loving anyone the way my parents did is irresponsible and blinding. Their love hurt a lot of people, even their own children. I hope you weren't thinking that that was what you would get if you somehow managed to get me to marry you. It's not possible. She placed her face in my line of sight again.
Liar.
Excuse me?
You may not want to love like your parents, but you sure as hell want to be loved that way.
She answered.
Another human devoted to you, who loves you completely, selflessly, whose loyalty is without question, even after death. Who doesn't want that? Even dogs want that. We cannot choose our family. They sometimes let us down or are too selfish to care about us, but the people we marry, that's our chance to grab the love we failed to receive elsewhere.
I'm not gonna love you.
Liar.
She grinned as she climbed onto my lap. Her brown hair a mess, her pink nipples hard, her chest covered in bite marks that I gave her. She took my hands and placed them on her hips. I couldn't help but get hard at the sight of her. What are you after, Calliope? I gripped her sides tighter. Why so much effort? What do you want to use me for? Fame? Power? Money?
Everything.
She answered, shifting as I sat up. Everything?
Fame, power, money, love, the moon, the stars, the whole galaxy. Give it to me.
Her arms circled my neck.
My fetish is domination. Not of men, not of myself. Of everything. A shiver goes up my spine when I watch others bow their head. In my previous life, I must have been a great queen.
And you want me to hand over my kingdom? That's a high price for sex, I retorted, unable to control my smirk.
Don't you remember what I said yesterday?
I tried to think back, but she had said a lot of things.
One way or another, Ethan. Everything I want, I will get. I will kill whoever, do whatever, until this hunger inside of me is met. Do not confuse me for all the pretty girls falling at your feet. With or without you, I will get everything I want. Chicago, the country, the continent, the whole goddamn fucking world. I choose you because why have an enemy when I could have a lover?
I searched her face, and for the first time I saw it. That darkness. The savage I'm sure all of Colombia had encountered.
I can offer you another Mafia, like your mother did your father. But I can offer myself. And believe me, I am a mob on my own,
she added. And in exchange, I make you my wife. Her lips were on mine again, this time harder, her body pressed against mine tightly, her mouth opening for my tongue. And the moment my hand cupped her breast, she broke away.
Your skepticism is back,
she said against my lips. So you're distracting me with sex?
I'm shelving the conversation. I'm in no rush to win you over to my side.
Her side? Wasn't she trying to get on my side? I wanted to ask her, but sex first.
Calliope, age 21, Bogota, Colombia, Monday, July 1st. When I woke up, the chain was off my leg and he was sitting up in the bed typing on his computer, dressed in only his black boxer briefs. When he heard me shift, his green eyes glanced down at me. Am I free to go now, boss? I whispered, curling up into a ball beside him. He didn't speak. His cold gaze fell on me.
Will you leave if I let you go?
He asked emotionlessly. Yes.
You're free to go,
he muttered before looking back at the screen. Rolling my eyes, I sat up and really focused on the room we were in for the first time. This was the same place he brought me before. I'd taken a look around after I'd shot him 2 days ago. His safe house was built underground. It looked like a mechanic shop on the top floor, and when you came down the elevator, there was a living room which was connected to the underground cocaine field, as well as the room he had the damn kidnappers put me in. There was another exit leading to a gas station. I'm sure he owned two. We were on the last floor, a large bedroom, or better yet, bunker within a bunker. But never one to forego comfort, the place was all luxury. Plush, cream-colored Italian carpets with gold trimmings, a wooden dining table in front of a wall of wines, deep blue and gold velvet couches. There was even a chandelier hanging from the cloud-painted ceiling. Doesn't seem like your style, I observed when my feet touched the carpet. But I enjoy it.
This place used to belong to my mother.
He spoke from behind me. I should have known. Where is the restroom? I asked him.
First door to your left.
He was typing again. I got up and walked in the direction he indicated. The lights turned on as I entered the room. Leaning against the sink, I checked my reflection in the mirror. It was only in the glass did I notice there was a sealed new toothbrush and toiletries, all laid out. What is he up to? This seemed a little too considerate for him. Nevertheless, I unpacked the toothbrush and brushed my teeth. I let it go for now. Instead, I took the time to just clean up a bit, taking care of myself first. The hot towel on my skin felt heavenly. When I came out, he was still there, unmoving against the pillows. I walked back to the bed and laid down, closing my eyes.
You didn't take a shower?
He asked me. We'll take one together when you're done.
I've already taken one.
Well, that was stupid. We're going to get dirty again very soon, I informed him. And for the first time, I heard him stop typing. He glanced down at me, and I looked up. Or are you tired of me already?
Exactly. Do I have to be more obvious with it?
Liar. But if he wanted to have an iceberg up his ass, that was perfectly fine with me. I checked around and found my purse, sitting in the corner. I knew he most likely looked through it, but I didn't care. I sat naked on the couch and took out my phone. Of course, I didn't have a signal. Flipping my purse upside down and pressing down the studs underneath the bag, the bottom flap opened and I clipped my other black cell phone. No longer hearing him type, I glanced over to him to see his eyes on my purse, then on my phone. I could see the curiosity in his eyes, but I didn't do anything other than smile at him before focusing back on my phone. The moment I turned it on, it started to ring. "I was just about to call you, Luca," I said as I put it on speaker, getting up and walking over to the fruit bowl.
"What do you need?"
"A flight." I took a bite of an apple.
"Where to? Your vacation isn't up for another week, Mum."
I thought about it and turned to face Ethan, who was now watching me. I smiled. Where is the best place to nurse a broken heart? I met the worst guy here. I'm not sure how I'll recover.
"I'm more worried for the guy if he's still alive,"
he said under his breath. "I'm sorry, Luca. What was that?" I asked sweetly into the phone.
"Nothing, Mum. How about Bali?"
I grinned, chewing more of the apple. "Beautiful. Have everything ready for me. I have a few things to wrap up here, so I'll leave tomorrow morning."
"Mum, I was calling because I found the people you were looking for. Do you need someone else to take care of it?"
"No." I frowned. "I'll take care of it personally."
"Yes, Mum. Sending information now. Enjoy your vacation,"
he replied before I hung up. I checked the address he gave me, biting into the apple again. Of all the places, I thought, as I grabbed my skirt and his discarded shirt. Taking my purse and walking towards the bathroom, I could feel his eyes on mine. But he wasn't the only one who knew how to be cold. He wasn't the center of my world, and I wasn't going to beg for his attention. When I came out, he was dressed in jeans and a black button-up shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He looked me over, noticing I had stolen his shirt. I pulled out my phone and moved to the door. "The door, please," I requested, waiting for him to open it, but he didn't.
"Who are these people you're going to take care of?"
"None of your business."
"On the contrary,"
he said, coming up beside me.
"You yourself said you killed cartel members just to get my attention. I'm still working on the chaos you unleashed."
"As long as you have your money, the people are replaceable, aren't they? Besides, new blood is better. It's always good to clean house and start fresh," I stated, and then pointed at the door. "I promise this doesn't have anything to do with you. It's personal." A frown appeared on his lips.
"Forgive me if I don't believe you."
"Ethan, you're the one who wanted me to leave, and now you're stopping me from doing so."
"Who are these people?"
He was such a blockhead sometimes. Lifting my phone, I held it to the door. It took a few seconds, then the door beeped before sliding open. His eyebrow raised before his gaze fell to me. "Have a nice day, Mr. Callahan, and thanks for the fuck. If you reconsider my offer, let me know." I offered him a handshake, and he frowned like the Grinch. It was funny, but I didn't let myself laugh. Instead, I turned and walked up the stairs, and I heard him following close behind. When we reached the top level of the house, I smiled, seeing the bullet holes in the couch.
"That really was a gift."
I felt his breath warm my neck as he spoke from behind me.
"Given to my mother by my grandfather before he passed."
"The bullet holes add character. You're welcome." He was so close I could feel his chest rise and fall at my back. But I ignored him and moved to leave. He followed me, still. I sighed, turning back to him. "Would you like to give me a ride, Ethan? After all, you did kidnap me. Again." He didn't say anything. He just held the door to another room for me. Following him this time, the room led to a garage. There was only a black Maserati and a silver Ducati inside. "I was trying not to draw attention today," I told him.
"If you want to be a Callahan, you'll need to get used to drawing attention."
He opened the door of the sleek black car for me.
"The spotlight is sometimes the best place to handle people."
I wanted to let him know why I didn't want the attention, but I just let it go. He'd see soon enough.
Ethan, age 23, Las Americas, Colombia. Monday, July 1st. I watched her give a wad of U.S. $100 bills to the maid, who, without even looking at her, handed her a hotel key. I had no idea why I was following her. It seems I said I don't know often when it came to this damn woman. Not only did I drive a fucking hour to get here, I had to do so as she blasted music and danced in the front seat. Not once did she explain why she needed to come to this damn hotel or who she was meeting or why. Part of me really was expecting something related to my work. How fucking wrong I was. Outside of the cocaine on the table in the suite, this had nothing to do with work.
Oh, baby, are you ready to be punished? Get the fuck out!
A Latino woman was dressed in leather dominatrix lingerie with a whip in her hands. Her brown eyes were wide and panicked. Baby? The question came from an Italian man in some type of fetish slave bondage suit that also held onto his package. What the fuck? Who the fuck are you? He hollered at us. I looked at Calliope, wondering what the fuck she was doing. She turned to the man and said,
I'm Calliope, Bella Rose's younger sister.
She sounded so sweet, as if she were trying to sell him baked goods. However, the look on the guy's face was pure horror and fear. Calliope turned to the woman.
Did you know he was engaged, miss?
The woman stared, opening her mouth and closing it again. She knew. Regaining herself, she crossed her arms over her fake breasts.
Engaged isn't married, now is it? Tony and I are in love. I feel bad about your sister, but...
Catalina! The man, Small Dick Tony, yelled at her. Calliope, please!
Shut up, Tony.
Bang! I was so distracted by their outfits that I hadn't noticed Calliope had pulled a gun until she fired it at the man to the right of her beside the couch. She missed, but was so close the man fell over.
Tony, please,
the woman begged when Calliope pulled the gun on her. Her eyes filled with tears.
I'm sorry, please.
Prove it.
Calliope flipped the gun for the woman to take.
Kill him.
What?
The woman's mouth dropped open.
Aren't you sorry?
Calliope asked, her voice still laced with that fake sweetness. The woman just nodded, and Calliope offered her the gun again.
I can't.
She shook her head, and the moment she did, Calliope threw some white powder in her face, causing her to scream out and stumble back. Catalina!
Tony, please don't make me focus my attention on you.
Calliope warned with her back to him. He glanced towards the phone and then over to me, as if he was trying to figure out if I'd stop him before he could make it, while the woman cried at her feet. What did you do?
Lucille,
Calliope answered. What?
What?
The woman cried.
It's a type of poison. It starts with burning of the eyes until they begin bleeding. Your eardrums will split, and you'll be deaf and blind within 20 minutes. In an hour, you'll be paralyzed from the waist down without the antidote. Tony, I hope to God you aren't thinking you can reach that phone before I pull the trigger. That would be very stupid on your part, and I don't think you have room to be stupid today.
The man froze, his body outstretched as if he were preparing to move. I wondered how she knew, until I noticed the reflection on the bedroom door Calliope was facing.
Anyway, Catalina, you aren't looking too good, hon.
Calliope knelt down to her. She lifted a small white ball.
Kill him, and I'll spare you.
Once more she handed the woman the gun. Catalina! Tony yelled at her.
You or him?
Calliope whispered softly, petting the side of the woman's face as she started to shake. Slowly, Calliope put the gun in her hand and shifted to the side. The woman and the man locked eyes.
I know you aren't a bad person. He was the one who came onto you. He was the one who made you fall in love with him. He had someone else, but still came after you. It's not your fault.
"Shut up, you crazy bitch!" Tony screamed at her. "Baby, don't listen to her. Come here. You got the gun. You have it. We don't get to—"
"Do you know you aren't the only one?"
Calliope frowned as she told her.
"The last woman really loved him too. She couldn't do it. She took her own life."
"What the fuck are you talking about?"
"Don't be like her."
Calliope went on as if she could not hear him.
"He'll move on from you just as quickly. He doesn't love you. How can someone who loves you put you in this position?"
Tears streamed down the woman's face as she began to cough. She held on to her throat, panicking.
"I guess you're going to be just like the rest,"
Calliope added, rising and looking over to Tony.
"Why do you keep doing this, Tony? I've already warned you before."
"I don't even fucking know you! What the fuck?" Bang! "You shot me, you fucking stupid slut! Are you fucking crazy?" Tony yelled out, grabbing his arm and taking off running towards the other room in the suite. Bang! She shot him in the leg and he stumbled but managed to get into the bathroom. "You dumb cunt!" The woman dropped the gun, holding her throat and coughing. "Please, the pill."
"He's still alive."
"Please, it burns."
"You or him?"
Calliope stated again.
"You have only a few— your eyes."
"No!" the woman cried out, grabbing the gun and running to the bathroom. The poor fuck didn't seem to have any luck. The door didn't lock. "Catalina! No! Catalina!" Bang! 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 She didn't stop firing until the clip was empty, and just as quickly as she entered the room, the woman stumbled out, covered in blood. Calliope lifted the antidote to her, but before she could take it, Calliope stuffed it into her mouth. "No! You said you'd give it to me!"
"Relax."
Calliope reached into her pocket and dropped 6 hotel mints on the ground in front of her.
"They're free with each stay."
She's fucking evil. The woman, not getting it, opened the wrappers, and sure enough they were the same shape and color as the one Calliope called the antidote. "I don't understand," the woman whispered. "The poison."
"Poison?"
Calliope frowned, biting into the mint.
"What poison?"
"You threw poison on my face."
"Poison? Me? It was salt."
Calliope said, faking confusion.
"The script said throw salt at you, not poison."
"What? What script?" "Huh? Script?" the woman whispered. Calliope nodded and looked over to me.
"For his movie. Aren't you auditioning too?"
I'm fucking lost.
"Auditioning?"
The woman was just as lost as I fucking was.
"Yeah. Where is the other guy?"
Calliope asked, walking around her and moving to the bathroom.
"Hey, dude, scene's over. Come on out."
She knocked.
"Hello?"
She peeked inside and then screamed. She screamed so loud I flinched. She ran back to the leather-clad woman.
"What did you do? You killed him!"
You told me to."
"It was just an audition. What have you done?"
Calliope's eyes filled with tears as she stepped back.
"You killed him!"
No,
"You killed him!"
Calliope pointed to her before reaching for the phone, and the woman grabbed her arm.
it was your gun."
This is an epic clusterfuck, I thought, watching this foolishness.
"We need to call the police. It was an accident."
"No, I said no."
The woman screamed, picking up the gun again and pointing it at Calliope. Does she really not realize she's out of bullets?
"Okay,"
Calliope whispered, holding her hands up.
"You escape from the balcony. I'll stay. I'll explain."
The woman relaxed and looked over to me. I just stared back at her.
Don't worry, he's deaf. He still thinks this is part of the script.
Calliope added for the woman, who seemed to be having a mental breakdown.
Go now!
I'll go through the front.
The cameras! You're covered in blood. We aren't that far up, just jump.
Calliope told her. This was the 6th floor.
Thank you,
the woman said and rushed to the balcony, still dressed in her dominatrix getup. I watched as she climbed over the railing and jumped. "Oh my God! Call for help!"
Oh no!
The screams from below rang out as we heard the heavy thud and the sound of shattering glass. Calliope spun back to me, her face cringing in disgust.
This mint tastes so bad, but I can't spit it out anywhere here. Oof.
Frowning as she came towards me, she used my shirt she was wearing to turn the door handle before stepping into the hall. As we walked towards the stairs, she paused, looking into one of the open rooms. I looked too, only to see the same maid who had given her the key laying on the ground. Calliope walked inside and patted the woman's chest before reaching inside the top of the woman's uniform.
"It's always the bra,"
she told me, taking her wad of cash back and stepping back in the hall with me. It was only when we reached the stairs did she look to the cameras on this floor, holding her cell phone to them as if it was a remote. "Was all of this necessary?" I asked her as she moved to the stairs. "You could have just killed them both."
"I could have. But then the police would have investigated it as a double homicide. That investigation would then go to my sister, and they would discover she knew he had been cheating, but did nothing. They wouldn't believe she just let it go. It would have gotten messy. Now it simply looks like the woman got high on cocaine, murdered her lover, and threw herself off the balcony. Could I have set the stage without the acting? Maybe. But where would be the fun in that?"
She winked at me and walked down the stairs, casually. "When did you think this over?" I asked as I followed her down the stairs.
"Didn't really think it through this time."
She unfolded the money and put it in her purse.
"I saw the salt and mints in the maid cart and took 'em. I brought the gun to frame them and just added to the plan. Luckily, she was a bit high. I gained her trust quickly, and she jumped when I said to."
I pretended to sulk when we got to the bottom. "You just cost me 2 customers." Her mouth dropped open.
"Are you fucking serious right now?"
"Definitely can't be Mrs. Callahan," I muttered, and the look on her face made the corner of my lips turn up.
"Fuck you,"
she grumbled as we entered the main lobby. Guests were milling about, shocked and speaking in low tones about what they'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, the murderer was still grimacing about the flavor in her mouth. "Lunch?" I asked her, gesturing to the cafe in the lobby.
"Yes, please."
She took my arm and followed me inside. Everyone was looking out the windows while we sat ourselves. "Did your sister ask you to do this?" I poured water from the pitcher into her glass before filling my own.
"No, she loves him, no matter what,"
she replied, lifting the menu.
"What she saw in that limp dick muscle brain asshole is a mystery to me. She'll thank me one day, if I tell her."
"If you tell her," I repeated. "So you aren't going to tell her?"
"Nope,"
she said firmly as her gray eyes scanned the menu.
"Bellerose has the worst taste in men."
"And you were better?" I questioned.
"Are you asking this so I'll compliment you right now?"
"Never." I laughed and leaned back in the chair. "So, if you took it upon yourself to kill him for your sister's sake, you must truly love her." She paused and glanced up at me.
"Do you really believe that?"
"Believe what?"
"That I did this because I love my sister."
Am I incorrect? She nodded, putting her menu down and her elbows on the table.
"My number one priority is myself. How would I look having him as a brother-in-law?"
"That's your reasoning." Surprise laced my tone. But then again, I would have done the same thing had it been any of the people in my family.
People like him end up being a liability later. I told Bella Rose already, fall in love with more sensible people. She didn't listen, so I helped her along. I can't choose my family, but I will damn well make sure my extended family is worthy.
She answered coldly, then took a breath, glancing around the restaurant for the waiter. There was more to this that she wasn't telling. Her voice completely changed as she called out to the waiter.
"Excuse me."
The man turned, and upon seeing her, checked her out. She gave him a dazzling smile, which made him smile back, until he finally noticed me sitting across from her. Slowly, he came over. "Sorry, there was an accident."
"We heard. It's horrible. Is she dead?"
She resumed her play. "Yes, sadly. The cops are on scene now, just closing off the area around the front of the cafe. Will most likely be closing."
"Oh,"
she said quickly, closing the menu.
"We'll just go."
"I'll have the chef make something for you to go. On the house," he interjected.
"Are you sure?"
"Of course. What would you like?" He leaned in closer to her, peering over her shoulder as if I was not sitting there. It was only in that moment did I realize he was acting like this, because I wasn't Ethan Callahan. I was just some guy with a beautiful girl. He didn't know who I was or what I could do to him. For all he knew, I was a tourist.
"Boss,
She glanced up to me.
don't you want anything?"
It didn't escape my notice that the waiter grinned slightly when he heard her call me boss. "You out of my shirt and back in my bed," I answered, and her eyebrows raised. "But for now, I'll have whatever you're having and an espresso to go." His eyes met mine, and he stood up straight, taking the menu from her. When he left, her eyes set on me.
I thought you were tired of me.
Rising out of my seat, I offered her my hand. "Let's eat somewhere up to our standards."
Whatever you say, boss. 6. Our souls already know each other, don't they? He whispered. It's our bodies that are new. Karen Ross. Calliope, age 21. Cartagena, Colombia. Monday, July 1st. When you said a place up to our standards, I was thinking Lucia Moyano. It was the most expensive restaurant in the capital of Bogota. Instead, he flew me to Cartagena, almost an hour and a half away. It was a beautiful port city on the northern coast of the Caribbean Sea.
"What? I thought you enjoyed church."
He smirked. He opened the door of his Bentley for me, and I stepped out in front of a beautiful late 1500s Spanish chapel. He was up to something. I could feel it, and noticed that a few of his goons were back. I thought he had gotten rid of them, but he most likely had local people. They simply nodded to him and opened the chapel doors for me. The first thing that came to mind was gold. It lined the walls, the ceiling, and the dome in a detailed vine pattern. It framed the priceless art, which was well over 8 feet high on all sides. The walls were white marble, with vines of gold in them. So this is where El Dorado is, I grinned, walking forward. Despite the fact that it was a chapel, hence the iconography, there were no pews. The floor was bare, almost like a mosque. I turned back to him. Pretty. But why are we here? He snapped his fingers, and instinctively I tensed as people came from a room behind the altar. 2 lifting a short wooden table, another 2 lifting chairs, and others candles, followed by silverware. I watched them create a private dinner in the center of the chapel.
"Did I sense some panic from you just now?"
He whispered from behind me.
"What happened to trusting me?"
He wasn't going to let me live that down. Are you going to pull a chair out for me? I asked, ignoring his damn question. The waiter retreated as Ethan stepped forward. With one hand, he pulled out the chair for me, amusement clear in his green eyes. He then took his place across from me, unbuttoning his suit jacket.
"Red or white, miss?"
The waiter asked me, however, Ethan answered him instead.
"Red. The Teso la Monja."
Nodding, the skinny man went back, and it didn't escape my notice that everyone who had helped set this dinner up left just as quickly as they had come. Neither of us spoke. We simply waited in this golden heaven. The waiter soon came with the wine, and behind him was a chef as well as servers. They placed a spread of traditional Spanish dishes across the table for us. The waiter poured the wine into my glass.
"Fill it for her,"
Ethan directed, rotating the glass between his fingers, his eyes squarely on me. "What are you up to?" I wanted to ask, but I drank anyway. If we were about to fight, then I wanted to at least get a drink out of it.
"Is there anything else?"
They all waited on his word, and he knew that but chose to take a sip of the wine. Licking his lips before settling his glass on the table, he nodded to them. One by one, they all left, and he relaxed back into his chair. I drank.
"Aren't you hungry?"
He questioned. I drank some more, still staring at him. "Are you going to do something stupid right now?"
"Stupid?"
He grinned.
"Aren't you the one who wanted a date?"
Is that what this is? I glanced at the door. It doesn't feel like it.
"What does it feel like?"
An ambush. A smile spread across his face.
"This is the first time I've seen you unnerved."
This is the first time you haven't bothered lying to my face, tried to freeze me over with your glare, or threatened to kill me. I shot back at him.
"In my defense, you came on a bit strong,"
he replied, lifting his wine again. I came on strong.
"Are you denying it?"
In my defense, strength is the only thing you would acknowledge. I picked up my spoon and dug into the rice and shrimp.
"True."
He began eating from the same dish. "So?" I pressed before taking a bite. "Not bad." He took a bite as well before answering.
"So, isn't it customary for people to share details about themselves on dates? You already know me. But who are you, Calliope, when you aren't scheming, killing, and pretending to be an angel?"
I stared. It took me a second to understand what was happening, but once that second passed, I laughed. I lifted my head to cover my hand over my mouth. He was serious. Jesus fucking Christ, Ethan. I shook my head, not able to contain the laughter. We really need to work on your date face. You look like you're planning my execution.
"I wasn't before,"
he grumbled before frowning. It almost looked like he was about to pout.
"It's not my fault you're paranoid."
He's cute when he's not in boss mode. Shaking my head again, I took a deep breath and leaned in. What do you want to know?
"Everything."
Will you tell me everything about you? I whispered.
"You seem to know a lot."
I know what is obvious or what I've read or been told by outside parties. Who are you under the boss? I asked him. His eyes narrowed, and I realized he did that when he didn't trust something, not when he wanted to be an ass.
"You keep avoiding speaking about yourself. Why? One would think you only cared about getting as much information out of me as possible."
I smirked at that. Who's the paranoid one now?
"Still stalling."
He ripped into the bread with his hands to eat with the soup.
"Suspicious. Maybe I should go back to cold glares."
I rolled my eyes at that. Have you ever thought maybe I don't talk about myself because it's painful?
"Obviously it will be painful. People aren't born monsters. We are molded into them from childhood."
He replied before taking a bite.
So, what was your crucible? Ruthless parents?
Indifferent parents, I answered, reaching for the bread as well. Unlike yours, my parents didn't marry for love, and my mother never wanted children but a third one. She hated me the most. I could feel it each time she hit me. My father, he's an on-again, off-again functioning drunk. Together they own a fashion and beauty line. My sisters are models and take after my parents. Avina is the future drunk of the family, and Bella Rose is temperamental and also violent. She hit me a lot, too. In fact, I remember one Christmas she pushed me down the stairs in our home because she was jealous of the dress our grandmother got me. She got one, too, but she was upset mine was in her favorite color and I wouldn't switch with her. I shattered my jaw and 2 ribs that Christmas. I think that's why I found it amusing you thought there was some profound sisterly bond between us. There has never been such a thing. My family is a broken mess. But, like I said before, you can't choose the family you're born into. He lifted his glass to his lips.
Do you hate your sister?
I'm indifferent. I shrugged, dipping my bread in the soup.
Liar.
He said, causing me to look into his green eyes.
If you were indifferent, you would have let her marry the idiot from this afternoon, or you would have made him disappear quietly, and she could pine for him for the rest of her life. Instead, you exposed her to ridicule. She won't be implicated in the crime, but everyone is still going to know her fiancé was murdered while wearing bondage gear high on coke with another woman.
It's not like I knew he'd be in bondage gear. I couldn't help the grin on my face as I ate the bread.
You knew I would most likely follow you.
He added.
You wanted me to see you today.
I told you not to come.
Knowing full well it would make me want to come even more. That's your weapon. You make people think they're doing what they want when you're really pulling the strings.
And here I thought you were the puppet master. I shot back. He shook his head.
I don't think I'm on your level yet.
Ethan Callahan. Is that humility I'm seeing? I gasped in mock astonishment.
Honesty,
he said with a smile.
You are more committed to the act, while I prefer to stand on the sidelines and watch.
In your defense, I doubt you could be more emotional in public. Silent and threatening works on you.
Calliope Orsini. Is that a compliment?
He gasped in the same mock astonishment as me, and I couldn't help but laugh at that, too.
Ethan, age 23. Cartagena, Colombia. Tuesday, July 2nd. It wasn't the wine. It wasn't even the conversation. I just wanted her. And the moment we got back to my place, I knew she wanted me too. She pushed me off her and forced me back down on the bed, kissing down my chest, until her lips reached the waistband of my boxers. She kissed me over the fabric before pulling them down, taking my cock in her hands. She glided her hand over my length, and I closed my eyes as pleasure overwhelmed me. Her hand slid down to the base, and she kissed the side of my cock. From kissing, she moved to licking me, up and then down again. I sat up and brushed her hair from her face, breathing in through my nose. She brought out a new side of me, one sparking with lust. Sex with her was fucking heaven, and it clouded everything else. Ah! I exhaled as she took me into her sweet mouth. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed like she was thoroughly enjoying herself as she sucked me. Gritting my teeth, I grabbed onto her dark hair tightly. Thrusting into her mouth a few times, I was enraptured by the feeling of her throat. It didn't take long before I felt the urge, the ache. It was only when I tugged on her hair did she pull off of me. Her mouth hovered less than an inch from my cock, and she licked her lips, looking up at me with those damned eyes of hers. They haunted me. They pierced right through me. They were beautiful, mystifying, and filled with lust. I had to stop her because I knew she was enjoying seeing me at her goddamn mercy. Fuck, she was an evil one. Like she knew what I was thinking, she licked my tip once more, my blood turning to lava in my veins. I wanted to ram my cock into her mouth and fuck it until I no longer ached. But that's what she wanted. She wanted me to lose control for her. Swallowing the saliva in my mouth, I inhaled deeply, trying to calm myself down. When I did, she smirked up at me, hovering over me.
You passed on the chance at fucking my mouth just because you didn't want to come first. You really don't like losing.
She chuckled, shaking her head at me.
Fine. I'll go for a shower now.
Just like that, she got up from the bed, and I could only watch her go, unable to tear my eyes from the curve of her ass and the small little birthmarks decorating her body, one of them being on her left ass cheek. Rising from the bed, I stepped out of my boxers and followed her into the bathroom.
Another one of your mother's old safe houses?
She sat in the deep stone-sunken bathtub that dominated the bathroom. She brought her dark brown hair over her shoulder, the long locks resting on her breast.
Is it weird to bring up your mother while you have a hard-on?
She had a malicious smirk on her lips. Taking the remote, I turned on the water, which fell from the ceiling like a waterfall. She gasped, her chest heaving and her breath quickening as the heat of the water hit her. Stepping inside the tub, I sat across from her, the warmth relaxing my muscles but not helping my cock at all. Nor was she. She stood up in the center of the tub, letting the water rain down over her.
This is how you should have invited me over the first time.
She picked up one of the bottles from the side of the tub, before pouring the rose oil on herself and slowly massaging it into her skin. The way the water dripped over her breasts, gliding down her body, was torture. "You never told me how you got rid of those bodies," I said, trying to ignore my lust. She was just one fucking woman. I was the dawn of two fucking families. I had the power, and she was the outside. Still, I felt powerless against her. This is so fucking wrong. I was risking so fucking much, but that risk, that danger, it excited me. She excited me in so many different ways. She turned to me, still standing under the water.
That's not a very romantic story, Ethan.
Good. I don't believe in romantic stories.
And I'm a hopeless romantic.
Will you ever give me a straight answer, or will you just keep using your body to distract me?
It's not just my body that does it. But fine, I'll tell you. After I shot and dragged your ass back to the couch, I took your kidnappers out the same way they brought me in, through that damn back room, and got rid of them. Then I had to use the sink to take a sponge bath. Do you know how hard it is to wash dirt, blood, sweat, and gasoline off you in a kitchen sink?
You burned their bodies at the gas station, I questioned, moving to stand behind her. Taking a second bottle, I poured the contents into my hand, rubbing it into her hair.
Do I look like an idiot to you?
She leaned against me and closed her eyes as I ran my fingers through her hair.
I got gasoline on me because your damn gas station looks like it hasn't been renovated since 1990. The damn nozzle spilled gas on my feet while I was filling up the car I stole from the station manager. By the way, you're going to need to hire a new one. I hope you don't mind. I really didn't think I could come up with an excuse for coming up out of the back room with 3 dead men.
Little late to ask, I replied, letting the water pour over her head and washing it through. True. She turned back to face me, soaping up the sponge and running it over her chest.
You're just going to have to live with that.
Funny how I had to live with her murder, not her. What happened after you filled the car? I asked as she walked behind me to scrub my back.
I drove the car about an hour away to La Calera, then burned their bodies before driving back. Oh, and your lapdog? Tobias, I think his name is. I had him send a new worker to the station via text.
Seems that was a stressful day for you, I said when she came back around.
It was. And all you did was get beauty sleep, even though this is all your fault. Do not kidnap me again."
She snapped, staring into my eyes. "I'll do my best, though I wouldn't hold me to it. I'm a villain, if you haven't noticed. We aren't known to keep our promises."
"I know what you are, which is why I didn't ask for a promise. I gave you a warning."
She gently pushed me back and sat down, her body slowly sinking beneath the water.
"As for the dirty cops that lost it, I didn't do much. They were at the restaurant I was working at, and I gave them a special drink, and they just got paranoid. How was I supposed to know they were going to turn on each other and burn all the fields thinking that someone found them out?"
"And the 12 tons?" I asked. That wicked grin came back to her face.
"Ask me nicely."
When I didn't answer, she sunk all the way underwater. Finally, I thought, watching her as she held her breath underwater. Finally, someone who didn't need me to take care of shit. Who thought before they acted, someone who could think quickly and execute. Someone I didn't need to clean up after. She was annoyed, but she wasn't complaining about what she had to do. It was all logical to her, all steps in her plan. I turned up the heat and stood under the waterfall when she came up for air. She watched me, lust still clear in her hungry eyes. She leaned back against the tub.
"The drugs are buried in Maria's restaurant. You've been sitting on them this whole time."
"How?"
"I gave one of them the key,"
she said as if it was obvious. "They must have been very close to you to be able to get a key." I frowned, not sure exactly why that statement bothered me. She shrugged and gave me an innocent look.
"It's not my fault the police wanted to protect me, especially after they heard how many members of the cartel kept trying to wife me."
And just like that, I put it together. She must have gotten close enough to seduce someone in the cartel, but instead of giving in, she told the cops they were harassing her, and the dirty cops used that as an excuse to come by and check out the place, to make sure it was safe for her to work. She gave them a key, and they used it to store the drugs. Who would go to a restaurant cops spent time in? Which was why I wanted to speak with Maria to begin with. I suspected she was working for the cops now and made it a point to stay there when I came in. That's when I met Calliope. And because I was there, those cops panicked thinking they were busted. She must have met with them secretly, and then drugged or poisoned them. The news report said they were so out of their mind that they were ripping off each other's faces. They still hadn't recovered, and many of them were dead. She did that all on her own?
"Is there any more wine?"
she asked, running her hands through her hair. She drank wine like it was damn water. I reached over and pressed on a remote. Beside us, a panel came up and there was a single glass, as well as a bottle of red wine. She looked at me, then at it, then me again, before breaking out into laughter.
"I think this is a sign your mother would have liked me. I want one."
She took out the bottle, uncorking it with ease.
"First honors?"
Moving to her, I knelt between her legs and opened my mouth. She poured, licking wine from the side of my mouth. Swallowing, I pulled her down towards my hips, taking the bottle from her and returning the favor, but missing her mouth on purpose so I could lick the wine from her skin. It rolled down her breast, and it tasted so much better mixed with her flavor. Lifting her, I sat her on the edge of the tub and spread her further, before pouring the wine down her stomach. I set the bottle down and licked along the trail, sucking her belly button, the taste of red wine on my tongue as I made my way between her thighs. Using my fingers, I spread the lips of her pussy and licked her clit. "Oh," she moaned before grabbing onto my hair. As I slid my middle finger into her, her whole body jerked towards my tongue. She was so wet already. Before I could put another finger in, she pulled on my hair, forcing me away from her. Damn you, she whispered, and I licked her off my lips. She pushed me back into the water before climbing on top of me. It took all but a second for me to find her entrance as I held on to her waist. She gripped my shoulders, easing herself down my cock. Closing my eyes, I felt her walls squeeze around me, her claw-like nails dug into my shoulder. Reaching up, I gripped her chin, pulling her face closer to mine. Before her lips met mine, she pulled back, her hand coming across my face. Slap! My cheek stung, and I could feel the imprint of her hand on my face. At the same time, she lifted herself off me and back down, the pain and pleasure setting my body on fire. I stretched my jaw before looking to her again. Slap! Exhaling through my nose, I looked back once more. Slap! After the third slap, I flipped us both, pinning her against the tub. Holding her wrists above her head with one hand, the other gripping tightly onto her thigh, I slammed myself deep inside her again. "Oh, harder!" she gasped, and I couldn't hold myself back. I'd done too much of that already.
"Ethan, harder! Yes!"
She cried as she came, and all I could do was grunt like a fucking caveman as I fucked her beautiful, tight, wet pussy, each time burying myself deeper and deeper in her before I came. I couldn't get the word out before her mouth was on mine, her tongue in my mouth, her breasts pressed against my chest. I grabbed onto her ass as I walked us out of the tub, and she moaned into my mouth as I took her across the bedroom, laying her on the bed. "You do know I'm going to pay you back for those slaps," I informed her when we broke apart.
"I like pain with my pleasure. Don't you?"
My father used to tell me that he and my mother were soulmates, slaves to each other's best and worst selves, that he couldn't fight my mother most times because he didn't have the strength or the will to do so. She owned him completely, and he just had to live with that. Back then, I thought he was just being sappy as always. Now, I think I understood him a lot better than I wanted to. I glanced down at my arm, watching the hair stand up as my skin contracted, and I got goosebumps. Shit.
7. Seduce my mind, and you can have my body. Find my soul, and I'm yours forever. Unknown. Calliope, age 21. Cartagena, Colombia. Wednesday, July 3rd. I am different from normal people. I don't know when I realized it, but I was young. I was around 4 when I started to notice my mom hated me. She even went as far as to tell me I was cursed because I didn't do things the way I was supposed to, or the way my sisters did. She was always telling me to smile when I wasn't, or to stop laughing when I did. For some reason, I did those things at the wrong time. When people were scared, when they got hurt or died, I laughed. I thought it was funny. It was kind of like watching a person slip on a banana peel. Didn't they see it? Why did they keep walking towards it? They were silly to me. But my laughing scared my mom, especially that one time I laughed at her uncle's funeral. She told me to stop. No, she took me to the bathroom and begged me not to. But when I saw him lying in the casket all white and dead, and all the flowers, I laughed because it seemed silly that he was all dressed up. Where was he going? In the dirt. And it was also funny that nobody except family, which was barely 10 people, was there. I remembered thinking, man, he really didn't do anything with his life. He was not important enough to remember. He lived all those years, and nobody cared about him. Not even my mom. She complained about having to go and called him a deadbeat. Then she pretended to cry at the funeral. So why did I get in trouble? At the time, I didn't understand. I just thought I was different. My dad told me it was okay to be different. But one day I heard them talking about taking me to see a doctor. Either a therapist or a psychologist. I wasn't sure what those were, but I didn't want to see them. My mom was sure I needed to go, so I went to my dad and begged. I didn't know how to make myself cry yet, so I just begged. I tried to act normal, and he said I was different than Avina and Rosie. I wasn't meant to like the same things as them, but that was a good thing. It was my strength. He was right, but not completely. I did like a lot of the things my sisters liked. I just meant what I said when I said I was going to get it all. My life really did change the day I went to that birthday party. Liam and Melody Callahan, they weren't like other rich people. They were higher. I have a temper, so of course I wanted to hurt the women who made fun of my mom, but then Melody stopped me, and I decided I wanted to be just like her. No, I wanted everything. Kind of the way a woman sees shoes and just wants them. I hadn't figured out all the logic behind my thoughts and desires back then. I wanted her life. And she didn't tell me no. She just said I wasn't strong enough for it. It was like she was saying, if you want these shoes, it will cost you $1,000. My next logical thought was, okay then, I'll come back with the money. I told myself I'd come back stronger. I hadn't really thought much of Ethan until he called me over before we left. And while I was hiding, he figured it out. He figured out I was lying to people, and he helped me lie. It was fun. It was the first time I had spoken to someone around my age who didn't talk about video games or bugs or thought I was just a girl. He kind of felt like a grown-up, and I liked him. Yup, I'm going to marry him when I'm older. That's how I thought. That's how simple and singular my thought process was. I think there's a spectrum for sociopaths and psychopaths. I know Ethan and I are somewhere on the far end of that spectrum, and even back then, I knew he was the only one that would be able to understand me. He now got that I was the only one who could understand him. We were finally on the same fucking page. And how did we celebrate this? Fucking. It was how we got high, apparently. And we couldn't stop. I didn't want to stop. I moaned out, holding onto the kitchen sink as his cock slammed into my ass. The sound of our skin slapping against each other, the feeling of his hand as it squeezed my breasts, his teeth on my neck. How could I not moan? How could I not drool? God, he knew how to fuck.
I can't hear you.
He spoke into my ear, and I shivered.
Moan for me.
Fuck me harder, then. I slammed my hand down on the edge of the sink, my eyes rolling back in my head when he pulled nearly all the way out of me before ramming himself back in. I couldn't hold on anymore. I felt that fire in the pit of my stomach.
Don't you dare!
He sneered, biting my ear.
You come when I say so.
I said, closing my eyes as I came.
Damn it!
He hissed, speeding up. His grip on me tightened before he cursed, coming in me again. We both slumped over slightly, his hand next to mine on the rim of the sink. Io e 3 metri sopra il cielo. You and I are 3 meters above the heavens, I whispered with a smile on my face.
Vuoi dire l'inferno? Siamo sotterranei, ricordi?
You mean hell. We are underground, remember? He replied, kissing my shoulder as he pulled out of me slowly. I laughed, shaking my head as I turned on the faucet. It's from a movie, 3 metri sopra il cielo. Haven't you seen it?
I'm not one for movies.
He grabbed a small towel and held it under the hot water. I knew what he was going to do, so I snatched it from him. If I let him wipe me down, we'd be fucking all over again, and I was fucking hungry. He glared, but didn't say anything. He cleaned himself up before washing his hands and taking the breakfast I made before he had come in for a morning fuck and walked over to the dining table. That's gonna have to change, because I love movies, I said as I grabbed more towels. They teach me so much about normal people.
So you know you're not normal?
He asked, placing the frittata on his toast before looking back to me. Who the fuck wants to be normal? I squeezed the towel and wiped down my body with it. I know I don't. I know you don't. But just because we don't want to be like them shouldn't mean we don't try to understand them. How else can we conquer them?
Mi ecciti.
You're turning me on, was his reply. His eyes followed my hands as I cleaned myself. Hearing Italian from his lips made me want to sit on his face. Note to self, do that later. You're never off, I reminded him and trashed the towel. I washed my hands before grabbing my plate and walking back over to the table, sitting on the chair beside him.
You still sit crisscrossed on chairs.
He gave me a sly smile. Only in private. It's not very ladylike, I'm told, I said before eating, even resting my elbows on the table.
You're in private now?
The way your dick keeps finding my private parts, I better be. He grinned, and so did I.
I guess I'm in private now.
He looked into my eyes, and his face was void again. He nodded to the pitcher of juice on the table.
Pour me some juice.
I looked to it and grabbed the pitcher, filling up a glass. He outstretched his hand for it, and I drank it. All. Putting the cup and the pitcher back where I got it, I told him, I made breakfast because I like food, not to give you the impression I'm a housewife or a domestic servant. You have hands. Pour your own damn juice. His jaw cracked to the side for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth turned up.
Why do I have a feeling we might fight often?
Because you know you enjoy fucking me hard as punishment for the fight. He reached over and grabbed the orange juice, as well as the glass I had used, pouring himself a glass. Before lifting it to drink, he simply said,
Let's watch that movie tonight.
I was not normal. Neither was he. And it was perfect that way. Do we have kettle corn? I wondered.
Don't bother. I'm gonna fuck you halfway through it, and it's gonna be a bitch to clean that shit up.
He said, before stuffing his mouth. I'll eat it during the first half of the movie, then.
Ethan, you were supposed to go to Bali yesterday, weren't you? I ran my hand down her spine as she laid on her stomach, watching the movie on the screen. With the damn kettle corn.
Someone distracted me with his cock all day, and I missed my flight.
Shame. I hear it's beautiful this time of year. I kissed her back. You're wasting your vacation here with me.
Hardly a waste. And besides, my job is a bit different.
How so?
I kill people,
she said calmly and stuck another piece of kettle corn between her lips. She wants to get a reaction out of me. You make a living from that?
What can I say? A lot of people want a lot of people dead.
So, a hitman. Woman. She snickered and looked back over her shoulder.
I have standards. I don't go killing cheating spouses, outside of my former brother-in-law-to-be, or your local baker.
There's a hit list for bakers? Huh. Who would have thought? I couldn't help but chuckle at that. She turned over and sat up, putting her bowl in her lap.
The neighborhood drug dealer is mocking me.
In my defense, it's a very big neighborhood. Who are you killing, if you aren't killing local bakers?
Presidents,
she stated with a smug look on her face, tossing another piece of kettle corn into her mouth. I paused, remembering the events of this past week. You killed President Rojas, too.
I think the politically correct term is assassinated.
Which would make you an assassin, I said slowly,
Two birds, one stone. I came for you and happen to have work to do," she said cheerfully. "Surprise! Please don't ask me what my number is. That's so personal."
Well, this was an unexpected turn of events. This is how you got stronger, isn't it? I wasn't sure how she had gotten to the place she was at now, and to be honest, I didn't really care.
"In part. My grandfather used to work for your mother."
I know. Her father had been in one of my mother's records. He was an Orsini who changed his name to Affini.
The messy history that connects our families will only get more complicated when people find out I'm with you.
If my parents could work it out, I'm confident we can too, I answered. That chapter of history belongs to our grandparents, not us. After all, I was born to be the miracle baby who ended the blood feuds. She only helped further that cause. You said in part. What's the other part?
My grandfather sent me to military school the year after I left Chicago. When I was 18, my grandmother had me drafted.
She chose the word carefully. For?
I libertinari.
She handed me her kettle corn, only to turn back over and pick up her bottle, still no glass, taking a drink before reclaiming the kettle corn. She offered me the bottle, and I took it, drinking as well. Here I thought God had taken President Rojas off my hands. Now I see everything links back to you. I wiped the wine from my lips and leaned back on the pillows.
The good Lord works in mysterious ways.
She took the bottle back, turning over once more and returning to her cheesy movie. She crossed her legs. They swayed slightly next to me as she watched. I could tell, no, I could feel that she wasn't going to tell me any more. Not because she couldn't, but because she'd told me enough. Enough that I could find out if she was lying or not. She wasn't. She shared her past, so I would share in return. I need to go back to Chicago tomorrow. July 4th is a family and public affair. I can't miss it, I told her, and her legs stopped moving. Sitting up on my knees, I climbed over her, my body on top of hers, my lips by her ears. My neighborhood gets dangerous when I'm gone for too long.
And
you can't come back with me.
I'm heartbroken,
she said, still eating the kettle corn. I could hear the sarcasm in her voice. However, her eyes were demanding an explanation. Don't worry. I'm not planning on using you and throwing you away anymore, I whispered, brushing her hair over and kissing the space between her neck and shoulders. Is that so? You know it is, I muttered against her skin, working my way to her ear. But I'm going to need your help setting a trap.
The great Ethan Callahan needs my help setting a trap. Who could be such difficult prey?
My parents. Her body went still. She looked over her shoulder, capturing my eyes with her own. She looked me over as if she were reading a book. She put the kettle corn on the floor and turned over, still laying under me. Traps don't work on the dead. She spoke softly in Italian, her voice barely rising above a whisper. I'm aware, I whispered down to her. I didn't just give in to you because I want you, Calliope. Like you said, I'm broken, which means no matter what you do, how you prove yourself to me, a small part of me is going to distrust you. The only thing that's going to change that is time. And until that time, I live with the knowledge that if you are in this to betray me, my parents will end up killing you if they think I'm going to fail. Her eyebrows pinched together. How do you know they're alive? Gut feeling. She frowned, unimpressed. and was about to roll back over to get her bowl when I pressed my weight against her and leaned in closer. Not good enough?
Children struggle to grasp their parents' deaths. No matter who they are or how old they may be, their brain convinces.
She paused, glaring at me.
And you wouldn't be telling me this because you know that too. It would make you look like a child who can't let go. How do you really know, Ethan?
They made a mistake. They underestimated the bond between parents and their children. It isn't a rational thing. It's something that supersedes all reason. My mother is many things. Some may even say cruel and cold for leaving her children. But even she can't shake that bond, especially if her children are hurt or in danger. Her eyes widened when she realized what I meant.
You put yourself in danger to draw them out?
I shook my head, lifting her off the bed and onto my lap. She sat up quickly, placing her hands on my shoulders, her gray eyes never leaving mine as she stared into my eyes, waiting for me to explain. I wouldn't risk my life on something I wasn't positive about.
So?
So I risked my brother's life. I grinned, and her mouth parted slightly, her eyebrow raised.
What did you do to him? Please don't tell me you had him kidnapped.
She tilted her head to the side. He lived.
What is with you?
I laughed at the tone in her voice. It was a while ago, just after my father died. She shook her head.
Well, if it was the sloppy men you had take me, I'm not sure how your mother was concerned.
No, I had them go easy on you. After all, I didn't know just what you were capable of. Yet, I knew what my brother was. I had his driver pretend to betray our family as well as a small gang of people take him. They did do a number on his face and ribs. I exhaled. It felt good to finally get that off my chest.
How long did they have him?
She was not at all fazed. 3 days.
That's a little short.
I planned for at least 2 weeks, but it seems I underestimated him. It was both annoying and satisfying to know. He got in touch with his inner Callahan, and right as he was trying to escape, we were able to find him and help.
Really? What a coincidence. I'm sure during this time you were very much the concerned brother.
She ran her hands through my hair. I was out of town on business. It took them about 2 days to realize he was gone. Wyatt usually takes advantage of my absence and goes off, pretending not to be a Callahan while I'm away.
And you knew he would do it again, so you set a trap for him. You're cruel.
She said it with a smile on her lips, and I could see the desire in her eyes. Thank you. I paused when I felt her hips grind on top of me. I could feel her body getting warmer. My brother is a bit stubborn and prefers taking the hard route before coming to his senses. Why not use it to my advantage?
So, how did your parents help? Did you magically get a tip to where he was?
If only I could track that. No, he came back home, and we hid it from everyone. I was more annoyed because I was expecting exactly what you were expecting, a magical tip to where his location was. I'm sure if he had been gone a little longer, it would have come. But Wyatt ruined that. Luckily, he was a little shaken. The only other time he'd been taken was when we were kids, and then he had both me and our sister beside him. He was a little in shock.
You broke your little brother and said luckily.
She snorted and fought back a laugh, then shook her head, holding it in.
Sorry, go on. This led to your parents making a mistake. How?
Her amusement was oddly comforting. My brother escaped, but was emotionally in pain. After our mother died, she left us letters, which were supposed to help with our emotional pain. My grandmother was supposed to give us those letters when she thought we were ready. I found the letters, but I never opened them. I never even thought about them. However,
an extra one that magically appeared for Wyatt that wasn't there before, addressing his current issues?
Exactly. I thought maybe my grandmother was forging their handwriting. But I know my parents' handwriting, every stroke and impression. Even the paper it was written on matched all the other letters, so it was a brand new one from her. My mother never failed to comfort Wyatt. She can't help herself.
Someone sounds a little jealous,
she muttered against my lips, kissing me gently.
You firstborns always hate the second.
He's the third. Donna is a minute older, I said back through a set jaw.
He's the second son. Your duty is to continue the family business. His is not to overshadow you. You are going to have the world at your fingertips. All the power, all the resources. So, your mother made Wyatt her favorite so he could have something you couldn't. And that bothers you. You're so greedy.
I grabbed her throat and she grinned like mad. They made him their favorite because they didn't trust him to be loyal if he had nothing. It was a shield around him, protecting him from betraying me and me from killing him for that betrayal. I sneered in her face as I gripped her throat. She leaned in.
My point still stands because you know, and yet it still bothers you anyway. Because you are greedy. Secondly, if you want our sex to get rougher, all you have to do is ask. The harder you squeeze, the harder your cock is getting under me.
She pointed out, and I let go. She took a deep breath before punching me square in the nose. Oh! My head flew back as I cupped my nose. Fuck!
Just so you know, the rougher you are with me, the rougher I am with you.
She snapped, and when I looked back to her eyes, they were dead serious. Feisty little lioness. So, if I tie you up and take a whip to you?
Don't complain when I do the same to you.
I imagined what it would feel like to have her whip me, to see her in that role. I didn't think I could give up control like that, but I was interested.
Hello, you're gonna have to wait.
She greeted my cock as he rose up to salute her.
Aren't we still talking about the trap you plan on leaving for your parents? They spent years convincing you and the rest of the world they were dead. Drawing them out isn't going to be easy or simple.
I don't want to just draw them out, Calliope. I want to make them suffer.
What?
They left us. They left me holding the bag while they went off into the sunset. Left me in grief. My mother died when I was 16, and after seeing that pain, my father left too. They planned it to make it look natural. After all, who would believe they were both killed at the same time? My father was 28 when his father died. I was fucking 18. Left with the world on my shoulders, and I said fine. I wanted it anyway, but now that I know they are alive, I can look back to all the times I felt something was off or something was too easy. They abdicated their rule, yet they are still fucking with my legacy now. I will not be their puppet. No one could take down the great Liam and Melody Callahan. No one but me.
I must just be sitting against your cock for fun, then.
She frowned and tugged on my hair, tilting my head up.
We are going to take them down. Replace them with a much better couple. Us.
Forgive me. Us. Again, if you're not doing all of this to betray me.
So that's why you've given in. You win either way. If I'm betraying you, in the end your parents will kill me for you. If I help you, you'll get one over on your parents.
Exactly. It took years for them to create their plan. Hell, who knows how long they may have been planning. It could have been since I was born. I doubted that, but there was still a chance. The trap I set needs to be slow, unnoticeable, and, as you said, delicate. I don't know when exactly they're watching. This safe house is fine. You can see out, but not in.
Which is where I come again instead of getting the date I wanted.
She frowned, glaring at me.
This plan, while they are watching you, you need someone who they have no interest in or care in setting the traps for them. Even if they've seen us together already, they'll write me off as just another one of your playthings. They would only think you're serious about me if I go back to Chicago with you, which is why I can't go.
Yes.
You are aware of what you're asking me, correct, Ethan? This is not simple, nor easy.
She insisted, her expression hard. This was why she was so refreshing to be with. She was already on the same page as me. She knew exactly what it would take for this to work. Complete devotion to the lie, the fake life I created from this point on. The women that would have to stand in her place. My family has always prided itself in the fact that the men are very loyal, that we do not get ourselves entangled in the same sort of drama with our women other families have gotten into. My grandmother would even swear it is the real secret behind our family's ability to maintain power.
But now you're telling me that in order to be by your side, I need to step aside.
No, just be my shadow for a while.
Same thing. For this plan to work, your parents must not know you ever had an attachment to me. I was just a random fling. The only way for you to get that to work is to screw other women.
She fixed me with an icy stare. It would be odd if I suddenly became chaste. I said what she already knew.
Give me a reason.
A reason? She nodded.
A reason why I can trust that I am different from the rest of them and follow you down this fucking path.
The same reason you weren't a virgin when I first fucked you, despite the fact that you knew you were going to come back to me. To marry me. I reached up and pinched her nipple hard, pulling it towards me.
Ah!
She gasped when I let go, and I watched as it hardened. Our bodies are not loyal, Calliope. They respond no matter who is touching them. It is skin and nerves reacting. The connection you and I have isn't just physical. It's mental. Whoever they are assisted masturbation. You are my partner.
So I can do the same?
I knew the question was coming. It was the only logical thing to say. I felt rage at the thought boiling in me, but I also knew I needed her for my plans. And I truly believed we were different. That no man or woman would be able to satisfy us. Because what excited us wasn't each other's bodies, but each other's minds. Her mind belonged to me. Relaxing my jaw, I nodded. Nobody twice. And never raw.
And you called me insane,
she whispered. Didn't you come to join me in my insanity? Don't you want me? Well, this is the only way to have me.
I did. I do. Fine.
She answered each question and kissed me. I wasn't lying to her. She was, in fact, mine. 8. It's like chess, you know. The queen saves the king. Terry Pratchett. Ethan, age 24. Houston, Texas. Friday, September 7th. I placed the gun into the holster at my side as the driver opened the side door. Tobias stood beside me, along with Grayson. I studied the long line, which twisted around the corner outside of Killer Instinct, apparently this year's hottest nightclub.
"Do you know who this is?"
An Asian man argued with a bouncer with black earrings. He pointed to the Chinese man with him, dressed in white and surrounded by his own guards with 2 women on his arm.
"This Chow Ning."
"Never heard of him. So you and Chow Mein here can either get to the back of the line or go." The bouncer sneered, pointing to the snaking line. "Let's get this done quickly," I muttered to Tobias, and they walked in front of me past the line and across the red carpet. "Sir?" The bouncer lifted the rope and opened the chrome door. The letters K.I. were on the metal, stylized to look like claw marks embedded in it. The smell of alcohol and smoke poured out from within. The music was so loud that I could feel the vibrations.
"You are making a big mistake right now!"
I heard the man yell behind me as we entered, the whole place packed with bodies. Women hung from the ceiling, performing in the air while lights flickered. I skimmed around quickly. They were hard to find. They stood around all the exits.
"This way."
A woman in a short silver sequin dress was already waiting, holding a tray of red champagne.
"Mr. Moonheart has been expecting you."
I ignored the champagne, and she quickly handed the tray off to another worker, ushering us across the top terrace overlooking the entertainment below. There was another bouncer who parted a curtain, letting us into a room partially blocked from view. Stepping inside, it became obvious he wasn't there.
"Please make yourself comfortable. He'll be right with you,"
the woman said as she turned to leave.
"He's making you wait."
Grayson spoke angrily. I took a seat in a lounge chair, leaning back into it.
"Someone has obviously forgotten his place,"
Tobias responded. Nothing a little cutting down won't stop, I thought, glancing at my watch. This meeting was already an annoyance. Peering through the curtains, I was completely uninterested and unentertained. Once you had been in one club, you had pretty much been in them all. Why anyone would want to spend their nights surrounded by drunk, lonely people in a dark, crowded room was beyond me. "Incoming!" Grayson nodded towards the short but muscular man with tanned skin and curly hair. He walked with a slight hunch and stood out among the guards around him. He came in the room enthusiastically, already running his mouth.
"Mr. Chow Neng Chang! Or is it Mr. Chang? I can never tell which one is your first or last name."
"Neither," I said after his verbal vomit finished. His eyes met mine and widened only for a split second before a smile split his face.
"Mr. Callahan! I didn't know you were in town."
My eyebrows rose, and I snickered. "Am I supposed to report to you?" "No, I am not. You're supposed to report to me. Nevertheless, I came to town. I didn't even let my men know we weren't invited to your little clubhouse today. They would feel a little insulted. Now that you know, how do you feel, Grayson?"
"It hurts, boss,"
Grayson replied.
"Tobias, very insulted."
"Hurt. Very insulted. That's how they feel. How do you think I feel, Miguel?" I asked him, craning my head to the side to look at him.
"I didn't want to waste your time."
"Yet here it is being wasted. Sit with me, Miguel." I nodded my head to the seat beside me. He kept that grin on his face and turned back to his guards.
"Bring us some drinks,"
he told them before walking to the seat beside me. I stayed silent, watching nothing. There was really nothing to see. It was like looking out into a void, completely dull and not worth my attention. We all just sat there, and the longer I didn't speak to him, the more nervous he seemed to be. He sat on the edge of his seat and clasped his hands together.
"It seems there is a misunderstanding."
"Why do you all get tattoos of gorillas on your hand?" I asked randomly, looking over to him. "It seems moronic to me."
"It is the symbol of Roja. All the men get one."
"I know, that's why it's moronic." They thought it was a symbol of pride, but it was simply a way to show they belonged. Why the hell would you want people to know you belong to a cartel? You let the world know you belong to Roja, so the world knows you're coming. They can spot you from across the room, but when everyone is watching you, it makes it harder to move, no?
Or people just move out of your way. They show you respect. They know immediately you are not to be messed with.
He snickered, lifting his hand and forming a fist.
Because if you mess with one, you bring the whole pack out.
Oh, I nodded, now getting it. It is a symbol of your weakness.
It is not.
You are weak, you are small, you are insignificant on your own, so you tattoo yourselves to let the world know you aren't alone. You've got a pack, and therefore they shouldn't mess with you. I understand. Thank you for clarifying. All this time I thought you were just mentally incompetent. He clenched his fist tighter, and luckily for him, his drinks came.
What are you having? I had them bring out the very best. Our newest bottles. They haven't even been opened.
I perused the bottles and snickered. This was the best? How sad. Tell me about the drug you added to the bag of cocaine you sent me, I said, picking up a random bottle, undoing the cap myself. I smelled it before pouring myself a glass.
It's a spice my boys in the kitchen added by accident. Completely natural. We found it growing next to the coke in Colombia. It's the same color and texture. It was a mix-up that he got into the batch, but whoa!
He slapped his hands together.
We call it El Ángel Caído, the fallen angel. This shit has people waking up in heaven, so high they think they are kissing baby Jesus, but oh hombre, it is magnifico.
He kissed his fingers before drinking. That explains the angel part. What of the fall? I asked, drinking as well. He grinned, sitting up on the edge of his chair.
That is the best part. Just like the angels. Once you wake up surrounded by the shitty stained world that is Earth, you remember, just like the angels did, how good it was in heaven. They crave more El Por Diosio, begging for more Ángel Caído. It doesn't make them remember the high the coca gave them. It lingers in them.
Have you put this in any of my shit?
No,
he said vehemently.
We may be stupid for the tattoos, but we know the rules. No one messes with your product without getting the okay from the boss. Me and my people tried. I sent it to you so you will know what your consumers will eventually want before they find the shit themselves and start looking elsewhere.
There is no elsewhere, Miguel, I reminded him. He nodded, tapping his head.
This is the country of capitalism, my friend. If there is a demand, eventually there will be a supplier. You know what the...
He was cut off when all the lights abruptly went out. Tobias and Grayson immediately pulled out their guns and aimed at him. Are you playing with me, Miguel? I asked him, sipping on the wine.
No. I have no idea.
Again he was cut off, but this time a few lights came on as one of the dancers spun in the air. She had red hair and green eyes, and all eyes were on her as she twisted and spun in the red silk in the space above the club. Naked. The only thing sparing her from being completely exposed was the silk, which she carefully wrapped herself in.
You're in luck, Mr. Callahan. It seems there is a show tonight.
Miguel whistled, leaning back in the chair. I glanced over to Tobias and Grayson. Both reverted to dogs, apparently. Mouths agape, their heads twisted to the side as they tried to get a peek at her. Shaking my head, I turned back to her, to see that she had halted her routine, her body hovering right between the space and the gap. She gave us a dazzling smile.
"Hey, Mommy!"
Miguel hollered at her. She winked back, and then a second later,
"Gone!"
Grayson hollered, dashing towards me as she fired at us over and over. "Get off me!" I snapped, pushing his large body away and getting to my feet. Tobias shot at her, but she had already dropped to the ground. I turned back to Miguel, who was hunched over the couch.
"It wasn't me! Find her!"
I roared. My guards, his guards, they all swarmed out, leaving me with the coward. Now monkey shit. Pulling out my gun, I walked over to him as he tried to back away. You were already on my fucking bad side when I got here. Now you're dead. I held up the gun. But instead of seeing one of him, I saw two. The whole world felt like it was spinning. Gripping the gun tighter, I fired. I missed completely. My throat burned and I had to grab onto the rail to keep from falling. Well, look who's weak, small, and insignificant now. He grinned, walking over to me and taking out his gun. Still you. I didn't say that. Both of our heads snapped to the side, and there was the redhead. Before he had a chance to react, she threw something into his neck. He gasped out once before going down like a rock. She rushed over to me and kissed me, and I felt something enter my mouth. I pushed her off me. Who the fuck do you think you are?
The woman currently carrying your child. You drank my poison, I gave you the antidote. Meet me here.
She put a card into my handkerchief pocket and patted my cheek.
Pull yourself together, babe. Your men shouldn't see you like this. It's not very boss-like.
She kissed me one more time before exiting just as quickly as she came. It took a second for me to gather enough strength to stand upright. My mind was hazy, but still clear enough for me to recognize that voice. Calliope. Wait, did she just say she was carrying my child? What the motherfuck?
Calliope, age 21. Houston, Texas, Friday, September 7th. I was going to kill him. I hated him so much right now. Death was the only answer. Ugh! I puked in the toilet.
Did you say you're pregnant after telling me you poisoned me?
He stood in the doorway of the bathroom. I looked over to him, wanting so badly to bash his head into the mirror. But when he stepped closer, I caught that smell again and faced the toilet, puking once more.
You're pregnant,
he repeated. I held my hand out for him to stop. Feeling dizzy, I looked up with all the anger I felt in my voice. Shut up! Strip and take a fucking shower. Whatever cologne you're wearing pisses this kid off, and it's taking it out on me. He stared at me like I wasn't speaking a language he could understand. Vai ora! Go now, I screamed in Italian. His jaw tensed, but he shrugged out of his jacket and pulled off his tie.
Pull yourself together, babe. It's not very assassin-like.
I grabbed the first thing I could reach, a small gold decoration, and threw it at his head. He ducked as he made his way over to the shower. He was mocking me. I was being attacked by his little spawn, and he was mocking me. Didn't he know how close I was to ripping his head off his nice broad shoulders? The mere thought of it, his body running around like a headless chicken, made me feel much better. It took a second until he stood under the water, but finally my punishment was over, and I pushed myself off the ground, flushing the toilet. I moved to the sink, and in the large framed mirror I saw him, glaring at me from the shower. I grabbed my mouthwash, cleaning out my mouth before brushing my teeth, not once but twice, giving him time to finish as the mirror fogged up. He exited the shower with a large white towel wrapped around his waist. Water droplets slowly rolled down his abs and dripped from his dark hair. If I didn't want to kill him so badly, I'd be tempted to join him. He stood beside me for a second, and I turned to him and smiled. Better.
You're pregnant,
he said again. Surprise, I muttered, taking the towel and wiping my mouth. Please don't ask me if it's yours.
I doubt you would tell me or keep it if it wasn't mine.
He leaned against the sink.
You weren't on something last time?
You're asking now, I laughed, and he frowned. Of course I was on something. A couple of somethings, actually. Apparently your sperm is a ninja warrior and didn't fucking care. He laughed, and I wanted to roll my eyes. Maybe it was something biological, but for some reason men really loved knowing they could knock a woman up.
So tonight was how you give me a pregnancy announcement? I say this without sarcasm. That was very original.
Please, Lord Almighty, don't let me kill the father of my child. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself before turning to him. Tonight, I was working. Tonight, Miguel Munha of the Roja cartel was supposed to be hosting the ambassador to China's son, Chao Chang. Instead of Chao Chang, Ethan Callahan was there, out of the blue, ruining my plans. So I had to make new plans to save you from dying from my own fucking original plan. I hollered, and then took another breath. The pregnancy just slipped out because I was annoyed. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes, and before I could ask him what the hell he was doing, he took a step over and walked behind me. I froze, somewhat stunned when his arms circled me, his hands on my stomach.
You were swinging from the ceiling. My men shot at you. You tell me nothing else just to meet you at the penthouse in the city. If you had done all that just to tell me you were pregnant...
I was never at risk.
You were in the eye of risk.
I thought about it from his perspective. If I had done everything I did just to tell him, it would make me a fool, and there was nothing Ethan hated more than stupidity, planned or not. Nodding, I leaned back against his chest, shivering from the water soaking into my dress. If I was in the eye of risk, you were there too. You just drank without even testing to see.
Miguel is a coward. He wouldn't risk killing me in his own damn club. Besides, the wine I picked usually changes color or bubbles if anything is added to it. I smelled the wine to make sure it wasn't a different type. Then I poured and nothing was off. Neither he nor those around him have the mind to chemically alter it without leaving a trace. I was only in danger because it was you.
He placed his chin on top of my head. I smirked at that, staring at our foggy reflection in the mirror. That sounds like a compliment.
It was.
I know. I just wanted to hear you admit it. He kissed the top of my head before rifling through his clothes to retrieve his phone.
What do you want to eat?
I couldn't help it. First the hug, then the concern, followed by a compliment and a kiss to the head. This was him being tender. Sweet, even. However, if I pointed that out, he'd get defensive and retreat within himself to reset his default mode, cold and emotionless. A medium well-done barbecue bacon smokehouse burger with extra onions and no cheese, as well as a side of fries, 1 vanilla milkshake, and a bottle of sparkling water. I'm watching my weight. I replied, and he nodded, dialing. As he spoke on the phone, I reached up to touch my hair, only to remember the wig I was wearing. Bending over, I wiped the steam from the glass to look at myself. For a woman who had just spent the last 15 minutes puking, I looked surprisingly beautiful. I make one hell of a ginger, I said when his attention was back on me, twisting the red baby hair by my earlobe. I'm keeping the look for the night. It took so much effort to get ready.
I didn't recognize you at all. It wasn't just because of the red hair or the green eyes.
He reached up, tapping his thumb on my face.
Who knew a birthmark could make such a difference?
I like them too. I smirked, reaching up to touch his hand. However, in my line of work, identifying markers are a liability.
Did you cover them all?
His eyes looked down to my neck. I pulled down the straps of my dress, letting it fall and pool around my feet.
Very thorough.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. I winked, walking around him and taking the velvet robe hanging behind the door. Before you jump me, we have things to talk about.
I thought the order was sex, then talk.
Normally, it is. but I've had a very stressful night and need to regain my strength. For the sake of our child, I said, placing my hand over my flat stomach. His eyes looked to them and then back to me. I just flashed him a smile.
Why do I have the feeling you're going to use this child against me?
He asked when he held up the robe for me to slip into. He's really moved. Interesting. Never. I turned around, letting him help me into the robe, though we both knew I didn't need it. Reaching over, I took the other robe and turned to him. He rolled his eyes, but let me help him. I kissed the back of his neck. Everything I do for you. For us. I need to check your blood levels. I left the bathroom, walking through the master bedroom and straight towards the living room. My work bag was still on the glass dining table, and I pulled out my laptop.
Who wants the Chinese ambassador's son killed?
He questioned as he pulled out the chair beside me. The ambassador to China. I faced him, lifting his hand, and he looked very amused by that. It made me like him more.
Is it not his son?
I flipped his index finger over, swiping the top of his finger clean with an alcohol pad. It is, I said, and pricked his finger. I wished he'd jumped or even flinched a little. It would have been cute. Adding his blood to the reader, I set it aside and faced him. I'll share if you share why you randomly came down here and accidentally saved his life. He nodded, leaning back and waiting for me to continue. The ambassador to China, Chow Chung-wei, wants to run for president in 2 years. His youngest son, Chow Neng-chang, is pretty much useless, the black sheep of the family. He failed out of every private school he was put in. His parents bribed his way into university, which, not shockingly, he failed out of. Following that, there were a few run-ins with the police for being an obnoxious rich little shit, really. Nothing impressive. Street racing, fights in clubs, that kind of thing. He's also an avid lover of drugs, and lots of them.
Valued customer of ours, then. I'm not sure I want him to die.
The reader beeped, letting me know the results were ready. Well, it's not up to you, I reminded him, reading the machine. You're fine. Your iron count is low, though.
I'll work on it, Doctor.
He mocked. He seemed to enjoy this. Rolling my eyes, I deleted his information from my system. Anyway, the straw that broke his father's back is the rape allegations against him. At one of his parties, he raped 3 women. How he managed to do that over and over without any of his guards stopping him is beyond me. It also makes the women's stories a little hard to put a case around him. 2 of the women have taken his parents' hush money, and the 3rd refuses.
Why not just kill her?
I glared up at him.
Sorry, was that insensitive? I was merely saying this as a father-to-be. Wouldn't you protect your son over someone else, no matter how monstrous he is?
Good to know our kid was free to do whatever the fuck it wanted. He wanted that too, but like I told you, I have class. I don't go that low. I tilted my laptop so he could see. An alternative measure and explanation was offered, explaining that it would be too messy for him, that her family might talk. If he killed the whole family, reporters would start sniffing around. The other girls wouldn't feel safe to keep silent. Kill the son, use it for his political gain. Then if one of the girls does talk later, he can simply say, "My son is not alive," to defend himself against these implications.
Plausible deniability.
He nodded, and I saw the corner of his lips turn upwards as he looked from the screen to me.
Very smart cover-up.
Yes. Well, it'll do.
Not for you,
he said, and I paused. What?
The woman who got raped. You don't want to kill her.
He shifted his head to the side just slightly, like he was reading me. His eyes narrowed like he found something.
For you, rape is worse than murder. It was a 2-for-1 deal. Killing her wasn't below your class level. You simply thought she'd suffered enough. No, she had already died. So you offered this alternative, It looks good, and it works for the ambassador. But I'm curious. I was under the impression you were one of many foot soldiers, so to speak, in this organization. In my organization, when I give orders, my foot soldiers cannot question nor offer their opinions or alternatives to my directions. So, Calliope, how were you able to manage that?
Beep. Beep. His phone went off. Looks like dinner is here. I smiled at him and got up. You've thought of a cover story, right? Miguel and his men must be ready to shit themselves since they couldn't find me. He frowned at me, shaking his head.
Didn't you kill Miguel in the club?
No, I said slowly. I didn't know what you were doing there, or why you needed him. So I darted him. The chemicals in that would most likely counteract the poison. He might be in a lot of pain right now, but not dead. He's also not going to be able to remember the last few minutes in the club. Why? Were you planning on killing him?
I wasn't before, but now I am.
He replied, tapping out a text, but then he paused. His eyes snapped up to me again.
He won't remember the last few minutes. So he won't remember holding a gun to me.
And you won't forget.
No, I will not.
He changed his message before moving to the door. It took about a minute before there was a knock. He opened the door wide, wider than he needed to. A man with shoulder-length brown hair and slim build stood holding 2 bags, as well as my milkshake. His eyes shifted to me for a quick second before going back to Ethan.
Everything you ordered. I was gonna say we haven't found the woman yet, but it seems you have, sir. Indeed,
he confirmed.
Where is Miguel now? In the hospital, recovering. They said he was poisoned and he couldn't remember anything. Go visit, and let him know that the next time he does anything like opening a club without my permission or thinking he can go without me hearing about who he is meeting and seeing, I will collapse the building on top of him. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, I said with an Irish accent, taking the food from his hands. Isn't our boss so gracious? He opened his mouth to speak, but didn't say anything to me, instead focusing on Ethan.
I'll let you know when he's informed. We leave here at 8 a.m.,
was all he said to him before closing the door in his face. Smooth. Nice cover. I walked over to the couch and set the food down. Now it looks like you planned the shooting at the club to warn Miguel. So why does your lapdog look so hurt? He locked the door and turned back to me.
Because he forgets he's a lapdog. He wants the ability to give his opinions and alternatives to my directions. However, that is a mighty power to have in any organization, don't you think?
I took a bite of my fries. I think it's your turn to share about your day, Ethan. Sit with me. Tell me a story while I eat. His eyes narrowed, and I couldn't do anything but smile. Just because I was his woman didn't mean I stopped being my own woman. And, as such, I was allowed my own secrets.
9. Love is every bit as violent and dangerous as murder. Knut Hamsun. Ethan, age 24. Houston, Texas. Friday, September 7th. She loved keeping me guessing, and I knew why. It was obvious. I enjoy it. By nature, I could figure things out. I could put the pieces together. So often it left me bored at how simple and easy it was. She did not want me to be bored with her. That was one of many reasons.
You're staring, not sharing,
she said before taking a bite of her burger, her now green eyes focused on me. It's hardly as interesting as yours. I picked up the fries. Miguel Munha is currently the leader of the Roja cartel, one of the cartels unofficially under me. Remember the cocaine on the table while we were in Bogota?
Nope.
She lied and took another bite. She winked at me, and all I could do was shake my head. She had a very cute side to her. There was cocaine on the table in Bogota. Miguel sent it to me for inspection. They had added something called Angel Caído, another plant they found growing next to the coca.
It's more like a weed.
She interrupted. I paused, unwrapping my burger. Aren't weeds just plants that grow where they're not wanted?
Do you want Angel Caído to grow with your cocaine?
Can I make money off it? I asked before taking a bite.
As a Callahan, you could make money off of anything, but go on.
She shot back as she reached for her milkshake. It did not escape my notice that she had been giving me orders since we met in the club, and that I was following them. Strange, but I wasn't annoyed, even though I normally would have been. Angel Caído, as you seem to know it, boosts the effects and memory of those who take the coke. On its own, it does nothing but apparently leave a bad taste in your mouth. It is simply a spice which could be added.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
Yet you continue to do so, I muttered, taking another bite. She gave me a look and sighed.
You don't seem to know much about it, and it looks like you're trying to decide whether or not to add it to your menu for your customers. However, your family is very traditional when it comes to your dishes. Keep it clean and keep it strong. Correct?
Correct. I waited for her to go on.
Yes, well, tradition is all well and good, but it has a flaw.
Really now? I wiped my hands and took my own milkshake. By all means, explain.
I do hope you aren't one of those men that don't like when women give them business advice.
Did you forget who my mother was? Is.
Touché.
She sniffed.
As I was saying, traditions are good. They are needed. At least for a family as big and powerful as yours, they are needed. However, with each generation, these traditions need to be evaluated. Many, even most, will stay, but some have to change. That's what we call survival. Angel Caído has always existed and has always grown next to cocaine, only then it was called mierda de planta by the native peoples.
Plant shit, I translated. That was one name for it. She nodded.
In the early cycles of some coca plants, another plant, mierda de planta, grew around it. It's brownish, smells awful, and is usually ripped out and thrown away by planters because it can ruin the coca. Plants have one desire, to grow. Yet over and over again it was ripped out as a weed for generations. Its tradition is to be an ugly, smelly weed until one day it decides it has had enough and does what all things that need to survive do. It changes. Slowly, over God knows how many years, it changes its appearance, adapts to the one plant that keeps living next to it. Coca, it mimics the look of the coca, not completely, but enough so it's not pulled out as a weed. It grows, casually, blending in. It tricks the farmer who picks it with the coca and, surprise, this thing, this weed that everyone threw away, goes from mierda de planta to Angel Caído.
It sounded like a certain person I knew, and I was having a child with. The moment that thought came to my mind, I pushed it back. So you are saying add it, adapt and change like the plant. I tried to stay on topic as she drank. She shook her head.
Yes and no. Yes, you should be willing to adapt when necessary and change when necessary. What has been done for generations is not always correct or still applicable today. The world changes, we must change too. However, you're not really changing, Ethan. You've already been adding it, you just didn't know. The plan was always there. Most was gotten rid of, but occasionally some was added to batches over the years. It's such a small change, it wasn't really noticeable. Some of your customers might have noticed and just thought they got a really good batch. So adding it now doesn't go against your family's way. It just lets you see with a clearer eye than them. Miguel Minha might be an idiot, but he's a lucky idiot, and he just helps you make some more money. So, are you going to show your gratefulness by sparing his life?
Not a fucking chance. I answered without hesitation, and she burst out laughing, her whole body shaking. And in that moment, she took my breath away. She was beautiful. Her mind was beautiful. And as a result, no matter how she looked on the outside, the word mine flashed in my eyes. I wanted her, all of her, to be mine. What the hell? I looked down at my chest. It was heaving, my heart racing. You know it's love when you just want to kill her, but you can't because you'd regret never seeing her so much you'd want to kill yourself. My father's voice rang out in my mind, and I tried to think. How would I feel if she was gone? It made my heart race so fast it hurt.
Are you all right?
She asked. I looked up and saw the genuine concern in her eyes. She looked at her food, and then mine before she snatched up my burger, even though hers wasn't finished, and took a bite. What are you doing? She swallowed, placing her hand on her chest.
You look like you're in pain. I thought maybe the lapdog did something to your burger.
So you ate it? I felt anger this time, just like when I had come over from the club, furious at the risks she'd taken. She nodded, obviously not understanding.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, I'm very good with poisons. If I could taste what it was, I could make an antidote. But I can't taste anything here.
Yeah, because it's not poisoned, I snapped at her.
Why are you yelling at me?
She yelled back, annoyed. Taking a deep breath, I sat up straighter. Callie, did you forget you are pregnant? Do you know if our child is good with poisons too? Her eyes widened, and she looked down at her stomach. She tried to speak, but couldn't. Or wouldn't. Instead, she just lifted her milkshake and sucked on the damn straw, acting innocent. Callie!
Yes, I forgot!
She hollered, gripping the cup.
And even though I can't see it yet, it's stopping me from drinking, making me puke in the morning, interfering with my work and our plans, and making me get yelled at by you. For a split second while I worried over you, I forgot because you were making this pained expression.
I was making a pained expression because I realized in that moment that I really am in love with you. Pain which you do not help ease when you go and eat burgers you believe are poisoned in front of me.
Well, you knew it wasn't poisoned.
You didn't! Which shows me you would do it if it actually was poisoned, hence the pain! I could not believe how angry I was right now, but there was no denying it. I was angry at her for risking herself. I had been angry all night, I just didn't realize this was the cause of it. She held her hands up as if to tell me to stop.
You cannot tell me you love me and then get angry at me for a perceived risk I might be taking.
Why not?
Because then I want to punch you in the face instead of kissing you back and saying I love you too.
She said calmly, though the look in her eyes was not very loving.
The reason why I want to punch you in the face is because your anger is telling me to stop doing what I'm doing. It is a risk you don't like. Everything I do is a risk. The logical progression to ease your anger is for me to stop doing what I'm doing. I can't do that.
Why not? I hadn't thought that far, but we did need to discuss this. She was having my child. She was mine. Our plans needed to change. She needed to come back with me.
There!
She pointed her finger at my face.
That is the look of you putting a new plan together in your head. Let me guess. Because of this baby, no more secret plans to trap your parents, no more wigs and secret identities for me. I come back with you in the morning as Mrs. Callahan.
That was the next logical step. That is what you wanted, isn't it? To be Mrs. Callahan. Weeks ago she was ready to kill me because I didn't want to take her to Chicago, and now she was pissed? What?
Did you not tell me there was only one way to be with you?
Things changed.
Bullshit.
She frowned, placing her hands on the table.
I said I love you, Ethan. Which means I want you, which means I want you to want me too. If I go back with you, you lose what you so badly wanted, to defeat your parents, to stand on your own, to be the leader on your own, and you wouldn't mean to. You would push it down, you would try to get over it or accept it, but you would resent me. I was supposed to help you with this one thing, and I failed you. You would pull away from me.
Do not tell me what my actions and feelings will be.
Why? Because I'm right and it'll put you in a difficult position? Your goals and dreams of being your version of a reasonable Callahan man?
She stated the options as questions, but they were too real, too true, to be just questions. This is why I hated getting emotional. It threw me off the course of my plans. A simple change in my heart rhythm, and I was telling her I loved her and asking her to come back with me. I don't know what I would have done before, and I couldn't go back to that unknown space. What would you have me do, Calliope? I asked honestly. And for the first time in my adult life, I was truly at a loss, with no plans. Leave the woman I love while she is carrying my child here in a hotel and go back home as if nothing ever happened? Just keep moving forward until I reach my goals?
Yes.
She bit her lip and clenched her fist.
I told you. Everything I do for you. For us. That includes this child. Neither it nor I are going to die. We are both young. Some would argue too young. However, we are different from them because we will adapt and survive no matter what. Why should I be at your side now? So you can protect me? I feel like your line of work is a little more dangerous than mine, shockingly. And I can protect myself very well.
You forget that child only stays in you a few more months. Then what? It doesn't have a father?
Ethan, look at me. Will this baby come out with red hair? Chances are very slim. You will be in this child's life. You will be its father. We will both be there. I will let you know everything that happens with me and it. Everything. Use this time. Use me. And one by one we can get rid of your enemies. We will make it safe. So we don't end up having to leave when our child is 16.
Right. I remembered that pain. Losing my mother. Not understanding how someone as strong as her could just die. Just leave me. Leave us. It was cold and cruel, and in many ways it broke me so badly I wished I couldn't remember her. I wished she had gone when I was a child, so I wouldn't have remembered so much of her.
Ethan,
she whispered as she sat on my lap. I hadn't even noticed her move. She put her arms around my shoulders, resting her forehead on mine.
If you can tell me with absolute certainty that you will not regret it, that you will not feel burdened by it, that you won't try to find someone else to replace me, I will go back with you.
You're not replaceable, I whispered back, wrapping my arms around her. There isn't a woman insane enough. She smacked my shoulder, and I couldn't help but smile.
Again, will you regret it if I go with you, Ethan?
Yes. And now I realize I am a worse person than I thought. I wanted her, but I knew she was right, and it bothered me. Why the fuck was she always right?
No, you are who I've known you to be.
She kissed the side of my lips.
A man who will let nothing stand in his way.
I undid the ties of her robe, opening it and kissed her chest, kissing right under her breast and then above her heart. At any point, whenever you no longer want to do this, la mia anima, my soul, tell me and I will bring you home. My plans or goals be damned.
You are so much more romantic than you give yourself credit for.
She bent down, kissing my lips, and her hands ripped the robe from my shoulders. Do you have your strength back yet? I asked against her lips. Overflowing with it, she muttered between kisses. When her tongue entered my mouth, I stood up, lifting her, letting her legs wrap around me. So this is what it felt like to be in love with someone. Happy, worried, confused, certain, passionate, insane, angry, joyful. So many emotions for just one word. It wasn't logical at all.
Calliope, age 21. Houston, Texas. Saturday, September 8th. I beamed when I saw my phone light up. Taking off my gloves, I answered. Good morning. How did you sleep?
Well, where are you?
I glanced down at the man at my feet, tape over his mouth. He screamed against it. I'm at work. I placed my foot over his mouth. This has to be done on a deadline, so I left early.
It's 6 a.m. We just went to bed 2 hours ago.
I heard him get up from the bed on his end.
You need to rest.
Ah, this concern again. I will, don't worry. And now, you have this phone to contact me on if you're ever concerned, and I can do the same. He was silent for a moment, and the man under my feet struggled again, forcing me to stomp my foot down once more. I swear I'll rest once I'm finished.
Be safe out there.
Always. And you too. Love you. I hung up, placing the phone back on my tray and grabbing my gloves again. Kneeling down, I slapped his white, well, now red, cheek as he cried. That's my boyfriend. No, that doesn't sound strong enough. Fiancé? Well, he hasn't proposed, but we plan on getting married eventually, so I guess the right term would be baby daddy? No, well, it's complicated. But whenever I think of him, I get these little butterflies in my stomach. Have you ever gotten that? Sorry, hold on. I tore the tape from his mouth. Say again. Please, my father is rich. Whatever you want. Who do you think is paying me to do this? I asked him before I put the tape back over his mouth and patted it down carefully. His brown eyes widened and he shook his head from side to side, so I nodded. Yeah, sorry. Some dads are shit, and your dad is tired of cleaning up after you. But I still have to wonder how terrible of a son you must have been to cause him to prefer your death. But, in your defense, how terrible of a father must he have been for you to turn out like this? Or were you just broken from birth? Again, he started to cry. I grabbed the syringe. I held his eyes open, which only made him start to panic and struggle. But the other drugs were already working, so it was getting harder. Normally, I'm quick with this sort of thing. I get no real pleasure out of it. But you deserve to suffer. You deserve to know what it feels like when someone strips you of your autonomy. I have never been raped, but I find the act sickening. I ranted as the needle met his eye and pressed down, injecting the liquid. My, let's go with, man, says I rank rape worse than murder. I had never thought about that before, but he's right. Death doesn't linger. Once you die, you are dead, gone. But to rape someone, you shatter them and leave the broken pieces inside. You kill their souls and leave it inside their bodies. That's just wrong. Pulling the needle out, I put it on the tray, taking some gauze and wiping his eyes. I want you to experience that before you die. I want you to know the terror of someone else pinning you down and destroying you. You will burn. It will feel as if you've been sunk into lava, like your skin is melting off your fucking bones. You will want to scream for mercy, but your mouth won't open. You will feel death on the inside until I am satisfied you have learned your lesson. Then I will break the rest of you, and you will beg me to end your life. I got up and sat on the plastic-covered chair. taking off my gloves again and lifting my mug of peppermint tea, dipping the tea bag in the water a few more times before sipping. Oh, I miss wine. I exhaled tiredly and leaned back in the chair, looking down at him. He couldn't move, but tears ran down the side of his face and onto the plastic he lay on top of. It's starting, isn't it? The fire, the pain. Good. I applaud your father. Some would say it's vicious and cruel, but it is just nature. If your child is weak, if it cannot survive in the world, you must leave it to die. I'm having a child of my own, so it is a lesson I appreciate and will remember. Make them strong, or the world will put them down. He let out a small gasp of air. I think it might have been a silent scream, and I sipped on my tea. I think that was what provoked Ethan's mother. That's why she left. She had to make them strong, or else someone like me would have done this to them. I understood, which was also the reason why I needed to help trap them. That was nature, too. Sometimes the older ones must die because they prevent the younger ones from reaching their full potential, and I wanted to see just how he would shake up this world. How we would.
Ethan, age 24. Callahan Family Jet. Saturday, September 8th. Boss? Grayson approached my chair, looking at the phone in his hands. Remember that Chinese kid? The one trying to get in Killer Instinct? The one with the tacky suit and women on his arm? Tobias asked as he came from the back jet, rubbing oil on his hand. Yeah, that one. Turns out the kid was someone important. He was the Chinese ambassador's son. I interrupted, and they both paused and focused on me. What of him? Grayson opened his mouth, then closed it, shaking his head before he looked at his phone. They said he died of blunt force trauma to fuck everywhere. The idiot was drunk or high, and he fell off the rooftop of his apartment in the city this morning. 270 feet straight down. Drunk? Tobias looked at his watch. It's 8:45 in the morning. Sure he didn't throw himself off? Oh, shit, it's both. The security cam has already been leaked. Grayson showed us, and I watched as the man stumbled like a drunk and climbed onto the edge of the roof. He wiped his face, smiled, and then walked off the side of the building. Fuck! They both grimaced as they heard the screams and the impact of his body hitting the ground. That is some way to go, Grayson observed. My father had a saying, Il triste mietatore non sa pietà, vuole solo la tua anima. Tobias snickered, but Grayson just stared as lost as a newborn calf. And for us non-Italians, that means? The Grim Reaper knows no mercy. She just wants your soul, I translated. Their gaze shifted to me, but I focused on Tobias, whose hair was pulled into a ridiculous bun I wanted to cut off. But why is the Grim Reaper a woman? He said it's because women have the same goal and that's why they invented marriage. Tobias couldn't help but laugh, as did Grayson. Interesting. Are you both finished? I was tired of their conversation. Yes. Just thought you might want to know. Grayson replied. Now I know. They both nodded and walked back to their seats. But being the children they were, they couldn't look away from the videos in their hands. I glanced out the window, staring at the white clouds overhead. And it just made me think of her. I'm not sure how she did it. I heard the muffled screams coming from the other side of me, and yet it looked like suicide. Every time I met her, somebody ended up dead or dying. Il triste mietatore. She was the Grim Reaper. So, was I getting closer to death, or being spared from it? 10. Myth is much more important and true than history. Joseph Campbell. Ethan, age 24. Chicago, Illinois. Thursday, November 22nd. One by one, they brought the food out, handing it to other members of my family to arrange around the table. None of them prepared it, but setting Thanksgiving dinner on the table was something my grandmother made sure we were all a part of. They spoke and laughed, while I sat watching in my chair at the head of the table. I glanced over to the chair beside me, the one my sister sat in, the one Calliope would someday take. This was still strange to me, this slight ache in my chest. Originally, I had settled on her because I knew she and I would be the most compatible with each other. I knew she would understand me, and I dare hoped she'd come to care about me, to love me. Instead, I was the one who had fallen. I didn't even see it. I didn't even feel it, the fall. It was like I woke up on the ground, and when I looked up, I realized, oh, I'm in love with her. I didn't like it. It felt like she was in my head, like she was wrapped around me and I couldn't break free. But on the other hand, thinking of her made me want to smile. Who knew where she was, what she was doing? But it most likely would be something to make me concerned. Dear God, I felt like my father. He looked so sad and lonely when my mom wasn't around. And then when he saw her again, he was over the moon, like a dog waiting for its master. Is that how I look right now? Do they notice? I glanced over to my sister as she watched Tobias. Not wanting to deal with that, I looked to my brother, who was laughing with Helen. Cedric and Darcy were arguing over sports again. My uncles were speaking to their wives. Of course they don't notice. They're never looking. I exist in this chair, separate from them. They don't want to look for too long. They don't know how to speak to me. Not on that level. Power does that, even in family. We were all fine to argue with one another. Hell, even yell at each other. But the casual, the conversational everyday things, those things they didn't speak to me about. Maybe it was because they didn't want to burden me. Or maybe my responses were not what they expected or wanted. Either way, the wall was up, and they stayed on their side and I stayed on mine. The only difference was it had always just been me here. Until her. I felt like just a man next to her. She made me feel human. A person in need of answers, advice, comfort, love, laughter, anger. All of that she so casually gave. Just the two of us. Well, almost 3. She should be about 4 months now. She had to be showing by now. Was she still working? Ethan? I blinked and turned to my grandmother, who held a knife for me, and I stood up, moving to the center of the table. Staring at the glazed turkey with stuffing poking out of it, I began. Dear Lord, we come together as a family today to say thanks for all the gifts and blessings you have given us. The most recent being Cedric not shooting his own eye out while hunting this turkey. Hey! He hollered while everyone snickered. I went on as if I didn't hear. For the family who could not be here, I say thanks. Amen, everyone else replied as I cut into the breast of the turkey, offering the first slice to my grandmother, as always, before handing my uncle the knife and sitting back down in my chair. Hey, who wants the other drumstick? Uncle Neil asked excitedly. The other? What happened to the first? Darcy pointed to it. You can't take it every year, Uncle Neil. Darcy, do not fight over things that existed well before you were born, Uncle Neil replied. It was a good prayer, my grandmother said, placing her hand on my arm like she did every year. I'm sure your parents are here in spirit. I pulled my arm away. gently nodding even though I had only just realized what I'd said. The family who wasn't here. I wasn't thinking of my parents. I was thinking of Calliope and our child. Thank you, Nana.
What is wrong with you? I am getting weird vibes.
Donna snapped, and for a second I thought it was directed to me. However, it was Wyatt. Yeah, Wyatt. Why have you been so quiet? Cedric questioned. You almost kill yourself hunting a turkey?
Not funny.
Aunt Mina glared at him before looking to Wyatt.
Are you all right?
One by one, they all questioned him, showed their concern for him, and then my grandmother gave me a look that told me to say something. I was dealing with my own emotional issues, but I have to stop to coddle Wyatt? Wyatt, if there is something, staying silent doesn't. I'm leaving, he replied, and all of us stopped what we were doing to look at him. He kept speaking. I'm transferring to finish the rest of medical school in Boston. I leave after the new year, and I'm not sure if I'll be coming back as often. Are you walking out on this family? I asked him. I just need a break, he sighed. I need a damn break from the chaos. From all of this, I just want to be Wyatt, not Wyatt Callahan. I need space. They all looked to me, and I felt the space, the wall between us widening. He needed space. He did nothing. He got everything, and now he wanted space.
Why don't we talk about this?
Nana, I'm sorry, but I'm not talking about it. I'm going. Everything was finalized this morning. He tossed his napkin on the table. I'm sorry I ruined the night. I'm going to... You stay, I said, rising myself. I'll go. Enjoy your last Thanksgiving at home.
Ethan!
My grandmother called my name, panicked. What? Are you worried I'm going to kill him? Why would I do that? I don't have proof he's betrayed me. He's free to live where he wishes. He's not my slave. I said to her, and looked around the room. You all will need to find new places soon as well. The house will be undergoing renovations. When it's finished, you don't have to return either if you don't wish. Walking around the table, I approached the door, and before I closed it, I heard him speak once more. What did I tell you? He only cares about the business. As long as we don't die or embarrass the family, he doesn't care. He's not capable of it. Wyatt! Ignoring them, I walked up the stairs, but I only took a few steps when Tobias came out. Boss, what is it? I questioned, looking down. Savino Moretti. He came up the stairs and handed me a tablet. He spent his day giving out turkeys and cash in the lower third. What about the celebration in the OS? It was still packed, as always, but Moretti was talked about. A lot. I wanted to laugh, but I didn't have that much energy. Apparently everyone was an ungrateful piece of shit. They ate from my hand and kiss another. What happened to loyalty? What happened to the family, the clans? Or was it just me? Was I not enough? Despite everything, despite the peace and wealth, what was it they lacked that made them so fickle still? Boss, keep watching him for now, and report to me. Leave him be, for now. I handed him the tablet. Yes, sir. Walking up the stairs, I turned and went down the hall, stopping to look at the family portrait that hung in place. I stared at my parents' faces. One of the many questions I had for them was, did they ever regret it? Ever? Even if, I asked, I wasn't sure I could trust their answer. Looking away, I walked into my study, pulling off my tie and grabbing the liquor before moving to my seat and leaning back into the chair. Bzzz. Bzzz. What fucking now? I pulled out my phone, but it wasn't ringing. Bzzz. I felt the vibration once more and then remembered, pulling out the slim, red phone from my suit jacket. It was so thin and so weightless, I often forgot it was on me. Accepting the call, I put it to my ear.
I gave you this phone so you'd call me from time to time.
Her voice sounded on the other end.
When you don't call first, I have to call, and it makes me feel needy.
You shouldn't. I wanted to say more, but I didn't know if my parents were watching or not yet.
I know you can't say much while you're there. Who knows if your parents are watching or not, right?
She all but read my mind. And just like that, I could breathe again.
I found out the sex of our kid. Do you want to know?
Do not toy with me. Of course I wanted to know, and I couldn't express it any other way without becoming an idiot.
It's a girl. Of course I'd be the one to end the Callahan firstborn male tradition.
Not all traditions are necessary. I grinned and hung my head to hide it. Where are you now?
The motherland.
She laughed.
Somewhere in the Lazio region, taking a small break. Listening to my grandfather tell his in-my-day stories as my grandmother force-feeds me Zeppoles and Strafoli.
Yes, I'm very sure force needs to be used. I joked. She laughed, and it calmed me down.
Your daughter likes deep-fried desserts, what can I say?
My daughter. There was that feeling again in my chest.
I'll let you get back to work. I just wanted to let you know.
I'm renovating the house. The silence on her end was for a brief second.
You mean you want me to renovate? To draw up plans?
It's your job, isn't it? Mrs. Callahan was supposed to choose how the house looked. And so she would.
Do I get one of those wife budgets?
What do you think?
I think you sound off. Was your day really that bad? Then again, it's Thanksgiving in the States. Be careful. We are twice as likely to kill our family members during the holidays than any other time of the year.
Completely reasonable, I said, standing and moving to my window. I'll call you next time.
It's all I ask,
she said softly.
Happy Thanksgiving. I love you.
Just like that, she hung up. This was the second time she'd told me that, then hung up without listening for a reply. But then again, I couldn't say it back. I couldn't even tell her happy birthday. But at least I could give her a gift. I could let her build the house she wanted to be waiting for when she got here.
Calliope, age 22. Seoul, South Korea. Monday, December 31st. I watched the snow slowly sink toward the earth from the sky. All the lights made it impossible to see the stars. Despite how high I was above the ground, I could hear the voices from all those on the street below. They looked like a parade of ants. Ring. Happy New Year, I said into the phone when I answered.
There's still 5 more minutes here.
His voice, as always, was calm, steady, with that natural coldness. It was comforting to hear. I know. I still have 5 minutes, too, I replied.
How?
I could hear his family's voices on the other side. What he really meant was, where was I that we'd be in the same time zone? 4 floors down. I'm stalking you, I whispered, laying back in the bed. I don't know if it's this child messing with my mind or what, but do you see what you've done? You've turned me into a stalker.
Aren't assassins stalkers by trade?
I snickered, rolling to my side. True, but I'm not killing you, so there's no logical reason for this stalking.
Normal people would call it missing someone.
Dear God, I grimaced. I've come too far to be acting like a normal person now. He laughed gently.
Stalking isn't normal, so you are still within the scope of insanity.
Thank you, that's very sweet. I grinned and rolled over once more. I was getting pretty fucking tired of trying to get comfortable and failing because of this stomach.
How did you know we'd be in Seoul?
He questioned.
Do I have a mole?
You have stupid in-laws, I replied, rolling again. Apparently, I was a rolling pin now. I'm sure your cousin Nori wanted to keep this wedding a small and private family gathering. However, her husband likes free cafe Wi-Fi and doesn't log out of his fucking email. He exhaled like he couldn't even believe the stupidity of that man. I could almost see his shoulders drop and his eyes narrowing at him. Off with his head? I asked.
They just got married tonight. I can't. Besides, she's pregnant.
My condolences. I murmured and sat up, seeing the pager light up beside me. Reaching for it, I grinned. Are you looking for me?
Whose room did you steal?
Borrowed. It's not my fault your damn family bought out the whole fucking hotel for the night. I can't effectively stalk if I can't get in.
Are they still alive?
Yes. I haven't lost my whole entire mind. They are your guest and under your protection. When the sun comes up, they will wake feeling like they've had the best sleep of their lives.
Good. Now open the damn door before we miss the New Year.
How did he know which room? I glanced down at my hands, only to remember the pager. Damn it. I got off the bed and walked out of the bedroom. I'm surprised you don't have a key. There he was, standing in the living room in a black tuxedo, a black bow tie over his black dress shirt, a single red rose on the velvet lapel. His green eyes stared and wandered down to my stomach. And before I could say anything, he rushed towards me, pulled me into his arms, and kissed my lips. I was so stunned for a second I couldn't move. But when his arms wrapped around me, I hugged him back, kissing him fiercely. I opened my mouth for him, moaning against lips. Bang! We pulled apart, and he rested his forehead on mine.
Happy New Year, la mia anima.
Your family is going to be looking for you.
I'm pretty sure I'm with my family,
he whispered. Pulling back, I glanced up at him. His soft side was coming out again. He must have really been tired of his family. I reached up and placed my hand on his cheek. Don't let them get to you. Just think of them as children. They make mistakes. They don't see the big picture like we do. It's a burden, but it's better than being ignorant.
Thank you, Sensei,
he said with a smirk. Technically, it's sabumnim. Sensei is mostly Japanese. He rolled his eyes, let go of me, and gave me a hotel key card.
Change rooms and wait for me. I'll be back. We have work to go over.
Work? My eyebrow raised as I took the card from him.
Among other things,
he replied, kissing the side of my head one more time and stepping back. He pointed to the floor.
Do you need help moving her, or will that mess up your plans?
I glanced down at Nari's husband's cousin. Her body was still where I left her, drool pouring out of her mouth as she snored, her cheeks bright red. It would look like she passed out from too much drink. I think she looks pretty comfortable here. No? I answered and met his gaze. He shook his head, but the look on his face said he knew I was going to say that.
20 minutes. That's how long before the gap in security, and you head to room 2177.
Yes, boss. I nodded as he walked to the door. Don't forget to bring me dinner. He paused and looked back at me.
No special request?
I shrugged. I want to be surprised.
This is a trap for me somehow.
He shook his head before he walked out. He was right. Oh! I placed my hand on my stomach and looked down. Did you just kick me? Daddy's girl already.
Ethan, age 24, Seoul, South Korea. Tuesday, January 1st. The food was a trap because it forced me to think about what the hell I was going to get her while I stood amongst my family. They all spoke and went on, but I was trapped by thoughts of her. She was pregnant, and outside of loving fried pastries, I wasn't sure what she actually wanted to eat. So I was forced to think of everything I had seen her eat when we were together, forced to figure out how to leave, which also let me set up another reason to send my men away. I sent a few of them to escort the new shipments into the city. It wasn't necessary that it be done tonight, but I just wanted no more questions. I got spicy beef and fried noodles before returning to the room by myself. I glanced down at the phone when she didn't answer. She always answered. Entering the suite, I placed the takeout on the table. Calliope? No answer. Either she was playing games with me, which she had no reason to, or... I headed down the hall and pushed the door open, and there she was lying diagonally across the bed, curled up into a ball. She was sleeping, the strands of the platinum blonde wig she wore over her face. Walking to the side of the bed, I sat down and brushed the hair from her face. Anyone could have walked in on you, I whispered, and she lifted her hand, a cell phone in it, with the words, "Arrived" on it. She pushed herself off the bed, rubbing her eyes before reaching under my arm and tugging at something on the back of my suit jacket. It was a small, thin circle. She clicked it, and the words on the screen changed to clear. You put a tracker on me.
No, it's a motion bounce. The others are in the hall, so if anyone came that was not you, I would know.
She pressed the sticker on the phone, yawned, and laid back down.
Where is the food?
I don't know why I bothered to doubt her anymore. I don't even think it was doubt, actually. More like curiosity. Living room. I'll get it.
No, stay.
She grabbed my arms.
Take your shoes and jacket off so we can cuddle.
Cuddle. She said it with no shame. We cuddled now.
Polly!
Hurry. She waved her hands at me, apparently tired of using English or Italian to speak and telling me to hurry up. Why was I going along with this? What was wrong with me? I took off my shoes and my jacket, lying beside her across the bed. She turned, pressing her back against my chest. Am I the boss or you? She answered by lifting her shirt and putting my hand on her stomach. My eyebrow twitched, and I moved closer.
Since you left, she's been moving around like a big fish inside of me. Calm her down,
she ordered, obviously not very pleased with being the fishbowl. What language? English, Italian, Irish, or Korean, since we're in Korea.
Are you making fun of me right now?
I grinned, even though I no longer recognized myself anymore. Slowly, I rubbed circles on her stomach, watching the lights of the city shine through the curtains. It was well after 2 a.m., but it seemed people were still celebrating.
You aren't saying anything.
She's my daughter. She'll understand silence, just like her mother. She nodded and relaxed against me.
What does the rest of your family think of my remodeling?
Doesn't matter. Renovations start next week.
True. Do you like your room?
She asked.
Don't get used to it. The bachelor pad is just a cover. I'll be changing it later.
Yes, boss.
What is the work you wanted to talk about?
She changed the topic smoothly. She wasn't slick, nor was she trying to be. My brother is leaving for Boston in a few weeks. He wants to run away from our family, the Callahan name, and keep studying medicine there. She laughed softly, and I could feel it against me.
Your brother is either not bright or lying to himself. I suspect it's the latter. He must know there are more Irish people in Boston than in Chicago. He's not running from the Callahan name.
He's running from me, I whispered, knowing that to be the truth as well.
Exactly. But can you blame him? It must be hard living in your shadow.
You do it.
With the knowledge that I'm not always going to be in the shadows. I'm simply delaying my gratification, but I know it will come. He does not have that knowledge.
That was also true.
You want me to watch out for him? He'd notice anyone else.
I paused, realizing that we weren't on the same page. No, I wanted to use it to see if we could trap my parents. Harm him, forcing him to come home and then get my parents.
It's too much.
What? She shifted and turned over to face me. The contacts she wore were now blue.
I told you not to rush because of me and this child.
I am not rushing.
You are.
She cut me off gently.
You are being greedy. You want everyone home. You want it done already. We knew this was going to be a long plan from the start. If shit goes wrong for Wyatt the moment he gets there, he'll know it was you. Your parents will know it was you.
It doesn't have to happen immediately. It could be. She shook her head.
It can't happen at all. Let him go completely. Well, seem like you let it go completely. Be the big brother and watch from afar. Clear the traps in his way and let Wyatt live the life he wants to live.
But he doesn't want to live that life. I know my brother. He's tired of living in the shadows. He wants purpose and he feels like he cannot have it by my side, but he can.
Exactly.
She nodded.
What happens to a person who walks down a road thinking there is gold, but finds nothing? They have two choices. Kill themselves for being such a fool, or turn back and go down the right road. You know Wyatt loves being a Callahan. You know he wants to be more like you, so let him deny himself. Let him lie to himself. Give him no excuse as to why he didn't make it down the road, and then he will have to self-reflect. He will make the choice to come back. You can give him a little nudge, but you can't block him. Let him finish medical school, maybe even do part of his first residency. He will be bored out of his fucking mind.
That's basically 4 years from now. She nodded.
It is.
Once again, her dedication, her ability to put nothing ahead of the plan, my plan, was something that was beyond my understanding. How could she be so self-sacrificing? Being my wife meant that much to her. She could simply delay her gratification like that. Very well, I nodded. Her strength my only resolve. Wyatt goes to Boston, and after you give birth, you can be his triste miettatore.
What?
A grin spread across her face.
Why am I his grim reaper?
I stroked her cheek with the back of my hand. Because you decide when his soul goes back to the underworld. She rolled her eyes and turned back over. I rested my hand on her stomach again.
Sounds like the beginning to a great myth. The brother of Hades, tired of living in his brother's shadow, escapes the underworld and goes up to the land of mortals. Hades sends his true love, the Grim Reaper, to watch over him until it's time for his soul to return.
What of Cronus and Rhea, Hades' parents who seek and roam around the earth? What can be done of them? I need him to get hurt for them to come back.
No, you need one of their children to get hurt. You are their child, remember?
I stilled, my mind looking at all the pieces. They were so far apart from each other, but now I could see them aligning. Do you know who Savino Moretti is?
An old rich Italian family in Chicago, right? They worked under your mother.
And after my mother died, so did their steadfast loyalty.
They betrayed you.
I shook my head. That was the problem. No, not yet. Moretti is trying to drive a wedge between me and the Italian families, so he can take over. Just like Miguel Munha. All of them are on the cusp, flirting with betrayal. They don't know it themselves, but I can see it. Step by step, they are walking towards me just to stab me in the back.
Your lapdog Tobias, too.
That one is complicated, I muttered, already annoyed by the thought.
Because he's sleeping with your sister.
I glanced down at her face. She had her eyes closed, but still managed to have that know-it-all look on her face. Yes.
You love your sister. You don't want her to hate you. Killing her lover would do that. And maybe set her off to betray you, too.
Like I said, complicated.
Not if you have her kill him.
Her gears were turning.
Same with Wyatt. She loves her family, loves being a Callahan. You know what they want better than they do, so help them make their choices. If it came down to family or Tobias, and it was Donatella's choice, who would she choose?
Family, without hesitation. No, it wasn't complicated. There was just another step to the process. I let her make the choice she wants to make.
Then she can only be upset at herself.
I couldn't help but chuckle at that.
What?
My sister can always be upset with someone else. It's her gift. She chuckled, too.
Well, she won't be angry enough to want to go off the edge. And that's enough, isn't it?
Yes, I conceded, now sure of what I was going to have to do. I'm going to have to let my enemies grow. They will think they've somehow gotten the slip on me, over and over again. Meanwhile, as they grow, they crush the small idiots below them and make themselves my singular targets, which can be chopped down at a single command.
That will make you look weak.
Good. The weaker I look, the more concern my parents will have. The more they will want to right my ship. My father had this saying, even when I am losing, I am winning. So I will lose. I will lose over and over again. I will take the hits, and then all those losses will put me at such a high risk, such a danger. They will need to step in.
And then il triste miettatore will drag their souls back to the underworld, so they will kneel before Hades and beg forgiveness.
She said with a raspy voice, as if she was trying to cast a spell. I couldn't hold back my laugh. You do know that il triste miettatore is Italian and the gods in the myth you were using are Greek and not Roman, right?
Don't go there.
It kills you to admit the Greek gods are better. Italians were such prideful people.
You had to go there. I never said that.
She opened her mouth to make an excuse, but couldn't. I laughed again.
The Roman myths are very complicated. They are too serious for this conversation.
Yes, this conversation of family drama, plots, murder, and betrayals? I asked.
Damn it, Ethan, whose side are you on?
Thor's. She laughed so hard she snorted, and then tried to be serious again.
That's Viking.
We Irish have Viking in us. Where do you think the love of drinking in pubs and clashing cups comes from?
You're so fucking annoying.
She grumbled, using my hand as a pillow, and I kissed her cheek, making her blush. I loved her. This was the most fun I'd had in months, since the last time I was with her. She was, just as her name claimed, my muse. My dark and deadly muse. La mia anima. Why is your name Greek?
Don't make me hurt you.
She took off her shirt, and then her bra, turning over to look at me.
Unless you're asking to be hurt right now.
Now I was the one speechless. 11. Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I shall return there. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Job, chapter 1, verse 21. Ethan, age 24, Chicago, Illinois. Sunday, March 10th.
St. Augustine once said the church is a hospital for sinners, not a museum for saints. He said this because there is this mistaken belief that all Christians, all people who go to church, are somehow immune from making mistakes, that somehow they cannot also hurt you. But my fellow brethren, we have all sinned, some more than others.
My eyebrow raised when the eyes of Father McCrae, who happened to be a guest from Philadelphia, shifted over to me and my family once again. Apparently this sermon was for us.
And it is because we recognize these faults in ourselves that we seek the mercy of the Lord. That is what we should do. You being here is the right choice, the only choice to save your souls. However, if you care simply for show, if you come here so others can see you here, you are only fooling yourself. For the Lord sees all.
This is the third time he's looked at us,
my grandmother whispered beside me. However, that gentle smile never wavered as she gave him her attention. She looked out of the corner of her eyes.
Apparently the Lord didn't give him the memo.
A small grin appeared, and I focused back on the man of God as he went on.
You need to know, the Lord accepts you as you come, just like a hospital. You come in broken, in need of healing, but once you come inside, you must be on the road to recovery. You should be getting better, not worse.
I fought back a yawn, shifting in the pew, and it was just a flash in my periphery. But it caught my attention. That smile. I was very familiar with it. I couldn't believe it. I turned fully, and there, holding a Bible and rosary in her hand passionately, was Calliope. Or better yet, Sister Calliope. She sat among the nuns, dressed in black and white, a giant cross around her neck. Her face was covered with freckles. Her cheeks were a bit fuller, her nose slightly wider, and her eyebrows red. But the real kick was the fact that her eyes were clouded like a blind person. She was completely unrecognizable, so much so I doubted. No, it's not her. It couldn't be. She was due in a week. Shaking the thought from my mind, I watched as the priest moved to his seat, and I stood saying the profession of faith. I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible. I believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God. I couldn't help it. I looked back to the nun, who held on to one of the other nuns' arms, saying the prayer as well. Her robes made it hard to determine if she was pregnant or not. Everything on the outside said it wasn't her. However, something in me told me it was, and I trusted my instincts even above my own eyes.
Ethan?
My grandmother patted my arm, and I took her hand, helping her kneel before kneeling beside her.
Everything all right?
Just reflecting on the priest's words, I whispered, and she gave me a look, but said nothing more. I looked to the altar. It was the same old, same old. When she and a few other nuns stepped forward to the altar, I felt that doubt pushing through, seeing her walk slowly and carefully with the help. But it was not so much she could not do her tasks. Why was I so sure it was her? Based on a simple expression? A smile? I didn't know, but I was sure. I could sense it like the Grim Reaper had walked in. She did things subtly, but she had also told me she had taken a break from her other work. Unless she had already given birth. No, she would have told me. "The body of Christ," the priest spoke, and Donna took the bread, taking a step to the side and blessing herself. When the priest looked up to me, he didn't speak. He just shook his head. This son of a bitch wasn't serious. He turned, about to deny me in front of the whole church. "Oh, shit," Cedric whispered behind me. However, the moment he took another step, he started to cough. He coughed so forcefully he had to back up. I glanced over to the nun, and she held the bread up, staring blindly in front of her like she didn't see or hear.
"Father."
The altar servers took the bread from him and helped him stand. He waved them off, but when he tried to stand, he couldn't.
"Help him to his chair,"
another sister said to them. It was only when he walked back up to the altar to his seat did she walk in front of me, a soft look on her face as she lifted her hands to present the bread to me.
"The body of Christ,"
she said. I stared for a second, and she didn't seem to be fazed, leaning in so close she could almost touch my lips. Amen. She placed the bread on my tongue, and her cloudy eyes flickered to mine for only a quick second. Her eyebrow raised, and her bottom lip twitched as she fought a smirk. Standing back up, I stepped aside, blessing myself and walking into the pew. My grandmother and sister waited for me to go in first. I took my place on the kneeler.
"Did that priest just try to deny you communion, or was it just a cough?"
My grandmother whispered very low and sternly, in Irish. "Apparently God was giving him the memo," I answered, and I kept my eyes forward, watching Sister Calliope doing the Lord's work. Again. But how did she know? And did she really go through all of this just to make sure I wasn't denied at communion? While that would have been a major scandal in our community, it wasn't something I could not get out of. It would have been a pain in the fucking ass, but still nothing that required the amount of effort she was exhibiting now. Through the rest of service, I was trying to figure it out, but nothing came together. When it ended, I let my grandmother speak with Father McCrae, but that left me with the other families, who closed in on me as soon as we got outside. "Ethan!" I turned as Savino approached. Beside him was a young, petite woman with light brown wavy hair and brown eyes, wearing a questionable dress for church. "I'd like you to meet my daughter, Clarissa. She's just moved back home after graduating from Rome." Do parents normally try to set up their children this obviously? I looked at her, and she smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear, not speaking. She got into the University of Rome? "Ms. Moretti, welcome back to Chicago." I nodded to her, and before she could speak, someone screamed. "Watch out!" Someone shouted up ahead. I saw the body of a man land on top of a car. The crowd rushed forward. I felt that phone vibrate against my chest. I read the first and only text message I'd gotten from her.
"Attic. Now."
She also texted a map. I turned and looked up at the top of the church. She isn't. She couldn't be. No.
"Yes, it's that,"
she replied, like she could read my mind. And I hope she could, because I was fucking pissed. God damn it, Calliope.
Calliope, age 22, Chicago, Illinois, Sunday, March 10th. Oh! I exhaled through my mouth, sitting up against the headboard.
Breathe. Don't forget to breathe. The elder nun, Sister Barbara, sat in front of me and wiped my forehead. Her wrinkled arm held me in place while the other nun, Sister Karen, with a large mole on her chin, spread my legs. "What the fuck do you think I'm doing?" I wanted to say, but I held my tongue and instead exhaled through my nose. Soon, fucking soon. Ah! You're already crowning? Sister Karen looked up to me, her blue eyes wide with surprise. How long have you been in labor? What kind of fucking question is that? Does that matter? I hollered at her, and Sister Barbara squeezed my arm tighter. Now, stay calm. Sister Barbara gave me her fake smile, and she was so motherfucking lucky I was pushing out another human being, or I'd be shoving her fat head up Sister Karen's fat ass. On 3. 3! I screamed, pushing. Fuck! And then fell back again. Go. Breathe. Just a few more pushes. 1, 2... Ah! Fuck! Ethan! Oh, I wanted to kill him too. I was going to kill him. I was going to kill everyone. Ah! Oh! I exhaled, leaning back once more. Okay, one more. Just one more and she's here. Just one more. I didn't want to, but I sat back up, feeling as if I was being ripped open. And then I heard it. She cried, and I wanted to, too. Sister Karen cleaned her gently, looking her over. She's so small, Sister Barbara said, letting go of me when she moved to let Sister Karen cut the umbilical cord, and then wrapped what had to be my heart in a small white blanket. Can I hold her? They both looked at me. Please, just once. The old swamp monster in a habit made a condescending face. It will be easier if you let go cleanly. Ethan, where the fuck are you? Please, I just want to know what she feels like, since I can't see her, I said to them. They looked at each other. Sister Karen frowned. She had a soft spot for my disability. Sister Barbara nodded, and she came to my bedside. I held my arms out, and she carefully put my little girl in my arms. She was covered in blood. Her skin was a little wrinkled, but she was beautiful. So beautiful.
Excuse me. You can go.
I heard a voice as the doors opened. He stood there in his dark gray three-piece suit and burgundy tie, surveying the space before looking at the angel in my arm. Mr. Callahan, Sister Barbara called out, you do not have permission to be... I gave him permission, Sister. I looked up from my daughter to her. You... She stammered, shaking her head. But you said... I lied. Before she could say another word, I reached under my pillow, pulling out my gun, and fired right into her head. Oh! Sister Karen tried to scream before I turned to her and fired twice. Her body fell back on the wooden beam before hitting the ground. I looked to Ethan, and he stared at me, his body tense with rage, confusion clear on his face. One more. Can you help? I nodded to the one behind him, who stood in horrified shock. It was only when she saw me nod to her did she try to run. But Ethan dragged her into the room, closing the door. He held his hand over her mouth, and she tried to struggle, but he was so much bigger. He lifted her easily and snapped her neck. She fell to the ground like someone had cut the strings off her back. A useless puppet. He turned back to me, still pissed, but I exhaled wearily, letting the gun slip from my hands, and relaxed back against the bed frame.
What the fuck are you doing?
He snapped at me. I smiled and lifted the girl in my arms to show him. She's here. Finally. His expression softened, but he kept frowning as he walked over to me. It looked like he stopped breathing when he saw her. He reached out, touching her head gently.
"She's beautiful,"
he whispered. His eyes glazed over as he stared at her. He kissed the top of her forehead.
"So beautiful."
"I know. She's like a little angel." I smiled, leaning back and pulling bits and pieces of the mask from my skin. I was so tired, but I wanted it off. I didn't want my daughter to open her eyes to see this monstrous getup. I pulled off the wig, too, and finally took out the contacts, dropping them to the side one by one. I took off the nun's habit, leaving me in my bra. When I looked back to Ethan, I could see his anger dissipating. His jaw was set, but he did his best to speak without yelling.
"I own hospitals and clinics all over the world. I have so many personal doctors on call, any place you wanted, any place you could have dreamed, and you chose a church attic to give birth in?"
Some would call that a blessing.
"Calliope!"
His voice made our daughter startle, and she started to cry. I took her from his hands and laid her on my chest. He looked shocked and hurt, like he wasn't expecting her to cry or leave his arms so soon. "First," I said in a low, stern voice, "do not yell at me. I have been in active labor for hours, and the drugs started to wear off after communion. I do not have the patience for your attitude right now. Secondly, do not yell like that near her. It must have felt like a sonic blast in her ear. Isn't that right?" I asked my daughter, softly brushing the side of her face. He sighed, rubbing his eyes, and it was only after he calmed himself did he speak again, this time much more gently.
"Calliope, you were in labor, and yet all of this? Make me understand. Is this work? I thought you took a break."
I was so tired I didn't even know how to begin to explain, so I just hit the main points. People at work were asking questions. It's not like I get maternity leave, so I took a job. The Vatican wanted a few people taken care of for a baby selling operation. I did it. I chose here because you could also come see, and Ethan, in all honesty, I'm too tired to keep talking right now. You're just going to have to wait for me to explain. When I looked down at the baby, I could see her lips start to suckle, and she moved her head around my chest. I shifted, trying to take my bra off, but Ethan reached up and pulled it down, unhooking it in the back. I looked up to him, and he was still frowning, but the anger was gone.
"Ask me for help, la mia anima. You are so quick to jump in and do what you think needs to be done and save me. Let me do the same for you. You're free to use me too. Stop being so selfish. You're starting to make me feel like I'm in your debt and not your partner."
He helped place our daughter at my breast. I winced a little as she latched on, but then smiled down at her. I think that was the first time anyone had called me their partner. It was strange. "Okay," I replied slowly, and then remembered. "Can you take care of them?" I motioned to the bodies on the ground. He looked and snickered, shaking his head.
"This isn't how parents normally welcome their children into the world. Father McCrae would disapprove."
I laughed softly. Father McCrae won't be around for much longer.
"Him too."
He rose from the bed. "I'll explain later." I brushed her cheek as she nursed. She reached up to me, and when her little hand grasped my finger, I felt something strange in my eyes. I blinked a few times trying to get it out, but when I touched my face, I realized I was crying. Me. Crying? For real. What?
"Thank you," For her. For you. Thank you,
he whispered, kissing the top of my head. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I wiped my face and nodded. I watched her feed, feeling myself slowly give in to the exhaustion. I just needed to close my eyes for a little bit. I'd done a lot of hard things in my life, but nothing compared to this. Sunday, March 10th.
Calliope? Calliope.
I heard the voice. I heard my name, and I think I knew it was him, but I felt so confused and dizzy. I pulled the blade from my hair and held it out to attack, but he gripped my wrist quickly. The weapon nearly grazed his eye, but he wasn't scared. He just squeezed my wrist tighter.
It's me, la mia anima,
he said softly.
Relax.
I slackened immediately, and he took the weapon from me. He reached over and put it in a drawer. I looked around the room, panic rising again. Where is she? I shot upright.
Relax,
he repeated, nodding to a small white and gold bassinet beside me on the rather large bed. There she was, fully cleaned, dressed in a light pink onesie and matching hat, even a blanket over her. I reached over to touch her cheek, smiling. Looking around, I noticed we weren't in the attic anymore. It looked like another luxury hotel suite, with its own small living room, kitchen, and bathroom. However, the monitors and IV, as well as the call button, made our location obvious. You brought us to a hospital.
You need to eat. She'll wake up soon wanting food too.
He spoke in a hushed tone. He placed the tray of food he had at his side, which I hadn't noticed until now, over my lap. Chicken and rice soup, a bowl of fruit, and a large Italian salad. My gaze shifted to the kitchen. Some of the same food on the counter, and then back to him. His tie was gone, and his shirt was unbuttoned, the sleeves rolled up at the elbows. His dark brown hair was uncharacteristically tousled. He cooks?
Yes, I cooked.
He answered like he could read my mind and handed me a spoon.
No chef here, but it's good enough to be eaten. And yes, this is a hospital. But no one comes to this floor, and no one can get in this room unless they have a code or you push for help. This room specifically was where my grandmother would hide away after getting a few facial updates, as she calls them. Believe me, it is secure.
You brought us both here, cleaned her. I glanced down at the light pink silk robe I now wore. And me, without anyone noticing or me waking up.
What?
He grinned.
You thought only you could be so sneaky? My brother and I have done much harder things growing up. Now eat.
I took the spoon, eyeing him carefully before lifting the soup to my lips. I took a sip, kind of hoping it would be terrible, but sure enough, it was very good. You're full of surprises, Mr. Callahan.
You're one to talk.
He moved to the other side of the bed, taking a seat beside the bassinet. He placed his hand on it and rested against the headboard. He stroked her stomach gently.
We still need to name her.
I lifted the bowl and leaned back as well. I can't think of anything. I just feel like calling her beautiful.
So, Bella then?
God, no. It reminds me of my sister. I grimaced at the thought of her being anything like Bella Rose. But it should be something Italian, seeing as her last name is Irish. He grinned, looking down at her and speaking softly.
Your parents are off to a bad start, aren't we?
I smiled, taking another bite and really trying to think. I want something strong, beautiful, that stands on its own but has a family feel to it. Something Italian so people know she is both Italian and Irish. Technically more Italian.
Why don't we just name her Italy?
He rolled his eyes at me. Fine. He frowned.
No, I'm not naming my daughter after a country or a car. Those people grow up to be snobs.
Fine. I was licking my spoon when a thought came to my mind. Your mother.
No.
He shot me down quickly. Why? Because you're hunting her down.
Why not, Bella?
My eyebrow twitched and my eyes narrowed, but he just stared back. He looked as if he was saying he was willing to fight me. My sister hasn't done anything great. Your mother, on the other hand, and not just her, the whole Giovanni family is respected still in Italy, and even here, the family that grew up from nothing to conquer the whole world, naming her after your Italian side.
And yours?
He was no longer listening to me.
The Orsini family is just as respected. Pick something from your family tree, and then it would be like our families joining.
I knew this moment would come someday, but I never thought it would happen like this. I had a daughter, my daughter. Both of her parents were here. Both of them loved her. She was a product of that love, and that warmed parts of me I didn't think I had. So I faced him and said, I lied to you. I'm not an Orsini.
Ethan, age 24, Chicago, Illinois. Sunday, March 10th. My mind went blank. I didn't understand. What?
I'm not an Orsini,
she repeated, placing her bowl back on the tray.
Not by blood, anyway.
You were adopted? No, I had seen her mother and her sisters. She looked like them. She nodded, and her gray eyes never left my own. I could tell she was trying to keep her voice void of emotion.
I told you my mother didn't want me. That was true. But it wasn't because she and my adoptive father didn't love each other. She was raped. You notice how I barely showed until the last month or two? It was kind of the same for my mother. She had taken the morning after pill. She did everything she thought she was supposed to do, and then I think she started to lie to herself. She was in denial about being pregnant. She hoped it was her husband's, but deep down, she knew. When you look at us, you notice my gray eyes. So my adoptive father knew. They kept me, but my mother had deep scars from that moment, which she often took out on me. Apparently, I have the same eyes as the man who attacked her. So, often she would see me and try to kill me. Smothering, choking, poisoning, drowning, everything short of putting a gun to my head and firing. My mother tried to kill me many times. And everyone would just tell me to try to understand and keep this disgrace quiet for the sake of the family.
So you did? She nodded again.
What else could I do? I was a child. The adults told me to be quiet and accept it, that she didn't really mean it. So I did. Teachers started noticing the bruises, and I learned how to play with makeup to hide them, to protect her. Later, I chose to go to military school. Anyway, long story short, sometimes I feel like a fraud calling myself Calliope Orsini. The Orsini name is a fake shield in my mind. I don't want to remember all of that when I look at my own daughter. So, like I said, we're picking from your family. A family she belongs to without any doubts.
That was that. She drank her water and tried to get up. Getting up off the bed, I walked around to her side and gave her my hand. She took it and held onto the IV pole.
I'm fine going to the bathroom. Stay with her. I don't want her to be alone.
Ignoring her, I helped her walk to the bathroom. She didn't fight me. She didn't have enough strength to. I opened the door and she went inside, holding on to the wall rails. Closing the door behind her, I leaned against it as I stared at our daughter. This innocent child who now had a death grip on my heart. I wondered what I would do for her, how far I would go for her. It reminded me of my own mother. I felt her, not physically, but in my memories. All of her hugs, all the time she ran her hands through my hair, her yelling, us swimming together, her teaching me how to shoot, her yelling. My father teaching me to drive, him giving me lectures at the most awkward and uncomfortable moments, him saving me from my mother's yelling. All the times he'd just sit with me, said nothing, just sat down and did his work next to me. It made me laugh and smile until I remembered her death. His death. Their fake death. I could feel that pain coming back, but I pushed it away, as I always did. But my pain is nothing in comparison to what Calliope had pushed down. I didn't want to think of what her childhood must have been like, because then I'd want to kill her whole family, and they were now my family by fucking connection.
Come up with something?
She asked when she opened the door, and this time I didn't have to guide her. She reached out to me to hold on to my arm. Yes. I helped her back onto the bed, lifting the tray and setting it over her.
Really?
I nodded. Giovanna A. Callahan. She grinned.
Giovanna. I like it. I'll tell my family her name is Giovanna Sienna Orsini Callahan. Sienna after my grandmother.
I want to keep some family traditions. They can add as many names as they want, Sienna, Orsini, whatever. But her name is Giovanna A. Callahan.
Athena, then.
Right on cue, Giovanna woke up, starting to cry. Calliope reached over, picking her up from the bassinet.
Hi, Giovanna. That's you. Giovanna Athena Callahan.
She kissed her forehead before undoing her robe and pressing the baby to her breast again. She latched on like a little vacuum.
Father McCrae has cancer, and it's progressing fast. I think he wanted to do something big. I heard the nuns speaking about it. That's why he came to Chicago. He wanted to die as the man who condemned Ethan A. Callahan.
She rocked Giovanna.
I didn't know beforehand, but when I found out, I put something in his cup which would irritate his throat and give him a bad cough.
So that was it. I huffed, annoyed. How weak. He tried to attack people when he thought he had nothing left to lose. Meanwhile, nuns are selling babies and the Pope is hiring assassins. Hypocrites. All of them. I shook my head.
The church is a hospital for sinners, not a museum for saints.
She teased with a grin on her face. I rolled my eyes at that, still somewhat amazed at how beautiful she looked. How all of this felt. Giovanna Callahan? Calliope Callahan. She froze when I said their names. It wasn't the first time I had said it, but after what she told me, it meant something different now. Leaning over, I placed my forehead on hers. Calliope Orsini is just your mask. The person you really are, the one nobody can take or taint, is Calliope Callahan, mother of my daughter and my soon-to-be wife. You, me, her. We're a family. A family we choose happily. She nodded and smiled.
You know, Giovanna means the Lord is gracious, right? That's a perfect message for this Sunday.
She laughed, and so did I. Because I had my family. La mia anima and il mio tesoro. my soul, and my treasure. 12. I'd stand in the shadows of your heart and tell you I'm not afraid of your dark. Andrea Gibson. Ethan, age 26. Rome, Italy. Friday, April 25th. Something was wrong. I knew it. I felt it. Like the breath of a hungry wolf on the back of my neck, I could feel the danger looming over me. It made the hair on my arms rise and chest tighten. I looked around the cafe, but only saw my men, as well as a few tourists happily talking amongst themselves. My gaze shifted to the street. However, it was more of the same tourists taking pictures in front of everything from the water fountains to the buildings themselves. It was busy, but Rome was always busy, and this wasn't even peak tourist season. Even still, my people were in the crowds, amongst the tourists. And furthermore, this was my country, my mother's country. No one would dare try anything here. So why? Why did I feel this pit in my stomach? Why did everything feel like it was slowing down, as if I were watching the last few moments of my life? What was this feeling of dread? Ethan, Ethan. I looked over to her, the brunette sitting across from me, smiling stupidly. She reached over and put her hand on mine, and instinctively I pulled it back and sat back in my chair. No need to be so distant now. Not after last night. The moment she said that, the memories tried to force their way to the forefront of my mind, but I pushed them back. You wanted breakfast, so order breakfast, Clarissa. I let my disinterest show, lifting my phone from the table. I said I wanted to treat you to my favorite breakfast. I'm not hungry. I focused on the phone in my hands. You know, the colder you are, the more I like you. She giggled and lifted her hand, calling over to the server who was standing by attentively. He rushed over the minute she did, and she didn't even let him speak before ordering. I'll have a prima colazione with cappuccino and cornetto. What about you, baby? The moment she addressed me, my head snapped up to look at her to see if maybe she'd lost her mind. And sure enough, she stared at me, completely oblivious to how close I was to ripping off her head and throwing it in the street for the birds. Instead, I looked to the server. You may go, I directed, and he nodded, leaving just as quickly as he came. When he did, I turned to her, lifting my hands to warn her, carefully. You will address me as Ethan or Mr. Callahan. Am I clear? She flinched, pulling back some, and nodded. Excellent. When your food comes, eat quickly. I went back to my phone, already dialing. For the third time this morning since I'd missed her 2 calls last night. She never called twice, so I knew it was important. However, she was not answering. Something. Say, Roma! I heard voices, laughter, and the sound of water on the other end of the line. Let's go get something from the cafe. There it was again. That dread. Looking over to the street again, I saw them. A group of tourists pointing to this very cafe, and in the distance, between the archways of the gallery across the pavilion, she stood in a long V-neck floral white dress, her long brown hair wavy, her gray eyes staring directly into mine. What's wrong? I said into the phone. Something was off. Her posture was odd. Her shoulders were hunched slightly. She didn't reply. She just reached up to what must have been a Bluetooth in her ear, turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Calliope? I wanted to call out, but all I could do was stand, nearly knocking over the server who came with Clarissa's breakfast. Ethan? She tried to get up, but again I held out my hand for her to stay where she was. I looked over to Tobias, who got up from his table. Sir, wait for her to eat and then return her back to the house, I ordered, taking my blazer from the chair. And you? I'm going for a walk. No one is to follow me. Sir, I stepped into his face to look at him directly. No one is to follow me. Am I understood? He nodded, and I walked through the iron gates onto the cobblestone streets, crossing the pavilion to where she had just been. The closer I got, the clearer it became that she hadn't left anything there. I dialed again, but it didn't even ring before I got a text. Via Marguta, 54A. Spagna, Rome, Italy. It wasn't far from here. Maybe a 7-minute walk at most. However, I took a longer route, making sure I wasn't followed. I walked through neighborhood streets, something I remember doing with my mother when I was a child. Not in Rome, though. It was a good way to see people, our way of life, on display and unfiltered. It was relaxing. But as I walked, I couldn't shake this feeling. I wasn't sure what it was, but the closer I got to this address, the more I instinctively knew this would hurt. Whatever it was, this would hurt. I tried to think of what it could be, but for some reason my mind was blank, like I subconsciously did not want to know. Despite my dread and hesitation, my feet led me all the way to a townhouse on the corner of the street, the building itself partially covered in red flowers, as if they were fighting to swallow the house whole. Walking up the steps, I opened the wooden door and pressed the button for 54A, which opened the second door inside, allowing me access to the staircase. When I got to the door, I paused, and as if she sensed me there, she opened the door. The emotionless look she wore earlier had intensified. Her gray eyes looked lifeless, like she couldn't see me, or maybe she saw right through me. She said nothing and stepped to the side, letting me in. She closed the door behind her, but it was more like she was securing a vault. From the outside, it looked like a normal door, but inside it was made of steel, with an automatic keypad. I waited for her to acknowledge me, to explain what was going on. She did neither. She walked a few steps into a kitchen furnished with wood and stone and announced,
Giovanna has an ear infection. She's resting in the first bedroom. With the medication, she isn't going to remember much of the day. If you want to see her, now is the chance.
If I want to see her? What the fuck did that mean? I didn't ask now. Instead, I put my jacket down on the couch and turned to walk down the hall.
Wait.
I turned back to her, and she was holding a blonde wig and thick-rimmed glasses. I'm not wearing those. I was sick of wearing a disguise when I went to see my own damn daughter. She didn't bother asking. She met me outside the bedroom door and put the glasses on my face before shoving the damn wig on top of my head, packing my hair inside. She was concentrating hard, and even though she didn't smile or even look at me, I found her cute. Just as I was about to reach out and touch her, she backed away from me, walking down the hall without another word. I watched her go for a moment before I reached for the doorknob. A green light blinked right beside it, and the door opened. There, in the middle of a large, low-platform bed, holding on to a stuffed lamb, was my little girl. Her dark brown hair was neatly tucked behind her ears, which were a little red, and she had an ice pack on her forehead. I stared at her for a few beats, listening to her soft snoring. Walking inside, I heard another beep, and I looked over to the mirror mounted on the wall, where another small green light went on. What happens if it isn't green? Do I fall through a trap door? Ignoring it, I sat down beside her, brushing my hand on her cheek. Tesoro mia, perdonami. My treasure, forgive me, I whispered softly to her, placing my hand on her forehead, and luckily, she wasn't burning up. Papà avrei dovuto essere qui. Dad should have been here. Sei forte. You were strong. I kissed her cheek. She sniffled, turning on her side and holding her lamb tighter. She was beautiful. Still so small, but from the videos and pictures Calliope had shared with me, none of which ever lasted after I'd viewed them. Our daughter was just as strong-willed, talented and intelligent as her mother. Tucking her in more, I wanted to see her smile.
Mr. Nietzsche?
She sniffled again, struggling to keep her eyes open. She smiled and tried to lift her hand to wave.
Hi.
Hi. I took her hand. She squeezed my hand tightly, and it felt like she was squeezing my heart instead. My plans, everything I wanted to do, all seemed so perfect and attainable in my head. But what could I do when my heart made me want to stop all of this and just take them back home with me? Take Giovanna and her mother before I lost them. Lost them? I wasn't sure how that thought had come to mind. I could never lose my daughter. She was mine. But her mother? Was that what this feeling was? Was I losing her? How? We'd been doing everything as we planned. Just like that, my thoughts were clear. And it did nothing to ease my fears. That's what I was feeling, fear and dread. Kissing her once more, I got up and walked out of the room, closing the door behind me. I heard the low hum of a blender as I walked back into the kitchen. She stood there making what I could only guess was breakfast for Giovanna. She didn't acknowledge me. It was like she was thousands of miles from me. I slept with Clarissa last night. She froze for only a second before going on back to cutting the tomatoes in front of her.
According to plan. I know.
I moved to her side. You're hurt by it.
I'm not that fragile. I understand the mission.
She picked up the cutting board and tried to move, but I grabbed her arm. She glanced down at my hand, and then to me, and I preferred the annoyance in her eyes to the emptiness. You mean you don't want to be that fragile, I explained. And you want me to be just another mission, but I'm not. I am the father of your daughter, your future husband, someone you love, and while you were taking care of our daughter, I was in bed with another woman. You know she means nothing to me. You know the moment that I can, I will kill her, because the only woman I want or need is you. You know all of that, but you're still hurt.
Are you done? This pan is getting hot.
She yanked her hand from my grip and walked away. You're losing her. The thought angered me, hurt me. I turned off the stove, snatching the board from her hands and tossing it onto the counter.
What are you doing?
I kissed her, and it didn't last a second before her fist collided with the side of my face. I had reached out to brace myself, but because I was confused, or just an idiot, I ended up touching the damn stove. Ah! I hissed, my jaw tight.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
She snapped, grabbing my wrist and moving me over to the sink to run cold water over it. You are what's wrong with me. Couldn't she see that? I thought it was obvious.
Calliope, age 24. Rome, Italy. Friday, April 25th. I'd finished dealing with one child, and now I was dealing with him. When did this become my life? I'll get my first aid. He held onto my wrist with his good hand. This again? Ethan, I'm warning you to stop.
We have a plan.
He whispered, and I wish I didn't, but I looked into his eyes. It was as if they were begging me.
We have a plan. It is logical. It is vicious. It is calculating. And it would be impossible for any other people to achieve because it requires us to not only sacrifice our own happiness, but to hurt ourselves and each other. We are prepared for the physical pain. But the emotional agony, we couldn't have prepared no matter how hard we tried.
Ethan, I'm fine.
Do not lie to me. I can see it.
He squeezed my wrist.
I can see and feel you retreating.
I'm right here. I tried to shake free of his grip. What you're seeing is just exhaustion.
Calliope!
He snapped again and shook his head.
I have seen you push yourself beyond human comprehension. Don't make me feel as if I'm the crazy one for speaking up here.
What the fuck do you want from me, Ethan?
Your honesty, your love, and your loyalty.
You have it. I'm not the one screwing other people. The moment the words came out of my mouth, my eyes widened. I didn't mean that second part. No, I'm not that woman. I mean,
I think you said what you meant,
he whispered, releasing my wrist. Don't tell me what you fucking think I meant. I am not that woman. I am not that fragile. We came up with a plan. I agreed to it knowing everything because I, unlike most people, understand that the ends justify the means. I wouldn't go back on my word, nor what we agreed to years ago.
Because it hurts now?
He interrupted and I stopped speaking. I really wanted to hold his face to the stovetop this time.
Logically, we understand what needs to be done. Emotionally, we don't, and it hurts.
I'm going to get the first aid kit before I hurt you, I muttered, heading to the bathroom. I said nothing to him. Walking into the bathroom, I shut the door behind me. The moment I got inside, I had to rest against the door. He hadn't done anything wrong. Correction, he hadn't done anything I didn't know about and agree to. I had no right to be upset. Normally, I wouldn't be upset, but this wasn't normal. The only thing normal about jealousy was that people experienced it. What is wrong with you, Calliope? I asked myself, staring at my reflection for a second. In that moment, I thought of how he looked while talking to Giovanna. I couldn't help but watch on my camera. He looked so happy, in love, relaxed, and sad. He was right. When we started this, we had thought about it in an impartial and logical manner. It was what made us so attracted to each other, the ability we had to plot and scheme. However, now that we were in the thick of it, now that we had a daughter, we didn't know how to align our hearts with our minds. I didn't think it was possible. If we gave in to our hearts, we'd abandon our plans and our minds would never let us have peace. If we followed our minds, our hearts ached. Which path could we choose at this point but to follow our minds? Which meant we'd have to accept the pain. We'd come too far. We'd sacrificed so much, been in so much pain. We couldn't change course now. I had to remember the Ethan outside of us, outside of Giovanna and I, was not the real Ethan. He was an actor, a liar, a villain, just like me. I reached under the sink, taking out the first aid kit before I opened the door again. He was still standing where I left him at the kitchen sink, running cold water on his hand. He looked lost in thought again. When I reached his side, I turned off the water. His green eyes shifted to me, and I could see he was torn. Is it a curse or a blessing that we think alike? I put the kit on the table. I fished around for the burn cream and gently applied some to his hand. After all, opposites attract.
Opposites may attract, but the like-minded last.
He watched my hands as I cared for him.
And you know that, too. You just wanted to hear me say it.
You knew that, too, and still answered. He didn't say anything. I smirked, letting him off the hook and changing the subject. You really are selfish. I was up all night taking care of her, and now I have to take care of you, too.
I'll make it up to you.
Of course you will. You don't have a choice in the matter. I pulled a bandage from the kid.
All of this isn't necessary.
Shut up and let me do it anyway, I muttered, wrapping his hand. I don't get to play cute girlfriend very often.
Girlfriend?
Do you see a ring on my finger?
Do you want a ring?
If I wanted a ring, I would already have one. He sighed and spoke in Italian.
When the Grim Reaper asks for nothing now, it is because she will be collecting everything in the future.
I rolled my eyes, finished with his hand, but he just held on to mine. I hate that nickname.
We don't choose what we are called,
he said with a small grin. Fine, but why do you get to be the one who chooses? I am not a pet.
No, you're the commander of death.
I nodded vigorously. That would have been a better name.
Calliope, the commander of death. What are you, a video game character? It sounds almost sarcastic. You don't want to be a joke, do you?
My eyes narrowed as I glared at him. You are very fucking annoying sometimes, you know that? Why don't you just stick with calling me La Mia Anima?
Yes, I know I annoy you. The feeling is often mutual.
He touched his forehead to mine. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath.
Anyone else who calls you la mia anima, I will kill. Don't let go of me, no matter how far over the line I go. Don't. What I told you before still stands. The moment you want to end this, I will.
Look at you. Under those layers of ice and stone is such a sweetheart, I teased, knowing it would annoy him. He rolled his eyes and flexed the bandage on his hand. Don't you dare. I taunted him, and he tried to think of something sly to say back, but I wasn't having it.
You can dish it, but can't handle it?
Nothing to handle. I'm absolutely perfect, haven't you noticed? He shook his head, not even bothering to fight me on it, and he looked down the hall to where Giovanna was sleeping.
Was she in a lot of pain?
She was, I admitted. There was no point in lying, and he had to have realized it. She cried a lot. But after her medicine and a hug, she was fine. She's going to be all right.
That's why you called last night. And I was.
Pimping yourself out? I asked. One eyebrow raised and the corner of his lip turned up.
Yes. But now I feel like I've admitted to being a whore.
Your words, not mine. I closed the first aid kit. I was emotional. She was in pain, and when I knew what was going to happen, I reacted out of anger and jealousy. I won't apologize, but I'll be more mindful in the future.
We are very odd people.
It's a trait that comes with power, I reminded him, turning and leaning against the sink. My grandfather said no one wants to be normal. They want to be us, but they can't, so they label us odd.
I think he stole that from my mother,
he replied, and I rolled my eyes. Or your mother stole it from him. Jeez. Has anyone ever told you you have one hell of a mother complex? He crossed his arms, turning to me.
Oh, do go on.
You love and hate her, just like your sister. I think Wyatt is the only one who doesn't hold the same grudge against her. I went back to the food I was preparing.
Wyatt doesn't know they're alive. Of course he doesn't have a grudge. He doesn't know he should yet.
No, I don't think he'll have one even if he found out. He's not the type, and you know it. I sliced the tomatoes quickly. He took one and ate it, ignoring my comment. So I went on. Donatella, she loves her, but hates the pressure of living up to her. You know she's alive, and now we, are dedicated to finding her and your father. You want revenge, but at the same time, you admire her. It's why you have a thing for brunettes. He grimaced like he was a kid who just found out that his parents had sex, and it made me laugh. Obviously, you don't think of her like that, but despite your anger, your rage, you still regard her as what a woman should be.
If so, how do you think you measure up against her?
He reached for another slice, but I spun the knife and stabbed into the wooden chopping board right before his fingers reached it, so close I sliced the tip of his index finger. His wide eyes shifted to me, and I faced him. It's very easy to forget who I am and what I can do while I'm waiting in your shadow. It's even easier now that we have a daughter and I'm in the kitchen cooking like the good little wife, but I'll advise you to tread very carefully and not ask me such a stupid question. I don't waste my time on foolish things. Wondering whether I live up to your mother or not is foolish. She didn't give birth to me. She never saved me. I owe her nothing. I am not Melody Callahan. I am Calliope Orsini. When I become Calliope Callahan, people will abide by my way, and if they don't, they will learn the painful consequences. I didn't come all this way to hear anyone else's fucking opinions on anything.
You?
That applies to you too. I cut him off. I will do things my way. That may go against how your mother did things. I don't fucking care. And unless I ask, I don't want to fucking know. What I want, what I demand, is what I have given you. Undying, unwavering support. You are on my side and no one else's, not even your fucking mother's. I will not compete for what I deserve. Am I clear?
Understood, Mrs. Callahan.
He licked the blood from the small cut I'd given him. Move. I pushed him back, tossing the knife in the sink, washing it in my hands before taking another one from the block. He stood behind me and kissed the side of my neck. Your daughter needs food, I reminded him. He exhaled and remained at my back for a moment before stepping away. You should get back to your work friend. I'll call you and update you on Giovanna.
How about you call and just talk to me?
I smirked. No point in risking it, don't you think?
I wonder what you're going to do when you actually become Mrs. Callahan and come home.
No need to wonder. I'll tell you. I lifted a slice of tomato to my lips with a knife. I plan on burning the place down and rebuilding it for me. Your mother's time is over. I thank her for building the foundation, but when I step out from your shadow, I'm not going to hold back, and they will get used to who runs shit now. I bit into the fruit, winking at him.
I have a monster in my shadow.
It keeps your monster company. He pulled me to him, and even with the knife in my hand now poised at his throat, he leaned in and whispered.
Everyone talked about my parents like they were gods. I want to see their faces when they realize they have nothing on us.
His lips were on mine, and I pulled the knife back, kissing him just as hard as he kissed me. Our time was coming, and then nothing would stop us. Until then, I don't like that your plaything looks like me, I whispered, breaking away from him.
What?
He frowned.
You look nothing like that idiot.
She has brown hair.
That's the similarity.
I don't like it. Tell her to dye her hair red, or shave it off, I demanded. Or whatever the hell else. He looked at me as if I was insane, but nodded. Good. Now go. I'm going to feed our child.
13. Graveyards are full of indispensable men. Charles de Gaulle. Ethan, age 27. Chicago, Illinois. Saturday, November 11th. Idiots. The world was full of idiots. I knew this, but I often wondered, were they idiots at birth, as in God just forgot to give them a brain, or were they dropped on their heads as children and never recovered? It'll never happen again, Mr. Callahan. The two men, my men, stood shivering, clenching their balls in the middle of Mrs. McGlinchey's ice and ice cream factory. Men and women would cut massive blocks of ice and wheel them to another machine, which smashed them into perfect pieces, before funneling it into McGlinchey's ice bags. Everyone was on holiday today, which left us some space to talk. I stared at the red-haired men. Twins, it looked like. They were both identical, but there was not a single brain cell between them. It was our fault. Of course it was your fault. Who else's fault could it have been? I asked them, leaning back in my chair. It couldn't have been my fault. I'm not an idiot. Right, sir. I mean, then tell me why it's your fault. I already know that. I stared at them. You should be telling me how you plan on making up for this. They got on their knees. Mr. Callahan, forgive us. Please, it was for family. I'm supposed to be your family, aren't I? I snapped, getting to my feet. You stole from me, your family, to give to your other family, the Finnegan brothers, you say, and now you want me to forgive you. We didn't know they were gonna take... Because you're fucking idiots, I roared. You're not supposed to think. I think. You follow me so you don't end up freezing your fucking balls off in a goddamn ice cream factory, you fucking dipshits. Sir! Tobias! I yelled, ignoring them, and when he came closer, it took all of my strength not to smash his face in. What good was he when he only gave me information after the fucking act? I want to know everything about the Finnegan brothers. Every fucking thing, am I clear? Yes, sir. I inhaled and looked back to the ginger-fucking pieces of shit. Grayson, tell our gingers to have a little time out in the box. 10 minutes, and they will come out much wiser. Grayson, as well as 3 other guards, circled, having to beat on them a little before dragging them over to the steel box. Opening it, they threw their bodies inside, and I looked away, only to find Ms. McGlinchey standing there. Everyone else in the community called her Grams. She was a short Irish woman with gray hair that she kept up in a bun, and a face with more wrinkles than tree bark. She handed me a cup of ice cream.
Take a quick gander in there after 5 minutes. They're not going to be the full shilling. A bad dose of code like that'll have 'em pajanxed.
She spoke in a deep Irish accent, which, in translation of her slang, meant that after 5 minutes in the box they'd be broken. Dead. After all, no human being could survive that cold. Is that so? I must have miscalculated, although the dead are always wiser. I took the ice cream from her.
Your old fella would be proud of you. You're throwing shapes just like him. Since you were an old chiseler, not once have I seen you acting the maggot.
She snickered at me, showing me her dentures.
Grams, what?
She yelled at the young woman that approached as we walked towards the back. The Veterans Day cookout was being held right outside her factory.
They want you to come cut the cake.
The woman addressed Mrs. McGlinchey, but was focused on me, offering a small smile.
No, they don't, you lying little floozy,
she snapped.
Grams, don't crams me. I am old, not blind. I see you making eyes at him. Don't blame you, Ethan's a fine thing, but you're making a holy show of yourself.
Graham, despite her age and looks, enjoyed ripping people to shreds. She elbowed me, laughing.
Look at her face, all scarlet. Leg it, and don't lie about cake next time.
The girl ran off like a dog from the pound. You're very effective, Grams, I smirked, taking another bite of the ice cream.
Don't get used to it. She's got a face like a blind cobbler's thumb, and that's with her caked up to the sky. God knows what she looks like underneath it all. No, sir, ain't nothing Mrs. Callahan about her.
And if I just want to have fun? I teased, watching my sister talking to the guards of some of the Italians who'd shown up.
Did you hear me? She's got a face like a blind cobbler's thumb.
She repeated, and if it was anywhere else, I would have laughed.
Besides, your time is coming. You don't have time to be going out on a crack. Your old fella was married by the time he got to your age.
I work at my own pace.
Good luck with these muppets.
She patted my shoulder, then walked to the lawn towards her family. Emily McGlinchey, Ms. McGlinchey, Graham, was one of the few people whose company I enjoyed. Maybe it was because, unlike others, her family's loyalty was steadfast. That, and she spoke to me as if we were family. She was a smart old bat, which is why most of her family worked for me, but not in the old-fashioned family business, because they could end up in her big freezer too. Feeling my pocket buzz, I reached into my suit jacket and pulled out my phone. 2 days in a row, I said into the phone. Glad she called anyway.
I'm in Chicago, and I need your help to kill someone.
This was a first. She never needed help in doing so before. Who? It was already a given that I would.
Emily McGlinchey, also known as Grams.
I looked over to the woman I'd just finished complimenting in my mind. When?
When and not why?
She asked.
She's a friend of your family.
I have family, not friends. I knew she would not be asking me to kill acquaintances for the fun of it. When?
Tomorrow. The same factory you're at now. Call her there tomorrow evening.
See you then. I said nothing else and hung up. My eyes focused on the old woman as she pinched her great-granddaughter's cheeks. Depending on what Calliope told me, this could very well end up being a family massacre.
Calliope, age 25, Chicago, Illinois. Sunday, November 12th. With great power comes great responsibility.
I said as I laid on the conveyor belt, holding the book over my head. It's said so much now it sounds like a cliché, don't you think?
I don't think it sounds like a cliché. I think it is officially considered a cliché.
Ethan entered the building from the side door, dressed in all black but not a full suit, just black button-down shirt and dress pants. I thought about it for a moment, then nodded, looking back to my book. True.
It's dangerous for you to be here.
It's worth the risk. Besides, I went with black bangs this time. It makes me feel very Angelina Jolie in Salt. What do you think? I flipped the page. He was quiet. So I read.
You're pissed off,
He observed.
Why? What happened?
I reached into my hair and took out my bobby pin, sliding it between the pages as a bookmark, before getting off the belt. Marching over to him, I did my best not to smack him. You fucked up.
Excuse me?
You forgot everyone. Everyone hates the leader of the pack. I snapped at him, but before he could speak, he grabbed my arm and pulled me under the conveyor belt as a wave of bullets flew into the factory, sparking as they clashed against the machines, then bouncing everywhere. I crawled first under one of the machines towards my bag, grabbed it, and rose under the crawlspace.
Are they after me or you?
He questioned, rolling up his sleeves. I thought your enemies were my enemies. I unzipped the bag and pulled out an HK-416 airsoft AEG rifle to hand him, as well as a vest and a few magazines. And here I was hoping the old hag would at least try to bullshit you before calling in her goons.
I can't hear you over the gunfire and your annoyance.
He dared to say to me as he put the vest on and snapped the magazines in place. I was sure he could hear me perfectly fine.
Why don't you let it off your chest now, la mia anima?
I'm saving your fucking life right now, or did you not notice? I put the vest around my chest. Old Lady Grams was trying to pull a fast one, or a slow one, depending on how you look at it. She's been secretly supporting the Finnegan brothers taking you out while you've been working on the Moretti family and all those gathering to betray you on the Italian side.
I see.
He ducked when another bullet hit the outside of the machine we were now hiding behind.
But that still doesn't explain your annoyance.
I glared at him, and he stared blankly at me. I grabbed my machete and put it at my back, picking up another machine gun. Do you know how hard it is to get a day off as a mom? This was not how I planned my Sunday evening. I had a goddamn date. If I didn't know better, I would have thought he allowed this to happen so he could stop me without actually stopping me. Hearing the bullets had stopped, I crawled out from the machine and came up just a little, looking at the steel shutters and the now shattered glass doors. Pointing my gun in that direction, I heard them as they stepped over the glass towards the door and opened it slowly.
What the fuck are you doing?
Ethan's tall ass stood up like a damn tree, firing directly at the door. But he wasn't looking at the door. Instead, he was focused on me, his eyes narrowed and jaw set.
A date with who?
Are you serious right now?
Do I not look serious?
I couldn't answer because they threw a smoke bomb inside. I pulled open the bag, tossing him a mask before putting mine on.
We'll talk about this later,
he said to me, and I rolled my eyes, standing up and leaning on the other side of the ice cutter. We stood quietly, listening as they came in. I closed my eyes, counting the footsteps. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. There were 11. Opening my eyes, I looked over to Ethan, who held up his hands, and he flashed 5 twice and then 1. He counted to 11 also. I nodded. He pointed to his knees, and then his head. We needed a distraction and light. Reaching in my back pocket, I pulled out a flashbang. He nodded and counted me down. 3, 2, 1. I threw it towards the door, and the moment it went off, we both came out and began firing. I shot at their knees, and he shot into their skulls. We spun around each other, shooting them down. They went down quickly, but it wasn't just the 11. Another 2 came rushing in with a sound bomb of their own. Oh, fuck! I sneered in my mask, feeling the bullet as it went into my shoulder. Ethan shot them both and looked over to me. I shook my head, tossing him my gun and pulling out the machete from behind me along with a handheld knife. Ethan shook his head, but I moved to the gap between the shutters and the glass door. He fell back to stand beside the ice-bagging machine. It was quiet. Very quiet. I looked out of one of the bullet holes and saw 2 sets of headlights were shining on the doors, but I focused on the shadows. 5. I held my hand out to him. He held his gun out and the metal doors began to lift. Just as I suspected, they were all coming to see what was going on. I couldn't see anything, so I just watched Ethan and trusted my ears. He nodded slowly, very slowly, signaling their footsteps. I heard the broken glass crunching beneath their boots. He stopped, nodding. I looked over to my right just as the man looked at me. He lifted his gun to me, and I cut off his hand and sliced across his face. I heard Ethan fire again, and I dropped down, cutting into the next man. And when I fell to the ground, I stabbed my blade through his nose. When I stood back up, ready for the next one, Ethan already had them down, blood pouring out of them. I looked back to see him walking my way. He took off the mask and looked me up and down.
The gun would have worked just fine without you going primal.
I was working off pent-up frustration. I stopped when I heard the engine on the car try to start, but fail. I looked over and Ethan lifted his gun. The man behind the wheel tried over and over again. "It is not your lucky day, mate," I said to him.
Mate?
Ethan seemed amused, but I ignored him. "You're outnumbered. Even if you have a weapon, you're going to have to take us both out, and that is not likely. Why don't we call a truce?" I put my weapon down. "You tell us who sent you. We let you go." Silence. Nothing. "Or he could fire into the windshield," I reminded him, walking closer to the door. "The boss is pissed, but you can get back in his good graces. Come on. I'm removing my weapons." I took off my vest and dropped it, along with my belt. When I escaped the glare of the headlights and got closer to the car, I saw it was Graham's grandson. He was a teenager with black hair. He couldn't be more than 15. He stepped out of the car with a handgun, pointed at me.
Tegan?
Ethan asked when he came out.
I'm sure you have been told that children should not get involved in grown folks' business.
I'm not a child,
he said, keeping his gun on me.
Who are you?
A humble employee of the boss, I said with a smile.
Well, he ain't the boss anymore,
the idiot replied.
My gram said it was finally time for our family to rise. The Callahan family has been using us for their dirty work for too long.
Tegan, I took a step forward. Grams doesn't like you very much, does she?
What?
I snatched the gun from his hands and punched him in the face. He fell back against the car door. I put the gun to his lips. The only reason you throw a lamb into the lion's den is if you want it to be slaughtered.
I don't understand.
Huh. Frowning, I glanced over to Ethan. Do they not teach poetic devices in schools anymore? That was pretty clear, wasn't it?
Where is your grandmother now?
Ethan asked him, ignoring my question. Fine work first. I shot him in the arm. I suggest you don't lie.
Fuck! What about the truce?
He screamed, and I glanced over to Ethan, amused that this idiot actually believed that. His face was as blank as ever. Forgive me. I removed the gun from his face. You were saying?
She's at home.
Thank you. And just so you know, we are the lions, you are the lamb. Weak and defenseless against us. That was the point I was trying to make earlier. I fired once into his skull before he could reply. His body slumped to the ground at my feet, and I looked over to Ethan, who stared down at him. Do you need a moment? His green eyes shifted to me, and he frowned, obviously upset.
Who is it you had a date with?
This again. Now, of all times. Why don't we deal with the crazy old woman trying to threaten your family? I asked him, picking up my shit and walking to his bulletproof Vision Mercedes Maybach 6. Taking a seat into the passenger side, I lifted up my shirt to look at the bullet wound in my shoulder. Luckily, it hadn't hit the bone, but the bullet was still in there.
Leave it. I'll take it out once we get there.
Ethan instructed as he sat in the driver's seat. The inside of the car lit up once he put his hand on the steering wheel. He touched the home screen, calling one of the few women he could trust right now. He pulled out of the parking lot as the phone dialed.
"Well, if this isn't the surprise, Big Brother. How can I help you, beautiful?"
McGlinchey betrayed us.
She was silent for a second before exhaling harshly.
"What do you need me to do?"
Send a cleanup crew to the McGlinchey factory, then burn the place to the motherfucking ground.
Their family?
Being handled now.
He disconnected the call before calling the second woman he trusted. "Ethan, I was next to Donna. I can't see what happened in the factory. The cameras are down." Helen informed him, and he glanced at me. I smiled and gave him the peace sign. He focused his attention on the road.
Then I need you to send me all the video you have of the McGlinchey family, as well as private feed for their house, and shut down your side. I need access to their security feed.
"Do you need backup? My father is—" she asked.
Do only what I ask, Helen. Nothing more.
He hung up. It was only when he did that I took out my phone, holding it towards the factory that was fading in the distance.
What are you doing?
Some technology stuff, I told him, laying back in the leather seat and closing my eyes, trying to ignore the pain in my shoulder. I could tell from the dull ache that it wasn't a whole bullet. It must have ricocheted and split before hitting me. But the shard was sharp and kept cutting into my flesh.
How did you see this when I didn't?
Ethan asked. I think this was his way of trying to get my mind off the pain. I barely saw it. Hell, it was luck, I whispered, rubbing my eyes. I had another job, and that person was a friend of Graham's. He was on the phone with her when I broke in. They've been helping the Finnegan brothers skim off the top of the drug supply. She's like us when it comes to patience and secrets. Her family works for you, but never in the trade to make you think they aren't interested, but still loyal. She works through other people, and she knows the Italians are getting rebellious. It's in her best interests to support these two Irish brothers from Boston who also want to take over. She thinks they can put a dent in the Callahan name, and then she can come in as a hero to all the people caught in the crossfire. If not for that one call, I wouldn't have seen it.
Would my parents have?
He wasn't asking to compare. He wanted to know if they were watching him now. I doubt it. Even if they were watching her, there was no way to see it coming. They made sure to be careful, like us. Walk close to the edge, but not on it. She's using her age and her past loyalty as a smokescreen. Besides, with the Finnegan brothers being as loud as they are now, they would most likely be looking into them. Who they are, what type of threat they pose. After all, Wyatt is in Boston, too. They're working from the wrong end. They won't figure out Grams was part of this until you kill her.
With her gone, the brothers won't have enough support to rise. Will they?
He wondered, and I could see the beginning of a plan forming in his head. It may take them a few days or weeks, depending on how slow they are to realize that they are alone now. I answered, and he nodded, taking the exit.
How did you get this friend of Graham's to talk?
I reached into my bag and handed him a disc. He nodded for me to put it into the sound system. I did, letting him hear the conversation. I tried to look for the volume because of the man's screams, but I couldn't see the controls.
It's fine.
Ah! He slid his finger down the screen on the dash. Ooh, fancy. Are you rich or something, mister? I said mockingly.
Or something,
he muttered, and I yawned, closing my eyes.
This is dated yesterday.
Which is why I called you yesterday and said I just found out. I leaned the seat back. When I snuck into her place this morning to check old financial records, she keeps them in actual books, so old school, in her family study, I left a clue to let her know you were onto her.
Why?
Because a cornered mouse can only hurt themselves. It's one thing to do something in the dark, when you think no one is watching. It's a whole other game when the sun comes up and the light is on you.
And if you're not strong enough, the light will burn you.
He agreed.
Thinking I was onto her, she'd be bound to make mistakes quickly. Her fear must have been obvious, which is why Tegan came in on this. He's her youngest and favorite grandson. He loved her, too. But he's always been the weakest of their family. And what else do weak people do but try to prove they aren't weak? She didn't send him. I bet he overheard and decided to come himself to prove he was strong, that he could protect her. He smirked when you said his grandmother didn't like him. He thought he was fooling you and most likely was going to pretend to join us and then betray us again.
So the lamb threw himself in the lion's den. Darwin's theory proves itself correct again. I grinned, shaking my head, then winced at the sharp pain in my shoulder. Annoyed, I pulled out my own damn knife.
Don't.
He snapped at me. It's fine, I've done it before.
You're not going to be able to use your arm once you take it out and the blood flows.
He went on. All I need is one hand anyway.
Well, aren't you a badass?
He mocked me. I made a face, but I couldn't help but snicker. Let's hurry and get this over with, then.
You're just like Gigi. You both want what you want, and to hell with the consequences,
he said, and a genuine smile came to his lips, as he always did when he talked about her. First, Gigi is like me. Mom comes before the daughter. Second, I think you just don't want me bleeding all over your fancy car.
How did you know?
He looked at me. I gripped my knife tightly. You know, you're not very grateful. I've lost count of how many times I've saved your ass now.
3 times.
He shot back.
I haven't lost count. But one of those times you put me in danger, too, so you were only undoing the damage.
That know-it-all smirk of his. That pride, ego, and arrogance. It was infuriating, not just because he did it to tease me, but also because it made him more attractive.
Ethan, age 27, Chicago, Illinois, Sunday, November 12th. It was because of her. If not for her, I'd be much closer to death. If not for her, I would have lost myself to the rage.
Everyone hates the leader of the pack.
I hadn't forgotten that. I hadn't been taught that. Growing up, my parents let me know everyone wanted to be us, so I knew some of them hated us. But I had believed the lie that somehow, some way deep down, everyone still believed in the stories of how we all came together. Us Irish, us Italians. How we all became family. That it was to protect our families. But that was naive of me. This wasn't the Mafia of the old days. What kept them loyal, what kept them in line, was fear and greed. Fear of what happened when the leader turned around and let his anger out on them. And greed, wanting to have the money and power themselves. Maybe Calliope knew because she was never part of the family which was considered the head of the pack. Or maybe she knew because she understood them better than I did. Or maybe she really was much smarter. Maybe it was all of the above. Nevertheless, I was both grateful and annoyed that I was in such a disgraceful position. When I looked to the camera, I saw McGlinchey and a few of her family members sit around the dinner table. I glanced over to Callie, and she was asleep. Only she could take a nap at such a moment. For some strange reason, I was calm. I expected anger, rage, the need for blood and revenge. But looking over to her, I remembered her other words. Who was the date? Her eyes snapped open and she shifted her gaze to me.
You really aren't going to let this go?
Nope.
Your jealousy is showing.
She scratched her wig as she adjusted her seat, looking out the window.
We're here. Do you have a plan for getting in the door?
Knocking, I said, grabbing my gun and stepping out of the car.
Oh, good. It's like we're just coming over for dinner.
Hefting her bag onto her uninjured shoulder, she lifted her gun with her good hand and gripped the machete with the other. I'm sure you didn't break in just to look at her books. What else did you do? I walked up the steps of the townhouse in the old Irish quarter of town. It looked a little shabby on the outside, but I knew that was because Grams liked to pretend she was still that down-to-earth Irish neighborhood lady. The inside was as modern as the family manor.
"You really expect too much of me sometimes,"
she said with a smirk on her face, putting her mask on and giving me mine back. "I think I'm underestimating you, actually," I mumbled, putting on the mask. I knocked on the door. Checking my phone, I watched as they froze and a few of them started to pick up guns. I looked over to Callie, who just pressed a single button on a small remote, and I noticed gray smoke fill the house. I used the security system Helen had opened up for me to kill all of the power to the house, which opened the automatic door. I stepped inside first, and she came in after me, closing the door behind us. Even through the mask, I could still smell the smoke. It smelled sweet, sickly sweet like candy. Callie didn't wait. They came out trying to attack us as they coughed and stumbled, and she cut them down with ease. Like a one-woman army, she sliced and shot down those who came in front of her. I left them to her, walking to where Grams was in the kitchen. The massacre had begun and would end easily. So bloody easily I felt insulted Grams had gotten so close to me to begin with. Stepping through the gray smoke, I saw her doing what she could to hold on to her chair. She glared up at me from her seat, coughing. I moved to the window, opening it to let the smoke out before taking a seat. I waited for a moment before taking off the mask and looked over to her. Her wrinkled lips turned up.
"How did you know?"
she asked. "My wife-to-be is very dedicated in making sure our family is safe," I said, putting the gun on the table. "She killed Tegan. Now she's killing everyone, but I thought you should know who went down first because of your treachery." She shook her head.
"Why is it so hard for teenagers to listen?"
"Doesn't matter now. I would have found him later and killed him anyway."
"He was your godson."
"Your point? I would kill my brother if it meant protecting what matters to me," I told her, and it was then that Calliope came in, covered in blood. Her eyes narrowed as she looked between us.
"Am I interrupting tea time?"
She gets sarcastic when she's annoyed, I explained to Grams, who never looked away from her.
"Another Italian, I see. And here I thought you were really considering Moretti's daughter."
"Don't you think you've insulted me enough for one night?" I asked her as Calliope took a seat at the head of the table. "Do you want to tell me why now?" She laughed hard and coughed.
"Why, Ethan, my boy, logic doesn't apply here. Rule or be ruled. It's all that governs us. I've been ruled for the last 89 years. I have watched my family, my friends and my loved ones bend their heads to your family. How long do you think your family can stay at the top? This is not going to end with me. Other people are hungry for the power your family flaunted for decades. They're hungry for their time to lead and rule. You can't fight us all."
"I don't need to," I reminded her. "I can make you fight each other. And when you're all done, I'll come back and you will remember that my family was not just given this position. We built it. Body by body, blood by blood, drug by drug, we fought, we skimmed, we sacrificed to get to the top. It's in our DNA now. We don't know how to be any other way. We'd rip this world to shreds before we'd ever go to the bottom. You won't live long enough to see it. But very soon people will know what it means to cross me." I lifted the gun from the table, pointing it at the kitchen closet beside her, and her eyes widened.
"They're just babies, Ethan!"
she bellowed. I fired into the closet, and she screamed, moving to get up, but Calliope already stood behind her with her machete at Graham's throat.
"Why are you screaming, Grams?"
Callie whispered, her lips at her ears.
"You're the one that killed them. You cross the mob, and the mob crosses you. You includes your family in everything you ever cared about. It's the oldest rule in the book. You knew that and made your choice anyway. Screaming now just makes you look like a sore loser.
Her eyes never left the closet, staring as blood poured out from underneath the door. Setting the gun back down, I told her, "My massacre of your family has only just begun. I thank you in advance for being my first lesson to the others." Calliope tilted her head to me, and I nodded. Slowly she pulled the blade across Graham's neck and let her go, allowing her to fall on the table. I stared at her body, and Calliope walked to my side, tossing her leg over mine and sitting on my lap. She leaned in and kissed me. Closing my eyes, I kissed her back, letting her take my rage once more. I gripped her hips, and she moaned against my mouth. Breaking apart, she put her forehead on mine.
If not them, it would be us. It would be Gigi,
she said gently. It was never a choice. I leaned back on the chair. My family or theirs? How could it ever be a choice? She agreed. Sitting up straighter, she took off her vest and passed one of her smaller blades to me. I took it and held the tip over a candle on the table, watching the tip blacken and then bringing it to her shoulder. Her jaw set. She took a deep breath, but I didn't move yet, and she looked back at me, confused. I lifted my eyebrow. She knew what I wanted to know.
You are.
She exhaled and moved to take the knife from me, but I held it back. She tried to get up, but I held her in place. She glared at me, and I gave it right back to her. Who is he, and what is the purpose of the date? I put the knife back to the flame.
The jealousy was cute the first 2 times, but now it's irritating.
I waited for her to continue. She rolled her eyes.
It's not a he. It is a me. It was a date with myself. For my night off, I bought out my favorite spa. I planned to soak in a eucalyptus Dead Sea salt bath, have a hot stone massage, maybe a scalp wash and a massage too, then a rooftop dinner in peace. It was going to be amazing. Are you happy now, you green-eyed brute? This cut into my scheduled me time.
I picked up the knife and cut into her skin, before using my hands to apply pressure, digging in the blade. She gritted her teeth and gripped my shoulder as I finally took the shard out.
Fuckers.
She frowned, taking the bullet from me.
If they're going to attack us, they could at least invest in decent fucking bullets.
Let's burn this place down and go, I said to her, taking the gun from the table.
We can part ways here.
You're staying with me tonight. Her eyes narrowed, clearly questioning who I was to order her around. Meanwhile, she'd do the same thing. Bringing her face to mine again, I kissed her lips, softly. It's been a while since we had we time. Her lips pursed, but she didn't say anything. She climbed off me, standing beside me as I stood as well. I looked around at the blood-covered walls, then at her. This is the first time you and I have gone to work together.
I'll mark it down in my diary.
She laughed and walked into the kitchen. When you do, make sure you note that this is how we both knew your time hiding in my shadow was coming to an end. She looked over her shoulder at me as she turned the gas stove on.
Is that so?
Didn't you hear her? I nodded to Graham's body. Apparently, people think they are indispensable now. Who else is better suited to remind them than il triste miettatore, that graves can be dug for anyone?
Tell me more during our we time.
She winked, and I knew exactly how to do that.
14. I cannot remember exactly the first time your soul whispered to mine, but I know you woke it, and it has never slept since. J.M. Storm. Calliope, age 25, Chicago, Illinois. Sunday, November 12th. Ethan's personality ranged from an almost adolescent-level sweetness, like when we came to his private luxury townhouse in the city, one he must have bought in anticipation of the day I would come. How did I know? Because he had my favorite style of furniture, the kitchen knife set I had in the last 2 places he'd visited. Then there was the wine we first shared together. He led me to the bedroom and helped me strip down. He asked, not demanded, that I take off the wig and my contacts, and I did so. He then joined me in the shower, washing the blood and dirt off me. He wouldn't let me wash him, but there was something underneath his silence. I felt it, and it excited me. So I didn't push. I just enjoyed his hands in my hair, massaging the shampoo in. I reveled in the feeling of his hard body behind me. All too soon, it was over, and he led me out of the bathroom into the gray bedroom. The walls had silk-like curtains draped over them. The carpet was a lighter shade of gray and plush under my feet. The canopy bed was big enough for 4 and sat in the middle of the massive room, fitted with silk sheets, a diamond chandelier hanging over it. There was no other furniture in the room. I felt him step up behind me and shivered when he brushed my hair over to one side.
"Get on the bed, la mia anima,"
he whispered before kissing between my neck and shoulder. This is what I meant. 1 minute he was sweet. The next he was a murderous savage who'd kill anyone, young or old, to protect his family. Then he could be devilishly tempting. I wanted to know what he was going to do. I took a step towards him, and he snatched off the towel he had wrapped around me. I said nothing as I got into the middle of the bed, still a bit wet from our shower and completely naked. Ethan pulled on a small string that hung near the bedpost, and the silk curtains lifted, revealing walls of mirrors. Now I understood. The rest of the house was mine to do whatever I wished with, but when we came into this room, he was going to do whatever he wanted with me. He slid open a hidden panel on the headboard and revealed an array of toys he'd gotten just for me. "Who knew you had such a kinky side?" I asked when he pulled out a blindfold. He turned and handed it to me. This was my only chance to tell him no, to reject this. Seems like I have a kinky side, too. I took the blindfold from him and put it over my eyes. I felt the bed shift as he got behind me. He took my hands, and with what felt like a silk cloth, he tied my hands behind my back tightly. His lips found my ear, and he kissed the top of it.
"Master, you say that, and I'll stop."
Son of a bitch. "Do your worst," I challenged, kneeling patiently. He chuckled softly but didn't say anything else. I waited for so long I wondered if he was still in the room, but I refused to call out for him. Finally, I heard his feet shuffle on the carpet and the bed shifted again. I smelled wine.
"Open,"
he commanded, but I knelt still and refused, pleased with myself. Ah! My mouth opened on a gasp when his cold fingers pinched my nipples and pulled. The wine was slowly poured in my mouth, and I could feel some of it roll down my chin, my neck, and down to my chest. Fuck me, it was delicious. Ethan kissed me then, his tongue inside my mouth, licking the wine from my own. I turned my head and leaned into him, and even though I already couldn't see, I closed my eyes, reveling in the taste of him. Abruptly, he broke away and pushed me forward. Breathing hard through my nose, my chest rose and fell with the effort. I felt a small strip of leather against my skin. A whip on ass. I bit my lip to hide my excitement.
"This isn't for you. This is for me."
I obviously failed to hide my feelings. "Ethan, Haven't you noticed I want what you want? I replied, only to be rewarded with a slap right on my pussy. I could feel myself getting wet already. I licked my lips. You can do better than that. Slap. Oh, I moaned. Oh, fuck. I was going to heaven and hell tonight. More. I knew it was going to bug him. He wanted to dominate me. But I wasn't going to give in that easily.
You really wish to drive me mad, don't you?
He asked softly. It's only fair. Oh. My hands balled into fists behind my back when I felt the tiny vibrating toy he now rubbed over my pussy. I wasn't sure what it was, but it was so strong my stomach contracted and my jaw snapped open.
You were saying?
He slowly slid it inside of me. I bit my bottom lip and buried my face in the sheets. I was going to pay him back for this one day, I swear.
Excuse me as I do my worst.
I could hear the smugness in his voice, and I wiggled as I got wetter. Slap. His hand connected with my ass, and I jerked forward. Slap. He hit my other cheek before kissing both. I tried to brace myself for another, but instead all I felt was something wet slide down my ass. Ethan, I tried to speak, but my voice cracked. The motherfucker was turning me into his own private porn star so easily. It pissed me off, but fuck! I cried out as I felt his finger press into my ass. Slowly, he readied me, not for his cock, but what he put in me. A butt plug? Fuck you! I sneered when that too started to vibrate inside my ass. He wasn't playing fair.
I want to see you so desperate for me. Beg for me.
He moved me to lay on my side. My legs spread wide, my pussy so wet I was dripping down my legs. And then he licked me. Oh, I was going to get revenge. When he least expected it, when he thought I was satisfied just being his submissive, I'd pay him back tenfold. I swear it.
Ethan, age 27. Chicago, Illinois. Sunday, November 12th. She was an angel, I was sure, and one day she'd rain down divine retribution for this. But right now she was blindfolded, coated in sweat, dripping wet, moaning and squirming on the silver sheets before me, and I couldn't bring myself to care. This sight was worth it. I was so hard I had to stroke myself as she moaned. I wanted to fuck her badly, but not before I enjoyed more of this. If I came now, I could think straight again and focus before she made me hard again.
Ethan,
she begged, her brown hair sticking to her face, making her look even more sinful. Her voice was pushing me to the edge.
Ethan,
She cried out as she came. But even when she did, she couldn't stop herself from being turned on again by the pressure between her thighs. With one hand working my cock, I leaned over and took her nipple into my mouth, sucking on it, feeling her soft skin between my lips. She cried out, leaning toward me. "Come on," I hissed, sitting up, and fuck! I hadn't meant to, but seeing my load on her stomach awakened another realization in me. That I wanted it. I wanted to mark her like that. I placed my fingers to her lips, and she licked and sucked on them. Her tongue wrapped around my fingers, her saliva coating them, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I grabbed onto her breasts once more, squeezing them, before putting clamps on her nipples.
Ethan!
She cried out. Yes. I ran my hand over the curves of her beautiful body. Every time I reached one of her birthmarks, I leaned over and kissed them.
Get these fucking things out of me, and fuck me!
You don't make the rules here, love. She exhaled harshly through her nose. But if you beg...
Fuck you!
She snapped, and I grinned. Her stubbornness only made this all the more entertaining to me. "Shut up and enjoy the show," I said, grabbing the remote and increasing the speed of the vibrators.
Fuck! I'm so... You're dead! Oh!
I kissed her lips, watching her get wetter, and just like that, I felt myself getting hot again, my cock coming back to life. Licking my lips, I brought my cock closer to her mouth. Horny and desperate for release, she stuck out her tongue, licking me from the tip all the way down. She turned over, pushing herself to her knees and kissing the tip of my cock. If she turned me on well enough, I'd need to fuck her and she wouldn't have to beg. I brushed her hair from her face, and my mouth dropped open as she took me deep in her mouth. And without mercy she tried to make me let go of my plan. The more I watched my cock slide into her mouth, the more I sunk deep into the back of her throat, the harder it became for me to stick to my plan. She made me weak. Damn her! Clenching a fistful of her hair, I tugged slightly, and she let go of me, grinning. She bloody well knew what she was doing. She didn't even wait for me to say anything. She just crawled and turned around, her ass in my face.
Ah!
She cried as I slowly pulled the plug out of her. She nearly came when I pulled the vibrator out of her wet pussy. I tossed them on the other side of the bed. On my knees, I rubbed myself against her, feeling her grind back against me. I slowly, tortuously slid inside her. When my hips were firmly pressed against her ass, I undid the knot around her wrists. She pushed herself up, rearing back against me as I pulled the blindfold off. The moment I did, she was met with her own reflection in the mirrors. Her cheeks were flushed, her parted lips swollen and glistening, saliva at the side of her mouth. Her gray eyes focused and met mine in the mirror. I held her waist, pulling out slightly before slamming myself back into her. Neither of us looked away from our reflections as I slowly thrust deeper and deeper into her. She fisted the sheets and tried to control her breathing, her whole body bucking forward with my onslaught. I reached under her and tugged off the nipple clamps, and it was only then that she looked away, a desperate wail escaping her lips. Gripping her throat with one hand and a breast with the other, I kissed the side of her face. "Don't look away. I want you to see how sinful you look right now with me inside you." Her eyes barely open. She looked back into the mirror, and I sped up, the sound of our skin slapping together, our breaths and our moans the only thing filling my ears.
Ethan, please, more,
she begged, obviously out to kill me. I pulled out, my cock covered with her slickness, and she whined until I entered her ass. The bed shook beneath us, and I closed my eyes, unable to keep them open with how tightly her walls squeezed around me.
Yes! Oh, yes!
She screamed, coming. Fuck! I was nowhere ready to let go of her, but apparently my body had other plans. Her body rocked with mine as I kissed her neck and unloaded in her. "This isn't over, la mia anima," I panted as I rested on top of her. She grinned, closing her eyes.
Good. Where is the wine?
I'm never going to be able to tame this woman. It took me a second before I could pull out of her and lay back, trying to ignore the spots in my vision. Because she obviously wasn't human. She sat up, looking around the bed for the wine.
I love this one.
She sat beside me on the bed and drank from the dark-colored bottle. She gulped it like water before offering it to me. I drank only a little bit and handed it back.
So, what are we calling this place?
She looked around the room.
Your sex dungeon?
A little luxurious for a dungeon, don't you think? I said gently, pulling her to sit in between my thighs. She rested her back against my chest and drank again.
I'm a very luxurious prisoner, so it fits.
She joked, and I smiled at that. It's the angel room.
The angel room.
An angel fell from the sky, Right in front of me, and I've been letting her wander around on her own, wreaking havoc on mankind. I think it's time to keep her close by. I whispered that last part, brushing my hand down her arms.
Sex makes you very sentimental.
No, just you, I replied, and she turned, staring at me.
Are you telling me to move to Chicago?
That was one of the things I loved about her. She was quick to understand me. Yes.
No.
I frowned. One of the things I hated was her unwavering stubbornness. She didn't let go of plans unless there was a logical reason for it. Me wanting her close wasn't logical enough, apparently. Callie, this is almost over.
I will move back when it is. Until then, I'm not moving into a separate house like your damn mistress. Living here while that woman is in the Callahan mansion. The easier it is for you to get to me or Gigi, the more comfortable you're going to get.
Was she insane? Do you really think I'm the type of man who'd just leave you and my daughter living on the sidelines?
No, but we need to also keep in mind the unexpected. Until this is officially over and Clarissa and her family are gone, I'm going to remain where I've always been, where I bloody well choose.
Fine. I have enough on them already, so I'll take care of them tomorrow.
Ethan.
She's almost 4, Calliope. I reminded her. The memories that stick with a child for the rest of their lives begin when they turn 4. My daughter is coming home. You are coming home. If the world is coming for us, I want us united under the same damn roof the Callahans have always been united under. She exhaled and put her head on my chest.
It's hard to reason with you when you do this.
Aren't you tired? I asked, kissing the top of her head. To my surprise, she nodded an admission.
I am,
she said softly.
But like you said earlier, the difference between us and everyone else is our sacrifice.
Don't use my words against me. I frowned, and she giggled, actually giggled, wrapping her arms around me.
You have enough on Moretti?
Tobias has been helping. The little cunt.
The little cunt,
she said, as if she could read my mind. Her eyes met mine.
You still want Donna to do it?
I need her to do it. It's the only way she'll come to terms with it. But she can't kill him unless I give her permission. And I can't give her permission without exposing the fact that I want her to do it. What a fucking clusterfuck.
It's a fucking clusterfuck,
she commented, and this time I just stared at her, baffled.
What?
Her eyes were wide with confusion. I just shook my head. I need to think of something that gives her the right to kill him without me being there.
Don't be there.
I could see her trying to piece together a plan. I wondered if this is how I looked, too. Go on.
If you were called away for work in another area, who do you usually leave in charge?
No one, I answered, not sure why she asked. Just because I'm in another location doesn't mean I still don't know what's happening at home.
Well, change that. At least this once. Leave to take care of business and make it clear you aren't going to be reachable. Let Donna run the family for a little.
That's dangerous. Once my sister tastes that power...
Will your sister betray you for power?
I hated to even think of the answer to that question. She will be tempted to.
Temptation is not a sin. It is the thought of committing sin. She'll think about it until her face turns blue, but will she do it? Will she betray you?
I shook my head. No matter how badly she wants to, she's a Callahan. She's my sister. Her ambitions always give way to our family. Always.
Then, trust her with this.
I could see how it might work, but I was going to need one hell of an excuse to leave her in charge when I would normally never do so.
What could be big enough to draw you away, though?
She asked, and I was convinced she could read my mind but was not telling me.
The Finnegan brothers?
I snorted at that. You yourself said without grams they'll crumble within weeks. I reminded her.
They don't know it was grams,
she observed, and I automatically knew where her mind was going. Grinning, I followed her logic. I should support them in her place, just like with Roja. Let them grow thinking they are getting stronger to fight me. I could use them in more ways than one. This could be exactly what I needed to bring all of this to an end.
Exactly. Then, when the situation gets serious, you'll go to Boston. What?
She asked, her eyes roaming my face as she tried to figure out what I was thinking. The thought hadn't even finished forming in my mind, and she was already on to me. How did you know I was thinking of something else?
You weren't following my eyes anymore. Now, what is more captivating than me helping you think of a plan while naked?
She sounded almost insulted. I leaned forward and kissed her lips quickly before saying, "You aren't going to like it."
Go on.
The Finnegan brothers have a cousin in Chicago.
And I won't like this because?
She waited for me to fill in the blanks. She's in prison.
Still not following. Bring her out and use her against them. Why would this displease me?
Because of how I'll need to use her, I said, and her eyes narrowed as she exhaled through her nose. I could tell she wanted to strangle me.
I want to strangle you.
She snapped and turned her back to me. Well, it's good to know I can read her mind, too.
You haven't even finished off Clarissa, and you're already adding another woman to your harem.
You're cute when you're jealous. Oh, Calliope! I hissed through clenched teeth as she reached behind her and squeezed my balls, her nails digging into my skin.
You couldn't even handle the thought of me going on a date with another man, and you're about to screw yet another woman. Are you really suffering here? Because you seem to be having a grand old time.
Are you done? I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her closer.
The moment you sleep with her, I'm going to have an orgy,
she muttered, and I hugged her tighter, trying to forget she said that. I kept silent, waiting for her to collect herself and look past her jealousy and anger.
I'm done. Why do you need this cousin?
Wyatt. I need him to come back too, I said gently in her ear.
What makes you think this woman will make him come back?
I know the Finnegan brothers have a cousin in Chicago because I remembered her. When I was young, sometime after you left for Italy, I met a girl in the OS Center during our weekly volunteer time. She was there, we had an argument over cake, which caught my father's attention, and he later told the whole family about it. My father lived for teasing both my brother and I.
How could an argument over cake be worth any attention?
My reaction. I was shocked and didn't know how to reply to her. So the great Ethan lost a verbal spat with some silly girl. My Uncle Neil, after hearing the story, said, "That's the type of woman I should marry." Wyatt will remember who she is, or I'll make sure he knows. We'll go to Boston and have it out with the Finnegan brothers. She'll magically die, I'll get hurt, he'll come to his fucking senses and remember who he is, and kill them with his own hands for daring to mess with our family. The guilt of it will humble him a bit. I rid myself of her and the idiot brothers and gain my brother back.
First, your Uncle Neil isn't my favorite,
she grumbled.
What is this girl in prison for?
Her sister, or stepsister, framed her in a drunk driving accident which left someone crippled, so aggravated assault, and assault with a deadly weapon.
How long has she been in prison?
I thought back to the article I read back then. She should be 6 years into a 12-year sentence by now.
6 fucking years. So not only is she a fool, she's weak.
She snickered and shook her head.
Is she just going to rot in prison for a crime she didn't commit? I won't even stay in prison for crimes I did commit.
Foolish and weak people are the easiest to manipulate, I said, and she nodded in agreement. We have a backstory already, although it's thin. People are waiting for me to bring home the future Mrs. Callahan.
A prison bitch as Mrs. Callahan. Your parents would spin in their graves if they were really dead.
She laughed, no longer jealous. She was right. Such a weak woman could never be Mrs. Callahan. La mia anima, mio amore, sono innamorato di te. Sei tutto per me, sei il mio universo. Siamo fatte l'uno per l'altra. Voglio soltanto te. Sei la regina del mio cuore. Solo tu mi capisci. Io sono tuo. Tu sei la vera signora Callahan. My soul, my love. I'm in love with you. You are everything to me. You are my universe. We are made for each other. I only want you. You are the queen of my heart. Only you understand me. I am yours. You are the real Mrs. Callahan. I reminded her as I leaned closer. She smelled like wine, vanilla and roses.
Avrei potuto usare quelle dolci labbra tra le mie cosche prima.
I could have used those sweet lips between my thighs before. She whispered back, getting closer to my lips. La notte è giovane. The night is young. I kissed her shoulder. Lavora prima, poi gioca. Work first, then play.
Fine.
She focused on the topic at hand.
This jailbird. You use her.
All of them still think I'm this little weak boy trying to live up to my parents' legacy. Why not let them keep thinking that? They'll think I'm so desperate to get married that I rushed and picked her out of the gutter. I'll tell her about how I fell in love with her. Can a 9-year-old fall in love?
You can be a special case. Poor girl will have serious trust issues, though. You're going to have to make her truly believe you're in love with her.
I grumbled at that. What does that look like for a normal person? She giggled and gestured around the room.
This. Everything you are doing with me now.
I doubt she'll let me tie her up.
No, you ass. What happened before you started to...
Toy with you? I grinned. She moved to break my hug and sit on her own, but I held on to her.
The sweetness. You washing my hair, you putting your forehead on mine, that shit is what normal people see as love.
Should I be annoyed you're reducing me to normal, or more annoyed you no longer seem jealous? I could see the fat smile on her face.
I'm no longer jealous because she's going to drive you up the fucking wall. She's going to be like a doe-eyed fawn stuck to your side. Cute at first, but utterly useless and annoying. The moment she makes you look bad, I'm going to be the one reminding you that you can't kill her yet.
I cracked my jaw at her cockiness. She could be ruthlessly waiting for her chance to bust out of prison and get vengeance. She could surprise us both.
Fine. If I'm wrong, I won't complain once and support you blindly.
Impossible, but okay. And if you're right?
I get to kill her any way and time I need.
Deal. I held my hand out in front of her body, and she shook it. It really didn't matter to me either way.
What's her name?
I thought for a second. I believe it's Ivy. She laughed again.
Like the Batman villain. What's her nickname going to be? Poison Ivy?
Will she live long enough to get a nickname? I didn't see how. My goal was to use her.
Well, you first have to keep goading the Finnegan brothers. You can't just bring her out now and kill them. They aren't a big enough threat to make Wyatt react. So she'll be next to you.
For as short a fucking time as possible. She'll sit her doe-eyed self in prison until I'm ready to take out the brothers. Wyatt still has a few more months before he's done interning. We'll do it around my 28th birthday. I'll look more desperate then. Hopefully I can wrap it up in a month or two. The last thing I needed was another Clarissa on my goddamn arm. She looked somewhat shocked, which was odd. Nothing I did really shocked her.
You want to pluck a woman out of prison, parade her around as your fiancée, and then kill her and her family in Boston while your sister kills your right-hand man in Chicago and then reveal you have another woman and child in 1 or 2 months? Who the fuck is going to believe that shit?
Does it matter if they believe if it's already done? I asked, and she reached behind her head and fisted my hair. Tilting her head back, she said,
You are insane.
Join me in insanity, then. A smile crept onto her face, and she twisted back, kissing me. The other reason for this crazy plan was one I didn't need to say. I wanted her by my side already. 1 more year, I thought as I enjoyed the taste of her mouth. Breaking away, I kissed down her neck, down the space between her breasts before laying her back and lifting her legs high, resting them on my shoulders. Where is it you said you wanted my lips? Before she could answer, I brought my face between her thighs, letting my stubbled cheek tease her soft skin. Spreading the folds of her pussy, I let my tongue drive her mad this time.
15. An Italian proverb says, In men every mortal sin is venial. In women, every venial sin is mortal. George Augustus Henry Sala. Calliope, age 26. Chicago, Illinois. Tuesday, August 15th. I was trying my hardest not to say I told him so, but the look of horror on his face as he watched the screen was hilarious.
How do you want to kill her?
He finally asked, remembering our bet. Are you asking so you can imagine it and calm the urge to kill her yourself? I took a bite of my kettle corn.
Exactly,
he muttered, unable to look away from the screen.
How the fuck is she worse than Clarissa? How?
I tried, I really did, but I couldn't hold back anymore. And I laughed. I laughed so hard I had to put down my wine so it wouldn't spill. He glared at me, unamused. What? I think she's cute.
She's a fucking twat. How the hell am I supposed to pretend to be so fucking in love with that?
He pointed to the woman on the screen, currently being carried away in what looked like a straitjacket. She screamed bloody murder and looked like a beat-up old rag doll with blonde, scruffy hair. Now, calm down, I said with a very wide grin. A little soap and water, along with a nice flat iron, and she'll look like the third runner-up at the local Miss Illinois Sweet Corn Festival. I had to stop myself from laughing by taking a sip of my wine.
Fuck her looks, Calliope. I don't give a shit if she's a goddamn skinhead.
You have a black and Asian cousin. You should care about that one. I cut in, knowing at this point he was ready to kill me. He took a deep breath and tried once more to reason with me.
We need her to be smart. That!
He pointed to the screen.
That is not the look of a smart person. We offered her a fucking get-out-of-jail-free card yesterday, and the idiot just decided to curse our goddamn family.
It's a new day. Let's see what she has to say today, I said, gesturing at the screen. He glared at me, and I gave it right back, making my eyes wide so he'd realize I wanted to see this. He sighed again before taking a seat in the hotel armchair beside me. I grabbed the remote, skipping from yesterday's video to today. There Evelyn sat in the little visitor's booth, scrolling through her phone. Sending Evelyn was a good choice. Donna would have killed her and told you to try again. I snickered, taking another bite of the kettle corn in front of me.
You know this isn't a reality TV show, right? This is our lives, correct? Your key to coming out of the shadows is everything falling into place as planned.
I tore my eyes from the screen and looked at him. Why are you so damn restless today? Shit, yes. She's dim-witted, but we knew that was a possibility. Hell, I was pretty much sure of it. We are at the finish line, Ethan. Even if she fucks up totally, between you and I, don't you think we can find another way? He pinched the bridge of his nose.
I am quite done with looking like a fool, Calliope. We made this agreement to set a trap for my parents, and now we've found ourselves trying to domesticate jailbirds. The very thought of people thinking I would choose her, the fact that I send my grandmother to fetch her in prison, is a bigger embarrassment to my family than I thought.
You're getting cranky in your old age, I teased and poured him a glass of wine.
In what world is 28 old age?
He took the glass from me. Mafia years. I shot back and he grinned before drinking. Looking at the screen, I settled back in my chair. What do you think she'll say today? I asked him, watching as they brought Ms. Ivy O'Daverin into the room. So they gave up on the black man and sent a grandmama to try and get me to sign my soul away? It ain't happening, Grandma. God! She yelled the moment she saw Evelyn, at which Ethan just shook his head and drank. The guard paid her no attention. He simply walked over to Evelyn with a teacup.
I'm sorry, we had no cream.
Jimmy said in the politest voice I'd ever heard.
Is there anything else I can get you, Mrs. Callahan?
Upon hearing her called Mrs. Callahan, Ivy's blonde head whipped back to look at her. In a blink of an eye, she lunged towards Evelyn, and I heard glass shatter beside me. I looked over to Ethan, who was now holding the broken glass in his hand. His jaw was tight and eyes deadly as he glared at the screen.
Did she just try to attack my grandmother?
He wasn't really asking. He was in a state of disbelief. Taking the napkin, I reached over and cleaned his hand. Luckily, he hadn't cut himself enough to bleed.
I'm killing her,
he said as he picked up shards of glass. I won the bet, I reminded him, going back to my snack. You are so dramatic sometimes.
You're starting to sound condescending.
His voice was as cold as death. I watched him for a moment, and then ignored him. I loved him, but Ethan was just like his daughter. Just like me. Sometimes we got cranky when we didn't get what we wanted as soon as we wanted it. He was both looking forward to this moment and also dreading it. Having to go this far, having to pretend with her. He hated it more than I did. And it made me love him and trust him more, even though he cared more about how it made him and his family look than how it made me feel. Don't speak. You'll only make yourself look imprudent. Evelyn snapped at her on screen before putting the tablet down in the middle of the table. I ate and watched as her soul broke in half. I wished I could zoom in so I could see her face clearly. It truly was like watching someone from the inside out. I'd never seen such a thing happen to a person without certain drugs. It was interesting. Wow. She truly trusted her family.
It's not a bad choice for most people,
Ethan added, a bit calmer now.
However, if she thought about it sooner, she would have put it together herself.
She didn't want to think about it. She'd rather rot than be betrayed, I said, disgusted with her. She was amusing at first, her grit, her fighting. But now seeing how much of a broken little puppy she is, I'm no longer interested.
Speaking of puppies,
he said, getting my attention.
You got Gigi too?
I nodded happily. Aren't they cute? They have the same eyes as her. I told her I found them, but I had them crossbred.
Why?
So she knows something living that looks like her. He frowned.
You're afraid she's going to get bullied, and you decided it was best to throw her a softball and make her feel good.
I turned fully in my chair to look at him. I'm sorry, are we about to have a parenting dispute right now?
You should have talked to me.
I got our daughter puppies because I fucking wanted her to have pets. They're a good way to teach a child discipline and responsibility. Furthermore, those pets are not going to stay cute little furry puppies. They're going to be bigger and stronger than Alaskan timber wolves. Have you seen what an Alaskan timber wolf can do to a man? Not pretty. They are weapons she's going to learn how to control. I, out of the kindness of my mommy heart, added the eye colors as a small gift to our daughter. Now, where is it that you want to start this fight? I asked him, putting my wine down.
At least let us have the fight before you end it.
I smiled. Or we could skip the fighting altogether, and you can agree with me.
Keep dreaming,
He answered.
Nevertheless, at least tell me beforehand. Just because I'm not there does not mean I don't want to know what is going on.
Yes, boss. He gave me a look, but it was interrupted by the voice on the screen. 7 years ago, I told you vengeance knows no boundaries and has no expiration date. I still believe that. So watch your front, because I'll be out real soon. Looks like she's in. I nodded, turning off the feed.
It seems so,
He said, sending a text message.
I have people in the jail that will watch out for her for now, and when she's out, Nari can fix her. Preferably better than the third runner-up at the local Miss Illinois Sweet Corn Festival.
I laughed at that again. With the work she'll need, you'll most likely not see her until your birthday.
I'm so heartbroken.
He muttered, sending out another text. Now it's up to you, I said, drawing his attention. You have to make them truly believe you've fallen for her, or that you've always loved her. The more they believe it, the better for us.
If she doesn't talk much, I'll just replace her face with yours.
He said nonchalantly, as if he didn't just complain about how he couldn't act with her. And Clarissa?
She won't live to see next Monday. I swear it. Especially after the line she crossed.
He replied, clenching his fist. Are you sure you don't want me to take care of it? This might scare your new fiancé away. His eyes were stern, and all humor was gone as he spoke directly to me.
Do not lower yourself for this. It was my oversight. There is only so much embarrassment you or I can take before we start firing at each other.
I put my bowl of kettle corn down on the centerpiece. I'm glad you know. If it is not handled...
Do you not trust me?
Fine. I'm going to take a shower before I catch my flight to Boston. I stretched as I got up from the chair, cracking my back. You should head back. He nodded, getting up and taking his jacket, already walking towards the door. I could tell he was beginning to plot already. He didn't look back at me, which was a bit irritating. Ethan, I called to him when his hand reached for the doorknob. He paused, looking back to me, confused. Vieni qui e baciami. Come here and kiss me. His eyebrow rose, but he didn't argue. He came to me and I reached up, grabbing his dark hair as he kissed me, and like always his hands drifted down to my ass, cupping it. When we broke apart, his hand was still there. He glanced down at me with heated eyes, and he reached up to undo the first button of my shirt. I have a flight to catch, I told him.
I'll get you a new one. Ti voglio.
He told me. I hesitated, but realized it might be a while before we'd get another chance. Taking his hand, I led him towards the bedroom. I was most definitely missing that flight. Sunday, August 20th. As I watched the sky fill with black smoke, I listened to them scream and watched them run for safety. I found myself wondering for what had to be the millionth time if I was bipolar. All the tests said no, but the ease with which I shifted from one extreme to the other was often baffling to me. When I asked my grandfather if he thought it was odd too, he just laughed at me. He said, Calliope, you are an Italian woman. Extremes are the only language you all have in common. He was so amused I'd asked. I was only 12 at the time, but I truly thought he was going to give me a lecture on all the ways in which Italian women were crazy. Instead, he told me no matter how smart I was, no matter how well I could scheme or strong I was, I would never be able to tame my emotions. It was just not in my DNA. I thought he was being dramatic and ignored him. Over the last few years, I'd noticed he was right. Absolutely 100% correct. So I didn't really try to reason with the unreasonable part of myself anymore.
Help!
Someone call for help!
Call 911!
The people on the sidewalk with me all panicked as they watched the church across the street burn. I clicked the button on my keychain again. Boom. Oh my God!
Is it a terrorist attack?
Where is it coming from? They all questioned, and I just stood behind them with my hand over my mouth, as if I was mortified. More people stumbled out, tripping over themselves and each other. I noticed Donatella being dragged out by the lapdog Tobias, her dark hair flying around her head. I frowned at that. She looked very undignified. I understood it was an emergency, but she still ought to have some decorum in public, no? Now where is Ethan?
Che cazzo è?
What the fuck is this? I thought as I watched him coming out carrying the jailbird as if she were a fucking princess. My annoyance only rose as the people on the sidewalk with me took photos and videos as he got her into the Range Rover.
Ethan!
Donna, who struggled in Toby's arms, screamed until he picked her up, throwing her over his shoulder, and she didn't seem to fucking care that all of them were apparently channeling their inner 1990s Disney prince.
Nana! Ethan! Nana!
She yelled, pointing to the building. He slammed the door, already turning to rush back in and be the hero. Luckily, Grayson came out holding on to Evelyn, her arms extremely burned. Note to self, when I join this family, have a fire survival plan. The ambulance was already there, and Ethan stood guard as Mrs. Callahan was loaded in. He looked stunned as he stared down at her. When the doors closed, it seemed to snap him out of it, and he blinked, looking away. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it was my karma, but his eyes locked with mine. And despite the changes in my appearance, he could recognize me. His head tilted to the side, as if to question, as if he could not believe it. I nodded. Yes, it was me. I bombed your church. His nose flared and his fist clenched. Looked like I was in trouble.
Sir!
Grayson rushed to him. I couldn't hear what Ethan asked him, but he didn't look away from me. So I mouthed slowly. Don't break character, boss. Your people are watching and listening. I turned and looked away from him, pulling out my phone and dialing.
911, what's your emergency? I'm in front of St. Peter's Cathedral. There are so many people hurt, and we need people down here.
I sobbed into the phone as I walked down the street.
Calm down, ma'am. We have help on the way. Please, hurry. Oh, my God.
I sniffed, stopping at the corner as Ethan's Range Rover turned the corner in front of me. I looked directly at Ivy, whose blonde hair was covered in dirt and blood, but she had no idea who I was as they sped by.
Can't you see how many people?
I hung up and dropped my phone in the street, and it slid down into the gutter. Casually crossing the street, I didn't even bother worrying about the camera. One thing I loved about Chicago was how unproductive the city government was. That camera had been dead since last week. I bet they'll fix it now.
Ethan, age 28. Chicago, Illinois, Sunday, August 20th. She'd lost her mind. It was either that or she betrayed me. But if that was the case, then she wouldn't have done it in such an obvious manner, nor would she have failed. So obviously she'd lost her goddamn mind. I tried calling and messaging for well over 2 hours, which meant I had no fucking way to find her and speak to her. Although killing her was looking very possible at the moment. Calliope, you... My thoughts were interrupted by the single message on my phone. Morgue number 3. I glanced over to Ivy, who was somehow able to bloody nap while my life was on fire. Part of me wished she'd died in the motherfucking blast, too. Everyone, in fact. I was fucking done with every goddamn buddy. Rising from my chair, I slipped out of the room, and Grayson looked to me, waiting for my direction. Tobias was still not here. He was most likely with Donatella. Let no one in. I have something I need to handle, I ordered, walking towards the elevators. The guards pressed the button for me, and I got on alone. I took it down to the second level before getting off on that floor. Looking around, I found the damn stairs. Everyone was too busy with the onslaught of bodies to even notice me. I walked down the white stairs and was assaulted by the overwhelming smell of disinfectant. No one was there, which must have been because all the coroners were called to my fucking church to collect her damn victims.
Tough day?
She asked, sitting opposite the door right in front of a bagged body. She was dressed in a slim-fit black suit, a lace bralette underneath, which normally would have made her stand out even more, if it weren't for the large diamond-studded crocodiles she wore as a necklace, one biting the other. They matched her black heels. She wasn't disguised either, not like earlier. I was confused, but right now her appearance did not matter. "You bombed my church."
I did. Did you catch my scapegoats?
She asked nonchalantly, rising from the chair and placing her hands in her pockets. Now I was irritated with whatever fucking show she was putting on. "You bombed my church, Calliope!" I snapped at her, since she didn't seem to understand. "You bombed my fucking church while I and my family were still inside."
For the third time, yes, I did.
"Fucking explain yourself before I—"
Before you do what?
She asked, eyebrow raised.
Grab me by the throat. Sorry, I don't have time for kinky play today.
"This is not a game!" I hollered. "What the fuck has gotten into you?"
Me?
She questioned, pointing to herself. "Who else would I be fucking talking to?"
Curse at me again, motherfucker, and I'll shove my heels down your throat.
She had the nerve to snap at me who had to fucking watch my grandmother suffer in agony because of a bomb she planted. Me! "You have lost your goddamn mind!" I wanted to snap her neck. "My grandmother is in surgery because of you."
Your point?
I did grab her throat this time, and I slammed her down on the slab right beside the body. "No one hurts my family."
Except you!
She shoved her fingers into my eyes and kicked me in the stomach. I only felt the pain briefly before she twisted my wrist to the side, forcing me to release my grip on her throat. She kicked me hard into the chair before pulling out a gun. "What the hell? Ah!" I grunted as she fired into my neck. Reaching up, I pulled out a needle. If I wasn't serious about killing her before, I was fucking serious now. "You shot me!"
Technically, yes, I did, but it's a calming agent, not a goddamn bullet.
She dusted off her jacket. My rage was now just a dull annoyance. She knelt down in front of me and looked me over.
It's kicking in, right?
I pinched the bridge of my nose. Calmly, I told her. "My body might be calm, but I still want to kill you."
Give it a second. That'll fade too.
She stood up straight.
I can't talk to you when you're raging.
"How about not sending me into a rage to begin with?" I suggested.
Remember a year ago when I called to tell you about Grams? You liked that old hag, but you trusted me enough not to question. Can you go back to that, Ethan?
"As soon as you go back to the Calliope who calls and tells me what the fuck she's up to before she does it."
I tried,
she said, and I finally looked at her.
I called. You didn't answer. I was even in your home yesterday, but you didn't notice. You're far too captivated with your little jailbird. What a pretty voice she has. Am I supposed to beg for your attention? I'm not a child, Ethan. Just because you're distracted with work doesn't mean I'm going to wait around for you to fucking finish.
Rising from the chair, I stared her down. "When it comes to the life of my family, you do fucking wait." Slap. I exhaled through my nose, clenching my hand into a fist to stop from slapping her back.
Giovanna and I are your family. Or have you forgotten?
I held her stare, not able to speak. That's how pissed I was. I couldn't put the words together anymore. She crossed her arms and glared back at me.
Do you think my love for you extends to the rest of your family? I hope not, because that would be a miscalculation on your part. I don't know them, they don't know me. You need them, and because I need you, I help you protect them. However, if it ever came down to you or our daughter, I'd nuke the state. Your grandmother got hurt, she's not dead.
She could have died.
Il triste miettatore has spared her for now. May she rest in peace.
She made the sign of the cross like the damn Pope over me. something she did when she would not accept any other way but hers.
By the way, am I not slaying this suit? I almost panicked because I thought I got blood on it. Valentino is still a bit shaken from the last time I saw him, so I doubt he'd be able to make a new one so soon. Luckily, such a catastrophe was avoided.
I felt my eyebrow twitch as I stared at her. I sometimes forgot. The sweetness in her voice, the kindness in her eyes, the innocence of her face was all a lie. She made sure everyone around her forgot how dangerous she was, so that when she did strike, it was twice as vicious. My mother was cold. She kept people at arm's length, just far enough so she could tear you apart without dirtying her shoes. Calliope was the opposite. She'd pull you close, hug you, kiss both of your cheeks, and then slit your throat. Taking a deep breath, I spoke again. What could possibly be the reason that you decided to drop a church on our heads?
The scapegoats I've laid out. They were planning a massacre. Not just them, there are a few others who are ready to usurp the Callahan family. It was going to be like The Godfather in there.
A simple note, a fucking smoke signal if you couldn't find paper, and I would have...
The whole entire point of this, of Ivy, of Clarissa, is so that we could use one stone to kill all the damn birds. You don't stop these traitors, then more will just keep trying.
I lost today, Calliope. No one knows it was you. It just fucking looks like I'm the son of a bitch who can't even protect his fucking grandmother. You made me into a greater fool than I already have been. I have bimbos fighting over me. My brother and sister are going off the rails. I do not need this shit from you.
You ungrateful little... I made you into a hero today!
She screamed back at me. She lifted her hands, gritting her teeth like she was going to shred my face with her claws. How is this heroic?
Everyone saw you carry your pretty fiancé out and then rush back to get your grandmother. What do you think will happen when you go out and walk around? The reason why you have so many motherfuckers betraying you is because they have forgotten why they fucking need you. They forgot that power in the hands of anyone else could be worse. I reminded them. The Finnegan brothers will look like monsters.
The biggest monster wins.
No, the most loved monster wins.
She went on, having the audacity to be annoyed at me.
Everyone needs to remember that it might be the modern era, but people are still and will always be savages. They need to fear you, but still need to like you. They need to feel like you and your damn family haven't forgotten about them. The church dropped on your family just like it did theirs. You're all on the same side now. Let them see that.
There was no reasoning with her. None at all. Nice cover. I whispered to her, and she held her expressionless face. I'm sure most of it is true, which is why it sounds so logical. But deep down, I'm also sure you did this out of anger. I ignored you yesterday.
Oh, please, I am not that petty.
You are exactly that petty. I knew her better than anyone else. You saw everyone gather around Ivy, applaud her, congratulate her, and call her Mrs. Callahan. A woman who you said looked like the third runner-up at the local Miss Illinois Sweet Corn Festival captured everyone's attention and lust. Even mine. She didn't seem just like Clarissa, and that pissed you off. In your anger, you blew us up, and because you are smart, you know what to say to make it seem otherwise. If you were talking to any other man, I'm sure your first excuse would have been enough, but I'm not like them. I am not going to stand here and pretend as though you did not cross a line. She took a step forward, her gray eyes glaring directly into mine.
Kill me then.
Do not push me right now, Calliope.
Do not bullshit me right now, Ethan. You can't and you won't because you love me and there are no lines. And even if you are right, my first excuse is still more than good enough. But hey, His Majesty has spoken.
She gave me a sarcastic bow, even waving her hand like a damn queen before lifting her middle finger to my face.
So I'll step back over your imaginary bullshit line and give myself a well-deserved vacation from you. I'm tired of saving your fucking ass anyway.
She rolled her eyes and started to walk away from me, and for some reason that pissed me off more than anything else she had said. She was taking a vacation? Saving my fucking ass? She wants to get under my skin? Fine, I could do the same. I'll be marrying Ivy today. She froze before the double doors. I expected her to spin back and kick me in the face.
Aviva gli sposi,
Was her only response, as she left instead. How could one woman be so good at pissing me off? Ivy and Clarissa annoyed me, but Calliope set my blood boiling. What the fuck? How the hell could she nearly kill me and my sister, burn my grandmother alive, and have me feeling like the goddamn asshole? I didn't do a fucking thing wrong. I now understood that old Italian proverb. Never underestimate the power of a woman with Italian blood. 16. Lies require commitment. Veronica Roth. Ethan, age 28. Chicago, Illinois. Sunday, August 20th.
would you kill me too?
Ivy whispered beside me. Not the wisest question right now. She didn't realize just how unwise, considering I'd all but had it with women. Irish, Italian. At this point, I didn't fucking care. They were all driving me insane. Why did people actually seek out mistresses? One woman was frustrating enough, let alone another I cared nothing at all for. Sighing, I tried to pay attention to her. I expected her to flip out again, but instead she just lay there, staring at me with those big blue doe eyes of hers, all weak and pitiful. It made me wonder what Calliope would do or say if she saw her.
If you didn't need me for whatever plan you're coming up with, you would have married Clarissa. However, you want too badly to win, so you'd rather stick to your plan and have her killed. So what about me? What happens when I'm not useful to your plan? What happens if you need some other woman for your game plan? Will I end up dying?
I nearly fell off my chair. She was right. 100% right. Could she feel it? The axe hanging over her neck, ready to take her head next? Calliope liked knives. That could very well be how she killed her.
I heard your Uncle Neil. He killed his wife, so...
I cut her off, explaining the story of my Uncle Neil and his former wife. But even still, she looked at me like she didn't believe me. She was scared. Her fear, her lack of resolve and confidence, disgusted me. Even worse, she made it harder for me to ignore Calliope. I couldn't help but compare them, and in every way she was lacking. Ivy was smarter than we had given her credit for, which was why she could feel the truth but still wanted to hope for something different. I'd never have this conversation with Calliope. She'd never doubt herself beside me. In Calliope's mind, us being together was as much as divinely ordained. Even if I woke up tomorrow and said I didn't want her, she'd try to beat me half to death and then chain me up until I saw it her way. There was no room for doubt or stupid conversations like this one. Calliope was very territorial. But so was I, and I'd most likely do everything she did if the roles were reversed. Even with that, there was no room for doubt or stupid conversations like this one.
Fine, but...
No buts. Fucking Christ, do I have to get on my knees and praise her? Did she not know the fucking day I just had? I did not have the time or energy to do this shit. Sighing, I gave her what she wanted. I married you. I chose you. I knew that meant till the day I die. I told Clarissa the first day she appeared in front of me that I was never going to marry her, that I would never love her. She dared to hope that somehow I'd see the light and fall. However, I am a man of my word. Always have been. I'd never been a man of my word. I was the son of 2 fucking Mafia families. How the fuck could I be a man of my word? I was a man of my threats, but never my word.
A gangster with sophistication and morals,
she repeated, and I nearly rolled my eyes. She had the ability to ruin the little humor I put into our conversation. If I knew you would keep repeating that, I would have tried to make it catch you. I yawned, hoping she would get the message and shut the fuck up so we could sleep. But context clues did not seem to be her strong suit. She snickered.
What is your word to me?
She wasn't serious. How much reassurance did she bloody need? Remember what this is for, Ethan. The sooner you get through this, the sooner I fix my relationship. Rising from the chair, I walked over to her side of the bed. She stared up at me, and I reached down and lifted her up, lying down on my back with her resting on top of my chest. Once again, it felt like I was pimping myself out, but I'd come too far now to back down over something like this. Something romantic. Something romantic. What the fuck was romantic to her? I glanced down and saw the ring. When I put that ring on your finger, I believe my exact words were, I bind my life to yours. In good times and in bad, in sickness and in health, it is a symbol of my eternal love, my everlasting friendship, and the promise of all my tomorrows. An outward reminder of our inner unity. I forsake all others. I choose you until death do us part. Repeating the vows was the best I could do right now. She held her hand up for us both to look at.
It doesn't count if there's a lie in it.
What lie? Go to sleep. God damn it. What'd I do for one of Calliope's poisons right now?
When you say my eternal love and my everlasting friendship, when did you fall in love with me? And when did we become friends?
Ivy, no one is taking your spot at my side. Because you never had a place. I am not abandoning you. Because I never attained you, you're a prison loan. So for the love of God, shut up and let me sleep. I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep, knowing that was the only way to get her to shut up for now. I was going to have to figure out a way to make her feel like she was in control, without actually giving her control. Her instincts were telling her not to trust me. Luckily, she didn't listen to them, but I didn't want to repeat these conversations again. She's staring. I could feel her gaze on me. Sex? Maybe. What else made a female feel more powerful than to have a lover bow down to her? Dear Jesus, Mary fucking Christ, was I really going to do this? I understand why Calliope felt so impatient. We were so close to the end. We just had to get over this, and she, along with my daughter, could finally come home. I thought of her and Gigi's faces, imagining both of them here. The fights Calliope and I would have, the plans we'd make. The more I thought about that, the more I realized I was no longer upset about the church. I already forgave her. No, it was beyond that. It now felt irrelevant if she wasn't here. I've become my father. Just like he did with my mother, I let go of her sins because I'd rather have her than dwell on it. I'm not apologizing to her, I told myself. At least not verbally. But I could use the events she set up. When I woke up, I'd train Ivy and then we'd go to Boston. Blaming the bomb on them was a good enough reason to pay the Finnegan brothers a visit. That and our marriage. 1 month. I just needed a month. And this was over. Ethan, age 28. Boston, Massachusetts. Wednesday, August 23rd.
Oh my God, what is this?
Ivy moaned, taking a bite of the bagel in front of her, reaching over to get more of the jelly while I sent another text message to Calliope. She still wasn't responding. It's been 3 fucking days. No matter how many times I called, no matter how many texts I sent, she would not reply. Amish gold, apparently, I answered Ivy, only partially listening to her. She was like a pet dog. As long as she had food and I gave her a pat on the head, she was fine. If only all women could be so easy, I thought, sending Calliope another message. Still no reply, Either something happened to her, which I doubted, or she was keeping true to her word and was on vacation from me. Ivy wasn't speaking as cheerfully as before. "Give me some," I demanded, and she happily fed me a bite of the toast. "Good, but still not worth the price."
"Shh,"
she gasped, putting her hands over the jelly.
"It will hear you."
I glanced up at her, and it was as if she was wagging her tail, begging for me to pet her and give her attention. This was why I didn't like puppies. So damn needy. Dropping my phone on the bedside table, I gave her that attention. Ethan, age 28, Boston, Massachusetts. Wednesday, August 30th. Calliope, it's been 10 days. At the very least, let me know you're alive and that Gigi is all right, too. I was about to put the phone in my pocket, but I got an instant reply this time, and as if I was being starved, I checked it immediately, only to get 2 words back.
"We're alive."
Just like that, I was pissed off again. I was almost sure I preferred her not answering. At least then I could lie to myself and say she was being stubborn and wasn't reading my messages. But now I was sure she was getting every last one, so clearly she was just still fucking punishing me. This is a bit immature, Calliope. No reply. Fucking bitch. Calm down, Ethan. Focus. Putting my phone away, I turned back into the conversation happening around Caro Figlio's barber shop again. I was able to interject myself easily. It wasn't like they were talking about anything that needed too much thought anyway. I felt like I was on autopilot, my thoughts still on Calliope.
"Give me a name."
I looked up from the hair I was cutting. Ivy sat in the chair seriously, waiting. "Give me a name? You earn a bloody name. What the fuck have you done to earn anything? Other than sleeping, eating, and waiting for me to touch her, she did nothing. But that didn't seem to matter to her. She waited anyway, along with the whole damn shop. What a fucking disgrace." "Belladonna," I said to her.
"Ivy the Belladonna Callahan,"
she whispered to herself, and then smiled, nodding happily. The Belladonna Callahan? She thought that was a compliment. The belladonna berry was used historically in Italy to enlarge the pupils of women, giving them a striking appearance. It was something insecure, ugly women took to increase their attractiveness. Belladonna meant fake beauty, manufactured beauty. That's what she was. On top of that, belladonna had chemicals that can interfere with the body's nervous system. She didn't get any of that. She didn't get that she was poison to me. She was a manufactured beauty, blocking me from true beauty, blocking me from doing what I really wanted to do. Go home. Reaching for my phone again, I texted once more. Let's see just how far her silent treatment would go. I need you to kill Wyatt's girlfriend. No reply, so only time would tell. Ethan, age 28. Boston, Massachusetts. Thursday, September 7th.
"Your brother is in there, and he looks like shit,"
Ivy said as I tried to head into the living room. And? She looked at me as if she wanted to kick me.
"And he obviously came because he wanted to talk."
I doubt it. I stepped around her. He was most likely here because Calliope killed his girlfriend. Ivy stepped in front of me, blocking my path.
"If you don't open that door, I swear, no sex, no alcohol, no kettle corn."
Is that code for something? I asked, because I sure as hell could not give a damn. I didn't care about sex with her. Not only did I have to force myself, it was boring and dull. The alcohol was the only thing keeping me from losing my mind, and the kettle corn reminded me of Calliope.
"Go!"
She stopped when Wyatt walked in holding a bottle of scotch. My goddamn scotch, which the little shit was drinking from with one hand and holding my bag of kettle corn in the other. Ignoring us both, he walked into the living room, slipped out of his scrub top, and sat his selfish little ass on the couch comfortably. Reaching for the remote, he switched to, of course, The Godfather. He just watched the movie, eating and drinking quietly.
"I think he's broken,"
Ivy whispered to me, and I did my best not to roll my eyes. "He's hiding," I corrected, moving to the living room, pushing Wyatt off the damn couch and onto the floor so I could lay down. I wasn't going to say a damn word, though I was interested in how the hell Calliope managed it, seeing as she wouldn't fucking reply to me. I watched the shooting of McCluskey and Salazzo, when all of a sudden the television turned off and we turned to look at her. She didn't know this, but you don't turn the fucking TV off when The Godfather was on. Ivy spoke to Wyatt.
"Wyatt, your brother and I were about to talk about something important until your gollum ass came over. So unless you have a good reason to be here, I'm going to ask you to leave."
"My girlfriend died today," he said blankly, staring at her. I kept myself emotionless, or else I would grin. "Some high lunatic stabbed her. I tried to help her. He slashed my arm. I wanted to blame Ethan, but what was I going to say? Why did you stop supplying drugs to the city? It sounded senseless even to me. A high lunatic. How did she do it? The odds of just any crazed man finding his girlfriend were slim to none. It was Calliope. I was sure of it. She never failed to impress me. She really was an assassin. No one would ever think it was purposeful. Ivy looked to me, and she actually looked pained. She really was unfit to be in this family.
"Wyatt, I'm so sorry."
"I need a place to stay for a few hours," he informed her. I could tell he didn't give a shit about the woman. He was more pissed off about the movie. He held up his hand for the remote. "Why not your own place?" I asked when she handed the remote back to him. "Because people would come to check up on me. That's what happens when people like you," the little shit said, stuffing popcorn into his mouth. "Anyway, I don't really have the energy to pretend to be sad in front of them, thanks to the crazy shifts I've been pulling." That was not the answer I wanted, nor did I believe it. If he didn't want to see anyone, he would have locked the damn door. He misses this. His pride just wouldn't let him admit it. He explained himself to her, and it was shameful that she couldn't see the truth on her own. It was people like her that frustrated me. I didn't understand how they couldn't see the obvious. Wyatt and Donna could, but the problem was they were always a few steps behind. But they are much smarter than those like the disgrace pretending to be my wife. And if we must cry, we cry for family. And if we must cry, we cry for family, I repeated. Our father had drilled it into our minds. Ivy came over to lay on my chest, and I wanted to toss her off. "When are you going to kill the Finnegan brothers and get out of my city?" Wyatt asked, and that was amusing. He was ready. He wanted to come home. Part of me wanted to make him beg, make it say him with his own mouth. But I didn't have that type of time. "If it's your city, why the fuck are you asking me to save it? Why don't you kill them yourself?" I asked him. "The Hippocratic Oath?" He replied, and I smacked the back of his head. Why the fuck did he have to be so goddamn difficult? "The great Ethan Callahan. A man so dangerous people die even when he does nothing," Wyatt muttered. "Wyatt Callahan, a man so cunning he's convinced the world he's an angel," I snapped. He wasn't better than us. He was exactly the same. Everyone but his siblings, of course. "We know what you did in Chicago." I went on and he paused. "I'm sure you did it for a good reason. Doesn't change the fact that you did it now, does it? You're just like the rest of us. Both hero and villain. A child of Liam and Melody." We spoke more before he left, and Ivy went to look for more food. I pulled out my phone to message Calliope. "When you are finished your vacation, I'll apologize. And you'll kill her then," I texted. Though I wasn't even sure what I was apologizing for, it didn't really matter.
"I won't be free for another 2 weeks. You're going to need to manage until then.
Work?
Our daughter is in a play at church,
she replied, and I held my hand over my mouth to hide my smile when she sent me a photo. Our daughter dressed as an angel, halo and all. I can manage. I'll let the chaos grow here. Send me a video.
I will.
I miss you. I waited, but she didn't reply right away, so I went on. The more time I spend with women who are not you, the more I realize I need you.
Good.
She texted back.
And I miss you too. We both do. Is Wyatt ready?
I grinned. No, Wyatt is still in denial. I'm going to have to force him, which means I might get hurt.
That will bring your parents out.
Aren't you worried about me getting hurt?
I'll save you,
she replied. She enjoyed that role, being my hero.
So we are only getting Wyatt.
I'm not sure if they will show, and right now it doesn't matter. We'll get him back, and you can claim your bet.
Finally. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been eating like a damn cow.
Ivy said as she came back with a large bowl of noodles, 2 sandwiches, and bag of chips all on a tray. Isn't that normal for you?
I'm not sharing,
she added, stuffing a forkful of noodles into her mouth. That did not help my opinion of her. However, it did prove that Calliope's drugs were already doing a number on her. She'd never let what happened with Clarissa happen again. Wednesday, September 20th. I said nothing and didn't dare look away from her. Making it out of this alive depended on her staying focused. You're going to be all right. Maybe you don't understand the situation here, he yelled, and I still didn't look at his face. Bang! I flinched for the first time since I was a child when he shot into her shoulder. She bit her bottom lip hard, swallowing her screams and her pain. The blood soaked through her blouse. She wasn't strong enough. If he pushed her, she'd break down, and this would escalate. I needed this motherfucker alive so Wyatt could kill him. Look at me! He bellowed, and I did then, unable to stop my hands from shaking. It might have looked like fear, or even rage, but it was excitement. Let her go, I said through clenched teeth, trying not to laugh. Bang! Fuck you! I shouted, watching as her leg buckled and she fell forward, muted whimpers the only thing coming out of her mouth. He caught her and held her tight to him. When this was all over, I do believe I deserved an Oscar for my performance of the pissed-off husband. Before he could finish whatever the fuck he was saying, Ivy brought up her hand holding a shard of something I'd broken and swiped it across his face and over his eye as quickly as she could. I have long arms, motherfucker! Jesus motherfucking Christ, Ivy! Do nothing, I said. Fucking do nothing! Damn, why was it so hard? It was just a few bullets. Fine, time for plan B. I lunged from the window over the couch, tackling him to the ground, my fist colliding with his face. You little... I started to yell, distracting him from the shift I made in my body, allowing him to shoot me. The plan was for me to have so much concern over Ivy, I let him go. I'd be worried about saving Ivy's life, and Wyatt would go kill him later. Of course, I didn't tell Ivy her dying was a part of the plan. I simply said Elroy wouldn't kill her, and he wouldn't. That was for Calliope to do in a similar manner that Ivy had done Clarissa. Calliope reveled in the irony of it all, and she called me dramatic. Then again, I did just get myself shot. Elroy and I fought until... Bang! Fucking shit! He cried out, grabbing his shoulder. Hurts like a bitch, doesn't it? Ivy said, pointing the pistol at him. He froze, staring at her. You're right. I'm a little insane. You shot me and my husband, Elroy. You threatened to rape me. In our fucking house. Cousin, shut up! Run, I said to him. She'd lost perspective. She was enraged and would, in fact, kill him if she could. I didn't need her fucking things up any more than she already had.
Ethan!
Run! Let's call this one a draw. Head down the stairs to the basement, get out through the window. None of the cops will get to you. This is between us men. You really want her to kill you? Go! And pray we don't meet again.
Ethan!
Ivy screamed. Ivy, do not shoot him! I snapped at her. He's mine to kill. And I'd already chosen how he was going to die. She had forgotten everything I said to her, freaking useless woman. Watch to make sure he leaves. I had to tell her because she didn't have the sense to. Lock down the house.
I wanted to kill him. I could have killed him.
I don't care about what you want or think you could have done. You don't have the mind for either. You only had one bullet. You damn idiot. I slid to the ground, staring at my own blood in my hands. Today really wasn't my day. But that was fine. There would be much better days very soon. I'm losing too much blood. Squinting, I focused on her. I needed her to get herself together and calm down. Get Wyatt! No one else! Of course she started to panic and ramble. I needed my brother and I needed Calliope. And they couldn't get in until she fucking opened the door and stepped out. Wife, I need you first to keep calm. Go upstairs. Clean up as best you can.
Ethan!
Listen to me! I yelled, more because I hated the way she said my name, with fear, with pain. It proved she didn't trust my plans, my vision, my mind. I could barely hear or remember the words I was saying to her, but finally, the fearful, teary, childlike woman disappeared, and she got up and ran off. I'm sorry, I whispered, knowing she wouldn't hear. I'd broken my promise. I'd manipulated her again. What a sad life she'd had. From beginning to end, she was just a pawn. I closed my eyes, feeling myself drift off.
You're apologizing to her.
My eyes snapped back open to find a pair of gray eyes staring back at me. She wore a scowl on her face. La mia anima.
Calliope, age 26. Boston, Massachusetts, Wednesday, September 20th.
La mia anima.
He said so happily, and with such a genuine smile, I couldn't help but smile back. How he managed to still be so damn handsome while covered in blood was a mystery to me. You should be apologizing to me, I said to him as I opened my bag, pulling out a vial and a syringe. I filled the syringe, tapping it once, the red liquid coming out before I pushed his head to the side and injecting it in his neck.
Forgive me. I'm not in my right mind right now,
he whispered with a smile on his face. He reached up, touching my cheek with his bloody hand.
You're like an angel.
Are you dying or high? I couldn't help but kiss his lips gently. Your parents are outside. They're in disguise. Your father is playing firefighter and your mother a doctor. His eyes widened and his jaw cracked to the side. I nodded, knowing what he was going to say. I got photos. You are right. I know you knew you were right. But now there can never be even the slightest doubt. They are alive. So, what do you want me to do?
Let them go. Everything is a bit messy now,
he said softly, starting to drift off. I understand. A reunion with him bleeding out on the ground was not how he wanted to meet them. I took his hands, kissing them. Fine. But Ivy fucked up.
Kill her,
he demanded, closing his eyes. Before I could say anything, I heard the door and got up, hurrying to the closet. Ethan! Ivy screamed as she dropped to her knees next to him on the brink of tears. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they'd fall out of my head. Ethan, look! I got him! I got Wyatt!
Ethan, open your eyes. Come on. Wyatt, help him! She went on with her crying. How Ethan managed her voice was beyond me. He really convinced her that he loved her. I looked at Wyatt, who was frozen with guilt. Luckily, he got over it quickly. Bending down next to him, he mentioned taking Ethan to a hospital, and I put my hand on my head. Wyatt, when are you going to be who he needs you to be? Then fix him! Save him! Ivy screamed. That's what she did. She screamed and cried. It was pathetic. Did you forget who you are? Who he is? He is a Callahan! You are both Callahans! How bad will it look if he goes out like this, barely hanging on? He knew you'd be out there. He told me to find you, so I did. Shot and... She cried. I bit back a groan. Nice speech.
Ivy.
Wyatt stopped when she rested her head on Ethan's chest. His bleeding chest. Bloody fucking moron. It took me a second as I watched through the small crack in the door. She was hunched over in pain. Shot! Bleeding, in pain, and having a miscarriage. I found you, so save him. Please, please, Wyatt, please save him, please. She begged. Back to crying. If it wasn't serious, if it wasn't for the fact that I was waiting for these two chicken heads to fucking do something to save the man I loved, I would have laughed. Miscarriage. She thought she was pregnant? No, Ivy. The pain you are feeling is the early stages of sepsis. You're dying. I'm using the man who you think you love to kill you. The poison I'd instructed Ethan to give her, plus the stress, was causing her bleeding, among other things. If she'd gone to the hospital, she'd know that. But I knew from the first time I saw her in jail that she didn't trust or like hospitals. So why not use that to my advantage? I listened and watched, ignoring the pounding in my chest. He'd be fine. He had to be. I hadn't given him permission to die yet.
For some reason, his blood has thickened. It's the only thing keeping him from bleeding out. Was he taking anything?
Wyatt asked her, and I nodded as if he could hear me. Like I said, he didn't have my permission to die. 17. A queen who bowed to no one, a queen who had faced them all down and triumphed. Sarah J. Maas. Calliope, age 26, Boston, Massachusetts. Wednesday, September 20th.
You didn't kill her,
he stated, his annoyance and confusion clear in his voice. I didn't. I glanced up from my tablet as he came into the kitchen. His blood, now dark red and starting to dry up, was still on the ground. He stood shirtless with a bandage wrapped around his stomach, and he limped slightly as he held his wound. Getting up, I walked over to him and said nothing, putting his arm over my shoulder. I tried to help him walk forward, but he took the opportunity to hug me instead. I stood still for a second, before hugging him back tightly, trying to avoid his wound. Taking a deep breath, I let go of him.
Why didn't you kill her?
He asked as I helped him to the dining chair.
I was expecting to wake up to her body, and instead she's convinced she's had a miscarriage, which I have no doubt is impossible.
Reaching into my black bag, I pulled out a baggie with red pills and handed it to him. He didn't even ask what they were, or even for water. He popped them into his mouth and swallowed. I took a seat across from him. I didn't kill her because of Wyatt. His eyebrows rose, waiting for me to explain. Wyatt's fragile now. He needs to be focused. If I killed her, he'd be more worried about you than doing what he needed to do. I hate to admit it, but Ivy helped give him the push he needed. He feels bad for her. That works to our advantage. I answered, which only made him frown.
Let the record show that you are the one keeping her at my side.
He reached his hand out to me across the table. I took it, and he held on tightly.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you didn't want to come home with me.
Good thing you know better. I winked, relaxing into the horrid-looking chair. I want to come. Gigi needs to come, but I can't help it. I know the future I want, so I have to...
Follow the best plan in your mind to get there, or you cannot rest.
He finished for me, nodding his head because he understood.
Exactly. I understand, but I won't wait another week. You and our daughter will be by my side by the end of the month. No more excuses. No more delays. I'm done with it.
He said sternly, his green eyes never wavering from mine. I was sure the exhaustion I saw in them wasn't just because of the bullet, and most likely mimicked the exhaustion in my eyes. Yes, boss, I whispered, squeezing his hand. He exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment before he smiled.
What did you give me?
It feels really good, doesn't it? He grinned and nodded. He looked cute. High and cute. Call it a kiss of life.
Can we package it up and sell it?
His business side reared its cunning head. Callahan's. They truly wanted to own the world. It was insane, and what drew me to their family in the first place. That hunger for more. We'll talk about my rate later. There is so much I want to change and add to the family business. He opened his eyes and looked at me.
You're holding out on me?
Absolutely. You've been taking enough credit for my ideas already. How else will I make a grand entrance into your family? He snickered.
Your grand entrance. Will there be a coronation?
Are you not a king? I challenged, looking him over again. King Ethan of the Bloody Kingdom of Chicago. The wife of a king is a queen, so you're damn right I'll have a coronation. I expect a lot. The people on their knees, the respect, the fear, everything. Oh, and diamonds.
A wise king never says no to his queen.
He took my hand and kissed the back of it.
I look forward to it.
As did I. Let's hope no more damn surprises get in our way.
Calliope, end of the month.
He reminded me, and I knew then he didn't care what happened. It had to be done. Thursday, September 21st. Chicago, Illinois.
One fucking thing after another.
He snapped over the phone as I cleaned inside the barrel of my sidearm.
After years, I've finally gotten the one I needed back home under the same damn roof, and all of a sudden this Gabriel comes out of motherfucking nowhere for Donatella.
He didn't come out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure your parents sent him.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not giving him Donatella.
My eyebrows rose, and I knew he couldn't see, but I couldn't help it. What makes you think Donatella is yours to give?
She's my sister.
Exactly. Your sister, not your watch. She is a 26-year-old woman. She's the same age as me. Did you ask anyone's permission before taking me?
That's different.
That's sexist.
Don't even start.
Too late, I'm starting, I said as I began to clean off the bullets. She's your sister. You love and want to protect her, but I doubt you love or want to protect her as much as your father. Think of Gigi. Don't you want her to be with someone you approve and trust?
No.
I stopped my cleaning to actually look at my phone.
Gigi is not aging past 12, so why would she need to be with anyone?
I laughed. If you can do that, I will wash your feet with my hair.
We don't even know if it's my parents who sent him.
He sighed, obviously lying to himself. Your grandmother wouldn't be backing him if it wasn't. I was going to force-feed the truth to him.
We don't even know who he is yet.
He pressed, still fighting. No, you don't know who he is. I glanced at the database on my computer before picking up the knife to clean out the grooves in the bullet.
Whoever he is, he's not good enough.
Prince Gabriel Honoré de la Croix III, hereditary Prince of Monaco, the Marquis of Bar. That is as good as it gets for her. And to be perfectly honest, he was my second choice if you ended up rejecting me. That was a lie. And his silence made me wish I could see his face. I could feel his annoyance and rage through the fucking phone.
I'm going to kill them.
Donna and her Prince Charming?
No, the two people who can't help but play fucking God.
You can hardly blame your parents for securing their daughters.
Whose side are you on?
I sighed. He was really upset by this. Yours, like always, which is why I'm glad your sister's ambition was what made her almost coup seem so believable. She needs her own crown, her own place of power, or else your life will be very difficult, because I sure as hell will not tolerate her bullshit as you do, nor would she tolerate me besting her. You want me to care about your family? I will try. The only way that is remotely possible, the only way I don't kill her is if I can treat her as an equal. The only way she can be my equal is if she isn't in Chicago. Who knows, if she becomes the Supreme Princess, maybe we could be friends. Unless you want me to see her destroy her in a war, she wouldn't be able to help but start if she remained here. I already have one named Bullet. Should I make another?
Donatella is stronger
than most women, but I am not most women, and you know that. Do not try to dodge the comments by making me upset over your sister. I know what she is capable of, and it's still child's play to me. Hopefully real power and responsibility will make her grow up a bit.
Are you sure you both are the same age?
Let her go, baby. For her sake, your sake, and mine. Silence. So I was silent and returned to my cleaning.
My greed. I don't know when it became so bad.
He chuckled to himself.
I want everything, Calliope. It's not just a joke. I want to be the king of the damn world. I want things that contradict each other. This greed, this thirst for more, for power.
We are free to be greedy, Ethan, so long as we are not blinded by that greed. I leaned back on my chair. Who didn't want to be all-powerful? I know, because I'm exactly the same as you, which is why I'm glad she's going. The last thing I want to do is hurt the people you care about, but my greed? I've held it back for years. I've swallowed my pride. I've allowed you to indulge. I've dedicated my life to your greed, and I did so because one day I'd demand half of everything. That day is here, and I'm not letting your sister, or anyone else for that matter, get in my way. Play the big brother role. Threaten him a little. Maybe even knock him around while he's still pretending not to be a prince. Do what you must, and then say goodbye. You gave me a deadline, and I plan on meeting it.
As you wish,
he said and hung up. Taking off the earbud and placing it on the table, I ran my thumb over the 3 letters engraved on the silver bullet. I-V-Y. Monday, September 29th. Chicago, Illinois. There was an ache that coursed throughout my body. It didn't hurt me. It didn't make me feel ill. It was odd. I'd never felt anything like it before, but I couldn't stop it. I had to concentrate even more than normal because my hands were shaking. I could feel my heart. It was going wild within my chest, and everything was so clear. I felt as if I was in one of those scenes in the movies where everything slowed down, like I had somehow stepped out of reality and was going beyond it. I could see everything, every bird, every rustle of leaves, each and every strand of her blonde hair as she spun, cheerfully speaking to Wyatt on the runway.
No.
His voice was like lightning to my soul, and without hesitation, I fired. Her head jerked back, and her body fell to the ground like a marionette without its strings. It was quick, and it was beautiful. It was so good it needed Italian opera music in the background. "You're up, boss," I said, and through the scope I saw him give his best performance yet. In another life he could have been a world-famous actor. Looking over, I watched as the man I'd hired to kill her escaped from the roof a few 100 feet in front of me. The bullet I used was light and shattered after impact. No one would be able to guess the true trajectory of it. Anyone who looked would think it was him. I'll kill him later. I got up from the floor of my hotel suite. Closing the balcony door, I walked over to the table beside the couch and picked up the bottle of wine, pouring myself a glass and taking a seat. I looked at my hand again, seeing it shake. I squeezed it shut before I drank. I tried to relax, but I couldn't help it. That ache came back, and this time it came with tears. But I wasn't sad. Before I knew it, I was laughing. I laughed and laughed until my side hurt and I had to put my hand on my chest. It was only after my emotions passed that I realized I was happy. I was happy and excited and finally, fucking finally, able to say I won. 19 years. Almost 5 of which were shrouded in secrecy while I watched him with 2 different, weak, insipid women and a daughter later. I was finally Mrs. Callahan. Chicago was mine. The Callahan name was mine. Ethan was mine now for the world to see. I won. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. I just laughed. Finally. Fucking finally. Tuesday, September 30th. Chicago, Illinois. When I stepped inside, he was dressed casually in all white, lighting a candle in the center of the room. There were dozens of small candles.
You're early.
I glanced around at the pink, red, and white roses all over the room. The candles in the shape of a heart on the marble floor with red roses inside it. There was even a path leading to it, but it was made of white rose petals. There were wine, champagne, and desserts on the dining table, set for 2 towards the side of the large room. On the ceiling there were lights, and hanging from them all were postcards. I reached up to touch one and realized nothing was on it but a date. All of them were like that. I knew the dates. They were the dates and places we'd met up over the years.
Apparently, it's customary to put photos of us up, but we
never took photos. I finished his sentence, looking at the next postcard. You recorded every time we met?
Yes, well, someone rarely called, so I had to keep myself from going insane somehow.
He muttered, patiently waiting as I looked at everything else but him. All of this is very romantic, I whispered, glancing over my shoulder at him. Are you going to sing me a song, too?
If you'd like.
His eyes looked over the tight dress I wore.
It seems that despite my best efforts, you knew this was coming.
I truly did not. I picked up one of the roses. I just felt like looking nice. And maybe I wanted to seduce you a bit tonight.
You succeeded.
His voice was barely above a whisper as I smelled the rose. You didn't have to do all this, I told him as I stepped onto the rose petal path.
Yes, I did. I've listened to you say your family or you Callahans for long enough. This is your family. You are a Callahan. Now come here so I can give you your prize.
He demanded. I glared, but it was rendered useless by the grin on my face. My butterfly heels clicked softly over the roses as I walked towards him. I'm only listening because I'm expecting you to get on your knees.
Knee,
he corrected, pulling out a dark velvet box.
I'm not bowing, I'm proposing.
Same thing, isn't it? I joked, and he shook his head, getting down on one knee. Before he could open the box, I warned him, this better be one hell of a ring. He opened the box and grinned, knowing it was, in fact, one hell of a ring. It was well over 30 carats. The diamond was bright red, and in the shape of a teardrop, with smaller white diamonds surrounding it. It was set in gold and was, by far, the most beautiful ring I'd ever seen.
My mother stole this diamond from Alexei Roscoff when she was only 18. Red diamonds are the rarest in the world. One this size is even rarer. No one even believed Roscoff when he said he had it. He was petrified to show it to anyone. It was worth $14 million then, and that value has doubled by now. It's the largest red diamond in history. My mother showed it to me a year before she faked her death, and I asked her why she never wore it. She said at first it was because everyone was looking for it and it drew unwanted attention. Then, as people forgot about it, she never wore it because she loved the ring my father gave her. And then, finally, she decided she was going to leave it to her daughter.
Yet you're giving it to me. It wasn't a question, because now that I saw it, it was mine.
She simply said, daughter. That includes daughter-in-law as well, doesn't it? She gave her own daughter a damn country. The least she could do for the love of her son's life is to allow me to give her this ring.
He lifted the ring from the box and took my hand.
Calliope, Serafina Orsini, will you allow me to put this bloody ring on your finger so I can get up off my goddamn knees? I was shot recently.
I snatched my hand back, crossing my arms. Try again. He laughed and, smiling at me, he nodded.
Calliope, Serafina Orsini. It's been almost 20 years, but yes, I accept your proposal. I will marry you.
He pulled my hand back to him and slid the ring on, and I glared at him, ready to... Ugh! Damn it! He was right. I was the one who proposed. Well, demanded we get married first. As kids. Would it kill you to be a bit more romantic? I muttered when he got off the floor. He shook his head and pointed around the room.
Did this look easy to set up? I'm all romanced out at the moment.
Is that so? Excuse me if I don't kiss you then. He pulled me to him, wrapping his arms around my waist and placing his hands on my ass.
That I cannot excuse, Mrs. Calliope Callahan.
I put my now heavier ring finger over his lips. I don't need a song, but I need to hear something so romantic that this dress cannot in good conscience stay on. He opened his mouth to speak. I want to hear the truth. Not just lines, and I want to hear it in Italian.
Yes, Your Majesty,
he said in Italian, resting his forehead on mine.
But no, I have never once not told you the truth. Mostly because I never wanted to lie to you, and second because you'd know it was a lie to begin with. You're asking me for romantic words. I don't know if I have them or if they are any different from what I have already told you. But I'll say this again. Calliope, there is no other person, living or dead, that has ever understood me, frustrated me, scared me, excited me, and made me as happy as you. Every moment you were not with me, I missed you. I missed you to the point where it was less painful to pretend you didn't exist, to just force you out of my thoughts, than to think of you. I have hated and regretted every moment I betrayed you. The thought of you with anyone else was enough to drive me mad, and yet you patiently stood by as I worked. No other woman could do that, not even my mother. You are strong. At times it terrifies me because I'm not sure if I'm being fooled by you, if you really love me too. I've fallen that deep and that hard, and I don't even care. You could cut out my heart and I'd still call you la mia anima, because I know you are my soulmate.
I kissed him. How could I not kiss him? How could I not jump him? Picking me up, he carried me over to the bed. I heard him accidentally kick one of the candles, but he didn't care. He dropped me to the bed, already pulling at my dress.
Marry me,
he finally said as he kissed my neck, his hand already on my bare breast. Yes, I moaned as he gripped me tighter.
Love me,
he demanded. Always.
Stay with me.
He kissed down to my breast. Forever. I held onto his hair. He managed to pull the rest of my dress off and see me naked. As in, yes, I wore nothing under my dress. He immediately spread my thighs.
Welcome home, Mrs. Callahan. Ethan, age 28. Tuesday, September 30th, Chicago, Illinois. She signed her name on the marriage license before I did. I glanced at it once more before putting it into the envelope and sealing it, handing it back to her. Her eyebrow raised slightly, and a small grin crossed her lips.
"I trust you to file it,"
she said. "I don't," I told her. "I'll blow our cover and file it right now. You do it when you think the moment is right," I said before I laid on her chest, my ear right beside her breast, and I listened to the steady beat of her heart. At times, maybe when she was thinking of something, it sounded like 1,000 hummingbirds were in her chest. Other times it was as if there was barely any beating at all. Meanwhile, on the outside, she remained the same, calm, poised, gently running her hands through my hair. We did nothing but lie there. The world was chaotic outside. This was my only rest, my fortress of solitude. Only better because I could be alone and together at the same time. If only.
"Let's take a vacation."
She spoke softly for the first time in almost an hour. "To where?" I asked, not moving.
"Here."
I looked around the room. Well, better yet, the bunkers, all of which I had added within the walls of the house. While other members of my family had places elsewhere in the city where they went to escape our family drama, I'd built mine right from within. Further proof that something wasn't right with me.
"And Gigi?"
"Will be here after her parents get themselves together." Finally, I lifted my head, resting my chin on her skin, and she stared back at me, her hand brushing strands of hair from my face. "I'm no therapist, but I do think you and I should see what happens when we aren't being pulled away from each other, when we are forced to wake up to each other day in and day out, before we bring our daughter here. After all, haven't we both changed over the years?"
"All my changes are because of you and her. Nevertheless, I do not mind."
In fact, I welcomed it. Sitting up, I ran my hand through my hair, thinking quickly of how this would work. I'll have to leave Wyatt in charge. Pretend I'm so distraught over Ivy and leave?
"Does he still think you're drugged up in your room?"
She sat up behind me and wrapped me in her arms. "How did you know he was going to try to sedate me?" I turned my head slightly to her. She kissed my shoulder and snickered.
"Your brother panics when he sees you or your sister in pain. He just wants it to stop."
"He's too soft for this," I muttered, shaking my head, now doubting if I could leave him to it.
"Maybe, but he's smarter than we gave him credit for."
She whispered into my ear, and it made me shiver. I leaned back against her as she showed me her phone. I wasn't sure what she was showing me until I saw the flames.
"He cremated her,"
she commented, her eyebrow raised as I watched the video.
"Why would he do that? I'd expect him to want to throw her some grand funeral."
Simple. He's still a child in a way. He wants the pain to go away. He thinks burning her body and getting rid of all evidence of her will make it hurt less. But it doesn't hurt at all. I turned and kissed her neck.
"He doesn't know that,"
she replied, pulling away from me.
"Whatever the reason for it, his instincts are good. He's smart. He's thinking about what's best for the family, what's best for you. And that's to make it look like you didn't care about Ivy, that you were using her."
I didn't care about Ivy. I was using her. They all picked up on it, but couldn't connect the dots. I grinned. An animal works by instinct. We use reason.
"Can a fish instinctively act like a lion?"
she questioned before letting me go and getting off the bed.
"You should hurry back before he checks in on you. Give him one of your Oscar-worthy performances, and I'll see you back here."
Is it sex or love?
"What?"
She walked naked towards the bathroom. Is it the sex or the love that makes husbands slaves to the demands of their wives? I asked with a small grin on my face. She just rolled her eyes, not answering me as she went into the bathroom. I closed my eyes. trying to see how I was going to play this. How Wyatt would be if I wasn't there. He hadn't even been home for a month yet.
Can a fish instinctively act like a lion?
Callie's question came to mind. The answer was no. A fish cannot instinctively act like a lion. Only a lion could be a lion. Wyatt, despite everything, was a Callahan, which meant whether or not he realized it like I did, he'd do what a Callahan had to. Defend our own. Let's see what you can do, little brother. Present day, 18. Chaos is a friend of mine. Bob Dylan. Ethan, age 28. Chicago, Illinois. Monday, November 3rd. I might not have pulled the trigger myself, but I knew about and planned for Ivy's death from the very day her name came to mind. So why the hell was this old fool in front of me and not Calliope? What is she up to? How much did her grandfather know? This wasn't part of our plan for her or Gigi's return. That was the reason I was shocked to find Gigi here already. Calliope hadn't spoken to me of any change of plan, which meant something happened to make her change plans. I doubted she would have told her grandfather the truth either. So she was using him too. But to what end? Why was he taking the blame for Ivy's death instead of the Roja cartel like we planned?
Has anyone ever told you that you look like your grandfather?
He asked as he placed the cup down in front of himself. Orlando? I leaned back in my chair at the head of the table. No one has ever said that to me, though I do often get told I look like my father. He chuckled and looked around the dining hall, shaking his head.
Just like the Irish, to take all the credit.
Apparently my parents' marriage didn't end this perpetual blood feud between the Irish and the Italians, I replied, placing my coffee on the table. Watching him carefully, I asked, I wonder how they would feel if they knew all their hard work and sacrifice meant nothing. The corner of his mouth turned up, and he pointed his finger at me.
Right there, that is your mother.
Excuse me?
Your demeanor, this conversation, that look in your eye, that's your mother. The calm in the storm. The Irish don't think like that. They are brutes, good at fighting, fucking and drinking, but real genius. That is rare. Your grandfather, Cedric, was one of the rare ones.
And my father? He didn't make it to rare genius level? He was insulting half of me and praising the other, so I didn't feel either way. I'd met old men like him in both the Irish and Italians, holding on to past stereotypes of the other while uplifting themselves.
Your father had your mother, but before her, he was just like the rest of them. If your mother wanted, she could have taken control of it all. She had the genius, the foresight, the type of strength to conquer. Still today, some people don't realize it. She made it look easy. She was the first female don of the Italian Mafia. You're a man, strong, smart, good-looking, rich, and dangerous. The position fell into your lap, and that is not to take away from the fact that your job, your duty, is impossibly difficult. It's just to say the fact that you have lasted so long on your own is to your credit, but none of it will ever hold a candle to your mother.
Fuck, this is going to be a long, bloody speech. You sound like you were in love with her. Which meant he didn't realize she was still out there, or else he wouldn't dare talk like this, especially knowing my father would not let it slide.
I was,
he admitted and leaned back in the chair.
But not romantically. I loved her like she was my daughter. Orlando and I grew up together. Whatever he needed, I did without question, because that is how it is meant to be. And yet, when it came to his daughter, Mallory, I refused 9 out of 10 things he told me to do.
I'm surprised you're still alive to talk about it. I'd have killed him. I wouldn't care if we grew up together or not. Tobias had been proof enough of that.
He didn't kill me because he wanted me to see how wrong I was about her. At first, I thought she was just a child, a girl, leave her be. He'd have her woken up and thrown into the pool. He'd have men kidnap her, and she'd have to escape herself. He tortured her, broke her, until she was so strong she was barely even human anymore. Nothing affected her, and she took the power right out of his hands. Everyone who doubted her was cut down mercilessly. Her rivals, she knew when and how they would come, and before they could even make a move they were dead. Your grandfather was right, and I was wrong. He made a Don who could not be questioned and could not be stopped. And then he regretted it and married her off to some Irish ass. He ruined her.
He huffed in anger, shaking his head. You believe my mother became weak? Unable to lead because she married my father? For some reason that comment bothered me the most. How dare he insult her? There was nothing weak about my mother.
Yes,
he nodded.
It wasn't her fault. She was raised to love and trust no one but herself, and then all of a sudden she had a family. And in this life our greatest weakness will always be our families. Your mother was great, but she could have been greater had it not been for your grandfather. The Irish wouldn't even exist. Just us, the Italians. I know complex connections. I hurt your grandmother and she lost her unborn child. I'm akin to the devil in her eyes, just like your grandfather Cedric is the devil in mine. He took my mother, my brother, and 2 of my sons. That is what I was thinking when I went after her, when I ran her off the road. My family was the only thing I saw, and it is by God's grace she is alive. Orlando ordered us to scare them, rough them up, but I was going to kill her. I was going to leave the same gape in her neck that her husband left for my children. But I was stopped, and I never got the chance again because Orlando and Cedric began their little truce. I never got my vengeance.
You claim you killed my wife. Excuse me if I don't play a violin for you, I reminded him, seeing as he wasn't going to break whatever act he was putting on.
You're welcome,
he said proudly. Our families go back, Fiorello, and now we are connected through a child, my child. So I'd advise you to start speaking sense.
Your wife or your daughter?
Excuse me. He looked at me without fear and said,
If you had to pick one, who would you choose? Your dead wife or your daughter?
I don't have to answer that question.
No, because I made it a question that no longer needs to be answered,
he stated, and again I felt the urge to bust his motherfucking head in.
Ivy O'Daveron, I was disappointed when I first heard about her, and not because of Giovanna. It wouldn't be right to blame you for a daughter you didn't even know you had. In fact, I told my granddaughter you wouldn't wait around for her, that you would eventually find someone. But Ivy O'Daveron, that woman would have destroyed you.
I know, that's why she's dead. What I want to know is why the fuck you were here and not my real fucking wife. This is why I don't sit down and speak to old people. They never get to the damn point. I noticed you said my grandfather killed your mother, brother, and 2 of your sons, but not a wife. You seem to have a problem with marriage. I changed the subject. Calliope and I didn't get this far just to blab our secrets now.
I'm happily married, and I've been so for a long time. In fact, from time to time I go visit her, still. Her name is Sienna, and she's been suffering from Alzheimer's for some time. But the great thing is, we've been so close for so long, there is not a part of her memory I'm not in."
He grinned, and I put my cup down and looked at him. "This is a very long story to get to what I need to know," I complained, rubbing the side of my head.
"How do you know what you need to know? Everything I'm telling you is connected. All the choices we made, all the things we did or did not do have led us to this table right now. I killed your wife, and I detested your mother's marriage in the beginning, not because I hate marriage. I simply hate unbalanced marriages. Ivy O'Davern was weak. You knew it, I knew it, everyone knew it. She was a baby bird on the shoulder of a vulture. Your mother was a vulture, and your father was like an eagle. But what was his saving grace? He grew and changed. He became a vulture because of her. When she died, he held strong. Not like the Irish brute he was before, but like your mother would have wanted. Every time someone approached him, I saw how he conducted himself, as if Mallory was there beside him. And he held strong and taught you not to be like him, but her."
"Calliope, I'm going to tie you to our bed for at least 2 days for making me listen to this old man's rambling. I'm sure they would both be happy to know they earned your approval. You seem to forget you aren't the same as them. You were the help. What gives you the right to fucking judge my father?"
"No one needs to give me the right to judge. I simply judge, like everyone else, whether they judge to your face or behind your back. The Italians didn't believe in your father, but next to your mother they saw him change and accepted him even when she was gone. Why? Because they judged him worthy of that. He made himself worthy. Ivy, you picked her up out of fucking prison, dressed her up and displayed her in front of everyone, and she won over no one. Ivy didn't make herself. You made her. You dragged that poor girl out of her cell and put her in the most dangerous position in the world, next to you, somehow expecting she, who could not even save herself when she was innocent, could rule next to you. I might have pulled the trigger, but you killed her.
Again, I fucking know. I don't have fucking time to hear him repeat this shit. Where is Giovanna's mother?" I asked, done with this conversation. "And why isn't she with Giovanna?" He reached into his jacket, taking out a phone, making me want to kick myself for not asking before his great long speech. He pressed one number, and then put the phone on speaker, setting it down on the dining table between us both. It rang once before the call went through.
"Kala!"
"Do you know what I have been thinking for the last 5 hours, Grandpa?"
She spoke in Italian, and I fought back a grin as I heard the annoyance in her voice.
"I kept wondering what I should do when I see you. My gut tells me I shouldn't make a big speech. I shouldn't get upset. I should walk up and put you to sleep like a dog and move on. But I have this rage, Grandpa, and that rage tells me not to let you off so easily and torture you a bit before ending you. What do you think I should do?"
What the fuck did this motherfucker do? He grinned at the phone with a strange mixture of pride and worry.
"I might be biased, Calliope, but I do prefer living."
"Then why would you gamble with your life like that by crossing me? You, of all people, should know better than that."
Even though her voice wasn't cold or even harsh, it was perfectly pleasant. I knew with absolute certainty that she was murderous. Reaching to my side, I gripped my gun. He sighed.
"Callie, why don't we talk when you—"
"You abducted my daughter, Grandfather. I have nothing to talk to you about."
He fucking did what? I was ready to put a bullet in his skull, but he just went on talking.
"Abducted is such a harsh accusation. We went on a small trip."
"You took my daughter out of the country without telling me.
I am her mother, her guardian. That is abduction. I'm disappointed because you promised me you'd never let me down. Remember?
Did he really abduct her? I couldn't tell by her tone.
I promised I'd never betray you, unless the circumstance made it impossible not to.
He explained.
Do tell. What circumstances would cause you to do this? I'm all ears.
So am I.
I have Alzheimer's,
he replied. She went silent, and so did I.
Seems like I'll be joining your grandmother in that rocking chair soon.
Ethan?
She said my name, and I glanced at the phone, realizing this was it. He did truly abduct my daughter.
I'm positive you're listening, so hear me very clearly. I'll be in Chicago in 6 hours.
Kalaya!
Your disease, grandfather.
Her tone was gentle and calm.
Is not a good excuse for this. And it means I can no longer trust you with my daughter.
I look forward to seeing you, Callie. I hung up the phone on her, and my gaze shifted to the man I was very tempted to kill. But I'd leave him till Calliope and I could talk about this clearly.
You should get more men,
he muttered, pulling out a flask from his coat pocket and taking a long swig.
Because the two out there won't last half a second.
Should I call the National Guard? I asked emotionlessly, even though I knew he was more than right.
Can you?
He asked seriously.
If it was your mother, and you were taken away as a child, how many men do you think it would take to stop her?
There will only ever be one Melody Nietzsche Giovanni Callahan. There is only one Calliope Callahan, and both of them were not to be crossed.
I see your pride won't let you accept this, so I'll tell you. I've been dying to tell someone. Calliope is part of the Libertinari.
I could tell by the way he grinned at me, from the pride in his voice, that it was clear the old fool really just loved the sound of his own voice and seemed to want to let all her secrets out. What he didn't know was that despite his stupidity, he had been a very great help to both Callie and I. Well, at least to me. Both of them were now here much earlier than we'd planned. I'd take it no matter how it came to pass. It was now time for my family to meet the only woman on this planet crazy enough to make me love her. Wyatt. You're fucking with me, I whispered, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he opened the black box and pulled out our father's favorite brandy, Camo Cuvée, from the silk cloth inside, and I knew then. You're not fucking with me. The mother of your daughter is a part of Italy's former secret intelligence murderers, I Libertinari, created by Mussolini, the same I Libertinari the Italian government has sworn on every Bible, church, pope, and saint has never really existed. He poured himself a full glass without ice and took a seat behind his desk. He kicked his feet on top of the desk and took a sip. I glanced over at my uncles, who sat quietly on the couches. Across from them were our cousins. Darcy simply shook his head at me, and Cedric's mouth dropped open, so I went on. And she's on her way here because her senile grandfather kidnapped her daughter to bring her to you because he wants you to take responsibility for your fucking actions, despite the fact that this woman apparently isn't a fan of yours. I think it's more about him getting to be a part of this family again. He was a big fan, apparently. Ethan answered, drinking again. What the fuck? How the fuck was this real life? What happens if she asks for her daughter and doesn't want to stay? Darcy asked, and Ethan paused, looking up from his glass. I prepared to duck. Ethan's grip on the glass tightened. Why would you ask me such a stupid question? My daughter stays where she belongs. That is here. That is all. Ethan, other than the fact this woman kills people for a living and she is coming here under the belief that someone stole her daughter, we know nothing about her, I stated, trying to see if maybe I understood wrong or maybe he knew something he wasn't yet sharing. She kills people, we kill people. We already have something in common. We sell drugs. That's different from assassination, I reminded him, not sure what the hell was going through his mind. It was like he was in his own little world, which wasn't out of character for him, but I'd never seen that look in his eyes before. It was like a storm was brewing. He laughed, and he finally focused on me. Why do you sound scared? It's not like you, little brother. Don't you want to know who wins this showdown? Mafia versus assassin? It's like a movie. Maybe he was having a mental break. It was just too much for one day, and he couldn't process it. Just so you know, in the movies, when it starts raining outside and an assassin is on their way to your house, that usually means you're not making it to the next movie, Cedric told him. And not to play the race card? Darcy spoke up, and we all knew where he was going. But I am the only black guy here. I'm Asian, Cedric reminded him. You're half Asian. You're half black, Cedric shot back. I'm half Italian, Ethan said to them, making them both look at him. They were shocked he jumped in, but didn't miss a beat. You're white, they both said. I know. Ethan drank some more. I just thought we were sharing obvious facts with each other. Are you all done? I asked them, truly feeling as if I'd lost my damn mind. His behavior, even before this, when he'd picked me up at the hospital, it was off. That, plus all of this, and our parents. I wondered if I really died and this was just the beginning of hell. Fuck it. Fine. Reaching over, I took the bottle of brandy and drank straight from it, cringing before speaking again. 10 million on the Mafia. Ethan raised his eyebrow at me. You always did make safe bets. So you have a plan. Welcome her with open arms? The fact that I didn't know whether or not he was being honest was the reason I often lost my cool around him. He gave me a headache. This family. Why can't one thing be simple with you? Says the man in love with his cousin. He snickered but stiffened when he heard Uncle Declan exhale deeply behind us. Son of a bitch did that on purpose. I have a question, Uncle Neil boomed, kicking his feet up on the table, and never was I more grateful to him. What? I asked. Not for you. He pointed to Darcy. Isn't it only in horror movies that the black guy dies first? Uncle Neil! I snapped. Fuck me for thinking he was going to ask something serious. Ethan just rolled his eyes. What? I want to know. If it's not, then who would be the first to go? That's a trick question, Uncle Declan replied, pinching the bridge of his nose and exhaling sharply. 9 times out of 10 there is no Asian in the movie, so the black guy dies first. 1 out of 10 times there is an Asian, but he blends with the white people, so the black guy still dies first. Mom told you that, didn't she? Darcy asked. This joke has gone on way too long, I told them. Ethan just sat there happily like a drunk cat. We've all lost our motherfucking minds. 19. And the women answered one another, as they played and said, Saul hath slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s. First Book of Samuel, chapter 18, verse 7. Cedric. This is a bit much, I murmured, mostly to myself. It had taken all of 2 hours for our home to become an armed fortress. It reminded me of the Terracotta Army, a.k.a. the 8,000 sculpted soldiers that Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, had in his tomb. Except it wasn't 8,000 soldiers, it was 100 men with guns, which might as well have been 8,000 ancient warriors. They lined the halls and filled the courtyard out back and out in the front. None of them seemed to understand why they were called, but they stood tall, proud and eager to prove themselves anyway. Which made all of this even more ridiculous. What was Ethan thinking? 2 more minutes until she gets here. Darcy checked his watch as he stepped up beside me at the top of the stairs. You guess, I muttered. What? I looked at him, still baffled. You don't think this is insane? Ethan has called 100 men to face one woman he knows nothing about other than some old Italian mobster with dementia told him she's an assassin. What if he was just speaking out of anger? What if she has no plans to fight and just wants her daughter back? He hurt his cause by putting so much pressure on her. Maybe she's afraid of the family and didn't show herself before. Maybe I'm underestimating her and she's Lara Croft meets the Terminator. Option 1, she magically figures out how to kill all of us and get her daughter and Ethan loses. Doubt it. So, option 2, she dies and Ethan kills the mother of his child, making him 3 for 3 in one goddamn year and mentally screwing up his daughter. So he loses. So again, this is insane, and not how Ethan does things. You're right. He nodded, leaning on the railing and watching the men below us. But like always, you're being logical at the wrong time. What the fuck does that mean? If this seems crazy to all of us, don't you think it seems crazy to him too? Ethan's trying to prove a point. You heard him in there. He said she made him look like a fool, so now he's trying to show her who the boss is. All of this is a show. He's not out to kill her. Yet. He checked his watch again. You have to give her credit, though. It takes a lot to get under Ethan's skin like this. Yeah, just one illegitimate child. Oh, ouch! I snapped, rubbing the back of my head. What? He looked at me as if he wanted to smack me again. Do you really think calling his daughter illegitimate is something he's not going to care about? That's what children out of wedlock are called, Darcy. Yeah, in 1930, or in the Mafia, I snapped back. But whatever, I won't say it. I can't wait for this damn day to be over so we can get to work. Real work. We're just standing post over the men in black over here. It's not like she's gonna walk right through the front door. Ding, dong, ding. I didn't want to turn towards the door, so I just looked forward into his brown face. She did not just use the doorbell. Darcy huffed, fighting back a laugh, and the men at the door looked to us. He nodded to them, as I whispered, I really hope she has a punchline and not a gun. It felt like the air was electrified. The black hair on my white arms rose as the front door creaked open. The dense sound of rain beating down on the concrete became louder as the door opened wider and the cold air flowed into the foyer. I couldn't see her under the large black umbrella, nor could I hear what the guard said to her. However, he took a step back and she walked inside, closing the umbrella. The first thing I noticed was her wavy chocolate-brown hair with highlights that stopped at her shoulder. She stood there, smiling politely at the guard as she took off her long trench coat, revealing a fitted black turtleneck sweater with black wide-leg satin pants and red heels. Not exactly battle gear. She said something to the guard, making him look to us. I glanced over to Darcy, whose brown eyes narrowed at her, and I knew what he was thinking. She was beautiful. Not just beautiful, but almost angelic. Innocent. Big gray eyes, bright pink lips, and an oval face with 2 small beauty marks, one under her right eye and the other beside her lip. So much for Ethan getting drunk and screwing some ugly waitress. We knew it wasn't possible, but still. Fucking annoying. Even when he wasn't trying, the man slept with goddamn Victoria's Secret models.
Hi.
She waved her hand slightly, trying to get our attention.
My name is Calliope Serafina Orsini. I'm Giovanna's mom. I called earlier to say I was picking her up at this time.
Beautiful. Soft-spoken. A kind smile. Everything about her depicted the image of a good person, a Hallmark Channel type of person. But that was the thing that put me on edge. Good people don't find our family. Good people don't sleep with us, and good people don't carry and keep the child of mobsters, hide them, and then demand that child back so gently when they are taken away. Welcome to Callahan Manor, Calliope. I spoke up, leaning on the rail. Our cousin informed us that you'd be coming, and that you should already be aware that Giovanna isn't going anywhere. After all, she's a Callahan, and, like I said, this is Callahan Manor.
Is Ethan here so we could speak like adults about this?
She asked, still politely looking between us. If you wanted to speak like adults, why didn't you give him a chance 4 years ago? It seems odd you're expecting a courtesy you didn't offer him, Darcy questioned.
I see.
She frowned and exhaled. She looked around the foyer before taking a few steps forward, and the guards who moved towards her fell to their knees. They lifted their guns, but before they could say anything, one by one, all of them fell like dominoes. What the... Before I could get the words out, I coughed over and over again until my legs weakened. Searching out Darcy, I saw him on his knees, gasping for breath. Casually, she walked up the stairs, her heels clicking on the marble as she came towards us while my vision blurred.
"Don't worry, the poison is only temporary,"
she said as she pressed the button for the elevator. How? I wanted to ask, but my voice was no longer working. When the doors opened, she stepped inside and spun on her heels.
"What floor?"
But I couldn't answer.
"Oh, well, I'll figure it out then. And thank you for the welcome, Cedric. Darcy,"
she said and started to hum to herself. As the doors closed, she let go of something on her umbrella. It was the fucking umbrella. Fuck.
Nari. When the elevator doors opened, she was gone. Her bag, her coat, umbrella, even her Gucci red leather pumps with studded bumblebees were there. But she wasn't. "Look up," I ordered the guard as he moved into the elevator, holding the mask over his mouth and nose. He checked the ceiling. I expected her to drop down, but he just shook his head.
She's not here.
"Is the latch undone? Maybe she climbed out." He reached up for the latch, and again I expected to see her drop down. But she wasn't there. What in the hell? I froze at the tap on my shoulder. It wasn't possible. I watched her on the camera feed. I saw her get into the elevator, and it was 3 seconds ride. "Just because you don't turn around doesn't mean I'm still not behind you, Nari." Her voice sent chills down my spine. Spinning, I lifted my leg, and just before it connected with her face, a needle was plunged into my calf. I screamed at the fiery pain as it shot up my leg. She pulled out the needle, and I couldn't move it. My whole leg went stiff as if it was encased in cement. She closed the distance between us, and with her perfectly manicured nails, she pulled the mask off my mouth. With a smile on her face, she said, "When you're about to kick with your right leg, you pull your left arm back. You should train more so something like this doesn't happen to you again."
This bitch. I'm going to kill you.
"You don't have that kind of power, but I never want to discourage anyone from their dreams, so keep at it. Who knows, in 40 years you might make me break a nail. Good luck."
With the softest touch, she was able to push me onto my ass. She walked around me, and I tried to move, but I couldn't. I wanted to rip her eyes out. She was worse than Donna. I watched as she walked past me again, this time putting her heels back on. She'd gotten everything she'd left in the elevator. How?
Helen. Light-headed, I opened the door to my room only to see the guards outside my door now all laying in the hall. In the middle of it all stood a woman, looking down at her phone. She glanced up at me, her eyebrow raised. "Isn't this Wyatt's room?" she asked, confused. "Who are you?" I retorted. The men on the floor were still breathing. If she actually wanted to kill them, I'm sure she'd have already done it. "Calliope Serafina Orsini, Giovanna's mom. You don't look well." There was concern in her voice, and she looked me over. I stared back at her and nodded. "I have the flu. I've been asleep most of the day, so I haven't been updated on whatever the hell is going on right now. However, it looks like we aren't doing very well." She giggled and tilted her head at me as if I were some adorable child. Or her little sister. "Not at all. But in your family's defense, I'm very hard to stop. And it seems your cousin isn't really in this to win. He just enjoys making me play this little game of his."
That sounds like the man you had a child with. So on that note, good luck. I'm going back to sleep now.
I nodded to her. "Good night," she said as I closed the door. I didn't move, instead listening against the wood at the door for her footsteps. When I heard it. Tap. Tap. "No, Helen, I haven't moved. Because I know you're going to want to stick your head back out, and that's going to make me think you're up to something, and I really don't want to have to put you down, too. You seem like you've already had a rough couple of days.
Is the concern in your voice real? I asked.
No, I just met you. Why should I be concerned?
She answered honestly.
However, it doesn't make what I said any less truthful.
She was right. And if she'd gotten this far into the manor, it meant either Ethan was letting her come, or she really was that hard to stop. Maybe a little of both.
My hand still ached, my head was on fire, and the world was spinning. So I locked the door and loudly let her know I wasn't coming out. The odds of anyone who wasn't family walking the halls of this house against our wishes and living to tell the story were slim to none. An enemy walking through our house was a death sentence. Even when we had parties, people never went where we did not allow. For her to walk through this house the way she did, it meant she had no fear.
But was that her nature or just confidence in this situation?
Oh, my head,
I grumbled, crawling onto Wyatt's bed. Just as my face hit the pillow, I froze. The only way she'd know this was Wyatt's room without ever being here is if she had blueprints. But there was only one set of blueprints, and they were sketched by Ethan himself. How the hell? Buzz. Buzz. Hello? I said into my cell phone. Are you okay? Don't open the door. Wyatt spoke quickly. I'm fine. But why? Calliope, Giovanna's mom is outside my room. She just took down the guards there. I know. What do you mean just? She left a few seconds ago. What? I'm watching the cameras now. The door just opened. Wyatt, that already happened. Something must be wrong with the camera. Shit, I muttered, sitting back up, remembering how I saw her on her phone. She hacked into my network and delayed the time on the feed. Wyatt, she's at least 30 seconds ahead of all of you. What is going on? Is she a hacker? Try assassin. I pulled the phone from my ear just to stare at it. Placing it back, I said, I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat that one more time. I think my brain was rebooting. ASSASSIN, assassin. He spelled and repeated for me. Ethan is letting a crazy woman walk through our house, putting our guards to sleep. Why? I don't fucking know. I tried to think. Again, if this was such a big deal, Ethan wouldn't care if I was half dead. I'd be fixing the damn cameras. Wyatt, do you think they're flirting with each other? In what universe did anything I say sound like flirting? He replied, baffled. I couldn't answer that because it did sound weird. Besides, he doesn't even remember her. And that was the weirdest thing I'd heard all day. Ethan doesn't remember her. Are you sure? Did he say that? You saw him. He was utterly shocked. Yes, at having a daughter, but not at his daughter's mother. Wyatt, Ethan never forgets anything. He didn't know he had a child, but he probably knew who he slept with. On the slight chance he didn't truly remember, all he had to do was figure out around when his daughter was conceived, and he could find the security for that time. Ethan is never satisfied not knowing something. He will dig until he finds it, so either he knows or he found it out, which is why he's letting her simply roam through the house. There was silence on the other line until he finally exhaled. I'm getting very tired of trying to figure out how Ethan's fucking mind works. Up is down, right is left, and the moon is the sun with him. Where are you? With your cane. King Ethan put me on desk duty. Well, I'm in your bed whenever you get tired of my desk. Helen! I shook in horror at the new voice on the line. He's not alone here. Oh. Hi, Dad. I cringed, putting my hand over my face. You're working on Kane with him. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Talk to you later. Bye. Hanging up quickly, I tossed the phone away, burying my face in his pillow. I should have gone out into the hall. Give me 10 assassins over ever experiencing that again. Fuck. 20. It is fraud to conceal fraud. Unknown. Ethan. Staring into the flames of the fireplace, I heard her heels click upon the stones as she walked down the stone staircase until she reached the bottom. She didn't take a further step. She looked as beautiful as she always did, and though she didn't smile, I could see the hint of amusement in her eyes. After all, she'd just wiped the floor with my so-called guards and my family.
We have 3 minutes before either your mother, uncle, or Helen fixes what I did to the security system.
She lifted her phone to show me her timer. I walked across the cellar, grasping the back of her neck and pulling her close to me. My lips were on hers and her hands went to my hair. She opened her mouth for me, and when I felt her tongue in my mouth, I couldn't help but press her against the staircase. The feeling of her breasts against me, the way her ass fit in my hand when I reached down to squeeze, only turned me on further.
Now we have 2 minutes,
she whispered, breaking away from me and placing her hand on my lips. I kissed her fingers before remarking, "You changed the plan."
My grandfather changed the plan. I knew he was slipping, but not so quickly. I miscalculated.
She frowned, annoyed with herself, which meant I didn't have to say anything else on the matter. The rest of the plan? Are we still pretending we don't know each other? She smirked and kissed my lips softly.
We continue as planned. We know everyone is watching. Let's give them the show they want.
Toying with my family is fun for you?
Don't pretend like I'm the only one. The only reason anyone becomes a puppet master is because they love to see the puppets dance on their strings.
She tilted her head to watch me.
We'll talk about everything else in our room. My clothes are already unpacked, right?
You giving orders already? I asked, squeezing her ass tighter. How dramatic are we making this reunion?
Opera-worthy,
she replied, pushing me off and adjusting her clothes. I did the same, and she waved her hand, telling me to go back towards the fireplace.
Also, your cousin Helen was pretty much naked waiting for your brother in his room.
Why the fuck would you tell me that? I asked, cringing. She just beamed and pointed to my dying heart-on.
To get rid of that.
Rolling my eyes, I fixed my suit as she counted down to our cruel little joke on my family. Everyone believed I didn't have a sense of humor. Turns out I did, just at their expense.
3, 2, 1,
she said, and I just stared once again, tempted to shake my head. She stood right in front of me.
Hello, Ethan. Am I at the final level where I face the boss now?
She asked coldly. And she said I deserved an Oscar. That depends, I said, looking into her familiar gray eyes. After 4 years, nothing had changed about her but the length of her hair. Am I the final boss? Or is it you? Is this my game or is it yours, Cordelia? I mean, Calliope. She moved over to the couch, placing her purse and jacket on the side table before inspecting the wine bottles which hung stacked against the stone wall. She checked the dates before picking one.
A 1782 Chateau Lafite is one of the best red wines in the world. It's worth $250,000. Some people say it calms you down. Let's find out.
Calliope!
You ungrateful son of a bitch!
She screamed, throwing it at me. The bottle shattered against the fireplace behind me. And she wasn't done. She grabbed bottle after bottle, throwing them at me.
Who the fuck are you questioning right now?
How the fuck was I so damn in love with this fucking crazy woman? God damn it.
Calliope. They were right. I feel much better. I drank from the bottle as I sat on top of the table. Looking over my shoulder, I watched Ethan dab the blood from his forehead with a napkin. Do you feel better? He paused, turning his head to me, his green eye boring right through me. I wanted to kiss him so badly. He looked pissed, though.
Now that you are calm...
Now that I am calm, I spun around on the tabletop to look at him. I was calm on the phone. I was calm when I got here. You were the son of a bitch who had guards waiting for me, armed. Why? Because I was not okay with the fact that my daughter was taken from me without permission? Instead of approaching me in a calm and logical manner, you decided to fight me. Actually, I can't even call that a fight, which is worse because the fact that it was so easy to get to you feels like I was being bloody mocked.
I had guards meet you because I don't know you, nor do I trust you. From the moment we met 5 years ago, you were lying to my goddamn face.
I lied to you? I said, stunned.
Are you really going to—
You are the most insufferable person I have ever had the misfortune to meet. You are so goddamn pig-headed. You think you are the sun, the sky, stars, and the damn moon. I never lied to you.
You said your name was Cordelia Munoz.
I never said that. You said it. You never asked my name, Ethan. Why? Because you thought I was some poor, sexy Colombian woman that would simply fall for your great bullshit. You never bothered to ask for any information about me. You found someone to follow me as I was working undercover as Cordelia Munoz. You compiled all that information together, never asking me a single damn question related to who I was, because you are pig-headed. Now you want to call me a liar. Vaffanculo. I swore before spitting in his direction. His fist clenched and nostrils flared.
You knew who I was and that our family had history and yet said nothing.
Why the fuck should I have to say anything? I was working. Was I supposed to jeopardize all the work I had been doing for a year for you? Why? Did you tell me about your work? No. Did I ask? No, I didn't need the answers. You wanted to know who I was, but you didn't ask, and you got bad information. That was your fault, so why am I at fault? No. Sei un figlio de puttana. Turning away from him, I drank again, knowing full well he was going to chain me down and fuck me till I couldn't walk for this shit.
If you truly believed you did nothing wrong, why did you keep me away from my daughter?
The question was most likely for his parents watching, or any of the caring family members also watching.
Calliope!
You can raise your voice all you like, that won't make me respond to you. I closed my eyes as he yanked my arm, forcing me back. His hand on my skin. How tightly he held me made me want to not only fight back, but also chain him up too. His eyes glared at me, but I saw the lust in them. You have 3 seconds to release my arm before I get upset. I warned him, and he squeezed more. You don't seem to understand, I said seriously, placing my hands in my pockets. I am not Cordelia Munoz, a poor nobody waitress from Bogota, Colombia. I am Calliope Serafino Orsini of Lazio, Italy. Before the Callahan clan existed, before even the Giovanni family existed, my family did. As nobles, 3 popes, Celestine III, Nicholas III, and Benedict VIII, came from my family. No one touches me without my permission, not even you. Dusting the glass shards off his shoulders, he pinned me with his stare, his jaw set tightly.
If you care so much about family, if you hold family in such high regard, why the hell would you deny me mine? You still haven't answered that. Fine. I never bothered to actually know you. You had your reasons for not telling me who you really were. Fine to all of that. I will take responsibility for that. But what was the reason you chose to deny me my daughter?
I'm not a housewife, nor am I an ornament. I am a weapon. So I said no to you and the future you'd offer, fully aware that you'd most likely never see your daughter until she was older. Did I feel bad about that? Sure. But not for you. For my little girl, so I made sure she knew who you were. I told her stories all about your family. I even made sure she remembered your face, name, number, and address. Isn't that enough? His eyes never left mine. He stared, and I could tell he was touched, but he didn't want to speak first. Instead, he grabbed my bag and coat.
Calliope?
Save your bullshit for some other dumb jailbird Irish bitch. Note or no note, it doesn't matter, nor does it change anything. I didn't come for you, I came for my daughter, and maybe my grandfather. I haven't yet decided if I'm going to kill him yet, so point me in the correct direction so I can go home.
I'm not letting you go.
I'm not asking. He reached behind his back, and within a second we both had guns drawn on each other.
You saw what happened when you stepped into this house. If you think I'm going to let you leave, let my daughter leave, you've lost your goddamn mind. I will fight you with everything I have. I will drag your name through the mud and expose you in every way humanly possible. I'm sure the world would love to know about the I Libertinari.
He threatened me coldly, placing his hand in his pocket.
An exposed assassin is as good as dead, correct?
Just like I'm sure the world would love to know of the great Callahan connections and their direct influence with the mob. An exposed mafia is as good as dead, correct? Try me, motherfucker. I'll sink your battleship, too.
So, we're at an impasse, then.
He lowered his gun, a small smirk on his lips. I guess... Ah! I hissed, and caught sight of the needle in my shoulder. Reaching it up, I pulled it out with shaking hands. I'd give anything to blow his head off right now, but I couldn't help falling back on the stone walk. I slid down to the floor. You're going to regret this. He came over, hunching down in front of me.
You're upset with me, and I you. But that doesn't change the fact that our daughter needs the both of us. What do you think she'll ask if you try to take her away? As you fall asleep, ask yourself whose happiness is more important. Yours or hers?
Vaffanculo, I whispered before closing my eyes. And scene.
Ethan. She really loved the drama. Vaffanculo. Her final words? I couldn't deny it was fun, though, acting with her, being ridiculous with her. It was the only relief from the madness in our lives. She looked so innocent like this. I walked her back to my bedroom. Her body felt perfect against me. It was like taking back the spoils of war. Even though we both knew she was staying, she was also challenging me to see how far I'd go to make her stay. It's over now?
Not yet.
Her eyelids snapped open, and before I could even blink, I felt the burning as it spread on my arm. Glancing down, I saw the long needle clenched between her fingers protruding from my hand. She sat up on the bed, turning to stand up. I tried to move, but I couldn't.
There is still one more Callahan I have to beat.
Did you fucking have to stab me?
You shot me. She shrugged and pushed me down on the bed, kissing my lips. How far is your brother going to go for you this time?
We don't have to go this far, I muttered, feeling my words slur a bit.
The only way to create a good cover is to cover all of your bases,
she whispered, kissing me again.
I'm here. We're here. But no one can know how we got here. All of them have to believe the lie.
Fun. I frowned as I watched her go over to Giovanna's bedside. She brushed her hair gently, before looking at me, a small smile on her lips.
Mama,
Giovanna whispered, rubbing her eyes.
You're back.
Yes, cuore mio.
She picked her up and kissed her cheek, walking back to the bed. When she reached my side, she bent down a bit.
We have to go now. Say bye-bye to Papa.
Ciao, Papa. Ti amo.
Bye, Daddy. I love you, Giovanna whispered, leaning over and kissing my cheek before burying her face into her mother's. I felt that guilt again. Calliope and I were also cruel people, vicious people using our daughter like this, putting her in this position. But it was almost over. And then we'd make it up to her. What we did now was to make sure I'd never have to leave her like my parents did me. It was hard, but it needed to be done. I nodded once more, and Calliope took her from the room. The world was going to fear Calliope and I. No one or nothing was going to get in our way. Not even our own feelings.
Calliope. I made it only a few paces into the hall when another opponent made his appearance. Holding firm to his crutch, he glanced at Gigi, and then to me. "Do you think you have a chance, Wyatt?" I asked him, already done with these people today. He smirked.
"I'll never know until I try. It's the least I could do for my brother."
"Very well, then," I said, reaching behind my back when he outstretched his hands, and I eyed him carefully.
"Since my body is still healing, I'll try a different approach,"
he said, nodding as if I was a wild animal he was trying to calm. "And that is?"
"Ask nicely,"
he said with a smile.
"My brother has been through a lot. And sure, I don't know what you've been through. I will assume it was hell. But even still, I'm asking. Please, don't do this to him. One by one, everything is going up in flames around him, and what's worse is that it isn't his fault, but he'll blame himself for it anyway. It's what he does. He takes responsibility for everything all the time, and he doesn't want to let us down. Don't do this. For her, don't let him let down his daughter. Please, stay. I won't stop you if you try to leave, but I'd rather you stay."
"Aw, such a sweet speech." Walking forward, I didn't stop until I stood right beside him. "Thank you for not stopping me." I only made it 3 feet when I heard him turn around. I turned back to him, and he sighed, holding a switch in his hands.
"I lied."
"I knew you would." I pointed to his bad thigh, and his eyes glanced down to the needle, now sticking out of it. Shifting Gigi in my arms, I walked faster as he went down, turning left first and making it all the way to the stairs. I set her on her feet and dropped my things on the ground. Bending down, I took out my gloves from the coat. Wearing them, I unzipped one of the pockets of my coat, and I pulled out a thin vial. "Mamma, stay back, cuore mio. We'll go in a second," I said in Italian, trying to work. But I stopped when I heard a sniffle. I glanced up, and her bottom lip was quivering, and tears were pooling in her eyes. "Cuore mio." "Daddy hates me. That's why I have to go. But I don't want to, Mama."
She tried to fight back the tears, but they came and she rushed to wipe her eyes.
"I'm sorry, Mama. Warriors, don't cry."
That was the final curtain call of this little show of ours. I put the vial back into my pocket and took off my gloves. Kneeling, I pulled her into my arms, hugging her tightly. "You have nothing to be sorry for, cuore mio," I whispered, brushing her hair back. "Your daddy wants you with him so much."
"Then why do I have to go?"
she asked, sniffling again. I wiped her tears with my thumb. "Because Mommy makes complicated choices. But I'll be better for you. I promise."
"So I can stay?"
The hope in her eyes was too much for me to handle. Nodding, I pulled her back into my arms, wrapping them around her tightly. When I looked up, my grandfather was standing at the end of the hall with a small smile on his face. Glaring at him, I rolled my eyes before I affirmed my daughter. "You're staying, cuore mio. This is Callahan Manor, and you are a Callahan." That was the excuse we needed. They now had a story of why I left, and now why I stayed. It was a lie, but it would explain why Ethan and I were going to magically work it out. Using our daughter as our cover was a horrible thing to do to a little girl, emotionally. But we needed to do it. "I love you so much, cuore mio." I kissed her cheek. "Thank you for helping Mommy and Daddy today."
21. Vice is like a fury to the vicious mind, and turns delight itself to punishment. Ben Jonson. Liam. She got up from the chair and glanced out the window as if she could see him from a distance, as if he would see her silent rage and correct himself like he did when he was a child. Getting up, I walked over and stood beside her, staring out at the city in front of us, hanging underneath the moon. "It's all right, but it's no Chicago," I whispered.
"And the people are far too nice,"
she added, her arms crossed under her breasts. At that I snickered. "They're Canadians. Being nice is their trademark." She rolled her brown eyes before glancing at me, her expression softening a bit. Each time I noticed that, I wanted to bloody applaud myself for somehow surviving her. I reached up and placed my hand on her cheek. "Don't worry. Nobody will ever believe you were old enough to be a grandmother." Her eyes widened at that, and she shook me off, turning back and entering our suite again. She glared at the television screen and shook her head.
"I know my son, Liam. There is no way in hell he would make this sort of mistake."
"Why?" I leaned against the wall.
"What do you mean, why? It's Ethan."
"And so?" I pressed as she clutched the remote, cocking her head to the side, visually annoyed with my response. "It's Ethan, your son, our son, a fucking human being who, as you may remember, has made a series of mistakes, one of which nearly got our other fucking son killed."
"You're blaming that on him."
"Who else am I supposed to be blaming it on?" I snapped, pushing off the wall. "He left his brother. He left the family."
"So did Wyatt."
"Wyatt is not the Caine of Canerta."
"He lost his wife."
"Another stupid fucking mistake," I yelled back. "The daughter of Shay the fool O'Davaran, who also happened to be an incompetent fool. It must run in their family, and still he chose that woman. It's like we taught him nothing. Both him and Wyatt. We should have left everything to Donna instead of throwing her to the pathetic little prince."
"Oh, really? Are you going to kill your sons to make it happen? Because I doubt Ethan would let her live."
"Ethan is weak. If anyone would have let anyone live, it would have been Donna."
"Do you hear yourself? We're talking about our children's lives."
"Do you hear yourself? The almighty bloody Melody using her heart to make decisions." Bang! "Fucking shit, Mel!" I hollered, grabbing onto the tip of my ear, which was now bleeding. The remote was gone from her hands, and in its place her motherfucking gun. Her nose flared out like a dragon ready to burn down the village. She held the gun up. "How many times do I have to tell you to use your goddamn words, woman?"
"I was using my words, but it didn't seem like we were getting anywhere."
"More like you couldn't defend your fucking position." I grabbed one of the napkins as well as ice from the wine bucket on the damn table to hold my ear. "I am too fucking old, and I've been married too fucking long to be dodging your motherfucking bullets. Shoot at me again."
"I still have the gun in my hand, Liam."
"And?" I snapped, looking back at her. "Is that supposed to be a threat? What are you going to do? Shoot me again? Go ahead, love. You just keep making more work for yourself while I recover." Her eyes narrowed, and she exhaled, saying nothing and placing the gun on the side table.
"This has escalated."
"You think?" I snapped again before laying down on the couch. She came over, sitting on the edge of the seat, and reached up to take the napkin from me, holding it herself.
"It's a flesh wound, you old wimp."
"It's a wound, and it's unnecessary. Especially seeing as you know I'm old, you should be more delicate." "Oh!" I clenched my teeth as she pressed hard into my ear. I smacked her ass, and she snickered.
"Sorry, love. Was that not delicate enough?"
"No, not at all. But I'll let it go since you're at least not glaring anymore." I grinned when her eyes met mine. She slowly relaxed, and I went on. "I know you love them. I love them too. I want to protect them too. I will help you protect them. But we cannot deny the fact that Ethan is not living up to what we have expected of him. And that might not be all his fault. Maybe we didn't train him well enough. Maybe we left too soon. Maybe he only pretended to be strong in front of us."
"No."
She shot up quickly, turning back to the screen, dropping the ice and napkin on my chest. "Thanks, love." She got closer, taking the remote with her and rewinding. She watched him and this new woman fight in the wine cellar. She paused and went back again and again. "Are you going to tell me what that no is for?" I asked, picking up the napkin and sitting up straight. She turned back to me and smiled. Truly smiled. I was a bit worried, but I couldn't help but smile back. What?
What if he hasn't been pretending to be strong, but has been pretending to be weak?
She said seriously. And I wasn't sure what expression I was making, but she seemed to know what I thought of that. Ethan, pretend to be weak. Mel, love, the one thing I can say about Ethan is that more than anything he loves strength and power.
And why Ivy?
She asked, hands outstretched. He knew her as a child.
He knew this one, too. This Calliope. They met as kids, too.
I frowned, trying to remember. When?
Wyatt and Donna's 7th birthday party. Remember the girl who I asked what we should do for the next party?
She stared down at me. I thought back and nodded. Oh, right. You said then she was just a silly girl.
She was.
She went back to the brown-haired woman on the screen.
She told me she was going to marry into our family and become Mrs. Callahan.
She did? She nodded slowly.
I thought she was silly, because almost all children and the things they want are a bit silly. However, I remember her, because she had this look in her eyes. It was one of pure determination. A few days after their birthday, she left for boarding school in Italy.
She kept tabs on her? You rarely care about other people's kids.
I never care about other people's kids,
she said quickly and grimaced, as if she could not believe I would dare think her circle of love could be bigger than our family. I leaned back into the cushions and rubbed my temple. Okay, love, explain. Make me understand how all of this relates. How does her wanting to be Mrs. Callahan equal Ethan pretending to be weak? Like I said, Ethan loves strength and power.
So wouldn't he love a woman who builds her own strength and power to have him?
She asked. The opposite of Ivy. She sighed and shot me a look. What? Calliope, with how quickly she wiped the floor with our pitiful family, is strong. We can see this. But we cannot forget his track record when it came to women before. First Clarissa, then Ivy, both the complete opposite of her.
Didn't you sleep with women you knew you'd never marry? They were the opposite of what you would have wanted.
She really knew how to dig up the past. Fine. No, I slept with any pretty face with a nice body because I was worried I'd be marrying an Italian cow. She moved for the gun, but I dashed towards it, putting my hand on top. She glared at me, and I flashed a smile at her. Just trying to help, love.
Are you?
She snapped, pulling her hand away.
Just shut up and listen to me. I need to figure this out.
The simplest answer. She bared her teeth at me, and I lifted my hands and sat back. But not before taking the gun with me.
Clarissa Moretti. She came from an Italian family, but her father was trying to appeal to the other Italian families for years.
Should have killed him years ago, I muttered to myself, and she again faced me. Right, sorry.
No, you're right.
She pointed to me. Say what now? Excuse me, can you repeat that? I laughed. She ignored me, pacing slowly in front of the television.
If it was me, if it was us and Moretti pulled any of the shit he's pulled over the last few years, we would have had him limbless in the streets. But Ethan didn't. Instead, he dated his daughter. Why?
I opened my mouth to speak, but said nothing. Washing my hands in the ice bucket, I picked up the plate of grapes, kicking back and watching her think.
Ethan would know that dating his daughter would give Moretti more clout, but he did it anyway. He was never serious about marrying her, or he would have done it. However, killing her outright would just provoke Moretti, so why not kill them and save yourself the stress? She wouldn't have that much information. Her father would have kept her in the dark purposely, just in case Ethan was using her for intel, so again there was no point.
She looked to me as I slid the grape between my lips.
Unless he didn't want people to blame him for the death of the Morettis. At first. But if Ivy did it, that's still the same.
Well, I spit the seed out on the tray before adding,
He used and threw away Clarissa, embarrassing her. Then, after that embarrassment, he kills her. Her father is enraged. I'm sure his old Italian heart broke for his little girl. Ha! Sorry. You'd think, as father of a daughter, I'd feel for him. But I'm sure it made it all the easier for Donatella to find out how he was betraying us with Tobias. I paused, my eyebrows coming together as I looked to her, and she gave me the same look. The son of a bitch. Fuck, I can't say that. The bitch is also my wife. Fuck, how do I curse that boy?
He did it for Donatella.
She finished my thought. I nodded, tossing the grapes back on the table. Could Ethan make mistakes? Yes, but Ethan being slower than Donna on business, no bloody way in hell. If Donatella could find out Tobias was betraying us with Moretti.
Ethan already knew.
And the only reason he didn't end them both is because of
his love for his little sister.
She snickered.
He let Moretti grow strong, used his daughter, allowing him to relax and think he was going to get a hold on our family. When Clarissa is murdered,
he loses his shit and wants revenge. His betrayal becomes clear to everyone, and so does Tobias.
And just when all of this happens, he's out of town and leaves his little sister to take care of it. And Tobias. So he doesn't have to be the one who killed her lover.
Her voice trailed off when I gave her a look. I didn't want to hear that shit. She smirked, knowing it too.
He let Moretti get bigger to expose Tobias, so that Donatella would do it herself.
She said to me,
and we knew that one of the reasons he chose Ivy was so he could use her to bring Wyatt home.
One lover to take down each sibling.
Oh, you don't have an issue calling them lovers when it's for your son.
Do you want to have this fight? Because I'll have it, and that can take up the rest of our night. Amused with herself, she moved to sit back with me, picking up her tablet and typing. Well? I asked.
What are the odds that he'd lose his wife so soon after he used her to bring his brother back home?
She questioned. Slim?
And what are the odds that poor wife never got a church wedding in front of everyone or even added to our family registry?
Slimmer, I answered, as she pointed up to the television to show me our family registry. We were both listed as dead, and Ethan was still listed as single. They weren't legally married. I didn't know how to feel about this. I just looked at her, and no one checked.
Why would they check? They were all at the sham ceremony. They saw him sign whatever documents right there. Why would they think he didn't file them?
She asked, the corner of her mouth twitching. You're happy about this?
Should I be upset?
What are the odds that a bomb goes off in our church which gives them a reason not to marry there and a cover for this sham wedding? I snapped. And it was only then did she realize. Our son nearly burned my goddamn mother alive, as well as the rest of our family.
They lived, didn't they?
She shrugged and tried to hold back a laugh. There is a line, Melody. I grumbled, getting up.
Melody. He was flaming. He was conflicted. I didn't blame him. On one side was his firstborn. On the other side was his mother. Liam loved Evelyn. To hurt her is to die, and yet he never hurt Ethan. If he did, I'd kill him. Not without great pain and regret, but I'd kill him nonetheless. I picked up the grapes and watched as he stood like stone, his fist clenched. Finally, as I was mid-chew, he turned to me and asked,
What is the point of this?
His siblings.
No.
He shook his head.
Ethan, we cannot believe he would go through so much for his siblings and then hurt his grandmother. He loves her at the very least the same as he loves his siblings, but I know it's more. She is the one person he listens to and talks to. He would not drop a church on her head for anyone.
He was right. I hated to admit it, and I'd never in my life say it aloud, but Evelyn was in many ways both a grandmother and mother figure to him. Okay, what is more precious to him than his siblings and his grandmother?
You.
He said without thinking about it. I froze. His green eyes were on mine as he thought about what he just said. He cracked his head to the side.
The most precious thing to Ethan was you.
Was? My eyebrows rose at that.
His child might have you beat.
He frowned, even though his comment was meant to be humorous.
After your death, Ethan closed up. He was cold and hard, and I thought he was doing that to put on a brave face. But what if Ethan knew you were alive?
Well, after going to Wyatt in the hospital, he knows now. But before then, how? We've been careful, beyond careful. How could he have known? He shook his head.
But what if your previous point was right? What if he was pretending to be weak, allowing his enemies to grow, taking the hard road? What if all this has just been a plan so he could draw you out?
I swallowed the grape in my mouth, trying to ignore the tightness I felt in my chest. If that was his plan, he's failed twice now. Once in Boston when he was hurt, and in Chicago when we saw Wyatt.
Both times he was distracted. First he was nearly dying, then he thought his brother was gone.
He reminded me, and I still couldn't wrap my head around it. Fine. Let's say Ethan did all of this to bring his siblings back home and to bring us. I'm not sure why you're pretending as if he's only attached to me. He's always wanted to live up to you. Nevertheless, let's say he did this all to catch us. What next? And how does this calliope come into play? Again, he shrugged.
Maybe the simplest answer is he made one mistake instead of several mistakes. Or maybe she trapped him as part of her plan to become Mrs. Callahan.
That doesn't sound like our son, I said, getting up and standing in front of the screen beside him. But I can't make sense of how she fits in yet. All I know is that I do not trust the Orsini family. He turned to me, frowning.
They were loyal to your family.
They were loyal to the Giovanni family. My name is Melody Callahan. My son's name is Callahan, and you better than anyone else must know how badly they hate the Callahan family. Your father brutally murdered Fiorello's sons, 2 of them, and the Giovanni family, the family they were loyal to, ignored their rage and married their enemies. The Giovanni family betrayed them. Why would they be loyal?
So she's using him.
He questioned seriously now, and I knew that look in his eyes. We'd been there many times. Maybe. Or they are both using each other. I looked between the both of them on the screen.
They have a child together.
His voice was gravelly.
You think Ethan would use her to this degree and then just kill the mother of his child? Leave her without her mother?
He learned from us, didn't he? Didn't I leave him when he was young? Maybe history isn't linear, but circular. We are doomed to repeat it.
There is a line, Melody. If all of this is true, if he's using anything, even family, to get what he wants, then...
He's ruthless and upset, and no one is safe. Not even us. And maybe this was why, deep down, I always knew I had to focus on Donatella and Wyatt more. Why I just knew I had to protect them. Why I made sure Donatella had her own place to grow and command. Why I made sure Wyatt knew he had my love and wanted him to focus more on having fun, watching out for his brother than actually ruling. It was all because, deep down, I knew out of the 7 capital vices, the 7 deadly sins, Ethan embodied 6 of them. Pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath. They spun in Ethan like a wheel and were the reason he moved forward. That wheel cannot be stopped unless something of an equal or greater force stops it. Had Donatello or Wyatt tried, they would have been crushed underneath him. So now His wheel was at wrath, and his fury was directed at me, at us for leaving him. And instead of being happy we were alive, he wanted to punish us for living.
"What if we give him what he wants and go see him?"
Liam asked, and I had a feeling he was thinking exactly what I was thinking. It would only make him more furious, and he'd kill us in anger. If he'd gone through this much to see us, he wanted it on his terms.
"So, what do we do?"
He crossed his arms and studied me. "We avoid him. Hopefully, having a daughter will make him let us go."
"And if he crosses the line further? If he endangers the family? Wyatt!"
he asked sternly, breathing through his nose. Hasn't he already been doing that? We understood Boston, but what else had Ethan done? We weren't sure.
"We've spent so much time and effort to protect him from the monsters outside. We ignored the ones that grew up behind us,"
he mused.
"How do we fight this battle?"
"We don't," I whispered, taking off my top as I headed to the master bedroom.
"We don't fight."
"We trust our son and see what happens."
"In other words, the hunters have become the prey and must avoid being captured."
"Exactly."
"That I can't do."
I stopped and turned to face him as he stood in the middle of the living room. His jaw was hard as he stared into my eyes.
"Live in hiding with you I can do. I have been doing so. I do so because I love you, and I thought wherever you go, I go too."
"You thought?"
"I also now realize. I joined you in hiding because I love my children and my family. I will always fight to protect them."
"When did our son stop being your family?" I tried to keep my voice calm and cool.
"Never. He will always be my son and family. If you ask me to sit quietly and do nothing, as he jeopardizes everything we built, what my father died for, what my mother has suffered for, simply to tell us we were bad parents, you're mistaken, love. If he lays a hand on anyone else in the family again, my mother, Wyatt, my grandchild, my brother, Declan—"
"You'll what?" I snapped. "Touch Ethan, and I swear to God, Liam, you will suffer."
"Whether you make me suffer or not, I will suffer anyway. You aren't the only one who loves him, but he doesn't rank higher than everyone else combined."
He took his jacket and walked towards the door. "Where are you going?"
"To pray that we are wrong and we are giving him too much damn credit."
He slammed the door behind him. This was the danger of abdicating the throne. Once a king, always a king. Once the Caena Canerta, always the Caena Canerta, whether the crown was on his head or not. This was going to be complicated. I glanced back at the image of Calliope on the screen. She was laughing and smiling. She looked innocent. Too fucking innocent. But I knew without a doubt she was anything but. Women like her, women like us, knew how to play the people around us a little too well. 22. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. Carl Gustav Jung. Calliope, age 13.
"Are you tired?"
he asked me as I tried to climb out of the hole. Every time I clung to the rope and pulled my body up, my legs, I think they were broken. I think they broke when I was thrown down here. "I can't hear you, Calliope." At the sound of that voice, I shivered and held on tighter, much tighter, pulling myself up more. I could see the circle of light above me where the sky was, where my freedom was. I was almost there, and then I could sleep. Ah! I screamed as this time ice water, Not the scalding water they poured earlier, rained down on me, and at the shock of it, I let go. I fell back down on the dirt, and the rats scattered as my body landed with a thud.
How long is it going to take you to pass this test, Calliope?
His voice called from above, from the place where there was light.
It hurts,
I whispered. My throat was so dry. I wanted water, just
a little bit of water. Please?
Still begging. I'm disappointed in you, Calliope.
Her voice sounded above me, too, as they pushed the cover over, and I watched the blue sky disappear bit by bit, until there was no sky. No light, just darkness. Get away! I waved my arms to make sure the rats didn't come close. Not again. If I was still, if I didn't move, they'd bite again. Panicked, I rolled onto my side, but my legs wouldn't turn with me. Reaching down to my thigh, I pulled it over, screaming as I did. I can't stay still. I can't stay here. On my stomach, I crawled just a little bit, reaching out blindly, my hands trying to feel for the rope. Come on, where are you? I was trying not to lose it, but I did. I was so tired and angry, even though I wasn't sure who to be mad at. I'm not staying here, I said, pulling myself up. The rope dug and burned my hands, and I was sure they were bleeding as I pulled myself up. I didn't have any feeling below my stomach, and it made everything else heavy. But I didn't stop, not until there was no rope left. I reached up and almost slipped back down. I didn't have the strength to hold on with one hand, but I had to get the lid open. I wanted to kick it. The thought of figuring out how the hell I'd do that was funny. Who was I, Laura Croft? I couldn't flip like that. They'll check on me. I'll just wait. No, I didn't want to wait. I couldn't wait. Clutching the rope tighter, I pulled myself up and used the only other part of my body that worked. My head. I rammed my head up into the bottom of the lid, moving it bit by bit, over and over again until I saw a small crack of orange light. I felt a warm liquid drip down my head. But I didn't stop. I kept going until the crack widened, and I would have kept going until I could free myself. But the cover lifted. Everything was orange and pink for a second before I could see their faces. My grandmother, my grandfather. They stood. My grandmother smiled widely, her wrinkled face filled with joy as both of them reached out their hands for me to take.
I knew you wouldn't disappoint us. Come on, we'll help you,
my grandfather said, a small grin on his scruffy, hard face. I looked between them both before shaking my head no and grabbing onto the edge of the well. The stone was smooth and slippery under my fingertips, but I wouldn't let myself fall now. And I didn't know if I really passed yet. If I took their hands, they could drop me back. I needed to get out myself. Good, my grandmother said when I fell on the grass beside the well with a thud. She knelt beside me, and I could feel her long silver blonde hair on my face as she poured water on my head. I really wished she'd poured it in my mouth. You can't trust anyone, Calliope, not even us. We are going to push you as hard as we can. I will not stop. Hate me if you must, but you will be strong enough. You have to be. Do you know why? I nodded, reaching up and grabbing the water from her. I have to protect our family.
No.
My grandfather knelt beside me, stopping me before I could drink, and his eyes stared directly into mine.
So you can avenge our family. You will be our weapon, and together we will destroy the Callahan family for what they have done to us.
And then my mom and dad won't hate me. I asked him to make sure. My grandmother kissed the side of my head. Then you will be loved by millions, Calliope. You will deliver hope and justice. You'll be our greatest hero.
Drink. We have so much work to do to make sure you are strong enough." I nodded, drinking the water.
"They will never see you coming,"
my grandfather muttered to himself before I fell asleep. Calliope. Now. When my eyes snapped open, the first thing I saw were fingers. Little, tiny fingers. Shifting my head, her hand fell to the side of my face. Gigi slept on the pillows, right between Ethan and me. His arm was over her, and his hand was on my waist. Gigi slept as if she was the queen of the whole bed, her arms outstretched, her legs too. Slowly, I peeled myself away toward the edge of the bed. Rising from the bed, I went to the bathroom, taking my phone with me. Shutting the door silently behind me, I walked to the mirror, turning on the water before dialing. She answered on the first ring, but didn't speak. I glanced at my reflection, my brown hair a mess of waves, noting the coldness in my own gray eyes. "I'm in," I whispered softly.
"How long will it take you to win over the rest of them?"
"With Ethan at my side? Soon."
"You're in love with him?"
It wasn't a question. It wasn't false either. I didn't answer.
"Good,"
she went on anyway.
"It will make them believe you more. But don't forget who your true family is. Do not disappoint me, Calliope."
She ended the call just like that, and I tossed the phone on the counter, looking back at my reflection. So many people had tried and failed to destroy the Callahans. My grandmother knew that the only way to win was to use the only weapon the Callahans always surrendered to: love. Win the heart of Ethan Callahan, then destroy everything. That was their plan. This family had destroyed ours. They killed my uncles. It was one of Melody's men who assaulted my mother. The reason my life was hell growing up was because of the Callahans. I glanced down to the red diamond on my finger. I was officially one of them. Everything was supposed to be an act within an act. But I loved him. I remembered Gigi's cries. She was really excited to be here with her father. I had a child so early because my grandmother thought it would be to my benefit, and now it made things complicated. Rinsing my face, I heard the door open behind me. When I glanced in the mirror, I saw his green eyes staring intently. He wore no shirt. His perfectly sculpted abs were on full display. He wore only the black boxer briefs I'd stripped him down to when I returned to his rooms. "You look ill," I said, wiping my face with a towel.
"You made me ill."
I smirked at that, nodding as I turned to face him. "I did. But I must have gone soft on you and gave you a lesser dose."
"Or I could be much stronger than you expected,"
he added as he stepped inside further, pinning me against the sink. "I think I have a full assessment of your strength already." I smiled. He always made me smile even when I didn't want to.
"Is that so?"
He lifted me up and placed me on the sink. "It's so," I whispered, kissing him. He grabbed a fistful of my hair and tilted my head to the side, kissing where my shoulder met my neck and cupping my breast through my tank top. I could feel myself melting to him. "Do you trust me, Ethan?" I asked him gently. He kissed up to my ear before replying softly.
"It's a little too late to be asking, isn't it?"
I didn't reply, and he broke away standing tall between my legs. He cupped my face in his hands, his eyes peering down into mine.
"Do you trust me, Calliope?"
I didn't answer either.
because I remembered once again how alike we both really were. Why I loved him. I didn't have to say or ask certain things. Placing my hands on his face, I brought his head down slightly so I could put my forehead on his. "It's going to get very bloody from here on out," I whispered to him. His hands settled on my waist, and the corner of his lips turned up into a small smile.
"Of course it is. That is the only way kingdoms are made."
Just like that, I grinned too. "What if I need your blood for that kingdom?" He searched my eyes before speaking.
"Then take it, without hesitation."
"And if you need mine?"
"I will do the same."
"Without hesitation?"
"Without hesitation."
He repeated and kissed my cheek. It reminded me of how Judas did Jesus. He kissed until his lips met my ear again.
"I know who you are, Calliope. I know how dark, distorted, and broken your soul is. I know who made it that way. You and I are beyond the point of trust."
I couldn't help but lean into him, wrap my arms around his neck. "Kiss me." He did, his hand gripping onto my ass tightly. All hell was going to break loose later, but right now, I just wanted to forget everything and feel him in me.